The Decameron, containing 100 pleasant novels, wherein, after demonstration made by the author, upon what occasion it happened, that the persons of whom we shall speak hereinafter should thus meet together, to make so quaint a narration of novels, he declareth unto you, that they first begin to devise and confer under the government of Madam Pampania, and of such matters as may be most pleasing to them all. The induction of the author to the following discourses: Gracious ladies, so often as I consider with myself, and observe respectively, how naturally you are inclined to compassion, as many times do I acknowledge that this present work of mine will in your judgment appear to have but a harsh and offensive beginning, in regard of the mournful remembrance it beareth at the very entrance of the last pestilential mortality, universally hurtful to all that beheld it, or otherwise came to knowledge of it. But for all that, I desire it may not be so dreadful to you, to hinder your further proceeding in reading, as if none were to look thereon, but with sighs and tears. For I could rather wish that so fearful a beginning should seem but as an high and steepy hill appears to them, that attempt to travel far on foot, and ascending the same with some difficulty, come afterward to walk upon a goodly even plain, which causeth the more contentment in them, because the attaining thereto was hard and painful. For, even as pleasures are cut off by grief and anguish, so sorrows cease by joys most sweet and happy arriving. After this brief molestation, brief I say, because it is contained within small compass of writing, immediately followeth the most sweet and pleasant taste of pleasure, whereof before I made promise to you, which peradventure could not be expected by such a beginning, if promise stood not thereunto engaged. And indeed, if I could well have conveyed you to the centre of my desire, by any other way, than so rude and rocky a passage as this is, I would gladly have done it. But because without this narration, we could not demonstrate the occasion how and wherefore the matters happened, which you shall read in the ensuing discourses, I must set them down even as constrained thereto by mere necessity in writing after this manner. The year of our blessed Saviour's incarnation, 1348, that memorable mortality happened in the excellent city, far beyond all the rest in Italy, which plague, by operation of the superior bodies, or rather for our enormous iniquities, by the just anger of God was sent upon us mortals. Some few years before, it took beginning in the eastern parts, sweeping thence an innumerable quantity of living souls, extending itself afterward from place to place westward, until it seized on the said city, where neither humane skill or providence could use any prevention, notwithstanding it was cleansed of many annoyances, by diligent officers thereto deputed, besides prohibition of all sickly persons' entrance, and all possible provision daily used for conservation of such as were in health, with incessant prayers and supplications of devout people, for the assuaging of so dangerous a sickness. About the beginning of the year, it also began in very strange manner, as appeared by divers admirable effects, yet not as it had done in the east countries, where lord or lady being touched therewith, manifest signs of inevitable death followed thereon, by bleeding at the nose. But here it began with young children, male and female, either under the armpits or in the groin by certain swellings, in some to the bigness of an apple, in others like an egg, and so in divers greater or lesser, which in their vulgar language they term to be a botch or bile. In very short time after, those two infected parts were grown mortiferous, and would disperse abroad indifferently to all parts of the body, whereupon such was the quality of the disease, to show itself by blacky or blue spots, which would appear on the arms of many, others on their thighs and every part else of the body, in some great and few, in others small and thick. Now as the bile at the beginning was an assured scene of near approaching death, so proved the spots likewise to such as had them, for the curing of which sickness it seemed, that the physician's counsel, the virtue of medicines or any application else, could not yield any remedy, but rather it plainly appeared, that either the nature of the disease would not endure it, or ignorance in the physicians could not comprehend from whence the cause proceeded, and so by consequent no resolution was to be determined. Moreover, beside the number of such as were skilful in art, many more both women and men, without ever having any knowledge in physic, became physicians, so that not only few were healed, but well near all died, within 3 days after the said signs were seen, some sooner and others later, commonly without either fever or any other accident. And this pestilence was yet of far greater power or violence, for not only healthful persons speaking to the sick, coming to see them, or airing clothes in kindness to comfort them, was an occasion of ensuing death, but touching their garments or any food whereon the sick person fed, or anything else used in his service, seemed to transfer the disease from the sick to the sound, in very rare and miraculous manner. Among which matter of marvel, let me tell you one thing, which if the eyes of many as well as mine own had not seen, hardly could I be persuaded to write it, much less to believe it, albeit a man of good credit should report it. I say that the quality of this contagious pestilence was not only of such efficacy, in taking and catching it one of another, either men or women, but it extended further, even in the apparent view of many, that the clothes or anything else wherein one died of that disease being tucked or lien on by any beast, far from the kind or quality of man, they did not only contaminate and infect the said beast, were it dog, cat, or any other, but also it died very soon after. Mine own eyes, as formerly I have said among divers other, one day had evident experience hereof, for some poor ragged clothes of linen and woolen, torn from a wretched body dead of that disease, and hurled in the open street. 2 swine going by, and according to their natural inclination seeking for food on every dunghill, tossed and tumbled the clothes with their snouts, rubbing their heads likewise up in them, and immediately each, turning twice or thrice about, they both fell down dead on the said clothes, as being fully infected with the contagion of them, which accident and other the like, if not far greater, begat divers fears and imaginations in them that beheld them, all tending to a most inhumane and uncharitable end, namely, to fly thence from the sick, and touching anything of theirs, by which means they thought their health should be safely warranted. Some there were who considered with themselves that living soberly, with abstinence from all superfluity, it would be a sufficient resistance against all hurtful accidents, so combining themselves in a sociable manner, they lived as separatists from all other company, being shut up in such houses where no sick body should be near them. And there, for their more security, they used delicate viands and excellent wines, avoiding luxury and refusing speech to one another, not looking forth at the windows, to hear no cries of dying people, or see any corses carried to burial, but having musical instruments, lived there in all possible pleasure. Others were of a contrary opinion, who avouched that there was no other physic more certain, for a disease so desperate, than to drink hard, be merry among themselves, singing continually, walking everywhere, and satisfying their appetites with whatsoever they desired, laughing and mocking at every mournful accident, and so they vowed to spend day and night. For now they would go to one tavern, then to another, living without any rule or measure, which they might very easily do, because every one of them, as if he were to live no longer in this world, had even forsaken all things that he had, by means whereof the most part of the houses were become common, and all strangers might do the like if they pleased to adventure it even as boldly as the lord or owner, without any let or contradiction. Yet in all this their beastly behaviour they were wise enough to shun so much as they might the weak and sickly, in which misery and affliction of our city, the venerable authority of the laws, as well divine as humane, was even destroyed, as it were, through want of the awful ministers of them. For they being all dead, or lying sick with the rest, or else lived so solitary, in such great necessity of servants and attendants, as they could not execute any office, whereby it was lawful for every one to do as he listed. Between these 2 rehearsed extremities of life, there were other of a more moderate temper, not being so daintily dieted as the first, nor drinking so dissolutely as the second, but used all things sufficient for their appetites, and without shutting up themselves, walked abroad, some carrying sweet nosegays of flowers in their hands, others odoriferous herbs, and others divers kinds of spiceries, holding them to their noses, and thinking them most comfortable for the brain, because the air seemed to be much infected by the noisome smell of dead carcasses, and other hurtful savours. Some other there were also of more inhumane mind, howbeit peradventure it might be the surest saying, that there was no better physic against the pestilence, nor yet so good, as to fly away from it, which argument mainly moving them, and caring for no body but themselves, very many, both men and women, forsook the city, their own houses there, parents, kindred, friends, and goods, flying to other men's dwellings elsewhere, as if the wrath of God, in punishing the sins of men with this plague, would fall heavily upon none but such as were enclosed within the city walls, or else persuading themselves that not anyone should there be left alive, but that the final ending of all things was come. Now albeit these persons in their diversity of opinions died not all, so undoubtedly they did not all escape, but many among them becoming sick, and making a general example of their flight and folly, among them that could not stir out of their beds, they languished more perplexedly than the other 999. Let us omit that one citizen fled after another, and one neighbour had not any care of another, parents nor kindred never visiting them, but utterly they were forsaken on all sides. This tribulation pierced into the hearts of men, and with such a dreadful terror that one brother forsook another, the uncle the nephew, the sister the brother, and the wife her husband. Nay, a matter much greater and almost incredible, fathers and mothers fled away from their own children, even as if they had no way appertained to them, in regard whereof it could be no otherwise, but that a countless multitude of men and women fell sick, finding no charity among their friends except a very few, and subjected to the avarice of servants, who attended them constrainedly, for great and unreasonable wages, yet few of those attendants to be found anywhere too, and they were men or women, but of base condition, as also of grosser understanding, who never before had served in any such necessities, nor indeed were any way else to be employed, but to give the sick person such things as he called for, or to await the hour of his death, in the performance of which services, oftentimes for gain, they lost their own lives. In this extreme calamity, the sick being thus forsaken of neighbours, kindred, and friends, standing also in such need of servants, a custom came up among them, never heard of before, that there was not any woman, how noble, young, or fair soever she was, but falling sick, she must of necessity have a man to attend her, were he young or otherwise, respect of shame or modesty no way prevailing, but all parts of her body must be discovered to him, which in the like urgency was not to be seen by any but women. Whereon ensued afterward, that upon the party's healing and recovery, it was the occasion of further dishonesty, which many being more modestly curious of, refused such disgraceful attending, choosing rather to die than by such help to be healed, in regard whereof, as well through the want of convenient remedies, which the sick by no means could attain unto, as also the violence of the contagion, the multitude of them that died night and day, was so great, that it was a dreadful sight to behold, and as much to hear spoken of. So that mere necessity among them that remained living begat new behaviours, quite contrary to all which had been in former times, and frequently used among the city inhabitants. The custom of precedent days, as now again it is, was, that women, kindred, neighbours, and friends would meet together at the deceased party's house, and there, with them that were of nearest alliance, express their heart sorrow for their friend's loss. If not thus, they would assemble before the door, with many of the best citizens and kindred, and according to the quality of the deceased the clergy met there likewise, and the dead body was carried in comely manner on men's shoulders, with funeral pomp of torchlight, and singing, to the church appointed by the deceased. But these seemly orders, after that the fury of the pestilence began to increase, they in like manner altogether ceased, and other new customs came in their place, because not only people died without having any women about them, but infinites also passed out of this life, not having any witness how, when, or in what manner they departed, so that few or none there were to deliver outward show of sorrow and grieving, but instead thereof, divers declared idle joy and rejoicing, a use soon learned of immodest women, having put off all feminine compassion, yea, or regard of their own welfare. Very few also would accompany the body to the grave, and they not any of the neighbours, although it had been an honourable citizen, but only the meanest kind of people, such as were grave-makers, coffin-bearers, or the like, that did these services only for money, and the bier being mounted on their shoulders, in all haste they would run away with it, not perhaps to the church appointed by the dead, but to the nearest at hand, having some 4 or 6 poor priests following, with lights or no lights, and those of the silliest, short service being said at the burial, and the body unreverently thrown into the first open grave they found. Such was the pitiful misery of poor people, and divers who were of better condition, as it was most lamentable to behold, because the greater number of them, under hope of healing, or compelled by poverty, kept still within their houses weak and faint, thousands falling sick daily, and having no help or being succoured any way with food or physic, all of them died, few or none escaping. Great store there were that died in the streets by day or night, and many more beside, although they died in their houses. Yet first they made it known to their neighbours that their lives perished, rather by the noisome smell of dead and putrefied bodies, than by any violence of the disease in themselves, so that of these and the rest dying in this manner everywhere, the neighbours observed one course of behaviour, moved thereto no less by fear, that the smell and corruption of dead bodies should harm them, then charitable respect of the dead, that themselves, when they could, or being assisted by some bearers of corses, when they were able to procure them, wold hale the bodies already dead out of their houses, laying them before their doors, where such as passed by, especially in the mornings, might see them lying in no mean numbers. Afterward biers were brought thither, and such as might not have the help of biers were glad to lay them on tables, and biers have been observed, not only to be charged with 2 or 3 dead bodies at once, but many times it was seen also, that the wife with the husband, 2 or 3 brethren together, yea, the father and the mother, have thus been carried along to the grave upon one bier. Moreover, oftentimes it hath been seen, that when 2 priests went with 1 cross to fetch the body, there would follow behind 3 or 4 bearers with their biers, and when the priests intended the burial but of 1 bawdy, 6 or 8 more have made up the advantage, and yet none of them being attended by any seemly company, lights, tears, or the very least decency, but it plainly appeared that the very like account was then made of men or women, as if they had been dogs or swine, wherein might manifestly be noted that which the natural course of things could not shew to the wise with rare and little loss, to wit, the patient support of miseries and misfortunes, even in their greatest height, not only the wise might now learn, but also the very simplest people, in such sort that they should always be prepared against all infelicities whatsoever. Hallowed ground could not now suffice, for the great multitude of dead bodies, which were daily brought to every church in the city, and every hour in the day. Neither could the bodies have proper place of burial, according to our ancient custom. Wherefore, after that the churches and churchyards were filled, they were constrained to make use of great deep ditches, wherein they were buried by hundreds at once, ranking dead bodies along in graves, as merchandises are laid along in ships, covering each after other with a small quantity of earth, so they filled at last up the whole ditch to the brim. Now, because I would wander no further in every particularity concerning the miseries happening in our city, I tell you that extremities running on in such manner as you have heard, little less spare was made in the villages round about, wherein setting aside enclosed castles, which were now filled like to small cities, poor labourers and husbandmen with their whole families, died most miserably in outhouses, yea, and in the open fields also, without any assistance of physic, or help of servants, likewise in the highways or their ploughed lands, by day or night indifferently, yet not as men but like brute beasts. By means whereof they became lazy and slothful in their daily endeavours, even like to our citizens, not minding or meddling with their wonted affairs, but as awaiting for death every hour employed all their pains, not in caring any way for themselves, their cattle, or gathering the fruits of the earth, or any of their accustomed labours, but rather wasted and consumed, even such as were for their instant sustenance, whereupon it fell so out that their oxen, asses, sheep, and goats, their swine, pullen, yea, their very dogs, the truest and faithfullest servants to men, being beaten and banished from their houses, went wildly wandering abroad in the fields, where the corn still on the ground without gathering, or being so much as reaped or cut. Many of the foresaid beasts, as endued with reason after they had pastured themselves in the daytime, would return full fed at night home to their houses, without any government of herdsmen, or any other. How many fair palaces, how many goodly houses, how many noble habitations, filled before with families of lords and ladies, were then to be seen empty, without anyone there dwelling except some silly servant, how many kindreds worthy of memory, how many great inheritances, and what plenty of riches were left without any true successors, how many good men, how many worthy women, how many valiant and comely young men, whom none but Galen, Hippocrates, and Sculappius, if they were living, could have reputed any way unhealthful, were seen to dine at morning with their parents, friends, and familiar confederates, and went to sup in another world with their predecessors. It is no mean breach to my brain to make repetition of so many miseries, wherefore, being willing to part with them as easily as I may, I say that our city being in this case void of inhabitants, it came to pass, as afterward I understood by some of good credit, that in the venerable church of S. Marie la Neufeu on a Tuesday morning, there being then no other person, after the hearing of divine service, in mourning habits as the season required, returned thence 7 discreet young gentlewomen, all allied together, either by friendship, neighbourhood, or parentage. She among them that was most entered into years, exceeded not 28, and the youngest was no less than 18, being of noble descent, fair form, adorned with exquisite behaviour, and gracious modesty. Their names I could report, if just occasion did not forbid it, in regard of the occasions following by them related, and because times hereafter shall not tax them with reproof, the laws of pleasure being more straitened nowadays for the matters before revealed, than at that time they were, not only to their years, but to many much riper. Neither will I likewise minister matter to rash heads overready in censuring commendable life, any way to impair the honesty of ladies, by their idle detracting speeches, and therefore, to the end that what each of them saith may be comprehended without confusion, I purpose to style them by names, wholly agreeing or in part conformable to their qualities. The first and most aged we will name Pampinea, the second Fiametta, the third Philomena, the fourth Milia, the fifth Lauretta, the sixth Nephila, and the last we term not without occasion Elissa or Eliza, all of them being assembled at a corner of the church, not by any deliberation formerly appointed, but merely by accident, and sitting as it were in a round ring. After divers sighs severally delivered, they conferred on sundry matters answerable to the sad quality of the time, and within a while after, Madame Pampinea began in this manner. Fair ladies, you may no doubt as well as I have often heard, that no injury is offered to anyone by such as make use, but of their own right. It is a thing natural for every one which is born in this world, to aid, conserve, and defend her life so long as she can. And this right hath Benny so powerfully permitted, that although it hath sometimes happened, that to defend themselves men have been slain without any offence, yet laws have allowed it to be so, in whose solicitude lieth the best living of all mortals. How much more honest and just is it then for us, and for every other well-disposed person, to seek for without wronging any and to practice all remedies that we can, for the conservation of our lives, when I well consider what we have here done this morning, and many other already past, remembering withal what likewise is proper and convenient for us, I conceive as all you may do the like that every one of us hath a due respect of herself, and then I marvel not, but rather am much amazed knowing none of us to be deprived of a woman's best judgment that we seek not after some remedies for ourselves, against that, which every one among us ought in reason to fear. Here we meet and remain as it seemeth to me in no other manner, than as if we would or should be witnesses to all the dead bodies at rest in their graves, or else to listen, when the religious sisters here dwelling, whose number now are well near come to be none at all, sing service at such hours as they ought to do, or else to acquaint all comers hither by our morning habits with the quality and quantity of our heart's miseries, and when we part hence, we meet with none but dead bodies, or sick persons transported from one place to another, or else we see running thorough the city in most offensive fury, such as by authority of public laws were banished hence, only for their bad and brutish behaviour in contempt of those laws, because now they know that the executors of them are dead and sick. And if not these, more lamentable spectacles present themselves to us by the base rascality of the city, who being fatted with our blood, term themselves gravemakers, and in mere contemptible mockery of us are mounted on horsebacky, galloping everywhere, reproaching us with our losses and misfortunes with lewd and dishonest songs, so that we can hear nothing else but such and such are dead, and such lie a-dying, hear hands wringing, and everywhere most pitiful complaining. If we return home to our houses, I know not whether your case be answerable to mine when I can find none of all my family, but only my poor waiting chambermaid. So great are my fears, that the very hair on my head declareth my amazement, and wheresoever I go or sit down, methinks I see the ghosts and shadows of deceased friends, not with such lovely looks as I was wont to behold them, but with most horrid and dreadful regards, newly stalny upon them I know not how. In these respects, both here elsewhere and at home in my house, methinks I am always ill, and much more in mine own opinion than any other bawdy, not having means or place of retirement as all we have, and none to remain here but only we. Moreover, I have often heard it said that in tarrying or departing no distinction is made in things honest or dishonest, only appetite will be served, and be they alone or in company by day or night, they do whatsoever their appetite desireth, not secular persons only, but such as are recluses and shut up within monasteries, breaking the laws of obedience and being addicted to pleasures of the flesh, are become lascivious and dissolute, making the world believe that whatsoever is convenient for other women is no way unbeseeming them, as thinking in that manner to escape. If it be so, as manifestly it maketh show of itself, what do we hear, what stay we for, and whereon do we dream? Why are we more respectless of our health than all the rest of the citizens? Repute we ourselves less precious than all the other? Or do we believe that life is linked to our bodies with stronger chains than to others, and that therefore we should not fear anything that hath power to offend us? We err therein and are deceived. What brutishness were it in us if we should urge any such belief, so often as we call to mind what and how many gallant young men and women have been devoured by this cruel pestilence, we may evidently observe a contrary argument. Wherefore, to the end that by being over-scrupulous and careless, we fall not into such danger, whence when we would perhaps we cannot recover ourselves by any means, I think it meet if your judgment therein shall jump with mine that all of us as we are at least, if we will doe as divers before us have done, and yet daily endeavour to doe shunning death by the honest example of other, make our retreat to our country houses, wherewith all of us are sufficiently furnished, and thereto delight ourselves as best we may, yet without transgressing in any act the limits of reason. There shall we hear the pretty birds sweetly singing, see the hills and plains verdantly flourishing, the corn waving in the field like the billows of the sea, infinite store of goodly trees, and the heavens more fairly open to us, then here we can behold them. And although they are justly displeased, yet will they not there deny us better beauties to gaze on, than the walls in our city emptied of inhabitants can afford us. Moreover, the air is much fresh and clear, and generally there is far greater abundance of all things whatsoever, needful at this time for preservation of our health, and less offence or molestation than we find here. And although country people die, as well as here our citizens do, the grief notwithstanding is so much the less, as the houses and dwellers there are rare, in comparison of them in our city. And beside, if we well observe it, here we forsake no particular person, but rather we may term ourselves forsaken, in regard that our husbands, kindred and friends, either dying or flying from the dead, have left us alone in this great affliction, even as if we were no way belonging unto them. And therefore, by following this counsel, we cannot fall into any reprehension, whereas if we neglect and refuse it, danger, distress, and death, perhaps may ensue thereon. Wherefore, if you think good, I would allow it for well done, to take our waiting women, with all such things as are needful for us, and as this day betake ourselves to one place, tomorrow to another, taking there such pleasure and recreation, as so sweet a season liberally bestoweth on us, in which manner we may remain, till we see if death otherwise prevent us not what end the gracious heavens have reserved for us. I would have you also to consider, that it is no less seemly for us to part hence honestly, than a great number of other women to remain here immodestly. The other ladies and gentlewomen, having heard Madame Pampinea, not only commended her counsel, but desiring also to put it in execution, had already particularly consulted with themselves, by what means they might instantly depart from thence. Nevertheless, Madame Philomena, who was very wise, spake thus: Albeit, fair ladies, the case propounded by Madame Pampinea hath been very well delivered, yet for all that it is against reason for us to rush on, as we are over ready to do. Remember that we are all women, and no one among us is so childish, but may consider, that when we shall be so assembled together, without providence or conduct of some man, we can hardly govern ourselves. We are frail, offensive, suspicious, weak-spirited, and fearful, in regard of which imperfections I greatly doubt if we have no better direction than our own this society will sooner dissolve itself, and perchance with less honour to us, than if we never had begun it, and therefore it shall be expedient for us to provide before we proceed any further. Madame Elissa hereon thus replied: Most true it is, that men are the chief or head of women, and without their order, seldom times do any matters of ours sort to commendable end. But what means shall we make for men? We all know well enough that the most part of our friends are dead, and such as are living, some be dispersed here, others there, into divers places and companies, where we have no knowledge of their being, and to accept of strangers would seem very inconvenient. Wherefore, as we have such care of our health, so should we be as respective withal in ordering our intention, that wheresoever we aim at our pleasure and contentment, reproof and scandal may by no means pursue us. While this discourse thus held among the ladies, 3 young gentlemen came forth of the church, yet not so young, but the youngest had attained to 25 years, in whom neither malice of the time, loss of friends or kindred, nor any fearful conceit in themselves, had the power to quench affection, but perhaps might a little cool it in regard of the queasy season. One of them called himself Pamphilus, the second Philostratus, and the last Dionius. Each of them was very affable and well-conditioned, and walked abroad for their greater comfort in such a time of tribulation to try if they could meet with their fair friends, who happily might all 3 be among these 7, and the rest kin unto them in one degree or other. No sooner were these ladies espied by them, but they met with them also in the same advantage, whereupon Madame Pampinea, amiably smiling, said: See how graciously fortune is favourable to our beginning, by presenting our eyes with 3 so wise and worthy young gentlemen, who will gladly be our guides and servants, if we do not disdain them the office. Madame Nephila began immediately to blush, because one of them had a love in the company, and said: Good Madame Pampinea, take heed what you say, because of mine own knowledge nothing can be spoken but good of them all, and I think them all to be absolutely sufficient, for a far greater employment than is here intended, as being well worthy to keep company not only with us, but them of more fair and precious esteem than we are. But because it appeareth plainly enough that they bear affection to some here among us, I fear if we should make the motion, that some dishonour or reproof may ensue thereby, and yet without blame either in us or them. That is nothing at all, answered Madame Philomena. Let me live honestly, and my conscience not check me with any crime. Speak then who can to the contrary. God and truth shall enter arms for me. I wish that they were as willing to come, as all we are to bid them welcome. For truly, as Madame Pampinea said, we may very well hope that fortune will be furtherest to our purposed journey. The other ladies, hearing them speak in such manner, not only were silent to themselves, but all with one accord and consent said, that it were well done to call them, and to acquaint them with their intention, entreating their company in so pleasant a voyage. Whereupon, without any more words, Madame Pampinea, mounting on her feet, because one of the three was her kinsman, went towards them, as they stood respectively observing them, and with a pleasing countenance giving them a gracious salutation, declared to them their deliberation, desiring in behalf of all the rest that with a brotherly and modest mind, they would vouchsafe to bear them company. The gentlemen imagined at the first apprehension that this was spoken in mockage of them, but when they better perceived that her words tended to solemnly earnest, they made answer that they were all heartily ready to do them any service, and without any further delaying before they parted thence, took order for their aptest furnishing with all convenient necessaries, and sent word to the place of their first appointment. On the morrow, being Wednesday, about break of day, the ladies, with certain of their attending gentlewomen, and the 3 gentlemen having 3 servants to wait on them, left the city to begin their journey, and having travelled about a league's distance, arrived at the place of their first purpose of stay, which was seated on a little hill, distant on all sides from any highway, plentifully stored with fair spreading trees, affording no mean delight to the eye. On the top of all stood a stately palace, having a large and spacious court in the midst, round ingirt with galleries, halls, and chambers, every one separate alone by themselves, and beautified with pictures of admirable cunning. Nor was there any want of gardens, meadows, and other pleasant walks, with wells and springs of fair running waters, all encompassed with branching vines, fitter for curious and quaffing bibbers, than women sober and singularly modest. This palace the company found fully fitted and prepared, the beds in the chambers made and daintily ordered, thickly strewed with variety of flowers, which could not but give them the greater contentment. Dionysius, who above the other was a pleasant young gallant, and full of infinite witty conceits, said, "Your wit, fair ladies, hath better guided us hither than our providence. I know not how you have determined to dispose of your cares. As for mine own, I left them at the city gate when I came thence with you, and therefore let your resolution be, to spend the time here in smiles and singing, I mean, as may fittest agree with your dignity, or else give me leave to go seek my sorrows again, and so to remain discontented in our desolate city." Madame Pampinea, having in like manner shaken off her sorrows, delivering a modest and bashful smile, replied in this manner: "Dionysius, well have you spoken, it is fit to live merrily, and no other occasion made us forsake the sick and sad city. But because such things as are without mean or measure are subject to no long continuance, I who began the motion, whereby this society is thus assembled, and I'm at the long lasting thereof, do hold it very convenient that we should all agree to have one chief commander among us, in whom the care and providence should consist, for direction of our merriment, performing honour and obedience to the party, as to our patron and sole governor, and because every one may feel the burthen of solicitude, as also the pleasure of commanding, and consequently have a sensible taste of both, whereby no envy may arise on any side. I could wish that each one of us for a day only should feel both the burthen and honour, and the person so to be advanced shall receive it from the election of us all. As for such as are to succeed, after him or her that hath had the days of dominion, the party thought fit for succession must be named so soon as night approacheth. And being in this eminency according as he or she shall please, he may order and dispose how long the time of his rule shall last, as also of the place and manner, where best we may continue our delight." These words were highly pleasing to them all, and by general voice Madame Pampinea was chosen queen for the first day. Whereupon Madame Philomena ran presently to a bay tree, because she had often heard what honour belonged to those branches, and how worthy of honour they were that rightfully were crowned with them. Plucking off divers branches, she made of them an apparent and honourable chaplet, placing it by general consent upon her head, and this, so long as their company continued, manifested to all the rest the signal of dominion and royal greatness. After that Madame Pampinea was thus made queen, she commanded public silence, and causing the gentlemen's 3 servants, and the waiting women also being 4 in number to be brought before her, thus she began: "Because I am to give the first example to you all, whereby proceeding on from good to better our company may live in order and pleasure, acceptable to all, and without shame to any, I create Parmeno servant to Dionysius master of the household, he taking the care and charge of all our train, and for whatsoever appertaineth to our whole service. I appoint also that Silisco servant to Pamphilus shall be our dispenser and treasurer, performing that which Parmeno shall command him. And that Tindaro serve as groom of the chamber, to Philostratus his maester, and the other two, when his fellows impeached by their offices cannot be present. Messiah my chambermaid, and Lysiska belonging to Philomena shall serve continually in the kitchen, and diligently make ready such viands, as shall be delivered them by Parmeno. Chimera, waiting woman to Lauretta, and Stratilia appurtening to Fiametta, shall have the charge and government of the ladies' chambers, and preparing all places where we shall be present. Moreover, we will and command every one of them as they desire to deserve our grace, that wheresoever they go or come, or whatsoever they hear or see, they especially respect to bring us tidings of them. After she had summarily delivered them these orders, very much commended of every one, she arose fairly, saying, Here we have gardens, orchards, meadows, and other places of sufficient pleasure, where every one may sport recreate themselves. But so soon as the 9th hour striketh, then all to meet here again to dine in the cool shade. This jocund company having received license from their queen to disport themselves, the gentlemen walked with the ladies into a goodly garden, making chaplets and nosegays of divers flowers, and singing silently to themselves. When they had spent the time limited by the queen, they returned into the house, where they found that Parmeno had effectually executed his office. For when they entered into the hall, they saw the tables covered with delicate white napery, and the glasses looking like silver, they were so transparently clear, all the room beside strewed with flowers of juniper. When the queen and all the rest had washed, according as Parmeno gave order, so everyone was seated at the table. The viands delicately dressed were served in, and excellent wines plentifully delivered, none attending but the 3 servants, and little or no loud table talk passing among them. Dinner being ended, and the tables withdrawn all the ladies, and the gentlemen likewise, being skilful both in singing and dancing, and playing on instruments artificially, the queen commanded that divers instruments should be brought, and as she gave charge, Dionysus took a lute, and Fiametta a viol de gamba, and began to play an excellent dance, whereupon the queen with the rest of the ladies, and the other 2 young gentlemen having sent their attending servants to dinner, paced forth a dance very majestically. And when the dance was ended, they sung sundry excellent canzonets, outwearing so the time, until the queen commanded them all to rest, because the hour did necessarily require it, the gentlemen having their chambers far severed from the ladies, curiously strewed with flowers, and their beds adorned in exquisite manner, as those of the ladies were not a jot inferior to them. The silence of the night bestowed sweet rest on them all. In the morning, the queen and all the rest being risen, accounting overmuch sleep to be very hurtful, they walked abroad into a goodly meadow where the grass grew verdantly, and the beams of the sun heated not over violently, because the shades of fair-spreading trees gave a temperate calmness, cool and gentle winds fanning their sweet breath pleasingly among them. All of them being there set down in a round ring, and the queen in the middest, as being the appointed place of eminency, she spake in this manner. You see, fair company, that the sun is highly mounted, the heat elsewhere too extreme for us, and therefore here is our fittest refuge, the air being so cool, delicate, and acceptable, and our folly well worthy reprehension if we should walk further and speed worse. Here are tables, cards, and chess, as your dispositions may be addicted. But if mine advice might pass for current, I would admit none of those exercises, because they are too troublesome both to them that play, and such as look on. I could rather wish that some quaint discourse might pass among us, a tale or fable related by someone, to urge the attention of all the rest, and so wearing out the warmth of the day, one pretty novel will draw on another, until the sun be lower declined, and the heat's extremity more diminished, to solace ourselves in some other place, as to our minds shall seem convenient. If therefore what I have said be acceptable to you, I purposing to follow in the same course of pleasure, let it appear by your immediate answer. For, till the evening, I think we can devise no exercise more commodious for us. The ladies gentlemen allowed of the motion, to spend the time in telling pleasant tales, whereupon the queen said, Seeing you have approved mine advice, I grant free permission for this first day, that every one shall relate what to him or her is best pleasing. And turning herself to Pamphilus, who was seated on her right hand, gave him favour, with one of his novels, to begin the recreation, which he not daring to deny, and perceiving general attention prepared for him, thus he began. Messieurs Chapelet du Prat, by making a false confession, beguiled an holy religious man, and after died. And having during his lifetime been a very bad man, at his death was reputed to be a saint, and called S. Chapelet. The first novel, wherein is contained how hard a thing it is to distinguish goodness from hypocrisy, and how under the shadow of holiness the wickedness of one man may deceive many. It is a matter most convenient, dear ladies, that a man ought to begin whatsoever he doth, in the great and glorious name of him, who was the creator of all things. Wherefore, seeing that I am the man appointed to begin this your invention of discoursing novelties, I intend to begin also with one of his wonderful works, to the end that this being heard our hope may remain on him, as the thing onely permanent, and his name for ever to be praised by us. Now as there is nothing more certain, but that even as temporal things are mortal and transitory, so are they both in and out of themselves, full of sorrow, pain, and anguish, and subjected to infinite dangers. So in the same manner we live mingled among them, seeming as part of them, and cannot without some error continue or defend ourselves, if God by his especial grace and favour give us not strength and good understanding, which power we may not believe that either it descendeth to us, or liveth in us by any merits of our own, but of his only most gracious benignity, moved nevertheless, and entreated by the intercessions of them, who were as we are mortals, and having diligently observed his commandments, are now with him in eternal blessedness. To whom as to advocates and procurators, informed by the experience of our frailty, we are not to present our prayers in the presence of so great a judge, but only to himself, for the obtaining of all such things as his wisdom knoweth to be most expedient for us, and well may we credit that his goodness is more fully inclined towards us, in his continual bounty and liberality, than the subtlety of any mortal eye can reach into the secret of so divine a thought, and sometimes therefore we may be beguiled in opinion, by electing such and such as our intercessors before his high majesty, who perhaps are far off from him, or driven into perpetual exile, as unworthy to appear in so glorious a presence. For he, from whom nothing can be hidden, more regardeth the sincerity of him that prayeth, than ignorant devotion, committed to the trust of a heedless intercessor. And such prayers have always gracious acceptation in his sight. As manifestly will appear by the novel which I intend to relate, manifestly I say not as in the judgment of God, but according to the apprehension of men. There was one named Musiato Francesi, who from being a most rich and great merchant in France was become a knight, and preparing to go into Tuscany, with Monsieur Charles without land, brother to the King of France, who was desired and incited to come thither by Pope Boniface, found his affairs greatly intricated here and there, as oftentimes the matters of merchants fall out to be, and that very hardly he should sedanely unentangle them, without referring the charge of them to divers persons. And for all he took in different good order, onely he remained doubtful, whom he might sufficiently leave, to recover his debts among many Burgundians, and the rather was his care the more herein, because he knew the Burgundians to be people of bad nature, rioters, braibelers, full of calumny, and without any faithfulness, so that he could not bethink himself of any man how wicked soever he was in whom he might repose trust to meet with their lewdness. Having a long while examined his thoughts upon this point, at last he remembered one Master Chapelet Duprat, who ofttimes had resorted to his house in Paris, and because he was a man of little stature, yet handsome enough, the French, not knowing what this word chapelet might mean, esteeming he should be called rather in their tongue chapel, imagined that in regard of his small stature they termed him Chapelet and not chapel, and so by the name of Chapelet he was everywhere known, and by few or none acknowledged for chapel. This Master Chapelet was of so good and commendable life, that, being a notary, he held it in high disdain, that any of his contracts, although he made but few, should be found without falsehood, and look how many soever he dealt withal, he would be urged and required thereto, offering them his pains and travail for nothing, but to be requited otherwise than by money, which proved to be his much larger recompensing, and returned to him the far greater benefit. He took the only pleasure of the world to bear false witness, if he were thereto entreated, and oftentimes when he was not requested at all. Likewise, because in those times great trust and belief was given to an oath, he making no care or conscience to be perjured, greatly advantaged himself by law sweets, in regard that many matters relied upon his oath, and delivering the truth according to his knowledge. He delighted beyond measure and addicted his best studies, to cause enmities, scandals between kindred and friends, or any other persons, agreeing well together. And the more mischief he could procure in this kind, so much the more pleasure and delight took he therein. If he were called to kill anyone or to do any other villainous deed, he never would make denial but go to it very willingly. And divers times it was well known that many were cruelly beaten, ye slain by his hands. He was a most horrible blasphemer of God and his saints, upon the very least occasion, as being more addicted to choler than any other man could be. Never would he frequent the church, but basely contemned it, with the sacraments and religious rites therein administered, accounting them for vile and unprofitable things, but very voluntarily would visit taverns and other places of dishonest excess, which were continually pleasing unto him, to satisfy his lust and inordinate lubricity. He would steal both in public and private, even with such a conscience as if it were given to him by nature so to do. He was a great glutton and a drunkard, even till he was not able to take any more, being also a continual gamester and carrier of false dice, to cheat with them the very best friends he had. But why do I waste time in such extent of words, when it may suffice to say, that never was there a worse man born, whose wickedness was for long time supported by the favour, power, and authority of Monsieur Massiato, for whose sake many wrongs and injuries were patiently endured, as well by private persons whom he would abuse notoriously as others of the court, between whom he made no difference at all in his vile dealing. This Master Chapelet, being thus remembered by Massiato, who very well knew his life and behaviour, he perfectly persuaded himself that this was a man apt in all respects to meet with the treachery of the Burgundians, whereupon, having sent for him, thus he began. Chapelet, thou knowest how I am wholly to retreat myself from hence, and having some affairs among the Burgundians, men full of wickedness and deceit, I can bethink myself of no meeter a man than Chapelet, to recover such debts as are due to me among them, and because it falleth out so well, that thou art not now hindered by any other business. If thou wilt undergo this office for me, I will procure thee favourable letters from the court, and give thee a reasonable portion in all thou recoverest. Master Chapelet, seeing himself idle and greedy after worldly goods, considering Monsieur Massiato, who had been always his best buckler, was now to depart from thence, without any dreaming on the matter, and constrained thereto as it were by necessity, set down his resolution, and answered that he would gladly do it. Having made their agreement together, and received from Massiato his express procuration, as also the king's gracious letters, after that Massiato was gone on his journey, Master Chapelet went to Dijon, to Bourgogne Seth the Italian, where he was unknown well near of any, and there quite from his natural disposition he began benignly and graciously in recovering the debts due, which course he took the rather, because they should have a further feeling of him in the end, being lodged in the house of 2 Florentine brethren, that lived on their money's usance, and for Monsieur Massiato's sake using him with honour and respect. It fortuned that he fell sick, and the 2 brethren sent for physicians to attend him, allowing their servants to be diligent about him, making no spare of anything, which gave the best likelihood of restoring his health. But all their pains proved to no purpose, because he, honest man, being now grown aged, and having lived all his lifetime very disorderedly, fell day by day according to the physician's judgment from bad to worse, as no other way appeared but death, whereat the brethren greatly grieved. Upon a day, near to the chamber where the sick man lay, they entered into this communication. What shall we do, quoth the one to the other, with this man? We are much hindered by him, for to send him away sick as he is we shall be greatly blamed thereby, and it will be a manifest note of our weak wisdom. The people knowing that first of all we gave him entertainment, and have allowed him honest physical attendance, and he not having any way injuried or offended us, to let him be suddenly expulsed our house sick to death, as he is, it can be no way for our credit. On the other side we are to consider also that he hath been so bad a man, as he will not now make any confession thereof, neither receive the blessed sacrament of the church, and dying so without confession, there is no church that will accept his body, but it must be buried in profane ground like to a dog. And yet if he would confess himself, his sins are so many and monstrous, as the like case also may happen, because there is not any priest or religious person that can or will absolve him, and being not absolved, he must be cast into some ditch or pit, and then the people of the town, as well in regard of the account we carry here, which to them appeareth so little pleasing, as we are daily pursued with their worst words, as also coveting our spoil and overthrow, upon this accident will cry out and mutiny against us. Behold these Lombard dogs, which are not to be received into the church, why should we suffer them to live here among us? In furious madness will they come upon us, and our house, where peradventure not contented with robbing us of our goods, our lives will remain in their mercy and danger, so that in what sort soever it happen this man's dying here must needs be baneful to us. Master Chapelet, who as we have formerly said was lodged near to the place where they thus conferred, having a subtle attention as oftentimes we see sick persons to be possessed withal, heard all these speeches spoken of him, and causing them to be called unto him, thus he spake. I would not have you to be any way doubtful of me, neither that you should receive the least damage by me. I have heard what you have said and am certain that it will happen according to your words, if matters should fall out as you conceit. But I am minded to deal otherwise. I have committed so many offences against our Lord God, in the whole current of my life, that now I intend one action at the hour of my death, which I trust will make amends for all. Procure therefore, I pray you, that the most holy and religious man that is to be found, if there be any one at all, may come unto me, and refer the case then to me, for I will deal in such sort for you and myself, that all shall be well, and you no way discontented. The two brethren, although they had no great hope in his speeches, went yet to a monastery of grey friars and requested that some one holy and learned man might come to hear the confession of a Lombard, that lay very weak and sick in their house, and one was granted unto them, being an aged religious friar, a great reed master in the sacred scriptures, a very venerable person who, being of good and sanctified life, all the citizens held him in great respect esteem, and on he went with them to their house, when he was come up into the chamber where Master Chapelet lay, and being there seated down by him, he began first to comfort him very lovingly, demanding also of him how many times he had been at confession, whereto Master Chapelet, who never had been shriven in all his lifetime, thus replied: Holy Father, I always used as a common custom to be confessed once at the least every week, albeit sometimes much more often, but true it is that being found into this sickness now 8 days since, I have not been confessed, so violent hath been the extremity of my weakness. My son, answered the good old man, thou hast done well, and so keep thee still hereafter in that mind, but I plainly perceive, seeing thou hast so often confessed thyself, that I shall take the less labour in urging questions to thee. Master Chapelet replied, Say not so, good father, for albeit I have been so oftentimes confessed, yet am I willing now to make a general confession, even of all sins calming to my remembrance, from the very day of my birth, until this instant hour of my shrift, and therefore I entreat you, Holy Father, to make a particular demand of everything, even as if I had never been confessed at all, and to make no respect of my sickness. For I had rather be offensive to mine own flesh, than by favouring or allowing it ease, to hazard the perdition of my soul, which my Redeemer bought with so precious a price. These words were highly pleasing to the holy friar, and seemed to him as an argument of a good conscience. Wherefore, after he had much commended this forwardness in him, he began to demand of him if he had never offended with any woman, whereunto Master Chapelet, breathing forth a great sigh, answered, Holy Father, I am half ashamed to tell you the truth in this case, as fearing lest I should sin in vainglory. Whereto the confessor replied, Speak boldly, son, and fear not, for in telling the truth, be it in confession or otherwise, a man can never sin. Then said Master Chapelet, Father, seeing you give me so good an assurance, I will resolve you faithfully herein. I am so true a virginman in this matter, even as when I issued forth of my mother's womb. O son, quoth the friar, how happy and blessed of God art thou! Well hast thou lived, and therein hast not meanly merited, having had so much liberty to do the contrary if thou wouldst, wherein very few of us can so answer for ourselves. Afterward he demanded of him, how much displeasing to God he had been in the sin of gluttony, when sighing greatly he answered, Too much and too often, good father. For over and beside the fasts of our Lent season, which every year ought to be duly observed by devout people, I brought myself to such a customary use, that I could fast 3 days in every week, with bread and water. But indeed, holy Father, I confess, that I have drunk water with such a pleasing appetite and delight, especially in praying, or walking on pilgrimages, even as greedy drunkards do, in drinking good wine, and many times I have desired such salads of small herbs, as women gather abroad in the open fields, and feeding onely upon them without coveting after any other kind of sustenance, hath seemed much more pleasing to me, than I thought to agree with the nature of fasting, especially when as it swerveth from devotion, or is not done as it ought to be. Son, replied the confessor, these sins are natural and very light, and therefore I would not have thee to charge thy conscience with them, more than is needful. It happeneth to every man, how holy soever he be, that after he hath fasted over long, feeding will be welcome to him, and drinking good drink after his travail. O sir, said Master Chapelet, never tell me this to comfort me, for well you know, and I am not ignorant therein, that such things as are done for the service of God ought all to be performed purely, and without any blemish of the mind. What otherwise is done, savoureth of sin. The friar, being well contented with his words, said, It is not amiss that thou understandest it in this manner, and thy conscience thus purely cleared, is no little comfort to me. But tell me now concerning avarice, hast thou sinned therein, by desiring more than was reasonable, or withholding from others such things as thou oughtst not to detain, Whereto Master Chapelet answered, Good father, I would not have you to imagine, because you see me lodged here in the house of 2 usurers, that therefore I am of any such disposition. No, truly, sir, I came hither to no other end, but only to chastise and admonish them in friendly manner, to cleanse their minds from such abominable profit. And assuredly I should have prevailed therein, had not this violently sickness hindered mine intention. But understand, holy father, that my parents left me a rich man, and immediately after my father's death, the greater part of his goods I gave away for God's sake. And then, to sustain mine own life, and to help the poor members of Jesus Christ, I betook myself to a mean estate of merchandise, desiring none other than honest gain. Thereby, and evermore whatsoever benefit came to me, I imparted half thereof to the poor, converting mine own small portion about my necessary affairs, which that other part would scarcely serve to supply. Yet always God gave thereto such a merciful blessing, that my business daily thrived more and more, arising still from good to better. Well hast thou done therein, good son, said the confessor, but how oftentimes hast thou been angry? O sir, said Master Chapelet, therein I assure ye, I have often transgressed, and what man is able to forbear it, beholding the daily actions of men to be so dishonest? No care of keeping God's commandments, nor any fear of his dreadful judgments. Many times in a day, I have rather wished myself dead than living, beholding youth pursuing idle vanities, to swear and forswear themselves, tippling in taverns and never haunting churches, but rather affecting the world's follies, than any such duties as they owe to God. Alas, son, quoth the friar, this is a good and holy anger, and I can impose no penance on thee for it. But tell me, hath not rage or fury at any time so overruled thee, as to commit murder or manslaughter, or to speak evil of any man, or to do any other such kind of injury? O father, answered Master Chapelet, you that seem to be a man of God, how dare you use any such vile words? If I had had the very least thought to do any such act as you speak, do you think that God would have suffered me to live? These are deeds of darkness, fit for villains and wicked livers, of which hellish crew, when at any time I have happened to meet with some one of them, I have said, Go, God convert thee. Worthy and charitable words, replied the friar. But tell me, son, didst thou ever bear false witness against any man, or hast spoken falsely, or taken aught from anyone, contrary to the will of the owner? Yes, indeed, father, said Master Chapelet, I have spoken ill of another, because I have sometimes seen one of my neighbours, who with no mean shame of the world would do nothing else but beat his wife. And of him once I complained to the poor man's parents, saying that he never did it, but when he was overcome with drink. Those were no ill words, quoth the friar, but I remember you said that you were a merchant. Did you ever deceive any, as some merchants used to do? Truly, father, answered Master Chapelet, I think not any, except one man who one day brought me money which he owed me, for a certain piece of cloth I sold him, and I put it into a purse without accounting it. About a moneth afterward, I found that there were 4 small pence more than was due to me. And never happening to meet with the man again, after I had kept them the space of a whole year, I then gave them away to 4 poor people for God's sake. A small matter, said the friar, truly paid back again to the owner in bestowing them upon the poor. Many other questions he demanded of him, whereto still he answered in the same manner. But before he proceeded to absolution, Master Chapelet spake thus, I have yet one sin more which I have not revealed to you. When being urged by the friar to confess it, he said, I remember that I should afford one day in the week, to cleanse the house of my soul, for better entertainment to my Lord and Saviour, and yet I have done no such reverence to the Sunday or Sabbath as I ought to have done. A small fault, son, replied the friar. Oh no, quoth Master Chapelet, do not term it a small fault, because Sunday being a holy day, is highly to be reverenced. For, as on that day our blessed Lord arose from death to life. But quoth the confessor, hast thou done nothing else on that day? Yes, said he, being forgetful of myself, once I did spet in God's church. The friar smiling said, Alas, son, that is a matter of no moment, for we that are religious persons, do use to spet there every day. The more is your shame, answered Master Chapelet, for no place ought to be kept more pure and clean than the sacred temple, wherein our daily sacrifices are offered up to God. In this manner he held on an hour and more, uttering the like transgressions as these, and at last began to sigh very passionately, and to shed a few tears, as one that was skilful enough in such dissembling pranks, whereat the confessor, being much moved, said, Alas, son, what ailst thou? O father, quoth Chapelet, there remaineth yet one sin more upon my conscience, whereof I never at any time made confession, so shameful it appeareth to me to disclose it. And I am partly persuaded that God will never pardon me for that sin. How now, son, said the friar, never say so. For if all the sins that ever were committed by men, or shall be committed so long as the world endureth, were onely in one man, and he repenting them, and being so contrite for them, as I see thou art, the grace and mercy of God is so great, that upon penitent confession he will freely pardon him, and therefore spare not to speak it boldly. Alas, father, said Chapelet, still in pretended weeping, this sin of mine is so great, that I can hardly believe if your earnest prayers do not assist me that ever I shall obtain remission for it. Speak it, son, said the friar, and fear not, I promise that I will pray to God for thee. Master Chapelet still wept and sighed, and continued silent, notwithstanding all the confessor's comfortable persuasions. But after he had held him a long while in suspense, breathing forth a sigh, even as if his very heart would have broken, he said, Holy Father, seeing you promised to pray to God for me, I will reveal it to you. Know then that when I was a little boy I did once curse my mother, which he had no sooner spoken, but he wrung his hands and grieved extraordinarily. O good son, said the friar, doth that seem so great a sin to thee? Why, men do daily blaspheme our Lord God, and yet nevertheless upon their hearty repentance he is always ready to forgive them. And wilt not thou believe to obtain remission for a sin so ignorantly committed? Weep no more, dear son, but comfort thyself, and rest resolved, that if thou wert one of them, who nailed our blessed Saviour to his cross, yet being so truly repentant as I see thou art, he would freely forgive thee. Say you so, father? Quoth Chapelet. What, mine own dear mother, that bare me in her womb 9 months day and night, and afterwards fed me with her breasts 1,000 times, can I be pardoned for cursing her? Oh no, it is too heinous a sin, and except you pray to God very instantly for me, he will not forgive me. When the religious man perceived that nothing more was to be confessed by Master Chapelet, he gave him absolution and his own benediction beside, reputing him to be a most holy man, as verily believing all that he had said, and who would not have done the like, hearing a man to speak in that manner, and being upon the very point of death. Afterward he said unto him, Master Chapelet, by God's grace you may be soon restored to health, but if it so come to pass that God do take your blessed and well-disposed soul to his mercy, will it please you to have your body buried in our convent? Whereto Master Chapelet answered, I thank you, father, for your good motion, and sorry should I be, if my friends did bury me anywhere else, because you have promised to pray to God for me. And beside, I have always carried a religious devotion to your order, wherefore I beseech you, so soon as you are come home to your convent, prevail so much by your good means, that the Holy Eucharist, consecrated this morning on your high altar, may be brought unto me. For although I confess myself utterly unworthy, yet I purpose by your reverend permission to receive it, as also your holy and latest unction, to this end that having lived a grievous sinner, I may yet at the last die a Christian. These words were pleasing to the good oldie man, and he caused everything to be performed, according as Master Chapelet had requested. The 2 brethren, who much doubted the dissembling of Chapelet, being both in a small partition, which sundered the sick man's chamber from theirs, heard and understood the passage of all, between him and the ghostly father, being many times scarcely able to refrain from laughter at the fraudulent course of his confession, and often they said within themselves, What manner of man is this, whom neither age, sickness, nor terror of death so near approaching, and sensible to his own soul, nor that which is much more, God, before whose judgment he knows not how soon he shall appear or else be sent to a more fearful place? None of these can alter his wicked disposition, but that he will needs die according as he hath lived. Notwithstanding, seeing he had so ordered the matter that he had burial freely allowed him, they cared for no more. After that Chapelet had received the communion, and the other ceremonies appointed for him, weakness increasing on him more and more the very same day of his goodly confession, he died not long after towards the evening. Whereupon the 2 brethren took order that all needful things should be in a readiness, to have him buried honourably, sending to acquaint the fathers of the convent therewith, that they might come to say their vigils, according to precedent custom, and then on the morrow to fetch the body. The honest friar that had confessed him, hearing he was dead, went to the prior of the convent, and by sound of the house bell caused all the brethren to assemble together, giving them credibly to understand that Master Chapelet was a very holy man, as appeared by all the parts of his confession, and made no doubt, but that many miracles would be wrought by his sanctified body, persuading them to fetch it thither with all devout solemnity and reverence, whereto the prior and all the credulous brethren presently condescended very gladly. When night was come, they went all to visit the dead body of Master Chapelet, where they used an especial and solemnly vigil, and on the morrow, apparelled in their richest copes and vestiments, with books in their hands, and the cross borne before them, singing in the form of a very devout procession, They brought the bawdy pompously into their church, accompanied with all the people of the town, both men and women. The father confessor, ascending up into the pulpit, preached wonderful things of him, and the rare holiness of his life, his fasts, his virginity, simplicity, innocency, and true sanctity, recounting also among other especial observations what Chapelet had confessed as this most great and grievous sin, and how hardly he could be persuaded that God would grant him pardon for it, whereby he took occasion to reprove the people then present, saying, And you accursed of God for the very least and trifling matter happening, will not spare to blaspheme God, his blessed mother, and the whole court of heavenly paradise. Oh, take example by this singular man, this saint-like man, nay, a very saint indeed. Many additions more he made, concerning his faithfulness, truth, integrity, so that by the vehement asseveration of his words whereto all the people there present gave credible belief, he provoked them unto such zeal and earnest devotion, that the sermon was no sooner ended, but in mighty crowds and throngs they pressed about Pierre, kissing his hands and feet, and all the garments about him were torn in pieces, as precious relics of so holy a person, and happy they thought themselves, that could get the smallest piece or shred or anything that came near to his body. And thus they continued all the day, the body lying still open, to be visited in this manner. When night was come, they buried him in a goodly marble tomb, erected in a fair chapel purposely. And for many days after following it was most strange to see, how the people of the country came thither on heaps, with holy candles and other offerings, with images of wax fastened to the tomb, in scene of sacred and solemnly vows, to this new created saint, and so far was spread the fame and renown of his sanctity, devotion, and integrity of life, maintained constantly by the fathers of the convent, that if anyone fell sick in need, distress, or adversity, they would make their vows to no other saint but him, naming him as yet to this day they do Saint Chapelet, affirming upon their oaths that infinite miracles were there daily performed by him, and especially on such as came in devotion to visit his shrine. In this manner lived and died Master Chapelet du Prat, who before he became a saint was as you have heard, and I will not deny it to be impossible, but that he may be at rest among other blessed bodies. For, although he lived lewdly and wickedly, yet such might be his contrition in the latest extremity, that questionless he might find mercy. But because such things remain unknown to us, and speaking by outward appearance, vulgar judgment will censure otherwise of him, and think him to be rather in perdition, than in so blessed a place as paradise, but referring that to the omnipotent appointment, whose clemency hath always been so great to us, that he regards not our errors, but the integrity of our faith, making by means of our continual mediator of an open enemy, a converted son and servant, and as I began in his name, so will I conclude, desiring that it may evermore be had in due reverence, and referrer we ourselves thereto in all our necessities, with this settled assurance that he is always ready to hear us. And so he ceased. Abraham a Jew, being admonished or advised by a friend of his, named Jehanot de Chevigny, travailed from Paris unto Rome, and beholding there the wicked behaviour of men in the church, returned back to Paris again, where yet nevertheless he became a Christian. The second novel, wherein is contained and expressed the liberality and goodness of God, extended to the Christian faith. The novel recited by Pamphilus was highly pleasing to the company, and much commended by the ladies, and after it had been diligently observed among them, the Queen commanded Madame Nephila, who was seated nearest to Pamphilus, that in relating another of hers, she should follow on in the pastime thus begun. She being no less gracious in countenance, then merrily disposed, made answer that she would obey her charge, and began in this manner. Pamphilus hath declared to us by his tale, how the goodness of God regardeth not our errors, when they proceed from things which we cannot discern, and I intend to approve by mine, what argument of infallible truth, the same benignity delivereth of itself, by enduring patiently the faults of them, that both in word and work should declare unfeigned testimony of such gracious goodness, and not to live so dissolutely as they do, to the end that others illumined by their light of life may believe with the stronger constancy of mind. As I have heretofore heard, gracious ladies, there lived a wealthy merchant in Paris, being a mercer or seller of silks, named Jehanot de Chevigny, a man of faithful, honest, and upright dealing, who held great affection and friendship with a very rich Jew named Abraham, that was a merchant also, and a man of very direct conversation. Jehanot, well noting the honesty and loyal dealing of this Jew, began to have a religious kind of compassion in his soul, much pitying that a man so good in behaviour, so wise and discreet in all his actions, should be in danger of perdition thorough want of faith, in which regard, lovingly he began to entreat him, that he would leave the errors of his Jewish belief, and follow the truth of Christianity, which he evidently saw as being good and holy daily to prosper and enlarge itself, whereas on the contrary his profession decreased, and grew to nothing. The Jew made answer that he believed nothing to be so good holy as the Jewish religion, and having been born therein also he purposed to live and die, no matter whatsoever, being able to remove him from that resolution. For all this stiff denial, Gehenna would not so give him over, but pursued him still day by day, reiterating continually his former speeches to him, delivering infinite excellent and pregnant reasons, that merchants themselves were not ignorant, how far the Christian faith excelled the Jewish falsehoods, and albeit the Jew was a very learned man in his own law, yet notwithstanding, the entire amity he bare to Gehenna, or perhaps his words fortified by the blessed Spirit, were so prevalent with him, that the Jew felt a pleasing apprehension in them, though his obstinacy stood as yet far off from conversion. But as he thus continued strong in opinion, so Gehenna left not hourly to labour him, insomuch that the Jew, being conquered by such earnest and continual importunity, one day spake to Gehenna thus: My worthy friend Gehenna, thou art extremely desirous that I should convert to Christianity, and I am well contented to do it, only upon this condition, that first I will journey to Rome, to see him whom thou sayest is God's general vicar here on earth, and to consider on the course of his life and manners, and likewise of his college of cardinals, if he and they do appear such men to me, as thy speeches affirms them to be, and thereby I may comprehend that thy faith and religion is better than mine, as with no mean pains thou endeavourest to persuade me. I will become a Christian as thou art, but if I find it otherwise I will continue a Jew as I am. When Gehenna heard these words, he became exceeding sorrowful, said within himself, I have lost all the pains which I did think to be well employed, as hoping to have this man converted here. For if he go to the court of Rome and behold there the wickedness of the priests lives, farewell all hope in me of ever seeing him to become a Christian, but rather were he already a Christian without all question he would turn Jew. And so going nearer to Abraham he said, Alas, my loving friend, why shouldst thou undertake such a tedious travel, and so great a charge, as thy journey from hence to Rome will cost thee? Consider, that to a rich man as thou art travail by land or sea is full of infinite dangers. Doest thou not think that here are religious men enow, who will gladly bestow baptismy upon thee? To me therefore it plainly appeareth, that such a voyage is to no purpose, if thou standest upon any doubt or scruple, concerning the faith whereto I wish thee. Where canst thou desire conference with greater doctors, or men more learned in all respects, than this famous city doth afford thee, to resolve thee in any questionable case? Thou must think that the prelates are such there, as here thou seest them to be, and yet they must needs be in much better condition at Rome, because they are near to the principal pastor. And therefore, if thou wilt credit my counsel, reserve this journey to some time more convenient, when the jubilee of general pardon happeneth, and then perchance I will bear thee company, and go along with thee as in vowed pilgrimage. Whereto the Jew replied, I believe, Gehenna, that all which thou hast said may be so. But to make short with thee, I am fully determined if thou wouldst have me a Christian, as thou instantly urgest me to be, to go thither, for otherwise I will continue as I am. Gehenna, perceiving his settled purpose, said, Go then in God's name, but persuaded himself that he would never become a Christian after he had once seen the court of Rome. Nevertheless he counted his labour not altogether lost, in regard he bestowed it to a good end, and honest intentions are to be commended. The Jew mounted on horsebacky, and made no lingering in his journey to Rome, where being arrived, he was very honourably entertained by other Jews dwelling in Rome. And during the time of his abiding there without revealing to anyone the reason of his coming thither, very heedfully he observed the manner of the Pope's life, of the cardinals, prelates, and all the courtiers, and being a man very discreet and judicious, he apparently perceived, both by his own eye and further information of friends, that from the highest to the lowest, without any restraint, remorse of conscience, shame, or fear of punishment, all sinned in abominable luxury, and not naturally only, but in foul sodomy, so that the credit of strumpets and boys was not small, and yet might be too easily obtained. Moreover, drunkards, bellyguards, and servants of the paunch, more than of anything else, even like brutish beasts after their luxury, were everywhere to be met withal. And upon further observation, he saw all men so covetous and greedy of coin, that everything was bought and sold for ready money, not only the blood of men, but in plain terms the faith of Christians, yea, and matters of divinest qualities, how or to whomsoever appertaining, were it for sacrifices or benefices, whereof was made no mean merchandise, and more brokers were there to be found than in Paris, attending upon all trades of manifest simony, under the nice name of negotiation, and for gluttony, not sustentation, even as if God had not known the signification of vocables, nor the intentions of wicked hearts, but would suffer himself to be deceived by the outward names of things, as wretched men commonly used to do. These things and many more fitter for silence, than publication were so deeply displeasing to the Jew, being a most sober and modest man, that he had soon seen enough, resolving on his return to Paris, which very speedily he performed. And when Gehenot heard of his arrival, crediting much rather other news from him than ever to see him a converted Christian, he went to welcome him, and kindly they feasted one another. After some few days of resting, Gehenot demanded of him what he thought of our Holy Father the Pope and his cardinals, and generally of all the other courtiers, whereto the Jew readily answered, "It is strange, Gehenot, that God should give them so much as he doth, for I will truly tell thee, that if I had been able to consider all those things, which there I have both heard and seen, I could then have resolved myself never to have found in any priest either sanctity, devotion, good work, example of honest life, or any good thing else beside. But if a man desire to see luxury, avarice, gluttony, and such wicked things, yea worse, if worse may be, and held in general estimation of all men, let him but go to Rome, which I think rather to be the forge of damnable actions, than any way leaning to grace or goodness. And for aught I could perceive, methinks your chief pastor, and consequently all the rest of his dependents, do strive so much as they may with all their engine art, and endeavour to bring to nothing, or else to banish quite out of the world, Christian religion, whereof they should be the support and foundation. But because I perceive that their wicked intent will never come to pass, but contrariwise, that your faith enlargeth itself, shining every day much more clear and splendent, I gather thereby evidently that the blessed Spirit is the true ground and defence thereof, as being more true and holy than any other, in which respect, whereas I stood stiff and obstinate against the good admonitions, and never minded to become a Christian, now I freely open my heart unto thee, that nothing in the world can or shall hinder me, but I will be a Christian as thou art. Let us therefore presently go to the church, and there according to the true custom of your holy faith, help me to be baptized." Gehenot, who expected a far contrary conclusion than this, hearing him speak it with such constancy, was the very gladdest man in the world, and went with him to the church of Notre Dame in Paris, where he requested the priests there abiding to bestow baptismy on Abraham, which they joyfully did, hearing him so earnestly to desire it. Gehenot was his godfather, and named him John, and afterward by learned divines he was more fully instructed in the grounds of our faith, wherein he grew of greatly understanding, and led a very virtuous life. Melchizedek, a Jew, by recounting a tale of 3 rings, to the great Soldan named Saladin, prevented a great danger which was prepared for him. The 3rd novel, whereby the author, approving the Christian faith, showeth how beneficial a sardine and ingenious answer may fall out to be, especially when a man finds himself in some evident danger. Madame Nephila having ended her discourse, which was well allowed of by all the company, it pleased the queen that Madame Philomena should next succeed in order, who thus began: "The tale delivered by Nephila maketh me remember a doubtful case which sometime happened to another Jew, and because that God and the truth of his holy faith hath Benny already very well discoursed on, it shall not seem unfitting in my poor opinion to descend now into the accidents of men. Wherefore I will relate a matter unto you, which being attentively heard and considered, may make you much more circumspect in answering to divers questions and demands than perhaps otherwise you would be. Consider then, most worthy assembly, that like as folly or dullness many times hath overthrown some men from place of eminency into most great and grievous miseries, even so discreet sense and good understanding hath delivered many out of irksome perils, and seated them in safest security. And to prove it true, that folly hath made many fall from high authority into poor and despised calamity, may be avouched by infinite examples which now were needless to remember. But that good sense and able understanding may prove to be the occasion of great desolation without happy prevention, I will declare unto you in very few words, and make it good according to my promise. Saladin was a man so powerful and valiant, as not only his very valour made him Soldan of Babylon, but also gave him many signal victories over kings of the Saracens, and of Christians likewise, having in divers wars and other magnificent employments of his own, wasted all his treasure, and by reason of some sardine accident happening to him, standing in need to use some great sum of money, yet not readily knowing where, or how to procure it, he remembered a rich Jew named Melchizedek, that lent out money to use or interest in the city of Alexandria. This man he imagined best able to furnish him, if he could be won to do it willingly, but he was known to be so gripple and miserable, that hardly any means would draw him to it. In the end, constrained by necessity, and labouring his wits for some apt device whereby he might have it, he concluded, though he might not compel him to do it, yet by a practice shadowed with good reason to ensnare him, and having sent for him, entertained him very familiarly in his court, and sitting down by him, thus began. Honest man, I have often heard it reported by many, that thou art very skilful, and in cases concerning God, thou goest beyond all other of these times. Wherefore I would gladly be informed by thee, which of those 3 laws or religions thou takest to be truest, that of the Jew, the other of the Saracen, or that of the Christian. The Jew, being a very wise man, plainly perceived that Saladin sought to entrap him in his answer, and so to raise some quarrel against him. For if he commended any one of those laws above the other, he knew that Saladin had what he aimed at. Wherefore, bethinking himself to shape such an answer as might no way trouble or entangle him, summoning all his senses together, and considering that dallying with the Soldan might redound to his no mean danger, thus he replied, My lord, the question propounded by you is fair and worthy, to answer mine opinion truly thereof, doth necessarily require some time of consideration, if it might stand with your liking to allow it. But if not, let me first make entrance to my reply, with a pretty tale, and well worth the hearing. I have oftentimes heard it reported, that long since there was a very wealthy man, who among other precious jewels of his own had a goodly ring of great value, the beauty and estimation whereof made him earnestly desirous to leave it as a perpetual memory and honour to his successors, whereupon he willed and ordained that he among his male children, with whom this ring being left by the father should be found in custody after his death, he and none other was to be reputed his heir, and to be honoured and reverenced by all the rest, as being the prime and worthiest person. That son, to whom this ring was left by him, kept the same course to his posterity, dealing in all respects as his predecessor had done, so that in short time the ring from hand to hand had many owners by legacy. At length it came to the hand of one, who had 3 sons, all of them goodly and virtuous persons, and very obedient to their father, in which regard he affected them all equally, without any difference or partial respect, the custom of this ring being known to them, each one of them coveting to bear esteem above the other desired as he could best make his means his father, that in regard he was now grown very old, he would leave that ring to him, whereby he should be acknowledged for his heir. The good man, who loved no one of them more than the other, knew not how to make his choice, nor to which of them he should leave the ring, yet having passed his promise to them severally, he studied by what means to satisfy them all 3. Wherefore, secretly having conferred with a curious and excellent goldsmith, he caused 2 other rings to be made, so really resembling the first made ring, that himself, when he had them in his hand, could not distinguish which was the right one. Lying upon his deathbed, and his sons then plying him by their best opportunities, he gave to each of them a ring, and they after his death, presuming severally upon their right to the inheritance honour, grew to great contradiction and square, each man producing then his ring, which was so truly all alike in resemblance, as no one could know the right ring from the other, and therefore sweet-in-law to distinguish the true heir to his father, continued long time, and so it doth yet to this very day. In like manner, my good lord, concerning those 3 laws given by God the Father, to 3 such people as you have propounded, each of them do imagine that they have the heritage of God and his true law, and also duly to perform his commandments, but which of them do so indeed, the question as of the 3 rings is yet remaining. Saladin well perceiving that the Jew was too cunning to be caught in his snare, and had answered so well that to do him further violence would redound unto his perpetual dishonour, resolved to reveal his need and extremity, and try if he would therein friendly stead him, having disclosed the matter, and how he purposed to have dealt with him, if he had not returned so wise an answer. The Jew lent him so great a sum of money as he demanded, and Saladin repaid it agging to him justly, giving him other great gifts beside, respecting him as his especial friend, and maintaining him in very honourable condition, near unto his own person. A monk, having committed an offence deserving to be very grievously punished, freed himself from the pain to be inflicted on him, by wittily reprehending his abbot with the very same fault. The 4th novel, wherein may be noted, that such men as will reprove those errors in others which remain in themselves, commonly are the authors of their own reprehension. So ceased Madame Philomena, after the conclusion of her tale, when Dionysius sitting next unto her, without tarrying for any other command from the queen, knowing by the order formerly begun, that he was to follow in the same course, spake in this manner: Gracious ladies, if I fail not in understanding your general intention, we are purposely assembled here to tell tales, and especially such as may please ourselves. In which respect, because nothing should be done disorderly, I hold it lawful for every one as our queen decreed before her dignity to relate such a novelty, as in their own judgment may cause most contentment. Wherefore, having heard that by the good admonitions of Jehanot de Chevigny, Abraham the Jew was advised to the salvation of his soul, and Melchizedek by his witty understanding defended his riches from the trains of Saladin, I now purpose to tell you in a few plain words, without fear of receiving any reprehension, how cunningly a monk compassed his deliverance from a punishment intended towards him. There was in the country of Lunigiana, which is not far distant from our own, a monastery, which sometime was better furnished with holiness and religion than nowadays they are, wherein lived among divers other a young novice monk, whose heart and lusty disposition being in the vigour of his years was such, as neither fasts nor prayers had any great power over him. It chanced on a fasting day about high noon, when all the other monks were asleep in their dormitories or daughters, this frolic friar was walking alone in their church, which stood in a very solitary place, where ruminating on many matters by himself, he espied pretty handsome wench, some husbandman's daughter in the country, that had been gathering roots and herbs in the field up on her knees before an altar, whom he had no sooner seen, but immediately he felt effeminate temptations, and such as ill fitted with his profession. Lascivious desire and no religious devotion made him draw near her, and whether under shrift the onely cloak to compass carnal affections or some other as close conference, to as pernicious and vile a purpose I know not, but so far he prevailed upon her frailty, and such a bargain passed between them, that from the church he won her to his chamber, before any person could perceive it. Now while this young lusty monk transported with overfond affection was more careless of his dalliance than he should have been, the Lord Abbot, being newly arisen from sleep, and walking softly about the cloister, came to the monk's daughter door, where hearing what noise was made between them, and a feminine voice, more strange than he was wont to hear, he laid his ear close to the chamber door and plainly perceived that a woman was within. Wherewith being much moved, he intended suddenly to make him open the door, but upon better consideration he conceived it far more fitting for him to return baccy to his own chamber, and tarry until the monk should come forth. The monk, though his delight with the damozel was extraordinary, yet fear and suspicion followed upon it, for in the very height of all his wantonness he heard a soft treading about the door, and prying thorough a small crevice in the same door, perceived apparently that the abbot himself stood listening there, and could not be ignorant but that the maid was with him in the chamber. As after pleasure ensooth pain, so the venereal monk knew well enough, though wanton heat would not let him heed it before, that most grievous punishment must be inflicted on him, which made him sad beyond all measure. Nevertheless, without disclosing his dismay to the young maiden, he began to consider with himself on many means, whereby to find out one that might best fit his turn, and suddenly conceited an apt stratagem, which sorted to such effect as he would have it. Whereupon, seeming satisfied for that season, he told the damozel that being careful of her credit as he had brought her in unseen of any, so he would free her from thence again, desiring her to tarry there without making any noise at all until such time as he returned to her. Going forth of the chamber, and locking it fast with the key, he went directly to the Lord Abbot's lodging, and delivering him the said key as every monk used to do the like, when he went abroad out of the convent, setting a good countenance on the matter, boldly said, My lord, I have not yet brought in all my part of the wood, which lieth ready cut down in the forest, and having now convenient time to do it, if you please to give me leave, I will go and fetch it. The abbot persuading himself that he had not been discovered by the monk, and to be resolved more assuredly in the offence committed, being not a little jocund of so happy an accident, gladly took the key, and gave him leave to fetch the wood. No sooner was he gone, but the abbot began to consider with himself what he were best to do in this case, either in the presence of all the other monks to open the chamber door, that so the offence being known to them all, they might have no occasion of murmuring against him, when he proceeded in the monk's punishment, or rather should first understand of the damozel herself, how, and in what manner she was brought thither. Furthermore, he considered that she might be a woman of respect, or some such man's daughter as would not take it well to have her disgraced before all the monks. Wherefore he concluded, first to see himself what she was, and then afterward to resolve upon the rest, so going very softly to the chamber, and entering in locked the door fast with the key, when the poor damozel thinking it had been the gallant young monk, but finding it to be the Lord Abbot, she fell on her knees weeping, as fearing now to receive public shame, by being betrayed in this unkind manner. My Lord Abbot looking demurely on the maid, and perceiving her to be fair, feat, and lovely, felt immediately, although he was oldie no less spurring on to fleshly desires, than the young monk before had done, whereupon he began to confer thus privately with himself, why should I not take pleasure when I may freely have it? Cares and molestations I endure every day, but seldom find such delights prepared for me. This is a delicate, sweet young damozel, and here is no eye that can discover me. If I can induce her to doe as I would have her, I know no reason why I should gainsay it. No man can know it, or any tongue blaze it abroad, and sin so concealed is half pardoned. Such a fair fortune as this is, perhaps hereafter will never befall me, and therefore I hold it wisdom to take such a benefit when a man may enjoy it. Upon this immodest meditation, and his purpose quite altered which he came for, he went nearer to her, and very kindly began to comfort her, desiring her to forbear weeping, and by further insinuating speeches acquainted her with his amorous intention. The maid, who was made neither of iron nor diamond, and seeking to prevent one shame by another, was easily won to the abbot's will, which caused him to embrace and kiss her often. Our lusty young novice monk, whom the abbot imagined to be gone for wood, had hid himself aloft upon the roof of the daughter, where, when he saw the abbot enter alone into the chamber, he lost a great part of his former fear, promising to himself a kind of persuasion that somewhat would ensue to his better comfort. But when he beheld him locked into the chamber, then his hope grew to undoubted certainty. A little chink or crevice favoured him, whereat he could both hear and see whatsoever was done or spoken by them. So, when the abbot thought he had stayed long enough with the damozel, leaving her still there, and locking the door fast again, he returned thence to his own chamber. Within some short while after, the abbot, knowing the monk to be in the convent, and supposing him to be lately returned with the wood, determined to reprove him sharply, and to have him closely imprisoned, that the damozel might remain solely to himself, and causing him to be called presently before him, with a very stern and angry countenance, giving him many harsh and bitter speeches, commanded that he should be clapped in prison. The monk very readily answered, saying, My good lord, I have not yet been so long in the order of Saint Benedict, as to learn all the particularities thereto belonging, and besides, sir, you never showed me or any of my brethren in what manner we young monks ought to use women, as you have otherwise done for our custom of prayer and fasting. But seeing you have so lately therein instructed me, and by your own example how to do it, I here solemnly promise you, if you please to pardon me but this one error, I will never fail therein again, but daily follow what I have seen you do. The abbot, being a man of quick apprehension, perceived instantly by this answer that the monk not only knew as much as he did, but also had seen what was intended that he should not. Wherefore, finding himself to be as faulty as the monk, and that he could not shame him, but worthily had deserved as much himself, pardoning him and imposing silence on either's offence, they conveyed the poor abused damozel forth of their doors, she purposing never after to transgress in the like manner. The Lady Marquess of Montferrat, with a banquet of hens and divers other gracious speeches beside, repressed the fond love of the King of France. The fifth novel, declaring that wise and virtuous ladies ought to hold their chastity in more esteem than the greatness and treasures of princes, and that a discreet lord should not offer modesty violence. The tale reported by Dionysius at the first hearing of the ladies began to relish of some immodesty, as the bashful blood mounting up into their faces, delivered by apparent testimony, and beholding one another with scarce pleasing looks, during all the time it was in discoursing, no sooner had he concluded, but with a few milder and gentle speeches, they gave him a modest reprehension, and meaning to let him know that such tales ought not to be told among women. Afterward the queen commanded Madame Fiammetta, sitting on a bank of flowers before her, to take her turn as next in order, and she, smiling with such a virgin blush as very beautifully became her, began in this manner. It is no little joy to me that we understand so well by the discourses already past what power consisteth in the delivery of wise and ready answers, and because it is a great part offence and judgment in men to affect women of great birth and quality, then themselves, as also an admirable foresight in women to keep off from being surprised in love, by lords going beyond them in degree. A matter offereth itself to my memory, well deserving my speech and your attention, how a gentlewoman both in word and deed should defend her honour in that kind, when importunity laboureth to betray it. The Marquess of Montferrat was a worthy and valiant knight, who being captain general for the church, the necessary service required his company on the seas, in a goodly army of the Christians against the Turks, upon a day in the court of King Philip, surnamed the One-Eyed King, who likewise made preparation in France, for a royal assistance to that expedition, as many speeches were delivered, concerning the valour and manhood of this Marquess. It fortuned that a knight was then present, who knew him very familiarly, and he gave an addition to the former commendation, that the whole world contained not a more equal couple in marriage than the Marquess his lady, for, as among all knights, the Marquess could hardly be paralleled for arms and honour. Even so his wife, in comparison of all other ladies, was scarcely matchable for beauty and virtue, which words were so weighty in the apprehension of King Philip, that suddenly having as yet never seen her, he began to affect her very earnestly, concluding to embark himself at Gens or Genoa, there to set forward on the intended voyage, and journeying thither by land, he would shape some honest excuse to see the Lady Marquess, whose lord being then from home, opinion persuaded him over fondly, that he should easily obtain the issue of his amorous desire. When he was come within a day's journey, where the Lady Marquess then lay, he sent her word that she should expect his company on the morrow at dinner. The lady, being singularly wise and judicious, answered the messenger that she reputed the king's coming to her as an extraordinary grace and favour, and that he should be most heartily welcome. Afterward, entering into further consideration with herself, what the king might mean by this private visitation, knowing her husband to be from home, and it to be no mean bar to his apter entertainment, at last she discreetly conceded, and therein was not deceived, that babbling report of her beauty and perfections might thus occasion the king's coming thither, his journey lying else a quite contrary way. Notwithstanding, being a princely lady and so loyal a wife as ever lived, she intended to give him her best entertainment, summoning the chiefest gentlemen in the country together, to take due order by their advice for giving the king a gracious welcome. But concerning the dinner and diet for service to his table, that remained only at her own disposing. Sending presently abroad, and buying all the hens that the country afforded, she commanded her cooks, that onely of them without any other provision beside, they should prepare all the services that they could devise. On the morrow, the king came according to his promise, and was most honourable welcomed by the lady, who seemed in his eye far beyond the knight's speeches of her the fairest creature that ever he had seen before. Whereat he marvelled not a little, extolling her perfections to be peerless, which much the more inflamed his affections and almost made his desires impatient. The king being withdrawn into such chambers as orderly were prepared for him, and as beseemed so great a prince, the hour of dinner drawing on, the king and the Lady Marquess were seated at one table, and his attendants placed at other tables, answerable to their degrees of honour. Plenty of dishes being served in, and the rarest wines that the country yielded, the king had more mind to the fair Lady Marquess than any meat that stood on the table, nevertheless observing each service after other, and that all the viands though variously cooked, and in divers kinds were nothing else but hens only. He began to wonder, and so much the rather because he knew the country to be of such quality, that it afforded all plenty both of fowls and venison. Beside, after the time of his calming was heard, they had respite enough both for hawking and hunting, and therefore it increased his marvel the more that nothing was provided for him but hens only, wherein to be the better resolved. Turning a merry countenance to the lady, thus he spake: Madam, our hens only bred in this country, and no cocks. The Lady Marquess, very well understanding his demand, which fitted her with an apt opportunity to thwart his idle hope and defend her own honour, boldly returned the king this answer: Not so, my lord, but women and wives, howsoever they differ in garments and graces one from another, yet notwithstanding, they are all here as they be in other places. When the king heard this reply, he knew well enough the occasion of his hen dinner, as also what virtue lay couched under her answer, perceiving apparently that wanton words would prove but in vain, and such a woman was not easily to be seduced. Wherefore, as he grew enamoured on her inconsiderately, so he found it best fitting for his honour to quench this heat with wisdom discreetly. And so, without any more words or further hope of speeding in so unkingly a purpose, dinner being ended by a sudden departing, he smoothly shadowed the cause of his calming, and thanking her for the honour she had done him, commended her to her chaste disposition, and posted away with speed to Gens. An honest plain-meaning man, simply and conscionably reprehended the malignity, hypocrisy and misdemeanour of many religious persons. The sixth novel, declaring that in few discreet and well-placed words, the covered craft of churchmen may be justly reproved, and their hypocrisy honestly discovered. Madame Milia, sitting next to the gentle Lady Fiammetta, perceiving the modest chastisement which the virtuous Lady Marquess had given to the King of France, was generally graced by the whole assembly, began after the Queen had thereto appointed her in these words: "Nor will I conceal the deserved reprehension which an honest simple layman gave to a covetous holy father in very few words, yet more to be commended than derided. Not long since, worthy ladies, there dwelt in our own native city a friar minor, an inquisitor after matters of faith, who, although he laboured greatly to seem a sanctified man and an earnest affecter of Christian religion, as all of them appear to be in outward show, yet he was a much better inquisitor after them, that had their purses plenteously stored with money, than of such as were slenderly grounded in faith, by which diligent continued care in him, he found out a man more rich in purse than understanding, and yet not so defective in matters of faith as misguided by his own simple speaking, and perhaps when his brain was well warmed with wine, words fell more foolishly from him than in better judgment they could have done. Being on a day in company, very little differing in quality from himself, he chanced to say, that he had been at such good wine, as God himself did never drink better, which words by some sycophant then in presence being carried to this curious inquisitor, and he well knowing that the man's faculties were great, and his bag is swalny up full with no mean abundance, cum gladiis fustibus, with book, bell, and candle he raised an host of execrations against him, and the sumner cited him with a solemnly process to appear before him, understanding sufficiently that this course would sooner fetch money from him than amend any misbelief in the man, for no further reformation did he seek after. The man calming before him, he demanded if the accusation intimated against him was true or no, whereto the honest man answered that he could not deny the speaking of such words, and declared in what manner they were uttered. Presently the inquisitor, most devoutly addicted to St. John with the golden beard, said, "What? Doest thou make our Lord a drinker, and a curious quaffer of wines, as if he were a glutton, belligard, or a tavern haunter, as thou and other drunkards are? Being an hypocrite as thou art, thou thinkest this to be but a light matter, because it may seem so in thine own opinion. But I tell thee plainly that it deserveth fire and faggot, if I should proceed in justice to inflict it on thee." With these and other such like threatening words, as also a very stern and angry countenance, he made the man believe himself to be an epicure, and that he denied the eternity of the soul, whereby he fell into such a trembling fear, as doubting indeed lest he should be burned, that, to be more mercifully dealt withal, he rounded him in the ear, and by secret means so anointed his hands with St. John's golden grease, a very singular remedy against the disease pestilential in covetous priests, especially friars minors, that dare touch no money, as the case became very quickly altered. This sovereigny unction was of such virtue, though Galen speaks not a word thereof among all his chiefest medicines, and so far prevailed, that the terrible threatening words of fire and faggot became merely frozen up, and gracious language blew a more gentle and calmer air, the inquisitor delivering him an hallowed crucifix, creating him a soldier of the cross, because he had paid crosses good store for it, and even as if he were to travel under that standard to the Holy Land, so did he appoint him a home-paying penance, namely, to visit him thrice every week in his chamber, and to anoint his hands with the selfisame yellow unguent, and afterward to hear a mass of the Holy Cross, visiting him also at dinner time, which being ended, to do nothing all the rest of the day, but according as he directed him. The simple man, yet not so simple, but seeing that this weekly greasing the inquisitor's hands would in time grasp away all his gold, grew weary of this anointing, and began to consider with himself how to stay the course of this chargeable penance. And coming one morning, according to his injunction to hear Mass, in the Gospel he observed these words, "You shall receive 100 for one, and so possess eternal life," which saying he kept perfectly in his memory, and as he was commanded at dinner time, he came to the inquisitor, finding him among his fellows seated at the table. The inquisitor presently demanded of him whether he had heard Mass that morning or no. "Yes, sir," replied the man very readily. "Hast thou heard anything therein," quoth the inquisitor, "whereof thou art doubtful, or desirous to be further informed?" "Surely, sir," answered the plain-meaning man, "I make no doubt of anything I have heard, but do believe all constantly. Only one thing troubleth me much, and maketh me very compassionate of you, and of all these holy fathers your brethren, perceiving in what woeful and wretched a state you will be, when you come into another world." "What words are these?" quoth the inquisitor, "and why art thou moved to such compassion of us?" "O good sir," said the man, "do you remember the words in the Gospel this morning, 'You shall receive 100 for one'? "That is very true," replied the inquisitor, "but what moveth thee to urge those words?" "I will tell you, sir," answered the plain fellow, "so it might please you to be not offended. Since the time of my resorting hither, I have daily seen many poor people at your door, and out of your abundance, when you and your brethren have fed sufficiently, every one hath had a good mess of pottage. Now, sir, if for every dishful given, you are sure to receive 100 again, you will all be merely drowned in pottage." Although the rest sitting at the table with the inquisitor laughed heartily at this jest, yet he found himself tucked in another nature, having hypocritically received for one poor offence above 300 pieces of gold, and not a mite to be restored again. But fearing to be further disclosed, yet threatening him with another process in law, for abusing the words of the gospel, he was content to dismiss him for altogether, without any more golden greasing in the hand. Bergamino, by telling a tale of a skilful man named Primaso and of an abbot of Clugny, honestly checked a new kind of covetousness in Master Candeloscala. The 7th novel, approving that it is much unfitting for a prince or great person to be covetous, but rather to be liberal to all men. The courteous demeanour of Madame Milia, and the quaintness of her discourse, caused both the queen and the rest of the company to commend the invention of carrying the cross, and the golden ointment appointed for penance. Afterward Philostratus, who was in order to speak next, began in this manner: "It is a commendable thing, fair ladies, to hit a but that never stirreth out of his place, but it is a matter much more admirable to see a thing suddenly appearing, and seldom or never frequented before to be as suddenly hit by an ordinary archer. The vicious and polluted lives of priests yieldeth matter of itself in many things, deserving speech and reprehension, as a true but of wickedness, and well worthy to be sharply shot at. And therefore, though that honest meaning man did wisely in touching Master Inquisitor to the quick, with the hypocritical charity of monks and friars, in giving such things to the poor, as were more meat for swine, or to be worse thrown away, yet I hold him more to be commended, who by occasion of a former tale, and which I purpose to relate, pleasantly reproved Master Candeloscala, a magnifico and mighty lord, for a sudden and unaccustomed covetousness appearing in him, figuring by other men that which he intended to say of him, in manner following. Master Candeloscala, as fame ran abroad of him in all places, was beyond the infinite favours of fortune towards him one of the most notable and magnificent lords that ever lived in Italy, since the days of Frederick II Emperor, he determining to procure a very solemnly assembly at Verona, and many people being met there from divers places, especially gentlemen of all degrees. Suddenly upon what occasion I know not his mind altered, and he would not go forward with his intention. Most of them he partly recompensed which were come thither, and they dismissed to depart at their pleasure. One only man remained unrespected, or in any kind sort sent away, whose name was Bergamino, a man very pleasantly disposed, and so wittily ready in speaking and answering, as none could easily credit it but such as heard him. And although his recompense seemed over long delayed, yet he made no doubt of a beneficial ending. By some enemies of his, Master Candeloscala was incensed, that whatsoever he gave or bestowed on him was as ill employed and utterly lost, as if it were thrown into the fire, and therefore he neither did or spake anything to him. Some few days being passed over, and Bergamino perceiving that he was neither called, nor any account made of, notwithstanding many manly good parts in him, observing beside that he found a shrewd consumption in his purse, his in-knee horses and servants being chargeable to him, he began to grow extremely melancholy, and yet he attended in expectation day by day, as thinking it far unfitting for him to depart before he was bidden farewell. Having brought with him thither 3 goodly rich garments, which had been given him by sundry lords, for his more sightly appearance at this great meeting, the importunate host being greedy of payment, first he delivered him one of them, and yet not half the score being wiped off, the second must needs follow, and beside, except he meant to leave his lodging, he must live upon the third so long as it would last, till he saw what end his hopes would sort to. It fortuned, during the time of living thus upon his latest refuge, that he met with Maester Can one day at dinner, where he presented himself before him with a discontented countenance, which Master Can, well observing more to distaste him than take delight in anything that could come from him, he said, "Bergamino, how cheerest thou? Thou art very melancholy, I pray thee tell us why." Bergamino suddenly, without any premeditation, yet seeming as if he had long considered thereon, reported this tale. "Sir, I have heard of a certain man named Primaso, one skilfully learned in the grammar, and beyond all other a very witty and ready versifier, in regard whereof he was so much admired, and far renowned that such as never saw him but only heard of him, could easily say, "This is Primaso." It came to pass, that being once at Paris in poor estate, as commonly he could light on no better fortune because virtue is slenderly rewarded, by such as have the greatest possessions, he heard much fame of the abbot of Clugny, a man reputed next to the Pope to be the richest prelate of the church. Of him he heard wonderful and magnificent matters, that he always kept an open and hospitable court, and never made refusal of any from whencesoever he came or went, but they did eat and drink freely there, provided that they came when the abbot was set at the table. Primaso, hearing this and being an earnest desirer to see magnificent and virtuous men, he resolved to go see this rare bounty of the abbot, demanding how far he dwelt from Paris. Being answered about some 3 leagues thence, Primaso made account that if he went on betimes in the morning, he should easily reach thither before the hour for dinner. Being instructed in the way, and not finding any to walk along with him, fearing if he went without some furnishment and should stay long there for his dinner, he might perhaps complain of hunger, he therefore carried 3 loaves of bread with him, knowing that he could meet with water everywhere, albeit he used to drink but little. Having aptly conveyed his bread about him, he went on his journey and arrived at the Lord Abbot's court, an indifferent while before dinner time. Wherefore, entering into the great hall and so from place to place, beholding the great multitude of tables, bountiful preparation in the kitchen, and what admirable provision there was for dinner, he said to himself, "Truly this man is more magnificent than fame hath made him, because she speaks too sparingly of him." While thus he went about, considering on all these things, he saw the maester of the abbot's household, because then it was the hour of dinner, command water to be brought for washing hands, and every one sitting down at the table. It fell to the lot of Primaso to sit directly against the door whereat the abbot must enter into the hall. The custom in this court was such that no food should be served to any of the tables until the Lord Abbot was himself first set. Whereupon, everything being fit and ready, the maester of the household went to tell his lord that nothing now wanted but his presence only. The abbot coming from his chamber to enter the hall, looking about him, as he was wont to do, the first man he saw was Primaso, who being but in homely habit, and he having not seen him before to his remembrance, a present bad conceit possessed his brain, that he never saw an unworthier person, saying within himself, "See how I give my goods away to be devoured." So returning back he to his chamber again, commanded the door to be made fast, demanding of every man near about him, if they knew the base knave that sate before his entrance into the hall, and all his servants answered no. Primaso being extremely hungry, with travailing on foot so far and never used to fast so long, expecting still when meat would be served in, and that the abbot came not at all, drew out one of his loaves which he brought with him and very heartily fell to feeding. My lord abbot, after he had stayed within an indifferent while, sent forth one of his men to see if the poor fellow was gone or no. The servant told him that he still stayed there, and fed upon dry bread, which it seemed he had brought thither with him. "Let him feed on his own," replied the abbot, "for he shall taste of none of mine this day." Gladly wold the abbot that Primaso should have gone thence of himself, and yet held it scarcely honest in his lordship to dismiss him by his own command. Primaso having eaten one of his loaves, and yet the abbot was not come, began to feed upon the second, the abbot still sending to expect his absence, and answered as he was before. At length the abbot not calming, and Primaso having eaten up his second loaf, hunger compelled him to begin with the third. When these news were carried to the abbot, suddenly he brake forth and said, "What new kind of needy trick hath my brain begot this day? Why do I grow disdainful against any man whatsoever? I have long time allowed my meat to be eaten by all comers that did please to visit me, without exception against any person, gentleman, yeoman, poor or rich, merchant or minstrel, honest man or knave, never refraining my presence in the hall by basely contemning one poor man. Believe me, covetousness of one man's meat doth ill agree with mine estate and calling. What though he appeareth a wretched fellow to me, he may be of greater merit than I can imagine, and deserve more honour than I am able to give him." Having thus discoursed with himself, he would needs understand of whence and what he was, and finding him to be Primaso, come onely to see the magnificence which he had reported of him, knowing also by the general fame noised everywhere of him that he was reputed to be a learned, honest, and ingenious man, he grew greatly ashamed of his own folly, and being desirous to make him an amends, strove many ways how to do him honour. When dinner was ended, the abbot bestowed honourable garments on him, such as beseemed his degree and merit, and putting good store of money in his purse, as also giving him a good horse to ride on, left it at his own free election, whether he would stay there still with him or depart at his pleasure. Wherewith Primaso, being highly contented, yielding him the heartiest thanks he could devise to do, returned to Paris on horseback, albeit he came poorly thither on foot. Master Candeloscala, who was a man of good understanding, perceived immediately without any further interpretation what Bergamino meant by this moral, and smiling on him said, Bergamino, thou hast honestly expressed thy virtue and necessities, and justly reproved mine avarice, niggardness, and base folly. And trust me, Bergamino, I never felt such a fit of covetousness come upon me, as this which I have dishonestly declared to thee, and which I will now banish from me, with the same correction as thou hast taught me. So, having paid the host all his charges, redeeming also his robes or garments, mounting him on a good gelding, and putting plenty of crowns in his purse, he referred it to his own choice to depart, or dwell there still with him. Guillaume Bercier, with a few quaint and familiar words, checked the miserable covetousness of Signor Herminio de Grimaldi. The 8 novels, which plainly declareth that a covetous gentleman is not worthy of any honour or respect. Madame Lauretta, sitting next to Philostratus, when she had heard the witty conceit of Bergamino, knowing that she was to say somewhat without injunction or command, pleasantly thus began. This last discourse fair and virtuous company induceth me to tell you, how an honest courtier reprehended in like manner, and nothing unprofitably base covetousness in a merchant of extraordinary wealth. Which tale, although in effect it may seem to resemble the former, yet perhaps it will prove no less pleasing to you, in regard it sorted to as good an end. It is no long time since that there lived in Genes or Genway a gentleman named Signor Herminio de Grimaldi, who, as every one well knew, was more rich in inheritances and ready sums of current money than any other known citizen in Italy, and as he surpassed other men in wealth, so did he likewise excel them in wretched avarice, being so miserably greedy and covetous, as no man in the world could be more wicked that way, because not only he kept his purse locked up from pleasuring any, but denied needful things to himself, enduring many miseries distresses, only to avoid expenses, contrary to the Genways' general custom, who always delighted to be decently clothed, and to have their diet of the best. By reason of which most miserable baseness, they took from him the surname of Grimaldi, whereof he was in right descended, and called him Master Herminio the covetous miser, a nickname very notably agreeing with his gripple nature. It came to pass that in this time of his spending nothing, but multiplying daily by infinite means, that a civil honest gentleman, a courtier, of ready wit and discoursive in languages, came to Genway, being named Guillaume Bercier, a man very far differing from divers courtiers in these days, who for soothing shameful and graceless manners in such as allow them maintenance, are called and reputed to be gentlemen, yea, especial favourites, whereas much more worthily they should be accounted as knaves and villains, being born and bred in all filthiness, and skilful in every kind of basest behaviour, not fit to come in princes' courts. For whereas in past times they spent their days and pains in making peace, when gentlemen were at war or dissension, or treating on honest marriages between friends and familiars, with loving speeches would recreate disturbed minds, desiring none but commendable exercises in court, and sharply reproving like fathers disordered life, or ill actions in any, albeit with recompense little or none at all. These upstarts nowadays employ all their pains in detractions, sowing questions and quarrels between one another, making no spare of lies falsehoods, nay, which is worse, they will do this in the presence of any man, upbraiding him with injuries, shames, and scandals true or not true upon the very least occasion. And by false and deceitful flatteries and villainies of their own inventing, they make gentlemen to become as vile as themselves, for which detestable qualities they are better beloved and respected of their misdemeanoured lords, and recompensed in more bountiful manner, than men of virtuous carriage and desert. Which is an argument sufficient, that goodness is gone up to heaven, and hath quite forsaken these loathed lower regions, where men are drowned in the mud of all abominable vices. But returning where I left, being led out of my way by a just and religious anger against such deformity, this gentleman, Master Guillaume Bercier, was willingly seen, and gladly welcomed by all the best men in Genway. Having remained some few days in the city, among other matters heard much talk of the miserable covetousness of Master Herminio, he grew very desirous to have a sight of him. Master Herminio had already understood that this gentleman, Master Guillaume Bercier, was virtuously disposed, and how covetously soever he was inclined, having in him some sparks of noble nature, gave him very good words and gracious entertainment, discoursing with him on divers occasions. In company of other Genways with him, He brought him to a new erected house of his, a building of great cost and beauty, where after he had shewn him all the variable rarities, he began thus: Master Guillaume, no doubt but you have heard and seen many things, and you can instruct me in some quaint conceit or devise, to be fairly figured in painting, at the entrance into the great hall of my house. Master Guillaume, hearing him speak so simply, returned him this answer: Sir, I cannot advise you in anything, so rare or unseen as you talk of, but how to sneeze after a new manner upon a full and overcloyed stomachy, to avoid base humours that stupefy the brain, or other matters of the like quality. But if you would be taught a good one indeed, and had a disposition to see it fairly affected, I could instruct you in an excellent emblem, wherewith as yet you never came acquainted. Master Herminio, hearing him say so, and expecting no such answer as he had said, Good Master Guillaume, tell me what it is, and on my faith I will have it fairly painted. Whereto Master Guillaume suddenly replied, Do nothing but this, sir, paint over the portal at your holla's entrance the lively picture of liberality, to bid all your friends better welcome than hitherto they have been. When Master Herminio heard these words, he became possessed with such a sudden shame, that his complexion changed from the former paleness, and answered thus: Master Guillaume, I will have your advice so truly figured over my gate, and she shall give so good welcome to all my guests, that both you and all these gentlemen shall say, I have both seen her, and am become reasonably acquainted with her. From that time forward, the words of Master Guillaume were so effectual with Signior Herminio, that he became the most bountiful and best housekeeper, which lived in his time in Genway. No man more honouring and friendly welcoming both strangers and citizens, than he continually used to do. The King of Cyprus was wittily reprehended by the words of a gentlewoman of Gascogne, and became virtuously altered from his vicious disposition. The ninth novel, giving all men to understand that justice is necessary in a king, above all things else whatsoever. The last command of the Queen remained upon Madame Elissa, or Eliza, who without any delaying thus began: Young ladies, it hath often been seen that much pain hath been bestowed, and many reprehensions spent in vain, till a word happening at adventure, and perhaps not purposely determined, hath effectually done the deed. As appeareth by the tale of Madame Lauretta, and another of mine own, wherewith I intend briefly to acquaint you, approving that when good words are discreetly observed, they are of sovereigny power and virtue. In the days of the first king of Cyprus, after the conquest made in the Holy Land by Godfrey of Boulogne, it fortuned that a gentlewoman of Gascogne, travelling in pilgrimage to visit the sacred sepulchre in Jerusalem, returning home again, arrived at Cyprus, where she was villainously abused by certain base wretches. Complaining thereof without any comfort or redress, she intended to make her moan to the king of the country. Whereupon it was told her that therein she should but lose her labour, because he was so womanish and faint-hearted, that not only he refused to punish with justice the offences of others, but also suffered shameful injuries done to himself, and therefore such as were displeased by his negligence might easily discharge their spleen against him, and do him what dishonour they would. When the gentlewoman heard this, despairing of any consolation or revenge for her wrongs, she resolved to check the king's denial of justice, and calming before him weeping, spake in this manner: Sir, I presume not into your presence, as hoping to have redress by you, for divers dishonourable injuries done unto me, but as a full satisfaction for them, do but teach me how you suffer such vile abuses as daily are offered to yourself, to the end that being therein instructed by you, I may the more patiently bear mine own, which as God knoweth I would bestow on you very gladly, because you know so well how to endure them. The king, who till then had been very bad, dull, and slothful, even as sleeping out his time of government, began to revenge the wrongs done to this gentlewoman very severely, and thenceforward became a most sharp justicer, for the least offence offered against the honour of his crown, or to any of his subjects beside. Master Albert of Boulogne honestly made a lady to blush, that thought to have done as much to him, because she perceived him to be amorously affected towards her. The 10th novel, wherein is declared that honest love agreeth with people of all ages. After that Madame Eliza sate silent, the last charge and labour of the like employment remained to the Queen herself, whereupon she began thus to speak: Honest and virtuous young ladies, like as the stars when the air is fair and clear are the adorning and beauty of heaven, and flowers while the springtime lasteth do graciously embellish the meadows, even so, sweet speeches and pleasing conferences, to pass the time with commendable discourses, are the best habit of the mind, and an outward beauty to the body, which ornament of words, when they appear to be short and sweet, are much more seemly in women than in men, because long and tedious talking when it may be done in lesser time is a greater blemish in women than in men. Among us women this day, I think few or none have therein offended, but as readily have understood short and pithy speeches, as they have been quick and quaintly delivered. But when answering suiteth not with understanding, it is generally a shame in us and all such as live, because our modern times have converted that virtue, which was within them who lived before us, into garments of the bawdy, and show whose habits were noted to be most gaudy, fullest of embroideries and fantastic fashions. She was reputed to have most matter in her, and therefore to be more honoured and esteemed, never considering that whosoever loadeth the baccy of an assay, or puts upon him the richest bravery, he becometh not thereby a jote the wiser, or meriteth any more honour than an assay should have. I am ashamed to speak it, because in detecting other I may perhaps as justly tax myself. Such embroidered bodies, tricked and trimmed in such boasting bravery, are they anything else but as marble statues, dumb, dull, and utterly insensible? Or if perchance they make an answer when some question is demanded of them, it were much better for them to be silent. For defence of honest devise and conference among men and women, they would have the world to think that it proceedeth but from simplicity and precise opinion, covering their own folly with the name of honesty, as if there were no other honest woman, but she that conferres onely with her chambermaid, laundress, or kitchen-woman, as if nature had allowed them in their own idle conceit no other kind of talking. Most true it is, that as there is a respect to be used in the action of other things, so time and place are necessarily to be considered, and also whom we converse withal, because sometimes it happeneth that a man or woman, intending by a word of jest and merriment to make another body blush or be ashamed, not knowing what strength of wit remaineth in the opposite, do convert the same disgrace upon themselves. Therefore that we may the more advisedly stand upon our own guard, and to prevent the common proverb, that women in all things make choice of the worst, I desire that this day's last tale which is to come from myself may make us all wise, to the end that as in gentleness of mind we confer with other, so by excellency in good manners we may show ourselves not inferior to them. It is not many years since were the assembly that in Bologna there dwelt a learned physician, a man famous for skill, and far renowned, whose name was Master Albert, and being grown aged to the estimate of 60 years, he had yet such a sprightly disposition, that though natural heat and vigour had quite shaken hands with him, yet amorous flames and desires had not wholly forsaken him, having seen at a banquet a very beautiful woman, being then in the estate of widowhood, named as some say Madame Margaret de Chisoliri, she appeared so pleasing in his eye, that his senses became no less disturbed, than as if he had been of far younger temper, and no night could any quietness possess his soul, except the day before he had seen the sweet countenance of this lovely widow, in regard whereof his daily passage was by her door, one while on horsebacky, and then agen on foot, as best might declare his plain purpose to see her. Both she and other gentlewomen, perceiving the occasion of his passing and repassing, would privately jest thereat together to see a man of such years and discretion to be amorously addicted or overswayed by effeminate passions, for they were partly persuaded that such wanton ague fits of love were fit for none but youthful apprehensions, as best agreeing with their cheerful complexion. Master Albert continuing his daily walks by the widow's lodging, it chanced upon a festival day, that she accompanied with divers other women of great account being sitting at her door, espied Master Albert far off coming thitherward, and a resolved determination among themselves was set down, to allow him favourable entertainment, and to jest in some merry manner at his loving folly, as afterward they did indeed. No sooner was he come near but they all arose, and courteously invited him to enter with them, conducting him into a goodly garden, where readily was prepared choice of delicate wines and banqueting. At length, among other pleasant and delightful discourses, they demanded of him, how it was possible for him to be amorously affected towards so beautiful a woman, both knowing and seeing, how earnestly she was solicited by many gracious, gallant, and youthful spirits, aptly suiting with her years and desires. Master Albert, perceiving that they had drawn him in among them, only to scoff and make a mockery of him, set a merry countenance on the matter, and honestly thus answered, "Believe me, gentlewoman, speaking to the widow herself, it should not appear strange to any of wisdom and discretion, that I am amorously inclined, and especially to you, because you are well worthy of it, and although those powers which naturally appertain to the exercises of love are bereft and gone from aged people, yet goodwill thereto cannot be taken from them, neither judgment to know such as deserve to be affected, for by how much they exceed youth in knowledge and experience, by so much the more hath nature made them meet for respect and reverence. The hope which incited me being aged to love you, that are affected of so many youthful gallants, grew thus. I have often chanced into divers places, where I have seen ladies and gentlewomen being disposed to a collation or rerebinque after dinner, to feed on lupins and young onions or leeks, and although it may be so, that there is little or no goodness at all in them, yet the heads of them are least hurtful, and most pleasing in the mouth, and you gentlewomen generally guided by unreasonable appetite will hold the heads of them in your hands, and feed upon the blades or stalks, which not only are not good for anything, but also are of very bad savour. And what know I, lady, whether among the choice of friends, it may fit your fancy to do the like? For if you did so, it were no fault of mine to be chosen of you, but thereby were all the rest of your suitors the sooner answered. The widowed gentlewoman, and all the rest in her company, being bashfully ashamed of her own, and their folly, presently said, Master Albert, you have both well and worthily chastised our overbold presumption, and believe me, sir, I repute your love and kindness of no mean merit, coming from a man so wise and virtuous, and therefore mine honour reserved command my uttermost, as always ready to do you any honest service. Master Albert, arising from his seat, thanking the fair widow for her gentle offer, took leave of her and all the company, and she blushing, as all the rest were therein not much behind her, thinking to check him, became chidden herself, whereby if we be wise let us all take warning. The sun was now somewhat far declined, and the heat's extremity well worn away, when the tales of the 7 ladies and 3 gentlemen were thus finished, whereupon their queen pleasantly said, For this day, fair company, there remaineth nothing more to be done under my regiment, but onely to bestow a new queen upon you, who according to her judgment must take her turn, and dispose what next is to be done, for continuing our time in honest pleasure. And although the day should endure till dark night, in regard that when some time is taken before, the better preparation may be made for occasions to follow, to the end also, that whatsoever the new queen shall please to appoint, may be the better fitted for the morrow. I am of opinion that at the same hour as we now cease, the following days shall severally begin, and therefore, in reverence to him that giveth life to all things, and in hope of comfort by our second day, Madame Philomena, a most wise young lady, shall govern as queen this our kingdom. So soon as she had thus spoken, arising from her seat of dignity, and taking the laurel crown from off her own head, she reverently placed it upon Madame Philomene's, she first of all humbly saluting her, and then all the rest, openly confessing her to be their queen, made gracious offer to obey whatsoever she commanded. Philomena, her cheeks delivering a scarlet tincture, to see herself thus honoured as their queen, and well remembering the words, so lately uttered by Madame Pampinea, that dullness or neglect might not be noted in her, took cheerful courage to her, and first of all she confirmed the officers which Pampinea had appointed the day before, then she ordained for the morrow's provision, as also for the supper so near approaching, before they departed away from thence, and then thus began. Lovely companions, although that Madame Pampinea, more in her own courtesy than any matter of merit remaining in me, hath made me your queen, I am not determined to alter the form of our intended life, nor to be guided by mine own judgment, but to associate the same with your assistance. And because you may know what I intend to do, and so consequently add or diminish at your pleasure, in very few words you shall plainly understand my meaning. If you have well considered on the course which this day hath been kept by Madame Pampinea, methinks it hath been very pleasing and commendable, in which regard, until by over-tedious continuation, or other occasions of irksome offence, it shall seem injurious, I am of the mind not to alter it. Holding on the order then as we have begun to do, we will depart from hence to recreate ourselves a while, and when the sun groweth towards setting, we will sup in the fresh and open air. Afterward, with canzonets and other pastimes, we will outwear the hours till bedtime. Tomorrow morning, in the fresh and gentle breath thereof, we will rise walk to such places, as every one shall find fittest for them, even as already this day we have done, until due time shall summon us hither again, to continue our discoursive tales, wherein methinks consisteth both pleasure and profit, especially by discreet observation. Very true it is, that some things which Madame Pampinea could not accomplish, by reason of her so small time of authority, I will begin to undergo, to wit, in restraining some matters whereon we are to speak, that better premeditation may pass upon them. For when respite and a little leisure goeth before them, each discourse will savour of the more formality, and if it might so please you, thus would I direct the order. As since the beginning of the world, all men have been guided by fortune thorough divers accidents and occasions, so beyond all hope expectation, the issue and success hath been good and successful, and accordingly should every one of our arguments be chosen. The ladies and the young gentlemen likewise commended her advice and promised to imitate it, onely Dionysius excepted, who, when everyone was silent, spake thus: Madam, I say as all the rest have done, that the order by you appointed is most pleasing and worthy to be allowed, but I entreat one special favour for myself, and to have it confirmed to me so long as our company continueth, namely, that I may not be constrained to this law of direction, but to tell my tale at liberty after mine own mind, and according to the freedom first instituted. And because no one shall imagine that I urge this grace of you, as being unfurnished of discourses in this kind, I am well contented to be the last in every day's exercise. The Queen, knowing him to be a man full of mirth and matter, began to consider very advisedly that he would not have moved this request but only to the end, that if the company grew wearied by any of the tales recounted, he would shut up the day's disport with some mirthful accident. Wherefore willingly, and with consent of all the rest he had his suite granted. So arising all, they walked to a crystal river, descending down a little hill into a valley, graciously shaded with goodly trees, where washing both their hands and feet, much pretty pleasure passed among them, till supper time drawing near made them return home to the palace. When supper was ended, and books and instruments being laid before them, the Queen commanded a dance, that Madame Milia, assisted by Madame Lauretta and Dionysius, should sing a sweet ditty. At which command Lauretta undertook the dance and led it, Milia singing this song ensuing. The song: So much delight my beauty yields to me, that any other loves to wish or prove, can never suit itself with my desire. Therein I see, upon good observation, what sweet content do understanding lends. Oldie or new thoughts cannot in any fashion rob me of that which mine own soul commends. What object then, mongst infinites of men, can I ever find to dispossess my mind, and plant therein another new desire? So much delight 100, but were it so, the bliss that I would choose is by continual sight to comfort me, so rare a presence never to refuse, which mortal tongue or thought, whate'er it be, must still conceal, not able to reveal such a sacred sweet, for none other meet, but hearts inflamed with the same desire. So much delight 100. The song being ended, the chorus whereof was answered by them all, it passed with general applause, and after a few other dances, the night being well run on, the Queen gave ending to this first day's recreation. So, lights being brought, they departed to their several lodgings, to take their rest till the next morning. The end of the first day. The second day, wherein all the discourses are under the government of Madame Philomena, concerning such men or women as in divers accidents have been much molested by fortune, and yet afterward, contrary to their hope and expectation, have had a happy and successful deliverance. Already had the bright sun renewed the day everywhere with his splendent beams, and the birds sate merrily singing on the blooming branches, yielding testimony thereof to the ears of all hearers, when the 7 ladies and the 3 gentlemen after they were risen entered the gardens, and there spent some time in walking, as also making of nosegays and chaplets of flowers, and even as they had done the day before, so did they now follow the same course, for after they had dined, in a cool and pleasing air they fell to dancing, and then went to sleep a while, from which being awaked, they took their places according as it pleased the Queen to appoint in the same fair meadow about her, and she, being a goodly creature, and highly pleasing to behold, having put on her crown of laurel, and giving a gracious countenance to the whole company, commanded Madame Nephila that her tale should begin this day's delight. Whereupon she, without returning any excuse or denial, began in this manner. Martellino, counterfeiting to be lame of his members, caused himself to be set on the body of Saint Eriguo, where he made show of his sudden recovery. But when his dissimulation was discovered, he was well beaten, being afterward taken prisoner, and in great danger of being hanged and strangled by the neck, and yet he escaped in the end. The first novel, wherein is signified how easy a thing it is for wicked men to deceive the world under the shadow and colour of miracles, and that such treachery oftentimes redoundeth to the harm of the deviser. Fair ladies, it hath happened many times, that he who striveth to scorn and flout other men, and especially in occasions deserving to be respected, proveth to mock himself with the self-assame matter, yea, and to his no mean danger beside, as you shall perceive by a tale which I intend to tell you, obeying therein the command of our queen, and according to the subject by her enjoined. In which discourse you may first observe what great mischance happened to one of our citizens, and yet afterward how beyond all hope he happily escaped. Not long since there lived in the city of Trevors an almoin or Germain named Ariguo or Arrigo, who being a poor man, served as a porter or burden-bearer for money when any man pleased to employ him. And yet, notwithstanding his poor and mean condition, he was generally reputed to be of good and sanctified life, in which regard whether it were true or no, I know not. It happened, that when he died, at least as the men of Trevors themselves affirmed in the very instant hour of his departing, all the bells in the great church of Trevors, not being pulled by the help of any hand, began to ring, which being accounted for a miracle, every one said that this Arriguo had been and was a saint. And presently all the people of the city ran to the house where the dead bawdy lay, and carried it as a sanctified body into the great church, where people, halt, lame and blind, or troubled with any other diseases, were brought about it, even as if every one should forthwith be holpen, onely by their touching the bawdy. It came to pass that in so great a concourse of people, as resorted thither from all parts, 3 of our citizens went to Trevors, one of them being named Stecchio, the second Martellino, and the third Marquise, all being men of such condition as frequented princes' courts, to give them delight by pleasant counterfeited qualities. None of these men having ever been at Trevors before, seeing how the people crowded thorough the streets, wondered greatly thereat. But when they knew the reason, why the throngs ran on heaps in such sort together, they grew as desirous to see the shrine as any of the rest. Having ordered all affairs at their lodging, Marquiso said, "It is fit for us to see this saint, but I know not how we shall attain thereto, because as I have heard the place is guarded by Germain soldiers and other warlike men, commanded thither by the governors of this city, lest any outrage should be there committed. And beside, the church is so full of people, as we shall never compass to get near." Martellino, being also as forward in desire to see it, presently replied, "All this difficulty cannot dismay me, but I will go to the very body of the saint itself." "But how?" quoth Marquise. "I will tell thee," answered Martellino. "I purpose to go in the disguise of an impotent lame person, supported on the one side by thyself, and on the other by Stecchio, as if I were not able to walk of myself. And you two thus sustaining me, desiring to come near the saint to cure me, every one will make way, and freely give you leave to go on." This devise was very pleasing to Marquiso and Stecchio, so that without any further delaying they all 3 left their lodging, and resorting into a secret corner aside, Martellino so writhed and mishapped his hands, fingers, and arms, his legs, mouth, eyes, and whole countenance, that it was a dreadful sight to look upon him, and whosoever beheld him would verily have imagined that he was utterly lame of his limbs, and greatly deformed in his body. Marquiso and Stecchio, seeing all sorted so well as they could wish, took and led him towards the church, making very piteous moan, and humbly desiring for God's sake of every one that they met, to grant them free passage, whereto they charitably condescended. Thus leading him on, crying still, "Beware there before, and give way for God's sake," they arrived at the body of Saint Arriguo, that by his help he might be healed. And while all eyes were diligently observing what miracle would be wrought on Martellino, he having sit in a small space upon the saint's body, and being sufficiently skilful in counterfeiting, began first to extend forth one of his fingers, next his hand, then his arm, and so by degrees the rest of his body. Which when the people saw, they made such a wonderful noise in praise of Saint Arriguo, even as if it had thundered in the church. Now it chanced by ill fortune that there stood a Florentine near to the body, who knew Martellino very perfectly, but appearing so monstrously misshapen, when he was brought into the church, he could take no knowledge of him. But when he saw him stand up and walk, he knew him then to be the man indeed, whereupon he said, "How cometh it to pass that this fellow should be so miraculously cured that never truly was any way impotent?" Certain men of the city, hearing these words, entered into further questioning with him, demanding how he knew that the man had no such imperfection. "Well enough," answered the Florentine, "I know him to be as direct in his limbs and body, as you, I, or any of us all are. But indeed he knows better how to dissemble counterfeit tricks than any man else that ever I saw." When they heard this, they discoursed no further with the Florentine, but pressed on mainly to the place where Martellino stood, crying out aloud, "Lay hold on this traitor, a mocker of God and his holy saints that had no lameness in his limbs, but to make a mock of our saint and us, came hither in false and counterfeit manner." So laying hands upon him, they threw him against the ground, hailing him by the hair on his head, and tearing the garments from his baccy, spurning him with their feet, and beating him with their fists, that many were much ashamed to see it. Poor Martellino was in a pitiful case, crying out for mercy, but no man would hear him. For the more he cried, the more still they did beat him, as meaning to leave no life in him, which Stechio and Marquise, seeing, considered with themselves that they were likewise in a desperate case, and therefore, fearing to be as much misused, they cried out among the rest, "Kill the counterfeit knave, lay on load, and spare him not." Nevertheless they took care how to get him out of the people's hands, as doubting, lest they would kill him indeed by their extreme violence. Suddenly Marquise bethought him how to do it, and proceeded thus. All the sergeants for justice standing at the church door, he ran with all possible speed to the potestate's lieutenant, and said unto him, "Good my lord justice, help me in an hard case. Yonder is a villain that hath cut my purse. I desire he may be brought before you, that I may have my money again." He, hearing this, sent for a dozen of the sergeants, who went to apprehend unhappy Martellino, and recover him from the people's fury, leading him on with them to the palace, no mean crowds thronging after him, when they heard that he was accused to be a cutpurse. Now durst they meddle no more with him, but assisted the officers, some of them charging him in like manner that he had cut their purses also. Upon these clamours and complaints, the potestate's lieutenant, being a man of rude quality, took him sedanely aside, and examined him of the crimes wherewith he was charged. But Martellino, as making no account of these accusations, laughed and returned scoffing answers. Whereat the judge, waxing much displeased, delivered him over to the strappado, and stood by himself, to have him confess the crimes imposed on him, and then to hang him afterward. Being let down to the ground, the judge still demanded of him whether the accusations against him were true or no, affirming that it nothing availed him to deny it, whereupon he thus spake to the judge, "My lord, I am here ready before you to confess the truth, but I pray you demand of all them that accuse me, when and where I did cut their purses, then I will tell you that, which as yet I have not done, otherwise I purpose to make you no more answers." "Well," quoth the judge, "thou requirest but reason." Calling divers of the accusers, one of them said that he lost his purse 8 days before, another said 6, another 4, and some said the very same day. Which Martellino hearing replied, "My lord, they all lie in their throats, as I will plainly prove before you. I would to God I had never set foot within this city, as it is not many hours since my first entrance, and presently after mine arrival, I went in an evil hour, I may say for me, to see the saint's body, where I was thus beaten, as you may behold. That all this is true which I say unto you, the Seigneury's officer that keeps your book of presentations will testify for me, as also the host where I am lodged. Wherefore, good my lord, if you find all no otherwise, then as I have said, I humbly entreat you, that upon these bad men's reports and false informations, I may not be thus tormented, and put in peril of my life." While matters proceeded in this manner, Marquise and Stechio, understanding how roughly the potestate's lieutenant dealt with Martellino, and that he had already given him the strappado, were in heavy perplexity, saying to themselves, "We have carried this business very badly, redeeming him out of the frying pan, and flinging him into the fire." Whereupon, trudging about from place to place, meeting at length with their host, they told him truly how all had happened, whereat he could not refrain from laughing. Afterward, he went with them to one Master Alexander Agallante, who dwelt in Trevors, and was in great credit with the city's chief magistrate, to whom he related the whole discourse, all three earnestly entreating him to commiserate the case of poor Martellino. Master Alexander, after he had laughed heartily at this hot piece of service, went with him to the Lord of Trevors, prevailing so well with him that he sent to have Martellino brought before him. The messengers that went for him found him standing in his shirt before the judge, very shrewdly shaken with the strappado, trembling and quaking pitifully. For the judge would not hear anything in his excuse, but hating him perhaps because he was a Florentine, flatly determined to have him hanged by the neck, and would not deliver him to the Lord, until in mere despite he was compelled to do it. The Lord of Trevors, when Martellino came before him, and had acquainted him truly with every particular, Master Alexander requested that he might be dispatched thence for Florence, because he thought the halter to be about his neck, and that there was no other help but hanging. The Lord, smiling a long while at the accident, causing Martellino to be handsomely apparelled, delivering them also his pass, they escaped out of further danger, and tarried nowhere till they came unto Florence. Rinaldo d'Este, after he was robbed by thieves, arrived at Chasto Guillaume, where he was friendly lodged by a fair widow, and recompensed likewise for all his losses, returning afterward safe and well home into his own house. The second novel, whereby we may learn that such things as sometimes seem hurtful to us may turn to our benefit and commodity. Much merriment was among the ladies. Hearing this tale of Martellino's misfortunes, so familiarly reported by Madame Nephila, and of the men it was best respected by Philostratus, who sitting nearest unto Nephila, the queen commanded his tale to be the next, when presently he began to speak thus. Gracious ladies, I am to speak of universal occasions, mingled with some misfortunes in part, and partly with matters leaning to love, as many times may happen to such people, that trace the dangerous paths of amorous desires, or have not learned perfectly to say S. Julian's pater noster, having good beds of their own, yet casually meet with worser lodging. In the time of Azzo, Marquess of Ferrara, there was a merchant named Rinaldo de Este, who being one day at Bologna about some especial business of his own, his occasions there ended, and riding from thence towards Verona, he fell in company with other horsemen, seeming to be merchants like himself, but indeed were thieves, men of most bad life and conversation, yet he having no such mistrust of them, rode on, conferring with them very familiarly. They perceiving him to be a merchant, and likely to have some store of money about him, concluded between themselves to rob him, so soon as they found apt place and opportunity. But because he should conceive no such suspicion, they rode on like modest men, talking honestly friendly with him, of good parts and disposition appearing in him, offering him all humble and gracious service, accounting themselves happy by his company, as he returned the same courtesy to them, because he was alone and but one servant with him. Falling from one discourse to another, they began to talk of such prayers, as men in journey used to salute God withal. And one of the thieves, they being 3 in number, spake thus to Rinaldo: Sir, let it be no offence to you that I desire to know what prayer you most use when thus you travel on the way. Whereto Rinaldo replied in this manner: To tell you true, sir, I am a man gross enough in such divine matters, as meddling more with merchandise than I do with books. Nevertheless, at all times when I am thus in journey, in the morning before I depart my chamber, I say a Pater Noster and an Ave Maria, for the souls of the father and mother of St. Julian, and after that, I pray God and S. Julian to send me a good lodging at night. And let me tell you, sir, that very oftentimes heretofore, I have met with many great dangers upon the way, from all which I still escaped. And evermore when night drew on I came to an exceeding good lodging, which makes me firmly believe that St. Julian, in honour of whom I speak it, hath begged of God such great grace for me, and methinks that if any day I should fail of this prayer in the morning, I cannot travail securely nor come to a good lodging. No doubt then, sir, quoth the other, but you have said that prayer this morning. I would be sorry else, said Rinaldo, such an especial matter is not to be neglected. He and the rest, who had already determined how to handle him before they parted, said within themselves, Look, thou hast said thy prayer, for when we have thy money, St. Julian and thou shift for thy lodging. Afterward the same man thus again conferred with him, As you, sir, so I have ridden many journeys, and yet I never used any such prayer, although I have heard it very much commended, and my lodging hath proved never the worser. Perhaps this very night will therein resolve us both, whether of us two shall be the best lodged, you that have said the prayer, or I that never used it at all. But I must not deny that instead thereof I have made use of some verses, as De Rupisti, or the Judimerata, or De Profundis, which are, as my grandmother hath often told me, of very great virtue and efficacy. Continuing thus in talk of divers things, winning way and beguiling the time, still waiting when their purpose should sort to effect, it fortuned that the thieves, seeing they were come near to a town, called Casto Guillaume, by the ford of a river, the hour somewhat late, the place solitary and thickly shaded with trees, they made their assault, and having robbed him, left him there on foot, stripped into his shirt, saying to him, Go now and see whether thy St. Julian will allow thee this night a good lodging, or no, for our own we are sufficiently provided. So passing the river, away they rode. Rinaldo's servant, seeing his master so sharply assailed like a wicked villain, would not assist him in any sort, but giving his horse the spurs, never left galloping, until he came to Casto Guillaume, where he entered upon the point of night, providing himself of a lodging, but not caring what became of his master. Rinaldo remaining there in his shirt, barefoot and bare-legged, the weather extremely cold, and snowing incessantly, not knowing what to do, dark night drawing on, and looking round about him, for some place where to abide that night, to the end he might not die with cold. He found no help at all there for him, in regard that no long while before the late war had burnt and wasted all, and not so much as the least cottage left. Compelled by the cold's violence, his teeth quaking and all his body trembling, he trotted on towards Casto Guillaume, not knowing whether his man was gone thither or no, or to what place else, but persuaded himself that if he could get entrance there was no fear of finding succour. But before he came within half a mile of the town, the night grew extremely dark, and arriving there so late, he found the gates fast locked, and the bridges drawn up, so that no entrance might be admitted. Grieving greatly hereat, and being much discomforted, ruefully he went spying about the walls, for some place wherein to shroud himself at least, to keep the snow from falling upon him. By good hap he espied an house upon the wall of the town, which had a terrace jutting out as a penthouse, under which he purposed to stand all the night, and then to get him gone in the morning. At length he found a door in the wall, but very fast shut, and some small store of straw lying by it, which he gathered together, and sitting down thereon very pensively, made many sad complaints to St. Julian, saying, this was not according to the trust he reposed in her. But St. Julian, taking compassion upon him without any over-long tarrying, provided him of a good lodging, as you shall hear how. In this town of Chasteau Guillaume lived a young lady, who was a widow, so beautiful and comely of her person, as seldom was seen a more lovely creature. The Marquess Atso most dearly affected her, and as his choicest jewel of delight gave her that house to live in, under the terrace whereof poor Rinaldo made his shelter. It chanced the day before that the Marquess was come thither according to his frequent custom, to wear away that night in her company, she having secretly prepared a bath for him, and a costly supper beside. All things being ready, and nothing wanting but the Marquess his presence, suddenly a post brought him such letters, which commanded him instantly to horsebacky, and word he sent to the lady to spare him for that night, because urgent occasions called him thence, and he rode away immediately. Much discontented was the lady at this unexpected accident, and not knowing now how to spend the time, resolved to use the bath which he had made for the Marquess, and after supper betake herself to rest, and so she entered into the bath. Close to the door where poor Rinaldo sate stood the bath, by which means she, being therein, heard all his quivering moans and complaints, seeming to be such as the swan singing before her death, whereupon she called her chambermaid, saying to her, go up above and look over the terrace on the wall down to this door, and see who is there, and what he doth. The chambermaid went up aloft, and by a little glimmering in the air, she saw a man sitting in his shirt, bare on feet and legges, trembling in manner before rehearsed, she demanding of whence and what he was. Rinaldo's teeth so trembled in his head, as very hardly could he form any words, but so well as he could told her what he was, and how he came thither, most pitifully entreating her, that if she could afford him any help, not to suffer him starve there to death with cold. The chambermaid, being much moved to compassion, returned to her lady and told her all, she likewise pitying his distress, and remembering she had the key of that door, whereby the Marquess both entered and returned, when he intended not to be seen of any, said to her maid, go and open the door softly for him, we have a good supper, and none to help to eat it, and if he be a man likely, we can allow him one night's lodging too. The chambermaid, commending her lady for this charitable kindness, opened the door, and seeing he appeared as half frozen, she said unto him, make haste, good man, get thee into this bath, which yet is good and warm, for my lady herself came but newly out of it, whereto very gladly he condescended, as not tarrying to be bidden twice, finding himself so singularly comforted with the heat thereof, even as if he had been restored from death to life. Then the lady sent him garments, which lately were her deceased husband's, and fitted him so aptly in all respects, as if purposely they had been made for him. Attending in further expectation, to know what else the lady would command him, he began to remember God and St. Julian, heartily thanking her, for delivering him from so bad a night as was threatened towards him, and bringing him to so good entertainment. After all this, the lady, causing a fair fire to be made in the nearest chamber beneath, went and sate by it herself, demanding how the honest man fared. Madame, answered the chambermaid, now that he is in your deceased lord's garments, he appeareth to be a very goodly gentleman, and questionless is of respective birth and breeding, well deserving this gracious favour which you have afforded him. Go then, quoth the lady, and conduct him hither, to sit by this fire, and sup here with me, for I fear he hath had but a sorry supper. When Rinaldo was entered into the chamber, and beheld her to be such a beautiful lady, accounting his fortune to exceed all comparison, he did her most humble reverence, expressing so much thankfulness as possibly he could, for this her extraordinary grace and favour. The lady, fixing a steadfast eye upon him, well liking his gentle language and behaviour, perceiving also how fitly her deceased husband's apparel was formed to his person, and resembling him in all familiar respects, he appeared in her judgment far beyond the chambermaid's commendations of him. So praying him to sit down by her before the fire, she questioned with him concerning this unhappy night's accident befalne him, wherein he fully resolved her, and she was the more persuaded, by reason of his servants coming into the town before night, assuring him that he should be found for him early in the morning. Supper being served in to the table, and he seated according as the lady commanded, she began to observe him very considerately. For he was a goodly man, complete in all perfections of person, a delicate pleasing countenance, a quick alluring eye, fixed and constant, not wantonly gadding, in the jovial youthfulness of his time, and truest temper for amorous apprehension. All these were as battering engines against a bulwark of no strong resistance, and wrought strangely upon her flexible affections, and though he fed heartily as occasion constrained, yet her thoughts had entertained a new kind of diet, digested only by the eye, yet so cunningly concealed that no motive to immodesty could be discerned. Her mercy thus extended to him in misery, drew on by table discourse his birth, education, parents, friends, and allies, his wealthy possessions by merchandise, and a sound stability in his estate, but above all and best of all the single and sole condition of a bachelor, an apt and easy steel to strike fire, especially upon such quick-taking tinder, and in a time favoured by fortune. No embarment remained but remembrance of the Marquess, and that being summoned to her more advised consideration, her youth and beauty stood up as conscious accusers, for blemishing her honour and fair repute with lewd and luxurious life, far unfit for a lady of her degree and well worthy of general condemnation. What should I further say? Upon a short conference with her chambermaid, repentance for sin past, and solemnly promise of a constant conversion, thus she delivered her mind to Rinaldo. Sir, as you have related your fortunes to me by this your casual happening hither, if you can like the motion so well as she that makes it, my deceased lord and husband living so perfectly in your person, this house and all mine is yours, and of a widow I will become your wife, except unmanly you deny me. Rinaldo, hearing these words, and proceeding from a lady of such absolute perfections, presuming upon so proud an offer, and condemning himself of folly if he should refuse it, thus replied, Madam, considering that I stand bound for ever hereafter, to confess that you are the gracious preserver of my life, and I no way able to return requital, if you please so to shadow mine insufficiency, and to accept me and my fairest fortunes to do you service, let me die before a thought of denial, or any way to yield you the least discontentment. Here wanted but a priest to join their hands, as mutual affection already had done their hearts, which being sealed with infinite kisses, the chambermaid called up Friar Roger her confessor, and wedding and bedding were both effected before the bright morning. In brief, the Marquess, having heard of the marriage, did not mislike it but confirmed it by great and honourable gifts, and having sent for his dishonest servant, he dispatched him after sound reprehension to Ferrara, with letters to Rinaldo's father and friends, of all the accidents that had befallen him. Moreover, the very same morning the 3 thieves that had robbed and so ill entreated Rinaldo, for another fact he by them the same night committed, were taken and brought to the town of Chasto Guillaume, where they were hanged for their offences, and Rinaldo with his wife rode to Ferrara. 3 young gentlemen, being brethren, and having spent all their lands and possessions vainly, became poor. A nephew of theirs falling almost into as desperate a condition became acquainted with an abbot, whom he afterward found to be the King of England's daughter, and made him her husband in marriage, recompensing all his uncle's losses, and ceding them again in good estate. The 3rd novel, wherein is declared the dangers of prodigality, and the manifold mutabilities of fortune. The fortunes of Rinaldo de Este being heard by the ladies and gentlemen, they admired his happiness, and commended his devotion to Saint Julian, who in such extreme necessity sent him so good succour. Nor was the lady to be blamed, for leaving base liberty, and converting to the chaste embraces of the marriage bed, the dignity of women's honour and eternal disgrace living otherwise. While thus they descanted on the happy night between her and Rinaldo, Madame Pampinea sitting next to Philostratus, considering that her discourse must follow in order, and thinking on what she was to say, the Queen had no sooner sent out her command, but she being no less fair than forward, began in this manner. Ladies of great respect, the more we confer on the accidents of fortune, so much the more remaineth to consider on her mutabilities, wherein there is no need of wonder, if discreetly we observe, that all such things as we fondly term to be our own, are in her power, and so consequently change from one to another, without any stay or arrest according to her concealed judgment or settled order at least that can be known to us. Now, although these things appear thus daily to us, even apparently in all occasions, and as hath been discerned by some of our precedent discourses, yet notwithstanding, seeing it pleaseth the Queen that our arguments should aim at these ends, I will add to the former tales another of my own, perhaps not unprofitable for the hearers, nor unpleasing in observation. Sometime heretofore there dwelt in our city a knight named Signor the Boldo, who according as some report issued from the family of Lamberty, but others derive him of the Agalanti, guiding perhaps their opinion herein, more from the train of children, belonging to the said the Boldo ever more equal to that of the Agalanti than any other matter else. But setting aside from which of these two houses he came, I say that in his time he was a very wealthy knight, had 3 sons, the first being named Lamberto, the second the Boldo, the third Agalanto, all goodly and graceful youths. Howbeit, the eldest had not completed 18 years, when Signor the Boldo the father deceased, who left them all his goods and inheritances, and they, seeing themselves rich in ready moneys and revenues, without any other government than their own voluntary disposition, kept no restraint upon their expenses, but maintained many servants and store of unvaluable horses, beside hawks and hounds, with open house for all comers, and not only all delights else fit for gentlemen, but what vanities beside best agreed with their wanton and youthful appetites. Not long had they run on this race, but the treasures left them by their father began greatly to diminish, and their revenues sufficed not to support such lavish expenses as they had begun, but they fell to engaging and pawning their inheritances, selling one today and another tomorrow, so that they saw themselves quickly come to nothing, and then poverty opened their eyes, which prodigality had before closed up. Hereupon Lamberto, on a day calling his brethren to him, showed them what the honours of their father had been, to what height his wealth amounted, and now to what an ebb of poverty it was foully, onely thorough their inordinate expenses. Wherefore he counselled them, as best he could before further misery insulted over them, to make sale of the small remainder that was left, and then to betake themselves unto some other abiding, where fairer fortune might chance to shine up in them. This advice prevailed with them, and so, without taking leave of any body or other solemnity than closest secrecy, they departed from Florence, not tarrying in any place until they were arrived in England, coming to the city of London, and taking there a small house upon yearly rent, living on so little charge as possible might be, they began to lend out money at use, wherein fortune was so favourable to them that in few years they had gathered a great sum of money, by means whereof it came to pass that one while one of them, and afterward another, returned back again to Florence, where with those sums a great part of their inheritances were redeemed, and many other bought beside, linking themselves in marriage, and yet continuing their usances in England. They sent a nephew of theirs thither, named Alessandro, a young man and of fair demeanour, to maintain their stock and employment, while they 3 remained still at Florence and, growing forgetful of their former misery, fell again into as unreasonable expenses as ever, never respecting their household charges, because they had good credit among the merchants, and the moneys still sent from Alessandro supported their expenses divers years. The dealings of Alessandro in England grew very great, for he lent out much money to many gentlemen, lords and barons of the land, upon engagement of their manors, castles, and other revenues, from whence he derived immeasurable benefit, while the 3 brethren held on in their lavish expenses, borrowing moneys when they wanted until their supplies came from England, whereon indeed was their only dependence. It fortuned that contrary to the opinion of Almenoir happened between the King of England and one of his sons, which occasioned much trouble in the whole country, by taking part on either side, some with the son and other with the father, in regard whereof those castles and places pawned to Alessandro were suddenly seized from him, nothing then remaining that returned him any profit, but living in hope day by day that peace would be concluded between the father and the son, he never doubted, but all things then should be restored to him, both the principal and interest, therefore he would not depart out of the country. The 3 brethren at Florence, bounding within no limits their disordered spending, borrowed daily more and more, and after some few years, the creditors seeing no effect of their hopes to come from them, all credit being lost with them, and no repayment of promised dues, they were imprisoned, their lands and all they had not sufficing to pay the moiety of debts, but their bodies remained in prison for the rest, their wives and young children being sent thence, some to one village, some to another, so that nothing now was to be expected, but poverty misery of life forever. As for honest Alessandro, who had awaited long time for peace in England, persevering there was no likelihood of it, and considering also that beside his tarrying there in vain to recover his dues he was in danger of his life, without any further deferring, he set away for Italy. It came to pass that as he issued forth of Bruges, he saw a young abbot also journeying thence, being clothed in white, accompanied with divers monks and a great train before, conducting the needful carriage. 2 ancient knights, kinsmen to the king, followed after, with whom Alessandro acquainted himself as having formerly known them, and was kindly accepted into their company. Alessandro, riding along with them, courteously requested to know what those monks were that rode before and such a train attending on them, whereto one of the knights thus answered, "He that rideth before is a young gentleman and our kinsman, who is newly elected abbot of one of the best abbeys in England. Because he is more young in years than the decrees for such a dignity do allow, we travail with him to Rome, to entreat our holy father, that his youth may be dispensed withal, and he confirmed in the said dignity. But he is not to speak a word to any person. On rode this new abbot, sometimes before his train, and other whiles after, as we see great lords used to do, when they ride upon the highways. It chanced on a day, that Alessandro rode somewhat near to the abbot, who steadfastly beholding him, perceived that he was a very comely young man, so affable, lovely, and gracious, that even in this first encounter, he had never seen any man before that better pleased him. Calling him a little closer, he began to confer familiarly with him, demanding what he was, whence he came, and whither he travelled. Alessandro imparted freely to him all his affairs, in everything satisfying his demands, and offering, although his power was small, to do him all the service he could. When the abbot had heard his gentle answers, so wisely discreetly delivered, considering also more particularly his commendable carriage, he took him to be at the least a well-born gentleman, and far differing from his own logger-headed train. Wherefore, taking compassion on his great misfortunes, he comforted him very kindly, wishing him to live always in good hope. For if he were virtuous and honest, he should surely attain to the seat from whence fortune had thrown him, or rather much higher. Entreating him also, that seeing he journeyed towards Tuscany, as he himself did the like, to continue still if he pleased in his company. Alessandro most humbly thanked him for such gracious comfort, protesting that he would be always ready to do whatsoever he commanded. The abbot riding on with newer crotchets in his brain than he had before the sight of Alessandro. It fortuned that after divers days of travail they came to a small country village, which afforded little store of lodging, and yet the abbot would needs lie there. Alessandro, being well acquainted with the host of the house, willed him to provide for the abbot and his people, and then to lodge him where he thought meetest. Now before the abbot's coming thither, the harbinger that marshalled all such matters had provided for his train in the village, some in one place and others elsewhere, in the best manner that the town could yield. But when the abbot had supped, a great part of the night being spent, and everyone else at his rest, Alessandro demanded of the host what provision he had made for him, and how he should be lodged that night. In good sadness, sir, quoth the host, you see that my house is full of guests, so that I and my people must gladly sleep on the table's benches. Nevertheless, next adjoining to my lord abbot's chamber, there are certain corn lofts, whither I can closely bring you, and making shift there with a slender pallet bed, it may serve for one night, instead of a better. But mine host, quoth Alessandro, how can I pass thorough my lord's chamber, which is so little, as it would not allow lodging for any of his monks? If I had remembered so much, said the host, before the curtains were drawn, I could have lodged his monks in those corn lofts, and then both you and I might have slept where now they do. But fear you not, my lord's curtains are close drawn, he sleepeth no doubt soundly, and I can convey you thither quietly enough without the least disturbance to him, and a pallet bed shall be fitted there for you. Alessandro, perceiving that all this might be easily done, and no disease offered to the abbot, accepted it willingly, went thither without any noise at all. My lord abbot, whose thoughts were so busied about amorous desires that no sleep at all could enter his eyes, heard all this talk between the host and Alessandro, and also where he was appointed to lodge, wherefore he said to himself, seeing fortune hath fitted me with a propitious time, to compass the happens of my heart's desire, I know no reason why I should refuse it. Perhaps I shall never have the like offer again, or ever be enabled with such an opportunity. So, being fully determined to prosecute his intention, and persuading himself also that the silence of night had bestowed sleep on all the rest, with a low and trembling voice he called Alessandro, advising him to come and lie down by him, which after some few faint excuses he did, and putting off his clothes, lay down by the abbot, being not a little proud of so gracious a favour. The abbot, laying his arm over the other's body, began to embrace and hug him, even as amorous friends provoked by earnest affection used to do. Whereat Alessandro, very much marvelling, and being an Italian himself, fearing lest this folly in the abbot would convert to foul and dishonest action, shrunk modestly from him, which the abbot perceiving, and doubting lest Alessandro would depart and leave him, pleasantly smiling, and with bashful behaviour bearing his stomach, he took Alessandro's hand, and laying it thereon said, Alessandro, let all bad thoughts of bestial abuse be far off from thee, and feel here, to resolve thee from all such fear. Alessandro, feeling the abbot's breast, found there two pretty little mountainets, round, plump, and smooth, appearing as if they had been of polished ivory, whereby he perceived that the abbot was a woman, which, setting an edge on his youthful desires, made him fall to embracing, and immediately he offered to kiss her. But she, somewhat rudely repulsing him, as half offended, said, Alessandro, forbear such boldness upon thy life's peril, and before thou further presume to touch me, understand what I shall tell thee. I am, as thou perceivest, no man but a woman, and departing a virgin from my father's house, am travelling towards the Pope's holiness, to the end that he should bestow me in marriage. But the other day, when first I beheld thee, whether it proceeded from thy happiness in fortune, or the fatal hour of my own infelicity for ever, I know not, I conceived such an effectual kind of liking towards thee, as never did woman love a man more truly. Then I doe thee, having sworn within my soul to make thee my husband before any other. And if thou wilt not accept me as thy wife, set a lock upon thy lips concerning what thou hast heard, and depart hence to thine own bed again. No doubt but that these were strange news to Alessandro, and seemed merely as a miracle to him. What she was he knew not, but in regard of her train and company, he reputed her to be both noble and rich, as also she was wonderful fair and beautiful. His own fortunes stood out of future expectation by his kinsmen's overthrow, and his great losses in England. Wherefore, upon an opportunity so fairly offered, he held it no wisdom to return refusal, but accepted her gracious motion, and referred all to her disposing. She, arising out of her bed, called him to a little table standing by, where hung a fair crucifix upon the wall, before which, and calling him to witness, that suffered such bitter and cruel torments on his cross, putting a ring upon his finger, there she faithfully espoused him, refusing all the world to be only his, which being on either side confirmed solemnly by an holy vow and chaste kisses, she commanded him baccy to his chamber, and she returned to her bed again, sufficiently satisfied with her love's acceptation, and so they journeyed on till they came to Rome. When they had rested themselves there for some few days, the supposed abbot, with the two knights and none else in company but Alessandro, went before the Pope, and having done him such reverence as beseemed, the abbot began to speak in this manner. Holy Father, as you know much better than any other, every one that desireth to live well and virtuously, ought to shun, so far as in them lieth, all occasions that may induce to the contrary. To the end, therefore, that I, who desire nothing more than to live within the compass of a virtuous conversation, may perfect my hopes in this behalf, I have fled from my father's court, and am come hither in this habit, as you see, to crave therein your holy and fatherly furtherance. I am daughter to the King of England, and have sufficiently furnished myself with some of his treasures, that your holiness may bestow me in marriage, because mine unkind father, never regarding my youth and beauty inferior to few in my native country, would marry me to the King of North Wales, an aged, impotent, and sickly man. Yet let me tell your sanctity, that his age and weakness hath not so much occasioned my flight, as fear of mine own youth and frailty, when being married to him, instead of loyal and unstained life, lewd and dishonest desires might make me to wander, by breaking the divine laws of wedlock, and abusing the royal blood of my father. As I travailed hither with this virtuous intention, our Lord, who only knoweth perfectly what is best fitting for all his creatures, presented mine eyes no doubt in his mere mercy and goodness with a man meet to be my husband, which pointing to Alessandro is this young gentleman standing by me, whose honest, virtuous, and civil demeanour deserveth a lady of far greater worth, although perhaps nobility in blood be denied him, and may make him seem not so excellent, as one derived from royal descent. Holy and religious vows have passed between us both, and the ring on his finger is the firm pledge of my faith and constancy, never to accept any other man in marriage, but him only, although my father, or any else do dislike it. Wherefore, Holy Father, the principal cause of my coming hither, being already effectually concluded on, I desire to complete the rest of my pilgrimage, by visiting the sanctified places in this city, whereof there are great plenty, and also that sacred marriage being contracted in the presence of God only, between Alessandro and myself, may by you be publicly confirmed and in an open congregation. For seeing God hath so appointed it, and our souls have so solemnly vowed it, that no disaster whatsoever can alter it, you being God's vicar here on earth, I hope will not gainsay, but confirm it with your fatherly benediction, that we may live in God's fear and die in his favour. Persuade yourselves, fair ladies, that Alessandro was in no mean admiration when he heard that his wife was daughter to the King of England. Unspeakable joy questionless wholly overcame him, but the two knights were not a little troubled and offended at such a strange and unexpected accident, yea, so violent were their passions, that had they been anywhere else, then in the Pope's presence, Alessandro had felt their fury and, perhaps the princess herself too. On the other side the Pope was much amazed at the habit she went disguised in, and likewise at the election of her husband, but perceiving there was no resistance to be made against it, he yielded the more willingly to satisfy her desire. And therefore, having first comforted the two knights, and made peace between them, the princess and Alessandro, he gave order for the rest that was to be done. When the appointed day for the solemnity was come, he caused the princess clothed in most rich and royal garments to appear before all the cardinals, and many other great persons then in presence, who were come to this worthy feast, which he had caused purposely to be prepared, where she seemed so fair goodly a lady, that every eye was highly delighted to behold her, commending her with no mean admiration. In like manner was Alessandro greatly honoured by the two knights, being most sumptuous in appearance, and not like a man that had lent money to usury, but rather of very royal quality, the Pope himself celebrating the marriage between them, which being finished with the most magnificent pomp that could be devised, he gave them his benediction, and licensed their departure thence. Alessandro, his princess and her train thus leaving Rome, they would needs visit Florence, where the news of this accident was long before noised, and they received by the citizens in royal manner. There did she deliver the three brethren out of prison, having first paid all their debts, and receipted them again with their wives in their former inheritances and possessions, afterward departing from Florence and Agalanto, one of the uncles travailing with them to Paris. They were there also most honourably entertained by the King of France. From whence the two knights went before for England, and prevailed so successfully with the king, that he received his daughter into grace and favour, as also his son-in-law her husband, to whom he gave the order of knighthood, and for his greater dignity created him Earl of Cornwall. And such was the noble spirit of Alessandro, that he pacified the troubles between the king and his son, whereon ensued great comfort to the kingdom, winning the love and favour of all the people. And Agalanto, by the means of Alessandro, recovered all that was due to him and his brethren in England, returning richly home to Florence, Count Alessandro his kinsman having first dubbed him knight. Long time he lived in peace and tranquillity, with the fair princess his wife, proving to be so absolute in wisdom and so famous a soldier, that as some report by assistance of his father-in-law, he conquered the realmy of Ireland and was crowned king thereof. Landolfo Ruffalo, falling into poverty, became a pirate on the seas, and being taken by the Genoese, hardly escaped drowning, which yet nevertheless he did upon a little chest or coffer, full of very rich jewels, being carried thereon to Corfu, where he was well entertained by a good woman, and afterward returned richly home to his own house. The fourth novel, whereby may be discerned into how many dangers a man may fall, through a covetous desire to enrich himself. Madame Lauretta, sitting next to Madame Pampinea, and seeing how triumphantly she had finished her discourse, without attending anything else, spake thus: Gracious ladies, we shall never behold in mine opinion a greater act of fortune, than to see a man so suddenly exalted, even from the lowest depth of poverty, to a royal estate of dignity, as the discourse of Madame Pampinea hath made good, by the happy advancement of Alessandro, and because it appeareth necessary that whosoever discourseth on the subject proposed, should no way vary from the very same terms, I shall not shame to tell a tale, which, though it contain far greater mishaps than the former, may sort to as happy an issue, albeit not so noble and magnificent. In which respect, it may perhaps merit the less attention, but howsoever that fault shall be found in you, I mean to discharge mine own duty. Opinion hath made it famous for long time, that the sea-coast of Regium to Gaeta is the onely delectable part of all Italy, wherein, somewhat near to Salerno, is a shore looking upon the sea, which the inhabitants there dwelling do call the coast of Malfi, full of small towns, gardens, springs, and wealthy men, trading in as many kinds of merchandises as any other people that I know. Among which towns there is one named Ravello, wherein as yet to this day there are rich people. There was not long since a very wealthy man, named Landolfo Ruffalo, who being not contented with his riches, but coveting to multiply them double and treble, fell in danger, to lose both himself and wealth together. This man, as other merchants are wont to do after he had considered on his affairs, bought him a very goodly ship, lading it with divers sorts of merchandises, all belonging to himself only, and making his voyage to the Isle of Cyprus, where he found, over and beside the merchandises he had brought thither, many ships more there arrived, and all laden with the self-same commodities, in regard whereof it was needful for him, not only to make a good mart of his goods, but also was further constrained if he meant to vent his commodities to sell them away almost for nothing, endangering his utter destruction and overthrow. Whereupon, grieving exceedingly at so great a loss, not knowing what to do, and seeing that from very abundant wealth he was likely to fall into as low poverty, he resolved to die or to recompense his losses upon others, because he would not return home poor, having departed thence so rich. Meeting with a merchant that bought his great ship of him, with the money made thereof and also of his other merchandises, he purchased another, being a lighter vessel, apt and proper for the use of a pirate, arming and furnishing it in ample manner, for roving and robbing upon the seas. Thus he began to make other men's goods his own, especially from the Turks he took much wealth, fortune being always therein so favourable to him, that he could never compass the like by trading, so that within the space of 1 year, he had robbed and taken so many galleys from the Turk, that he found himself well recovered, not only of all his losses by merchandise, but likewise his wealth was wholly redoubled, finding his losses to be very liberally requited, and having now sufficient it were folly to hazard a second fall. Wherefore, conferring with his own thoughts, and finding that he had enough, and needed not to covet after more, he fully concluded now to return home to his own house again, and live upon his goods thus gotten. Continuing still in fear of the losses he had sustained by traffic, minding never more to employ his money that way, but to keep this light vessel, which had holpen him to all his wealth, he commanded his men to put forth their oars, and shape their course for his own dwelling, being aloft in the higher seas, dark night overtaking them, and a mighty wind suddenly coming upon them. It not only was contrary to their course, but held on with such impetuous violence, that the small vessel, being unable to endure it, made to landward speedily, and in expectation of a more friendly wind, entered a little port of the sea, directing up into a small island, and there safely sheltered itself. Into the same port which Landolfo had thus taken for his refuge, entered soon after 2 great carracks of Genoese lately come from Constantinople. When the men in them had espied the small bark, and locked up her passage from getting forth, understanding the owner's name, and that report had famed him to be very rich, they determined, as men evermore addicted naturally, to covet after money and spoil to make it their own as a prize at sea. Landing some store of their men, well armed with crossbows and other weapons, they took possession of such a place, where none durst issue forth of the small bark, but endangered his life with their darts' arrows. Entering aboard the bark, and making it their own by full possession, all the men they threw overboard, without sparing any but Landolfo himself, whom they mounted into one of the carracks, leaving him nothing but a poor shirt of mail on his baccy, and having rifled the bark of all her riches, sunk it into the bottom of the sea. The day following, the rough winds being calmed, the carrack set sail again, having a prosperous passage all the day long. But up in the entrance of dark night, the winds blew more tempestuously than before, and swelled the sea in such rude storms, that the 2 carracks were sundered each from other, and by violence of the tempest, it came to pass that the carracky wherein lay poor miserable Landolfo beneath the Isle of Cephalonia ran against a rock, and even as a glass against a wall, so split the carracky in pieces, the goods and merchandises floating on the sea, chests, coffers, beds, and such like other things, as often happeneth in such lamentable accidents. Now, notwithstanding the night's obscurity and impetuous violence of the billows, such as could swim made shift to save their lives by swimming. Others caught hold on such things, as by fortune's favour floated nearest to them, among whom distressed Landolfo, desirous to save his life, if possibly it might be, espied a chest or coffer before him, ordained no doubt to be the means of his safety from drowning. Now, although the day before he had wished for death infinite times, rather than to return home in such wretched poverty, yet, seeing how other men strove for safety of their lives by any help, were it never so little, he took advantage of this favour offered him, and the rather in a necessity so urgent, keeping fast upon the coffer so well as he could, and being driven by the wind's waves, one while this way, and anon quite contrary, he made shift for himself till day appeared, when looking every way about him, seeing nothing but clouds, the seas, and the coffer, which one while shrunk from under him, and another while supported him, according as the winds and billows carried it. All that day and night thus he floated up and down, drinking more than willingly he would, but almost hunger-starved thorough want of food. The next morning, either by the appointment of heaven or power of the winds, Landolfo, who was well near become a sponge, holding his arms strongly about the chest, as we have seen some do, who dreading drowning take hold on any the very smallest help, drew near unto the shore of the island Corfu, where by good fortune a poor woman was scouring dishes with the salt water and sand, to make them housewife-like neat and clean. When she saw the chest drawing near her, and not discerning the shape of any man, she grew fearful, and returning from it cried out aloud. He had no power of speaking to her, neither did his sight do him the smallest service. But even as the waves and winds pleased, the chest was driven still nearer to the land. And then the woman perceived that it had the form of a coffer, and looking more advisedly, beheld 2 arms extended over it, and afterward she espied the face of a man, not being able to judge whether he were alive or no. Moved by charitable and womanly compassion, she stepped in among the billows, and getting fast hold on the hair of his head, drew both the chest and him to the land, and calling forth her daughter to help her, with much ado she unfolded his arms from the chest, setting it up on her daughter's head, and then between them Landolfo was led into the town, and there conveyed into a warm stove, where quickly he recovered by her pains his strength benumbed with extreme cold. Good wines and comfortable broths she cherished him withal, that his senses being indifferently restored, he knew the place where he was, but not in what manner he was brought thither, till the good woman showed him the coffer that had kept him floating upon the waves, and next under guard had saved his life. The chest seemed of such slender weight, that nothing of any value could be expected in it, either to recompense the woman's great pains and kindness bestowed on him, or any matter of his own benefit. Nevertheless, the woman being absent, he opened the chest, and found innumerable precious stones therein, some costly and curiously set in gold, and others not fixed in any metal. Having knowledge of their great worth and value, being a merchant, and skilled in such matters, he became much comforted, praising God for this good success, and such an admirable means of deliverance from danger. Then considering with himself, that in a short time he had been twice well buffeted and beaten by fortune, and fearing lest a third mishap might follow in like manner, he consulted with his thoughts, how he might safest order the business, and bring so rich a booty without peril to his own home. Wherefore, wrapping up the jewels in very unsightly clouts, that no suspicion at all should be conceived of them, he said to the good woman, that the chest would not do him any further service, but if she pleased to lend him a small sacque or bag, she might keep the coffer, for in her house it would divers way stead her. The woman gladly did as he desired, and Landolfo, returning her infinite thanks for the loving kindness she had afforded him, throwing the sacque on his neck, passed by a bark to Brundusium, and from thence to Tranium, where merchants in the city bestowed good garments on him, he acquainting them with his disastrous fortunes, but not a word concerning his last good success. Being come home in safety to Ravello, he fell on his knees, and thanked God for all his mercies towards him. Then opening the sacque, and viewing the jewels at more leisure than formerly he had done, he found them to be of so great estimation, that selling them but at ordinary and reasonable rates, he was 3 times richer than when he departed first from his house. And having vented them all, he sent a great sum of money to the good woman at Corfu, that had rescued him out of the sea, and saved his life in a danger so dreadful. The like he did to Tranium, to the merchants that had newly clothed him, living richly upon the remainder, and never adventuring more to the sea, but ended his days in wealth and honour. Andrea de Pirro, travelling from Peraus to Naples to buy horses, was in the space of 1 night surprised by 3 admirable accidents, out of all which he fortunately escaped, and with a rich ring returned home to his own house. The 5th novel. Comprehending how needful a thing it is for a man that travelleth in affairs of the world to be provident and well advised, and carefully to keep himself from the crafty and deceitful allurements of strumpets. The precious stones and jewels found by Landolfo maketh me to remember, said Madame Fiammetta, who was next to deliver her discourse, a tale, containing no less perils than that reported by Madame Lauretta, but somewhat different from it, because the one happened in sundry years, and this other had no longer time than the compass of 1 poor night, as instantly I will relate unto you. As I have heard reported by many, there sometime lived in Peraus or Perugia a young man named Andrea de Pirro, whose profession was to trade about horses, in the nature of a horsecourser or horsemaster, who, hearing of a good fair or market for his purpose at Naples, did put 500 crowns of gold in his purse, and journeyed thither in the company of other horsecoursers, arriving there on a Sunday in the evening. According to instructions given him by his host, he went the next day into the horse market, where he saw very many horses that he liked, cheapening their prices as he went up and down, but could fall to no agreement. Yet to manifest that he came purposely to buy, and not as a cheapener only, oftentimes like a shallow-brained trader in the world, he showed his purse of gold before all passengers, never respecting who, or what they were that observed his folly. It came to pass that a young Sicilian wench very beautiful, but at command of whosoever would, and for small hire passing then by, and without his perceiving seeing such store of gold in his purse. Presently she said to herself, why should not all those crowns be mine, when the fool that owes them can keep them no closer? And so she went on. With this young wanton there was at the same time an oldie woman, as commonly such stuff is always so attended, seeming to be Sicilian also, who so soon as she saw Andrea, knew him, and, leaving her youthful commodity, ran to him, and embraced him very kindly. Which when the younger lass perceived, without proceeding any further she stayed, to see what would ensue thereon. Andrea conferring with the oldie bawd, and knowing her but not for any such creature, declared himself very affable to her, she making him promise that she would come and drink with him at his lodging. So, breaking off further speeches for that time, she returned to her young camerado, and Andrea went about buying his horses, still cheapening good store, but did not buy any all that morning. The punk that had taken notice of Andrew's purse, upon the oldie woman's coming baccy to her, having formerly studied how she might get all the gold, or the greater part thereof, cunningly questioned with her what the man was, whence he came, and the occasion of his business there, wherein she fully informed her particularly, and in as ample manner as himself could have done, that she had long time dwelt in Sicily with his father, and afterward at Peros, recounting also at what time she came thence, and the cause which now had drawn him to Naples. The witty young housewife, being thoroughly instructed concerning the parents and kindred of Andrea, their names, quality, and all other circumstances thereto leading, began to frame the foundation of her purpose thereupon, setting her resolution down constantly, that the purse and gold was already more than half her own. Being come home to her own house, away she sent the oldie pandress about other business, which might hold her time long enough of employment, and hinder her returning to Andrea according to promise, purposing not to trust her in this serious piece of service, calling a young crafty girl to her, whom she had well tutored in the like ambassages. When evening drew on, she sent her to Andreas' lodging, where by good fortune she found him sitting alone at the door, and demanding of him if he knew an honest gentleman lodging there whose name was Signor Andrea de Piero. He made her answer that himself was the man. Then taking him aside, she said, Sir, there is a worthy gentlewoman of this city that would gladly speak with you, if you please to vouchsafe her so much favour. Andrea, hearing such a kind of salutation, and from a gentlewoman named of worth, began to grow proud in his own imaginations, and to make no mean estimation of himself, as undoubtedly that he was an handsome proper man, and of such carriage and perfections, as had attracted the amorous eye of this gentlewoman, and induced her to like and love him beyond all other, Naples not containing a man of better merit. Whereupon he answered the maid, that he was ready to attend her mistress, desiring to know when it should be, and where the gentlewoman would speak with him. So soon as you please, sir, replied the damozel, for she tarrieth your coming in her own house. Instantly Andrea, without leaving any direction of his departure in his lodging, or when he intended to return again, said to the girl, Go before, and I will follow. This little chamber commodity conducted him to her mistress's dwelling, which was in a street named Malpertuis, a title manifesting sufficiently the street's honesty. But he, having no such knowledge thereof, neither suspecting any harm at all, but that he went to a most honest house, and to a gentlewoman of good respect, entered boldly, the maid going in before and guiding him up a fair pair of stairs which he having more than half ascended. The cunning young queen gave a call to her mistress, saying, Signor Andrea is come already, whereupon she appeared at the stairs head as if she had stayed there purposely to entertain him. She was young, very beautiful, comely of person, and rich in adornments, which Andrea well observing, seeing her descend 2 or 3 steps, with open arms to embrace him, catching fast hold about his neck. He stood as a man confounded with admiration, and she contained a cunning kind of silence, even as if she were unable to utter one word, seeming hindered by extremity of joy at his presence, and to make him effectually admire her extraordinary kindness, having tears plenteously at command, intermixed with sighs and broken speeches. At last thus she spake. Signor Andrea, you are the most welcome friend to me in all the world. Sealing this salutation with infinite sweet kisses and embraces, whereat in wonderful amazement he, being strangely transported, replied, Madame, you honour me beyond all compass of merit. Then taking him by the hand, she guided him thorough a goodly hall, into her own chamber, which was delicately embalmed with roses, orangeflowers, and all other pleasing smells, and a costly bed in the middest, curtained round about, very artificial pictures beautifying the walls, with many other embellishments, such as those countries are liberally stored withal. He being merely a novice in these kinds of wanton carriages of the world, and free from any base or degenerate conceit, firmly persuaded himself that questionless she was a lady of no mean esteem, and he more than happy to be thus respected and honoured by her. They both being seated on a curious chest at the bed's feet, tears cunningly trickling down her cheeks, and sighs intermeddled with inward sobbings, breathed forth in sad, but very seemly manner. Thus she began. I am sure, Andrea, that you greatly marvel at me, in gracing you with this solemnly and kind entertainment, and why I should so melt myself in sighs and tears, at a man that hath no knowledge of me, or perhaps seldom or never heard any speeches of me. But you shall instantly receive from me matter to augment your greater marvel, meeting here with your own sister, beyond all hope or expectation in either of us both. But seeing that heaven hath been so gracious to me, to let me see one of my brethren before I die, though gladly I would have seen them all, which is some addition of comfort to me, and that which happily thou hast never heard before, in plain and truest manner, I will reveal unto thee. Pero, my father and thine, dwelt long time as thou canst not choose but to have understood in Palermo, where through the bounty and other gracious good parts remaining in him, he was much renowned, and to this day is no doubt remembered by many of his loving friends and well-willers, among them that most intimately affected Pero, my mother, who was a gentlewoman, and at that time a widow, did dearest of all other love him, so that forgetting the fear of her father, brethren, yea, and her own honour, they became so privately acquainted that I was begotten, and am here now such as thou seest me. Afterward, occasions so befalling our father to abandon Palermo and return to Peros, he left my mother and me his little daughter, never after for aught that I could learn once remembering either her or me, so that if he had not been my father I could have much condemned him, in regard of his ingratitude to my mother, and love which he ought to have shewn me as his child, being born of no chambermaid, neither of a city sinner, albeit I must needs say that she was blameworthy, without any further knowledge of him, moved only thereto by most loyal affection to commit both herself, and all the wealth she had into his hands. But things ill done, and so long time since, are more easily controlled than amended. Being left so young at Palermo, and growing well near to the stature as now you see me, my mother, being wealthy, gave me in marriage to one of the Jurgent's family, a gentleman and of great revenues, who in his love to me and my mother went and dwelt at Palermo, where falling into the Guelphs faction, and making one in the enterprise with Charles our king, it came to pass that they were discovered to Frederick king of Aragon, before their intent could be put in execution, whereupon we were enforced to fly from Sicily, even when my hope stood fairly to have been the greatest lady in all the island, packing up then such few things as we could take with us, few I may well call them, in regard of our wealthy possessions both in palaces, houses, and lands, all which we were constrained to forego. We made our recourse to this city, where we found King Charles so benign and gracious to us, that recompensing the greater part of our losses, he bestowed lands and houses on us here, beside a continual large pension to my husband your brother-in-law, as hereafter himself shall better acquaint you withal. Thus came I hither, and thus remain here, where I am able to welcome my brother Andrea, thanks more to fortune than any friendliness in him, with which words she embraced and kissed him many times, sighing and weeping as she did before. Andrea, hearing this fable so artificially delivered, composed from point to point, with such likely protestations, without faltering or failing in any one word's utterance, and remembering perfectly for truth that his father had formerly dwelt at Palermo, knowing also by some sensible feeling in himself the custom of young people, who are easily conquered by affection in their youthful heat, seeing beside the tears, trembling speeches, and earnest embracings of this cunning commodity, he took all to be faithfully true by her thus spoken, and upon her silence thus he replied, Lady, let it not seem strange to you that your words have raised marvel in me, because indeed I had no knowledge of you, even no more than as if I had never seen you, never also having heard my father to speak either of you or your mother for some considerations best known to himself, or if at any time he used such language, either my youth then, or defective memory since, hath utterly lost it. But truly it is no little joy and comfort to me to find a sister here, where I had no such hope or expectation, and where also myself am a mere stranger, for to speak my mind freely of you, and the perfections gracefully appearing in you, I know not any man of how great repute or quality soever, but you may well beseem his acceptance much rather than mine, that am but a mean merchant. But fair sister, I desire to be resolved in one thing, to wit, by what means you had understanding of my being in this city. Whereto readily she returned him this answer. Brother, a poor woman of this city, whom I employ sometimes in household occasions, came to me this morning, and having seen you told me that she dwelt a long while with our father, both at Palermo and Peraus, and because I held it much better beseeming my condition, to have you visit me in mine own dwelling, than I to come see you at a common in knee, I made the bolder to send for you hither. After which words in very orderly manner she enquired of his chiefest kindred and friends, calling them readily by their proper names, according to her former instructions. Whereto Andrea still made her answer, confirming thereby his belief of her the more strongly, and crediting whatsoever she said, far better than before. Their conference having long time continued, and the heat of the day being somewhat extraordinary, she called for Greek wine and banqueting stuff drinking to Andrea, and he pledging her very contentedly. After which he would have returned to his lodging because it drew near supper time, which by no means she would permit, but seeming more than half displeased, she said, Now I plainly perceive, brother, how little account you make of me, considering you are with your own sister who you say you never saw before, and in her own house whither you should always resort when you come to this city, and would you now refuse her to go and sup at a common in knee? Believe me, brother, you shall sup with me, for although my husband is now from home to my no little discontentment, yet you shall find, brother, that his wife can bid you welcome, and make you good cheer beside. Now was Andrea so confounded with this extremity of courtesy, that he knew not what to say, but only thus replied, I love you as a sister ought to be loved, and accept of your exceeding kindness, but if I return not to my lodging, I shall wrong mine host and his guests too much, because they will not sup until I come. For that, quoth she, we have a present remedy, one of my servants shall go and give warning, whereby they shall not tarry your coming, albeit you might do me a great kindness, to send for your friends to sup with us here, where I assure ye they shall find that your sister for your sake will bid them welcome, and after supper you may all walk together to your inn knee. Andrea answered that he had no such friends there, as should be so burthenous to her, but seeing she urged him so far, he would stay to sup with her, and referred himself solely to her disposition. Ceremonious show was made of sending a servant to the inn knee, for not expecting Andreas' presence at supper, though no such matter was performed. But after divers other discoursings, the table being covered, and variety of costly viands placed thereon, down they sate to feeding, with plenty of curious wines liberally walking about, so that it was dark night before they arose from the table. Andrea then offering to take his leave, she would by no means suffer it, but told him that Naples was a city of such strict laws and ordinances, as admitted no nightwalkers, although they were natives, much less strangers, but punished them with great severity, and therefore, as she had formerly sent word to his inn knee that they should not expect his coming to supper, the like had she done concerning his bed, intending to give her brother Andrea one night's lodging, which as easily she could afford him, as she had done a supper, all which this Nucot woodcock verily crediting, and that he was in company of his own sister Fiordalisa, for so did she cunningly style herself, and in which belief he was merely deluded, he accepted the more gladly her gentle offer, and concluded to stay there all that night. After supper their conference lasted very long, purposely dilated out in length, that a great part of the night might therein be wasted, when, leaving Andrea to his chamber and a lad to attend that he should lackey nothing, she with her women went to their lodgings, and thus our brother and supposed sister were parted. The season then being somewhat hot and sultry, Andrea put off his hose and doublet, and being in his shirt alone, laid them underneath the bed's bolster, as seeming careful of his money. But finding a provocation to the house of office, he demanded of the lad where he might find it, who showed him a little door in a corner of the chamber, appointing him to enter there. Safely enough he went in, but chanced to tread upon a board, which was fastened at neither end to the joints whereon it lay, being a pitfall made of purpose, to entrap any such coxcomb as would be trained to so base a place of lodging, so that both he and the board fell down together into the draught, yet such being his good fortune, to receive no harm in the fall, although it was of extraordinary height, only the filth of the place, it being over full, had foully murred him. Now for your better understanding the quality of the place, and what ensued thereupon, it is not unnecessary to describe it, according to a common use observed in those parts. There was a narrow passage or entry, as often we see reserved between two houses, for either's benefit to such a needful place, and boards loosely lay upon the joints, which such as were acquainted withal, could easily avoid any peril in passing to or from the stool. But our so newly created brother, not dreaming to find a queen to his sister, receiving so foul a fall into the vault, and knowing not how to help himself, being sorrowful beyond measure, cried out to the boy for light and aid, who intended not to give him any. For the crafty wag, a meet attendant for so honest a mistress, no sooner heard him to be fallen, but presently he ran to inform her thereof, and she as speedily returned to the chamber, where finding his clothes under the bed's head, She needed no instruction for search in his pockets, but having found the gold, which Andrea indiscreetly carried always about him, as thinking it could nowhere else be so safe. This was all she aimed at, and for which she had ensnared him, feigning herself to be of Palermo and daughter to Piero of Peraus, so that not regarding him any longer, but making fast the house of office door, there she left him in that miserable taking. Poor Andrea, perceiving that his calls could get no answer from the lad, cried out louder, but all to no purpose, when seeing into his own simplicity and understanding his error though somewhat too late, he made such means constrainedly, that he got over a wall which severed that foul sink from the world's eye, and being in the open street, went to the door of the house, which then he knew too well to his cost, making loud exclaims with rapping and knocking, but all as fruitless as before. Sorrowing exceedingly and manifestly beholding his misfortune, "Alas," quoth he, "how soon have I lost a sister, and 500 crowns besides." With many other words, loud calls and beatings upon the door without intermission, the neighbours, finding themselves diseased, and unable to endure such ceaseless vexation, rose from their beds, and called to him, desiring him to be gone and let them rest. A maid also of the same house, looking forth at the window, and seeming as newly raised from sleep, called to him, saying, "What noise is that beneath?" "Why, virgin," answered Andrea, "know you not me? I am Andrea de Piero, brother to your mistress Fiordalisa." "Thou art a drunken knave," replied the maid, "more full of drink than wit. Go sleep, and come again tomorrow. For I know no Andrea de Piero, neither hath my mistress any such brother. Get thee gone, good man, and suffer us to sleep, I pray thee." "How now," quoth Andrea, "doest thou not understand what I say? Thou knowest that I supped with thy mistress this night. But if our Sicilian kindred be so soon forgot, I pray thee give me my clothes which I left in my chamber, and then very gladly will I get me gone." Hereat the maid, laughing out aloud, said, "Surely the man is mad, or walketh the streets in a dream," and so clasping fast the window, away she went and left him. Now could Andrea assure himself that his gold and clothes were past recovery, which moving him to the more impatience, his former intercessions became converted into fury, and what he could not compass by fair entreats, he intended to win by outrage and violence, so that taking up a great stone in his hand, he laid upon the door very powerful strokes. The neighbours, hearing this molestation still, admitting them not the least respite of rest, reputing him for a troublesome fellow, and that he used those counterfeit words, only to disturb the mistress of the house and all that dwelled near about her. Looking again out at their windows, they altogether began to rate and reprove him, even like so many bawling curs, barking at a strange dog passing thorough the street. "This is shameful villainy," quoth one, "and not to be suffered, that honest women should be thus molested in their houses, with foolish idle words, and at such an unseasonable time of the night. For God's sake, good man, be gone, and let us sleep. If thou have anything to say to the gentlewoman of the house, come tomorrow in the daytime, and no doubt but she will make thee sufficient answer." Andrea, being somewhat pacified with these speeches, a shag-haired swashbuckler, a grim-visaged ruffian, as Sildome body houses are without such swaggering champions not seen or heard by Andrea, all the while of his being in the house rapping out 2 or 3 terrible oaths, opened a casement, and with a stern dreadful voice, demanded who durst keep that noise beneath. Andrea, fearfully looking up, and by a little glimmering of the moon seeing such a rough fellow, with a blacky beard, stroting like the quills of a porcupine, and patches on his face, for hurts received in no honest quarrels, yawning also and stretching, as angry to have his sleep disturbed, trembling and quaking, answered, "I am the gentlewoman's brother of the house." The ruffian, interrupting him, and speaking more fiercely than before, sealing his words with horrible oaths, said, "Sirrah rascal, I know not of whence or what thou art, but if I come down to thee, I will so bombast thy prating coxcomb, as thou was never better beaten in all thy life, like a drunken slave and beast as thou art, that all this night wilt not let us sleep." And so he clapped to the window again. The neighbours, well acquainted with this ruffian's rude conditions, speaking in gentle manner to Andrea, said, "Shift for thyself, good man, in time, and tarry not for his coming down to thee. Except thou art weary of thy life, be gone therefore, and say thou hast a friendly warning." These words dismaying Andrea, but much more the stern oaths and ugly sight of the ruffian, incited also by the neighbours' counsel, whom he imagined to advise him in charitable manner, it caused him to depart thence, taking the way homeward to his inn, in no mean affliction and torment of mind, for the monstrous abuse offered him and loss of his money. Well he remembered the passages, whereby the day before the young girl had guided him, but the loathsome smell about him was so extremely offensive to himself, that, desiring to wash him at the seaside, he strayed too far wide on the contrary hand, wandering up the street called Ruga Gaetolana. Proceeding on still, even to the highest part of the city, he espied a lanthorn and light, as also a man carrying it, and another man with him in company, both of them coming towards him. Now, because he suspected them two of the watch or some persons that would apprehend him, he stepped aside to shun them, and entered into an oldie house hard by at hand. The other men's intention was to the very same place, and going in without any knowledge of Andries being there, one of them laid down divers instruments of Iran, which he had brought thither on his baccy, and had much talk with his fellow concerning those engines. At last one of them said, I smell the most abominable stink that ever I felt in all my life. So lifting up his lanthorn, he espied poor pitiful Andrea closely couched behind the wall, which sight somewhat affrighting him, he yet boldly demanded what and who he was, whereto Andrea answered nothing, but lay still and held his peace. Nearer they drew towards him with their light, demanding how he came thither, and in that filthy manner. Constraint having now no other evasion but that of necessity all must out, he related to them the whole adventure in the same sort as it had befallen him. They greatly pitying his misfortune, one of them said to the other, Questionless, this villainy was done in the house of Scarabone but a fuoco, and then turning to Andrea proceeded thus, In good faith, poor man, albeit thou hast lost thy money, yet art thou highly beholding to fortune, for falling thou in a foul place yet in successful manner, and entering no more baccy into the house. For believe me, friend, if thou hadst not foully but quietly gone to sleep in the house, that sleep had been thy last in this world, and with thy money thou hadst lost thy life likewise. But tears and lamentations are now helpless, because as easily mayest thou pluck the stars from the firmament as get again the least doit of thy loss. And for that shag-haired slave in the house, he will be thy deathsman, if he but understand that thou makest any enquiry after thy money. When he had thus admonished him, he began also in this manner to comfort him. Honest fellow, we cannot but pity thy present condition, wherefore, if thou wilt friendly associate us, in a business which we are instantly going to effect, thy loss hath not been so great, but on our words we will warrant thee, that thine immediate gain shall far exceed it. What will not a man in desperate extremity both well like and allow of, especially when it carrieth appearance of present comfort? So fared it with Andrea, he persuaded himself, worse than had already happened could not befall him, and therefore he would gladly adventure with them. The self-same day preceding this disastrous night to Andrea in the chief church of the city, had been buried the Archbishop of Naples, named Signor Filippo Minutolo, in his richest pontifical robes and ornaments, and a ruby on his finger, valued to be worth 500 ducats of gold. This dead body they purposed to rob and rifle, acquainting Andrea with their whole intent, whose necessity coupled with a covetous desire made him more forward than well advised, to join with them in this sacrilegious enterprise. On they went towards the great church, Andries' unsavoury perfume much displeasing them, whereupon the one said to his fellow, Can we devise no ease for this foul and noisome inconvenience? The very smell of him will be a means to betray us. There is a well pit hard by, answered the other, with a pulley and bucket descending down into it, and there we may wash him from this filthiness. To the well pit they came, where they found the rope and pulley hanging ready, but the bucket for safety was taken away, whereon they concluded to fasten the rope about him, and so let him down into the well pit, and when he had washed himself, he should wag the rope, and then they would draw him up again, which accordingly they forthwith performed. Now it came to pass that while he was thus washing himself in the well pit, the watch of the city walking the round, and finding it to be a very hot and sweltering night, they grew dry and thirsty, and therefore went to the well to drink. The other two men, perceiving the watch so near upon them, left Andrea in the pit to shift for himself, running away to shelter themselves. Their flight was not discovered by the watch, but they coming to the well pit, Andrea remained still in the bottom, and having cleansed himself so well as he could, sate wagging the rope, expecting when he should be hailed up. This dumb scene the watch discerned not, but sitting down by the well's side, they laid down their bills and other weapons, tugging to draw up the rope, thinking the bucket was fastened thereto and full of water. Andrea being hailed up to the pit's brim, left holding the rope any longer, catching fast hold with his hands for his better safety, and the watch at the sight hereof being greatly affrighted, as thinking that they had dragged up a spirit, not daring to speak one word, ran away with all the haste they could make. Andrea hereat was not a little amazed, so that if he had not taken very good hold on the brim, he might have foully to the bottom, and doubtless there his life had perished. Being come forth of the well, and treading on bills and halbards, which he well knew that his companions had not brought thither with them, his marvel so much the more increased, ignorance and fear still seizing on him, with silent bemoaning his many misfortunes, away thence he wandered, but he wist not whither. As he went on, he met his 2 fellows, who purposely returned to drag him out of the well, and seeing their intent already performed, desired to know who had done it, wherein Andrea could not resolve them, rehearsing what he could, and what weapons he found lying about the well. Whereat they smiled, as knowing that the watch had hailed him up, for fear of whom they left him, and so declared to him the reason of their return. Leaving off all further talk, because now it was about midnight, they went to the great church, where finding their entrance to be easy, they approached near the tarm, which was very great, being all of marble, and the coverstone weighty, yet with crows of Iran and other helps, they raised it so high, that a man might without peril pass into it. Now began they to question one another, which of the 3 should enter into the tarm. Not I, said the first, so said the second, no, nor I, answered Andrea, which when the other 2 heard, they caught fast hold of him, saying, Wilt not thou go into the tarm? Be advised what thou sayest, for if thou wilt not go in, we will so beat thee with one of these Iran crows that thou shalt never go out of this church alive. Thus poor Andrea is still made a property, and fortune this fatal night will have no other fool but he, as delighting in his hourly disasters. Fear of their fury makes him obedient, into the grave he goes, and being within, thus consults with himself. These cunning companions suppose me to be simple, make me enter the tarm, having an absolute intention to deceive me. For when I have given them all the riches that I find here, and am ready to come forth for mine equal portion, away will they run for their own safety, and leaving me here, not only shall I lose my right among them, but must remain to what danger may follow after. Having thus meditated, he resolved to make sure of his own share first, and remembering the rich ring whereof they had told him, forthwith he took it from the archbishop's finger, finding it indifferently fit for his own. Afterward he took the cross, mitre, rich garments, gloves, and all, leaving him nothing but his shirt, giving them all these several parcels, protesting that there was nothing else. Still they pressed upon him, affirming that there was a ring beside, urging him to search diligently for it. Yet still he answered that he could not find it, and for their longer tarrying with him, seemed as if he searched very carefully, but all appeared to no purpose. The other 2 fellows, as cunning in craft as the third could be, still willed him to search, and watching their aptest opportunity, took away the props that supported the Thomas stone, and running thence with their got booty, left poor Andrea mewed up in the grave. Which when he perceived and saw this misery to exceed all the rest, it is far easier for you to guess at his grief, than I am any way able to express it. His head, shoulders, yea, all his utmost strength he employeth, to remove that over-heavy hinderer of his liberty. But all his labour being spent in vain, sorrow threw him in a swound upon the bishop's dead body, where if both of them might at that instant have been observed, the archbishop's dead body, and Andrea in grief dying, very hardly had Benny distinguished. But his senses regaining their former offices among his silent complaints, consideration presented him with choice of these 2 unavoidable extremities. Die starving must he in the tarm, with putrefaction of the dead body, or if any man came to open the grave, then must he be apprehended as a sacrilegious thief, and so be hanged, according to the laws in that case provided. As he continued in these strange afflictions of mind, suddenly he heard a noise in the church of divers men, who as he imagined came about the like business, as he and his fellows had undertaken before, wherein he was not a jot deceived, albeit his fear the more augmented. Having opened the tarm and supported the stone, they varied also among themselves for entrance, and an indifferent while contended about it. At length a priest being one in the company boldly said, Why how now you white-livered rascals, what are you afraid of? Do you think he will eat you? Dead men cannot bite, and therefore I myself will go in. Having thus spoken, he prepared his entrance to the tarm in such order that he thrust in his feet before, for his easier descending down into it. Andrea sitting upright in the tarm, and desiring to make use of this happy opportunity, caught the priest fast by one of his legs, making show as if he meant to drag him down, which when the priest felt, he cried out aloud, getting out with all the haste he could make, and all his companions, being well near frighted out of their wits, ran away amen, as if they had been followed by 1,000 divils. Andrea, little dreaming on such fortunate success, made means to get out of the grave, and afterward forth of the church at the very same place where he entered. Now began daylight to appear, when he, having the rich ring on his finger, wandered on he knew not whither, till coming to the seaside, he found the way directing to his inn, where all his company were with his host, who had been very careful for him. Having related his manifold mischances, his host friendly advised him with speed to get him out of Naples, as instantly he did, returning home to Peros, having adventured his 500 crowns on a ring, wherewith he purposed to have bought horses, according to the intent of his journey thither. Madame Biritola Caracalla was found in an island with 2 goats, having lost her 2 sons, and thence travailed into Lunigiana, where one of her sons became servant to the lord thereof, and was found somewhat overfamiliar with his master's daughter, who therefore caused him to be imprisoned. Afterward, when the country of Sicily rebelled against King Charles, the aforesaid son chanced to be known by his mother, and was married to his master's daughter. And his brother being found likewise, they both returned to great estate and credit. The 6th novel. Herein all men are admonished, never to distrust the powerful hand of heaven, when fortune seemeth to be most adverse against them. The ladies and gentlemen also, having smiled sufficiently at the several accidents which did befall the poor traveller Andrea, reported at large by Madame Fiammetta, the Lady Milia, seeing her tale to be fully concluded, began by commandment of the Queen to speak in this manner. The diversity of changes and alterations in fortune as they are great, so must they needs be grievous, and as often as we take occasion to talk of them, as often do they awake and quicken our understandings, avouching that it is no easy matter to depend upon her flatteries, and I am of opinion that to hear them recounted ought not any way to offend us, be it of men wretched or fortunate, because as they instruct the one with good advice, so they animate the other with comfort, and therefore, although great occasions have been already related, yet I purpose to tell a tale, no less true than lamentable, which albeit it sorted to a successful ending, yet notwithstanding, such and so many were the bitter thwartings as hardly can I believe, that ever any sorrow was more joyfully sweetened. You must understand then, most gracious ladies, that after the death of Frederick the 2nd Emperor, one named Manfred was crowned King of Sicily, about whom lived in great account and authority a Neapolitan gentleman called Henriette Capes, who had to wife a beautiful gentlewoman, and a Neapolitan also, named Madame Baratola Caracalla. This Henriette held the government of the kingdom of Sicily, and understanding that King Charles I had won the battle of Beneventum, and slain King Manfred, the whole kingdom revolting also to his devotion, and little trust to be reposed in the Sicilians, or he willing to subject himself to his lord's enemy, provided for his secret flight from thence. But this being discovered to the Sicilians, he and many more who had been loyal servants to King Manfred were suddenly taken and imprisoned by King Charles, and the sole possession of the island confirmed to him. Madame Baratola, not knowing in so sudden and strange an alteration of state affairs what was become of her husband, fearing also greatly before those inconveniences which afterward followed, being overcome with many passionate considerations, having left and forsaken all her goods, going aboard a small bark with a son of hers, aged about some 8 years, named Geoffrey, and grown great with child with another, she fled thence to Lipari, where she was brought to bed of another son, whom she named answerable both to his and her hard fortune the poor expelled. Having provided herself of a nurse, they altogether went aboard again, setting sail for Naples to visit her parents, but it chanced quite contrary to her expectation, because by stormy winds and weather the vessel being bound for Naples was hurried to the Isle of Ponzo, where entering into a small port of the sea, they concluded to make their abode, till a time more furtherous should favour their voyage. As the rest, so did Madame Baratola go on shore in the island, where having found a separate and solitary place, fit for her silent and sad meditations, secretly by herself, she sorrowed for the absence of her husband, resorting daily to this her sad exercise, and continuing there her complaints unseen by any of the mariners or whosoever else. There arrived suddenly a galley of pirates, who seizing on the small bark, carried it and all the rest in it away with them. When Baratola had finished her waffle complaints, as daily she was accustomed to do, she returned baccy to her children again, but finding no person there remaining, whereat she wondered not a little. Immediately suspecting what had happened, indeed she leant her looks on the sea, and saw the galley, which as yet had not gone far, drawing the smaller vessel after her. Hereby plainly she perceived that now she had lost her children, as formerly she had done her husband, being left there poor, forsaken, and miserable, not knowing when, where, or how to find any of them again, and calling for her husband and children, she fell down in a swound upon the shore. Now was not any bawdy near, with cool water or any other remedy to help the recovery of her lost powers, wherefore her spirits might the more freely wander at their own pleasure. But after they were returned baccy again, and had won their wonted offices in her body, drowned in tears, and wringing her hands, she did nothing but call for her children and husband, straying all about in hope to find them, seeking in caves, dens, and everywhere else that presented the very least glimpse of comfort. But when she saw all her pains sought to no purpose, and dark night drawing swiftly on, hope and dismay raising infinite perturbations, made her yet to be somewhat respective of herself. Therefore, departing from the seashore, she returned to the solitary place, where she used to sigh and mourn alone by herself. The night being overpast with infinite fears and affrights, bright day saluting the world again, with the expense of 9 hours and more, she fell to her former fruitless travails, being somewhat sharply bitten with hunger, because the former day and night she had not tasted any food. She made therefore a benefit of necessity, and fed on the green herbs so well as she could, not without many piercing afflictions. What should become of her in this extraordinary misery? As she walked in these pensive meditations, she saw a goat enter into a cave, and within a while after come forth again, wandering along thorough the woods. Whereupon she stayed, and entered where she saw the beast issue forth, where she found 2 young kids, yeaned as it seemed the self-same day, which sight was very pleasing to her, and nothing in that distress could more content her. As yet she had milk freshly running in both her breasts, by reason of her so late delivery in childbed. Wherefore she lay down unto the 2 young kids, and taking them tenderly in her arms, suffered each of them to suck a teat, whereof they made not any refusal, but took them as lovingly as their dams, and from that time forward they made no distinguishing between their dam and her. Thus this unfortunate lady, having found some company in this solitary desert, fed on herbs roots, drinking fair running water, and weeping silently to herself, so often as she remembered her husband, children, and former days passed in much better manner. Here she resolved now to live and die, being at last deprived both of the dam and younger kids also, by their wandering further into the near adjoining woods, according to their natural inclinations, whereby the poor distressed lady became more savage and wilder in her daily conditions than otherwise she would have been. After many months were overpast, at the very same place where she took landing, by chance there arrived another small vessel of certain pisons which remained there divers days. In this bark was a gentleman, named Conrado de Marchesi Malspini, with his holy and virtuous wife, who were returned baccy from a pilgrimage, having visited all the sanctified places that then were in the kingdom of Apulia, now were bound homeward to their own abiding. This gentleman, for the expelling of melancholy perturbations, one especial day amongst other, with his wife, servants, and waiting hounds, wandered up into the inland, not far from the place of Madame Baritali's desert dwelling. The hounds, questing after game, at last happened on the 2 kids where they were feeding, and by this time had attained to indifferent growth, and finding themselves thus pursued by the hounds, fled to no other part of the wood than to the cave where Baratola remained, and seeming as if they sought to be rescued only by her, she sedanely caught up a staff, and forced the hounds thence to flight. By this time Conrado and his wife, who had followed closely after the hounds, was come thither, and seeing what had happened, looking on the lady, who was become blacky, swarthy, meagre, and hairy, they wondered not a little at her, and she a great deal more at them. When upon her request Conrado had checked back his hounds, they prevailed so much by earnest entreaties, to know what she was, and the reason of her living there, that she entirely related her quality, unfortunate accidents, and strange determination for living there, which when the gentleman had heard, who very well knew her husband, compassion forced tears from his eyes, and earnestly he laboured by kind persuasions to alter so cruel a deliberation, making an honourable offer for conducting her home to his own dwelling, where she should remain with him in noble respect, as if she were his own sister, without parting from him, till fortune should smile as fairly on her as ever she had done before. When these gentle offers could not prevail with her, the gentleman left his wife in her company, saying that he would go fetch some food for her, and because her garments were all rent and torn, he would bring her other of his wives, not doubting but to win her thence with them. His wife abode there with Baratola, very much bemoaning her great disasters, and when both viands and garments were brought, by extremity of intercession, they caused her to put them on, and also to feed with them, albeit she protested that she would not part thence into any place where any knowledge should be taken of her. In the end they persuaded her to go with them into Lunigiana, carrying also with her the 2 young goats and their dam, which were then in the cave altogether, prettily playing before Baratola, to the great admiration of Conrado and his wife, as also the servants attending on them. When the winds and weather grew favourable for them, Madame Baratola went aboard with Conrado and his wife, being followed by the 2 young goats and their dam, and because her name should be known to none but Conrado and his wife only, she would be styled no otherwise but the Gothardess. Merrily yet gently blew the gale, which brought them to enter the river of Macra where going on shore, and into their own castle Baratola kept company with the wife of Conrado, but in a mourning habit, and a waiting gentlewoman of hers, honest, humble, and very dutiful, the goats always familiarly keeping them company. Return we now to the pirates, which at Ponzo seized on the small bark, wherein Madame Baratola was brought thither, and carried thence away, without any sight or knowledge of her. With such other spoils as they had taken, they shaped their course for Genue, and there by consent of the patrons of the galley made a division of their booties. It came to pass that among other things the nurse that attended on Baratola and the 2 children with her fell to the share of one Messer Gasparino Doria, who sent them together to his own house, there to be employed in service as servants, the nurse weeping beyond measure for the loss of her lady, and bemoaning her own miserable fortune, whereinto she was now fallen with the 2 young lads. After long lamenting, which she found utterly fruitless and to none effect, though she was used as a servant with them, and being but a very poor woman, yet was she wise and discreetly advised. Wherefore, comforting both herself and them so well as she could, and considering the depth of their disaster, she conceited thus that if the children should be known, it might redound to their greater danger, and she be no way advantaged thereby. Hereupon, hoping that fortune early or late would alter her stern malice, and that they might if they lived regain once more their former condition, she would not disclose them to anyone whatsoever, till she should see the time aptly disposed for it. Being thus determined, to all such as questioned her concerning them, she answered that they were her own children, naming the eldest not Geoffrey, but Gehenot de Procida, or Granato de Procita. As for the youngest, she cared not greatly for changing his name, and therefore wisely informed Geoffrey, upon what reason she had altered his name, and what danger he might fall into if he should otherwise be discovered. Being not satisfied with thus telling him once, but remembering him thereof very often, which the gentle youth being so well instructed by the wise and careful nurse did very warily observe. The 2 young lads, very poorly garmented, but much worse hosed and shod, continued thus in the house of Gasparino, where both they and the nurse were long time employed, about very base and drudging offices, which yet they endured with admirable patience. But Gehenot, aged already about 16 years, having a loftier spirit, then belonged to a slavish servant, despising the baseness of his servile condition, departed from the drudgery of Messer Gasparino, and going aboard the galleys which were bound for Alexandria, fortuned into many places, yet none of them affording him any advancement. In the end, about 3 or 4 years after his departure from Gasparino, being now a brave young man and of very goodly form, he understood that his father, whom he supposed to be dead, was as yet living, but in captivity and prisoner to King Charles. Wherefore, despairing of any successful fortune, he wandered here and there, till he came to Lunigiana, and there by strange accident he became servant to Messer Conrado Mailspinner, where the service proved well liking to them both. Very seldom times he had a sight of his mother, because she always kept company with Conrado's wife, and yet when they came within view of each other, she knew not him nor he her, so much years had altered them both, from what they were wont to be, and when they saw each other last. Gehenot being thus in the service of Messer Conrado, it fortuned that a daughter of his, named Spina, being the widow of one Messer Nicholas Grignan, returned home to her father's house. Very beautiful and amiable she was, young likewise, aged but little above 16, growing wondrously amorous of Gehenot, and he of her in extraordinary and most fervent manner, which love was not long without full effect, continuing many months before any person could perceive it, which making them to build on the more assurance, they began to carry their means with less discretion than is required in such nice cases, and which cannot be too providently managed. Upon a day he and she walking to a goodly wood, plentifully furnished with spreading trees, having outgone the rest of their company, they made choice of a pleasant place, very daintily shaded, and beautified with all sorts of flowers. There they spent some time in amorous discourse, besides some other sweet embraces, which though it seemed overshort to them, yet was it so unadvisedly prolonged, that they were on a sudden surprised first by the mother, and next by Messer Conrado himself, who grieving beyond measure to be thus treacherously dealt withal, caused them to be apprehended by 3 of his servants, and without telling them any reason why led bound to another castle of his, and fretting with extremity of rage, concluded in his mind that they should both shamefully be put to death. The mother to this regardless daughter, having heard the angry words of her husband, and how he would be revenged on the faulty, could not endure that he should be so severe, wherefore, although she was likewise much afflicted in mind, and reputed her daughter worthy for so great an offence of all cruel punishment, yet she hasted to her displeased husband, and began to entreat that he would not run on in such a furious spleen now in his aged years, to be the murderer of his own child, and soil his hands in the blood of his servant. Rather he might find out some milder course for the satisfaction of his anger, by committing them to close imprisonment, there to remain mourn for their folly committed. The virtuous and religious lady alleged so many commendable examples, and used such plenty of moving persuasions, that she quite altered his mind from putting them to death, and he commanded onely that they should separately be imprisoned with little store of food and lodging of the uneasiest, until he should otherwise determine of them, and so it was done. What their life now was in captivity and continual tears, with stricter abstinence than was needful for them, all this I must commit to your consideration. Gehenna and Spina remaining in this comfortless condition, and an whole year being now outworn, yet Conrado keeping them thus still imprisoned, it came to pass that Don Pedro king of Aragon, by the means of Messer John de Procida, caused the Isle of Sicily to revolt, and took it away from King Charles, whereat Conrado, he being of the Ghibelline faction, not a little rejoiced. Gehenna having intelligence thereof, by some of them that had him in custody, breathing forth a vehement sigh, spake in this manner: Alas, poor miserable wretch as I am, that have already gone begging through the world above 14 years, in expectation of nothing else but this opportunity, and now it is come, must I be in prison to the end that I should never more hope for any future happiness. And how can I get forth of this prison except it be by death only? How now, replied the officer of the guard, what doth this business of great kings concern thee? What affairs hast thou in Sicily? Once more Gehenna sighed extremely, and returned him this answer: Methinks my heart, quoth he, doth cleave in sunder, when I call to mind the charge which my father had there, for although I was but a little boy when I fled thence, yet I can well remember that I saw him governor there, at such time as King Manfred lived. The guard, pursuing on still his purpose, demanded of him what and who his father was. My father, replied Gehenna, I may now securely speak of him, being out of the peril which nearly concerned me if I had been discovered. He was the named, and so still if he be living, Henry at Capes, and my name is Geoffrey, not Gehenna, and I make no doubt, but if I were free from hence and might be returned home to Sicily, I should for his sake be placed in some authority. The honest man of the guard, without seeking after any further information, so soon as he could compass the leisure, reported all to Messer Conrado, who having heard these news, albeit he made no show thereof to the revealer, went to Madame Beretola, graciously demanding of her if she had any son by her husband, who was called Geoffrey. The lady replied in tears that if her eldest son were as yet living, he was so named, and now aged about 22 years. Conrado, hearing this, imagined this same to be the man, considering further withal that if it fell out to prove so, he might have the better means of mercy, and closely concealing his daughter's shame, joyfully join them in marriage together. Hereupon he secretly caused Gehenna to be brought before him, examining him particularly of all his past life, and finding by most manifest arguments that his name was truly Geoffrey, he the eldest son of Henry at Capes, he spake to him alone in this manner: Gehenna, thou knowest how great the injuries are which thou hast done me, my dear daughter, gently entreating thee as became a good honest servant that thou shouldest always have been respective of mine honour, and all that do appertain unto me. There are many noble gentlemen, who sustaining the wrong which thou hast offered me, they would have procured thy shameful death, which pity compassion will not suffer in me. Wherefore, seeing as thou informest me that thou art honourably derived both by father mother, I will give end to all thine anguishes, even when thyself art so pleased, releasing thee from the misery captivity, wherein I have so long time kept thee, and in one instant reduce thine honour mine into complete perfection. As thou knowest, my daughter Spina, whom thou hast embraced in kindness as a friend, although far unfitting for thee or her, is a widow, and her marriage is both great and good. What her manners and conditions are, thou indifferently knowest, and art not ignorant of her father and mother concerning thine own estate, as now I purpose not to speak anything. Therefore, when thou wilt, I am so determined that whereas thou hast immodestly affected her, she shall become thy honest wife, and accepting thee as my son, to remain with me so long as you both please. Imprisonment had somewhat misshapen Gehenna in his outward form, but not impaired a jot of that noble spirit, really derived from his famous progenitors, much less the true love he bare to his fair friend. And although most earnestly he desired that, which Conrado now so frankly offered him, and was in his power only to bestow on him, yet could he not cloud any part of his greatness, but with a resolved judgment thus replied: My lord, affectation of rule, desire of wealthy possessions, or any other matter whatsoever, could never make me a traitor to you or yours, but that I have loved, do love for ever shall love your beauteous daughter. If that be treason, I freely confess it will die 1,000 deaths, before you or any else shall enforce me to deny it, for I hold her highly worthy of my love. If I have been more unmannerly with her than became me, according to the opinion of vulgar judgment, I have committed but that error which evermore is so attendant upon youth, that to deny it is to deny youth also. And if reverend age would but remember that once he was young, measure others' offences by his own, they would not be thought so great or grievous, as you many more account them to be, mine being committed as a friend, not as an enemy, which you make offer of so willingly to do, I have always desired if I had thought it would have been granted, long since I had most humbly requested it, and so much the more acceptable would it have been to me by how much the further off it stood from my hopes. But if you be so forward as your words do witness, then feed me not with any further fruitless expectation, but rather send me baccy to prison, and lay as many afflictions on me as you please. For my endeared love to your daughter Spina maketh me to love you the more for her sake. How hardly soever you entreat me, bindeth me in the greater reverence to you, as being the father of my fairest friend. Messer Conrado, hearing these words, stood as one confounded with admiration, reputing him to be a man of lofty spirit, and his affection most fervent to his daughter, which was not a little to his liking. Wherefore, embracing him and kissing his cheek without any longer dallying, he sent in like manner for his daughter. Her restraint in prison had made her looks meagre, pale and wan, and very weak was she also of her person, far differing from the woman she was wont to be before her affection to Jehanat. There in presence of her father, and with free consent of either, they were contracted as man and wife, and the espousals agreed on according to custom. Some few days after, without any one's knowledge of that which was done, having furnished them with all things fit for the purpose, and time aptly serving, that the mothers should be partakers in this joy, he called his wife and Madame Baratola, to whom first he spake in this manner. What will you say, madam, if I cause you to see your eldest son, not long since married to one of my daughters? Whereunto Baratola thus replied, My lord, I can say nothing else unto you, but that I shall be much more obliged to you than already I am, and so much the rather, because you will let me see the thing which is dearer to me than mine own life, and rendering it unto me in such manner as you speak of, you will recall baccy some part of my former lost hopes. And with these words, the tears streamed abundantly from her eyes. Then turning to his wife he said, And you, dear love, if I show you such a son-in-law, what will you think of it? So quoth she, What pleaseth you must and shall satisfy me, be he gentleman or a beggar. Well said, madam, answered Messer Conrado, I hope within few days to make you both joyful. So when the amorous couple had recovered their former feature, and honourable garments were prepared for them, privately thus he said to Geoffrey, Beyond the joy which already thou art enriched withal, how would it please thee to meet with thine own mother here? I cannot believe, sir, replied Geoffrey, that her grievous misfortunes have suffered her to live so long. Yet notwithstanding, if heaven hath been so merciful to her, my joys were incomparable, for by her gracious counsel I might well hope to recover no mean happiness in Sicily. Within a while after, both the mothers were sent for, who were transported with unspeakable joys, when they beheld the so lately married couple, being also much amazed, when they could not guess what inspiration had guided Conrado to this extraordinary benignity, joining Jehanat in marriage with Spina. Hereupon Madame Baratola, remembering the speeches between her and Conrado, began to observe him very advisedly, and by a hidden virtue, which long had silently slept in her, and now with joy of spirit awaked, calling to mind the lineatures of her son's infancy, without awaiting for any other demonstrations, she folded him in her arms with earnest affection. Motherly joy and pity now contended so violently together, that she was not able to utter one word, the sensitive virtues being so closely combined, that even as dead she fell down in the arms of her son, and he, wondering greatly thereat, making a better recollection of his thoughts, did well remember that he had often before seen her in the castle without any other knowledge of her. Nevertheless, by mere instinct of nature, whose power in such actions declares itself to be highly predominant, his very soul assured him that she was his mother, and blaming his understanding that he had not before been better advised, he threw his arms about her and wept exceedingly. Afterward, by the loving pains of Conrado's wife, as also her daughter Spina, Madame Baratola being recovered from her passionate trance, and her vital spirits executing their offices again, fell once more to the embracing of her son, kissing him infinite times, with tears and speeches of motherly kindness, he likewise expressing the same dutiful humanity to her, which ceremonious courtesies being passed over and over, to no little joy in all the beholders, beside repetition of their several misfortunes. Messer Conrado made all known to his friends, who were very glad of this new alliance made by him, which was honoured with many solemn, magnificent feastings, which being all concluded, Geoffrey, having found out fit place and opportunity for conference with his new created father without any sinister opposition, began as followeth. Honourable father, you have raised my contentment to the highest degree, and have heaped also many gracious favours on my noble mother. But now in the final conclusion, that nothing may remain unaffected which consisteth in your power to perform, I would humbly entreat you to honour my mother with your company at a feast of my making, where I would gladly also have my brother present, Messer Gasparino Doria, as I have once heretofore told you, questing as a common pirate on the seas, took us, and sent us home to his house as slaves, where as yet he detaineth him. I would have you likewise send one into Sicily, who, informing himself more amply in the state of the country, may understand what is become of Henriot my father, and whether he be living or no. If he remain alive, to know in what condition he is, and being secretly instructed in all things, then to return back again to you. This motion made by Geoffrey was so pleasing to Conrado that without any reference to further leisure, he dispatched thence 2 discreet persons, the one to Genoa and the other to Sicily. He which went for Genoa, having met with Gasparino earnestly, entreated him on the behalf of Conrado to send him the poor expelled, and his nurse recounting everything in order which Conrado had told him concerning Geoffrey and his mother. When Gasparino had heard the whole discourse, he marvelled greatly thereat, and said, True it is that I will do anything for Messer Conrado, which may be to his love and liking, provided that it lie in my power to perform. And about some 14 years since I brought such a lad as you seek for, with his mother home to my house, whom I will gladly send unto him. But you may tell him from me, that I advise him from over-rash crediting the fables of Jehanot, that now terms himself by the name of Geoffrey, because he is a more wicked boy than he taketh him to be, and so did I find him. Having thus spoken, and giving kind welcome to the messenger, secretly he called the nurse unto him, whom he heedfully examined concerning this case. She, having heard the rebellion in the kingdom of Sicily, and understanding withal that Henriot was yet living, joyfully threw off all her former fear, relating everything to him orderly, and the reasons moving her to conceal the whole business in such manner as she had done. Gasparino, well perceiving that the report of the nurse and the message received from Conrado varied not in any one circumstance, began the better to credit her words, and being a man most ingenious, making further inquisition into the business by all the possible means he could devise, and finding everything to yield undoubted assurance, ashamed of the vile and base usage wherein he had so long time kept the lad, and desiring by his best means to make him amends. He had a fair daughter, aged about 13 years, and knowing what manner of man he was, his father Henriot also yet living, he gave her to him in marriage, with a very bountiful and honourable dowry. The jovial days of feasting being past, he went aboard a galley with the poor expelled, his daughter, the ambassador, and the nurse, departing thence to Lerici, where they were nobly welcomed by Messer Conrado, and his castle being not far from thence, with an honourable train they were conducted thither, and entertained with all possible kindness. Now concerning the comfort of the mother, meeting so happily with both her sons, the joy of the brethren and mother together, having also found the faithful nurse, Gasparino and his daughter, in company now with Conrado and his wife, friends, familiars, and all generally in a jubilee of rejoicing, it exceedeth capacity in me to express it, and therefore I refer it to your more able imagination. In the time of this mutual contentment, to the end that nothing might be wanting, to complete and perfect this universal joy, our Lord, a most abundant bestower where he beginneth, added long-wished tidings, concerning the life and good estate of Henriot Capes. For even as they were feasting, and the concourse great of worthy guests both of lords and ladies, the first service was scarcely set on the tables, but the ambassador which was sent to Sicily arrived there before them. Among many other important matters, he spake of Henriot, who being so long a time detained in prison by King Charles, when the commotion arose in the city against the king, the people grudging at Henriot's long imprisonment slew the guards and let him at liberty. Then, as capital enemy to King Charles, he was created Captain General, following the chase and killing the French. By means whereof he grew great in the grace of King Pedro, who replanted him in all the goods and honours which he had before, with very high and eminent authority. Hereunto the ambassador added, that he was entertained with extraordinary grace, and delivery of public joy and exultation, when his wife and son were known to be living, of whom no tidings had at any time been heard, since the hour of his surprisal. Moreover, that a swift-winged bark was now sent thither upon the happy hearing of this news, well furnished with noble gentlemen, to attend till their returning baccy. We need to make no doubt concerning the tidings brought by this ambassador, nor of the gentleman's welcome, thus sent to Madame Baratola and Geoffrey, who, before they would sit down at the table, saluted Messer Conrado and his kind lady on the behalf of Henriette, for all the great graces extended to her and her son, with promise of anything lying in the power of Henriette to rest continually at their command. The like they did to Signor Gasparino, whose liberal favours came unlooked for with certain assurance, that when Henriette should understand what he had done for his other son, the poor expelled, there would be no defailance of reciprocal courtesies. As the longest joys have no perpetuity of lasting, so all these graceful ceremonies had their conclusion, with as many sighs and tears at parting, as joys abounded at their first encountering. Imagine then that you see such a board as were to have here no longer abiding, Madame Baratola and Geoffrey, with the rest as the poor expelled, the so late married wives, and the faithful nurse bearing them company. With prosperous winds they arrived in Sicily, where the wife, sons, and daughters were joyfully met by Henriette at Palermo, and with such honourable pomp as a case so important equally deserved. The histories make further mention that there they lived a long while after in much felicity, with thankful hearts no doubt to heaven, in acknowledgment of so many great mercies received. The Soldan of Babylon sent one of his daughters to be joined in marriage with the king of Colchos, who by divers accidents in the space of 4 years happened into the custody of 9 men, and in sundry places. At length being restored baccy to her father, she went to the said king of Colchos as a maid, and as at first she was intended to be his wife. The 7th novel, a lively demonstration that the beauty of a woman oftentimes is very hurtful to herself, and the occasion of many evils, yea, and of death, to divers men. Peradventure the novel related by Madame Milia did not extend itself so far in length, as it moved compassion in the ladies' minds, hearing the hard fortunes of Baratola and her children, which had incited them to weeping. But that it pleased the queen upon the tale's conclusion to command Pamphilus to follow next in order with his discourse, and he being thereto very obedient, began in this manner. It is a matter of no mean difficulty, virtuous ladies, for us to take entire knowledge of everything we do, because as oftentimes hath been observed many men, imagining if they were rich, they should live securely and without any cares, and therefore not only have their prayers and intercessions aimed at that end, but also their studies and daily endeavours, without refusal of any pains or perils, have not meanly expressed their hourly solicitude. And although it hath happened accordingly to them, and their covetous desires fully accomplished, yet at length they have met with such kind of people, who likewise thirsting after their wealthy possessions, have bereft them of life, being their kind and intimate friends, before they attained to such riches. Some other, being of low and base condition, by adventuring in many skirmishes and foughten battles, trampling in the blood of their brethren and friends, have been mounted to the sovereignty dignity of kingdoms, believing that therein consisted the truest happiness, but bought with the dearest price of their lives. For beside their infinite cares and fears, wherewith such greatness is continually attended, at their royal tables they have drunk poison in a golden pot. Many other in like manner with most earnest appetite have coveted beauty and bodily strength, not foreseeing with any judgment that these wishes were not without peril. When being endued with them, they either have been the occasion of their death, or such a lingering lamentable estate of life, as death were 1,000 times more welcome to them. But because I would not speak particularly of all our frail and humane affections, I dare assure ye that there is not any one of these desires to be elected among us mortals, with entire foresight or providence warrantable against their ominous issue. Wherefore, if we would walk directly, we should dispose our wills and affections to be ordered and guided only by him, who best knoweth what is needful for us, and will bestow them at his good pleasure. Nor let me lay this blameful imputation upon men only, for offending in many things through over-lavish desires, because you yourselves, gracious ladies, sin highly in one, as namely, in coveting to be beautiful, so that it is not sufficient for you to enjoy those beauties bestowed on you by nature, but you practice to increase them by the rarities of art. Wherefore let it not offend you that I tell you the hard fortune of a fair Sarrazines, to whom it happened by strange adventures within the compass of 4 years, 9 several times to be married, and onely for her beauty. It is now a long time since that there lived a Soldan in Babylon, named Beminadab, to whom while he lived many things happened, answerable to his own desires. Among divers other children both male and female, he had a daughter called Alathiela, and she, according to the common voice of everyone that saw her, was the fairest lady then living in all the world. And because the king of Colchos had wonderfully assisted him in a valiant foughten battle against a mighty army of Arabs, who on a sudden had assailed him, he demanded his fair daughter in marriage, which likewise was kindly granted to him. A goodly and well-armed ship was prepared for her, with full furnishment of all necessary provision, and accompanied with an honourable train, both lords and ladies, as also most costly and sumptuous accoutrements. Commending her to the mercy of heaven, in this manner was she sent away. The time being propitious for their parting thence, the mariners hoised their sails, leaving the port of Alexandria and sailing prosperously many days together. When they had passed the country of Sardinia, and as they imagined were well near to their journey's end, suddenly arose boisterous and contrary winds, which were so impetuous beyond all measure, and so tormented the ship wherein the lady was, that the mariners, seeing no scene of comfort, gave over all hope of escaping with life. Nevertheless, as men most expert in implacable dangers, they laboured to their uttermost power, and contended with infinite blustering tempests, for the space of 2 days and nights together, hoping the third day would prove more favourable. But therein they saw themselves deceived, for the violence continued still, increasing in the night time more and more, being no way able to comprehend either where they were, or what course they took, neither by marival judgment or any apprehension else whatsoever. The heavens were so clouded, and the night's darkness so extreme. Being unknown to them near the Isle of Majorca, they felt the ship to split in the bottom, by means whereof, perceiving now no hope of escaping, every one caring for himself, and not any other, they threw forth a squiff on the troubled waves, reposing more confidence of safety that way, than abiding any longer in the broken ship. Howbeit such as were first descended down made stout resistance against all other followers with their drawn weapons, but safety of life so far prevailed, that what with the tempest's violence and overlading of the squiff, it sunk to the bottom, and all perished that were therein. The ship being thus split, and more than half full of water, tossed and tormented by the blustering winds, first one way and then another, was at last driven into a strand of the Isle Majorca, no other persons remaining therein, but only the lady and her women, all of them through the rude tempest and their own conceived fear lying still, as if they were more than half dead. And there, within a stone's cast of the neighbouring shore, the ship by the rough surging billows was fixed fast in the sands, and so continued all the rest of the night, without any further molestation of the winds. When day appeared and the violent storms were more mildly appeased, the lady, who seemed well near dead, lifted up her head and began weak as she was to call first one, and then another, but she called in vain, for such as she named were far enough from her. Wherefore, hearing no answer nor seeing anyone, she wondered greatly, her fears increasing then more and more. Raising herself so well as she could, she beheld the ladies that were of her company and some other of her women, lying still without any stirring, whereupon, first jogging one and then another and calling them severally by their names, she found them bereft of understanding, and even as if they were dead their hearts were so quailed, and their fear so overruling, which was no mean dismay to the poor lady herself. Nevertheless, necessity now being her best counsellor, seeing herself thus all alone, and not knowing in what place she was, she used such means to them that were living, that at the last they came better to knowledge of themselves. And being unable to guess what was become of the men and mariners, seeing the ship also driven on the sands, and filled with water, she began with them to lament most grievously, and now it was about the hour of midday, before they could descry any person on the shore, or any else to pity them in so urgent a necessity. At length, no one being passed, a gentleman named Bajazeth, attended by divers of his followers on horseback, and returning from a country house belonging to him, chanced to ride by on the sands. Upon sight of the ship lying in that case, he imagined truly what had happened, and commanded one of his men to enter aboard it, which with some difficulty he did, to resolve his lord what remained therein. There he found the fair young lady with such small store of company as was left her, fearfully hidden under the prow of the ship. So soon as they saw him, they held up their hands, wofully desiring mercy of him, but he perceiving their lamentable condition, and that he understood not what they said to them, their affliction grew the greater, labouring by signs and gestures to give him knowledge of their misfortune. The servant, gathering what he could by their outward behaviour, declared to his lord what he had seen in the ship, who caused the women to be brought on shore, and all the precious things remaining with them, conducting them with him to a place not far off, where with food and warmth he gave them comfort. By the rich garments which the lady was clothed withal, he reputed her to be a gentlewoman well derived, as the great reverence done to her by the rest, gave him good reason to conceive, and although her looks were pale and wan, as also her person mightily altered by the tempestuous violence of the sea, yet notwithstanding, she appeared fair and lovely in the eye of Bajazeth, whereupon forthwith he determined that if she were not married he would enjoy her as his own in marriage, or if he could not win her to be his wife, yet at the least she should be his friend, because she remained now in his power. Bajazeth was a man of stern looks, rough and harsh both in speech and behaviour, yet causing the lady to be honourably used divers days together, she became thereby well comforted and recovered, and seeing her beauty to exceed all comparison, he was afflicted beyond measure that he could not understand her nor she him, whereby he could not know of whence or what she was. His amorous flames increasing more and more, by kind, courteous, and affable actions, he laboured to compass what he aimed at. But all his endeavour proved to no purpose, for she refused all familiar privacy with him, which so much the more kindled the fury of his desire. This being well observed by the lady, having now remained there a month more, and collecting by the customs of the country that she was among Turks, and in such a place, where although she were known, yet it would little advantage her beside, that long protraction of time would provoke Bajazeth, by fair means or force to obtain his will. She propounded to herself with magnanimity of spirit to tread all misfortunes under her feet, commanding her women whereof she had but 3 now remaining alive that they should not disclose what she was, except it were in some such place, where manifest signs might yield hope of regaining their liberty. Moreover, she admonished them stoutly to defend their honour and chastity, affirming that she had absolutely resolved with herself that never any other should enjoy her but her intended husband, wherein her women did much commend her, promising to preserve their reputation, according as she had commanded. Day by day were the torments of Bajazeth wonderfully augmented, yet still his kind offers scornfully refused, and he as far off from compassing his desires, as when he first began to move the matter. Wherefore, perceiving that all fair courses served to no effect, he resolved to compass his purpose by craft and subtlety, reserving rigorous extremity for his final conclusion, and having once observed that wine was very pleasing to the lady, she being never used to drink any at all, because by her country's law it was forbidden her, and no mean store having been lately brought to Bajazeth in a bark of Genway, he resolved to surprise her by means thereof, as a chief minister of Venus, to heat the coolest blood, and seeming now in his outward behaviour, as if he had given over his amorous pursuit, and which she strove by all her best endeavours to withstand. One night, after a very majestic and solemnly manner, he prepared a delicate and sumptuous supper, whereto the lady was invited, and he had given order that he who attended on her cup should serve her with many wines compounded and mingled together, which he accordingly performed, as being cunning enough in such occasions. Alathiela, mistrusting no such treachery intended against her, and liking the wine's pleasing taste extraordinarily, drank more than stood with her precedent modest resolution, and forgetting all her past adversities became very frolic and merry, so that seeing some women dance after the manner observed therein Majorica, she also fell to dancing, according to the Alexandrian custom, which when Bajazeth beheld, he imagined the victory to be more than half won, and his heart's desire very near the obtaining, plying her still with wine upon wine, and continuing this revelling the most part of the night. At the length the invited guests being all gone, the lady retired then to her chamber, attended on by none but Bajazeth himself, and as familiarly, as if he had been one of her women, she no way contradicting his bold intrusion, so fair had wine overgone her senses, and prevailed against all modest bashfulness. These wanton embracings, strange to her that had never tasted them before, yet pleasing beyond measure, by reason of his treacherous advantage, afterward drew on many more of the like carousing meetings, without so much as a thought of her past miseries, or those more honourable and chaste respects, that ever ought to attend on ladies. Now fortune envying these their stolny pleasures, and that she being the purposed wife of a potent king, should thus become the wanton friend of a much meaner man, whose only glory was her shame, altered the course of their too common pastimes, by preparing a far greater infelicity for them. This Bajazeth had a brother aged about 25 years, of most complete person, in the very beauty of his time, and fresh as the sweetest smelling rose, he being named Amurath, after he had once seen this lady, whose fair feature pleased him beyond all women's else she seemed in his sudden apprehension, both by her outward behaviour and civil apparency, highly to deserve his very best opinion, for she was not meanly entered into his favour. Now he found nothing to his hindrance in obtaining the height of his heart's desire, but only the strict custody and guard, wherein his brother Bajazeth kept her, which raised a cruel conceit in his mind, whereon followed not long after as cruel an effect. It came to pass that at the same time in the port of the city called Caffa, there lay then a ship laden with merchandise, being bound thence for Smyrna, of which ship 2 Genway merchants being brethren were the patrons and owners, who had given direction for hoising the sails, to depart thence when the wind should serve. With these 2 Genways Amurath had covenanted, for himself to go aboard the ship the night ensuing, and the lady in his company. When night was come, having resolved with himself what was to be done, in a disguised habit he went to the house of Bajazeth, who stood not any way doubtful of him, and with certain of his most faithful confederates whom he had sworn to the intended action, they hid themselves closely in the house. After some part of the night was overpast, he knowing the several lodgings both of Bajazeth and Alathiela, slew his brother soundly sleeping, and seizing on the lady whom he found awake and weeping, threatened to kill her also, if she made any noise. So being well furnished with the greater part of costly jewels belonging to Bajazeth, unheard or undiscrayed by anybody, they went presently to the port, and there, without any further delay, Amurath and the lady were received into the ship, but his companions returned back again, when the mariners, having their sails ready set, and the wind aptly fitting for them, launched forth merrily into the main. You may well imagine that the lady was extraordinarily afflicted with grief for her first misfortune, and now this second chancing so suddenly, must needs offend her in greater manner. But Amurath did so kindly comfort her, with milder, modest, and manly persuasions, that all remembrance of Bajazeth was quickly forgotten, and she became converted to lovely demeanour, even when fortune prepared a fresh misery for her, as not satisfied with those whereof she had tasted already. The lady being enriched with unequalled beauty, as we have often related before, her behaviour also in such exquisite and commendable kind expressed, the 2 brethren, owners of the ship, became so deeply enamoured of her, that forgetting all their more serious affairs, they studied by all possible means to be pleasing and gracious in her eye, yet with such a careful carriage that Amurath should neither see or suspect it. When the brethren had imparted their love's extremity each to the other, and plainly perceived that though they were equally in their fiery torments, yet their desires were utterly contrary, they began severally to consider that gain gotten by merchandise admitted an equal and honest division, but this purchase was of a different quality, pleading the title of a sole possession, without any partner or intruder. Fearful and jealous were they both, lest either should aim at the other's intention, yet willing enough to shake hands, in ridding Amurath out of the way, who only was the hinderer of their hopes. Whereupon they concluded together, that on a day when the ship sailed on very swiftly, and Amurath was sitting upon the deck, studiously observing how the billows combated each with other, and not suspecting any such treason in them towards him, stealing softly behind him, suddenly they threw him into the sea, the ship fleeting on above half a league's distance, before any perceived his fall into the sea. When the lady heard thereof, and saw no likely means of recovering him again, she fell to her wonted tears and lamentations, but the 2 lovers came quickly to comfort her, using kind words and pithy persuasions, albeit she understood them not, or at the most very little to appease the violence of her passions. And to speak uprightly, she did not so much bemoan the loss of Amurath, as the multiplying of her own misfortunes, still one succeeding in the neck of another. After divers long and well-delivered orations, as also very fair and courteous behaviour, they had indifferently pacified her complainings. They began to discourse and commune with themselves, which of them had most right and title to Alathiela, and consequently ought to enjoy her. Now that Amurath was gone, each pleaded his privilege to be as good as the others, both in the ship goods and all advantages else whatsoever happening, which the elder brother absolutely denied, alleging first his propriety of birth, a reason sufficient whereby his younger ought to give him place, likewise his right and interest both in ship and goods, to be more than the others, as being heir to his father, and therefore in justice to be highest preferred. Last of all, that his strength only threw Amurath into the sea, and therefore gave him the full possession of his prize, no right at all remaining to his brother. From temperate and calmy speeches, they fell to frowns and ruder language which heated their blood in such violent manner, that forgetting brotherly affection and all respect of parents or friends, they drew forth their poniards, stabbing each other so often and desperately, that before any in the ship had the power or means to part them, both of them being very dangerously wounded, the younger brother fell down dead, the elder being in little better case by receiving so many perilous hurts, remained nevertheless living. This unhappy accident displeased the lady very highly, seeing herself thus left alone without the help or counsel of anybody, and fearing greatly lest the anger of the 2 brethren's parents and friends should now be laid to her charge, and thereon follow severity of punishment. But the earnest entreaties of the wounded survivor, and their arrival at Smyrna soon after, delivered him from the danger of death, gave some ease to her sorrow, and there with him she went on shore. Remaining there with him in a common inn, while he continued in the chirurgeon's cure, the fame of her singular and much admired beauty was soon spread abroad throughout all the city, and amongst the rest, to the hearing of the Prince of Ionia, who lately before on very urgent occasions was come to Smyrna. This rare rumour made him desirous to see her, and after he had seen her, she seemed far fairer in his eye than common report had noised her to be, and suddenly grew so enamoured of her that she was the only idea of his best desires. Afterward, understanding in what manner she was brought thither, he devised how to make her his own, practising all possible means to accomplish it, which when the wounded brother's parents heard of, they not only made tender of their willingness therein, but also immediately sent her to him, a matter most highly pleasing to the prince and likewise to the lady herself, because she thought now to be freed from no mean peril, which otherwise the wounded merchant's friends might have inflicted on her. The prince perceiving that beside her matchless beauty, she had the true character of royal behaviour, grieved the more that he could not be further informed of what country she was, his opinion being so steadfastly grounded that less than noble she could not be, was a motive to set a keener edge on his affection towards her, yet not to enjoy her as in honourable and loving compliment only, but as his espoused lady and wife, which appearing to her by apparent demonstrations, though intercourse of speech wanted to confirm it, remembrance of her so many sad disasters, and being now in a most noble and respected condition, her comfort enlarged itself with a settled hope, her fears grew free from any more molestations, and her beauties became the only theme and argument of private and public conference in all Natolia, that well near there was no other discourse in any assembly whatsoever. Hereupon the Duke of Athens, being young, goodly, and valiant of person, as also a near kinsman to the prince, had a desire to see her, and under colour of visiting his noble kinsman, as oftentimes before he had done attended with an honourable train, to Smyrna he came, being there most royally welcomed and bounteously feasted. Within some few days of his there being, conference passed between them concerning the rare beauty of the lady, the Duke questioning the prince whether she was of such wonder as fame had acquainted the world withal, whereto the prince replied, "Much more noble kinsman then can be spoken of, as your own eyes shall witness, without crediting any words of mine." The prince soliciting the Duke thereto very earnestly, they both went together to see her, and she having before heard of their coming, adorned herself the more majestically, entertaining them with ceremonious demeanour after her country's custom, which gave most gracious and unspeakable acceptation. At the prince's affable motion, she sate down between them, their delight being beyond expression to behold her, but abridged of much more felicity, because they understood not any part of her language, so that they could have no other conference but by looks and outward signs only. And the more they beheld her, the more they marvelled at her rare perfections, especially the Duke, who hardly credited that she was a mortal creature. Thus not perceiving what deep carousers of amorous poison his eyes drank down by the mere sight of her, yet thinking thereby only to be satisfied, he lost both himself and his best senses, growing in love beyond all measure with her. When the prince and he were parted from her, and he was at his own private amorous meditations in his chamber, he reputed the prince far happier than any man else whatsoever, by the enjoying of such a peerless beauty. After many intricate and distracted cogitations, which molested his brains incessantly, regarding more his love's wanton heat, than reason, kindred, and honourable hospitality, he resolutely determined whatsoever ensued thereupon to bereave the prince of his fair felicity, that none but himself might possess such a treasure, which he esteemed to be the height of all happiness. His courage being conformable to his bad intent, with all haste it must be put in execution, so that equity, justice, and honesty being quite abandoned, nothing but subtle stratagems were now his meditations. On a day, according to a fore-compacted treachery, which he had ordered with a gentleman of the prince's chamber, who was named Curiosity, he prepared his horses to be in readiness, and dispatched all his affairs else for a sudden departure. The night following he was secretly conveyed by the said Curiosity, and a friend of his with him being both armed into the prince's chamber, where he while the lady was soundly sleeping stood at a gazing window towards the sea, naked in his shirt, to take the cool air, because the season was exceeding hot. Having formerly instructed his friend what was to be done, very softly they stepped to the prince, and running their weapons quite thorough his body, immediately they threw him forth of the window. Here you are to observe that the palace was seated on the sea-shore, and very high, and the window whereat the prince then stood looking forth was directly over divers houses, which the long continuance of time and incessant beating on by the surges of the sea had so defaced and ruined them, as seldom they were visited by any person, whereof the Duke, having knowledge before, was the easier persuaded that the falling of the prince's body in so vast a place could neither be heard or descried by any. The Duke and his companion, having thus executed what they came for, proceeded yet in their cunning a little further, casting a strangling cord about the neck of Curiosity, seeming as if they hugged and embraced him, but drew it with so main strength that he never spake one word after, and so threw him down after the prince. This done, and plainly perceiving that they were not heard or seen, either by the lady or any other, the Duke took a light in his hand, going on to the bed where the lady lay most sweetly sleeping, whom the more he beheld the more he admired and commended. But if in her garments she appeared so pleasing, what did she now in a bed of such state and majesty, being no way daunted by his so late committed sin, but swimming rather in surfeit of joy, his hands all bloody, and his soul much more ugly. He laid him down on the bed by her, bestowing infinite kisses and embraces on her, she supposing him to be the prince all this while, nor opening her eyes to be otherwise resolved. But this was not the delight he aimed at, neither did he think it safe for him to delay time with any longer tarrying there. Wherefore, having his agents at hand fit and convenient for the purpose, they surprised her in such sort that she could not make any noise or outcry, and carrying her thorough the same false postern whereat themselves had entered, laying her in a princely litter, away they went with all possible speed, not tarrying in any place until they were arrived near Athens. But thither he would not bring her, because himself was a married man, but rather to a goodly castle of his own, not distant far off from the city, where he caused her to be kept very secretly, to her no little grief and sorrow, yet attended on, and served in most honourable manner. The gentlemen usually attending on the prince, having waited all the next morning till no one, in expectation of his rising, and hearing no stirring in the chamber, did thrust at the door, which was but onely closed together, finding no body there, they presently imagined that he was privately gone to some other place, where with the lady, whom he so dearly affected, he might remain some few days for his more contentment, and so they relied verily persuaded. Within some few days following, while no other doubt came in question, the prince's fool, entering by chance among the ruined houses, where lay the dead bodies of the prince and Curiosity, took hold of the cord about Curiosity's neck, and so went along dragging it after him, the body being known to many, with no mean merville, how he should be murthered in so vile manner. By gifts and fair persuasions they won him, to bring them to the place where he found it. And there, to the no little grief of all the city, they found the prince's body also, which they caused to be interred with all the most majestic pomp that might be. Upon further inquisition, who should commit so horrid a deed, perceiving likewise that the Duke of Athens was not to be found, but was closely gone, they judged according to the truth that he had his hand in this bloody business, and had carried away the lady with him. Immediately they elected the prince's brother to be their lord and sovereign, inciting him to revenge so horrid a wrong, and promising to assist him with their utmost power, the new chosen prince being assured afterward, by other more apparent and remarkable proofs, that his people informed him with nothing but truth, sedanely and according as they had concluded, with the help of neighbours, kindred, and friends, collected from divers places. He mustered a goodly and powerful army, marching on towards Athens to make war against the Duke. No sooner heard he of this warlike preparation made against him, but he likewise levied forces for his own defence, and to his succour came many great states, among whom the Emperor of Constantinople sent his son Constantine, attended on by his nephew Emmanuel, with troops of fair and towardly force, who were most honourably welcomed and entertained by the Duke, but much more by the Duchess, because she was their sister-in-law. Military provision thus proceeding on daily more and more, the Duchess, making choice of a fit and convenient hour, took these two princes with her to a withdrawing chamber, and there, in floods of tears flowing from her eyes, wringing her hands and sighing incessantly, she recounted the whole history, occasion of the war, and how dishonourably the Duke had dealt with her about this strange woman, whom he purposed to keep in despite of her, as thinking that she knew nothing thereof, and complaining very earnestly unto them, entreated that for the Duke's honour and her comfort they would give their best assistance in this case. The two young lords knew all this matter before she thus reported it to them, and therefore, without staying to listen her any longer, but comforting her so well as they could, with promise of their best employed pains, being informed by her in what place the lady was so closely kept, they took their leave and parted from her. Often they had heard the lady much commended, and her incomparable beauty highly extolled, yea, even by the Duke himself, which made them the more desirous to see her. Wherefore earnestly they solicited him to let them have a sight of her, and he, forgetting what happened to the prince by showing her so unadvisedly to him, made them promise to grant their request, causing a magnificent dinner to be prepared in a goodly garden at the castle where the lady was kept. On the morrow morning, attended on by a small train, away they rode to dine with her. Constantine being seated at the table, he began as one confounded with admiration to observe her judiciously, affirming secretly to his soul that he had never seen so complete a woman before, and allowing it for justice that the Duke, or any other whosoever, if to enjoy so rare a beauty they had committed treason, or any mischief else beside, yet in reason they ought to be held excused. Nor did he bestow so many looks upon her, but his praises infinitely surpassed them, as thinking that he could not sufficiently commend her, following the Duke step by step in affection, for being now grown amorous of her, and remembrance of the intended war utterly abandoned, no other thoughts could come nearer him, but how to bereave the Duke of her, yet concealing his love, and not imparting it to any one. While his fancies were thus amorously set on fire, the time came that they must make head against the prince, who already was marching within the Duke's dominions. Wherefore the Duke Constantine and all the rest, according to a council held among them, went to defend certain of the frontiers, to the end that the prince might pass no further. Remaining there divers days together, Constantine, who could think on nothing else, but the beautiful lady, considered with himself, that while the Duke was now so far off from her, it was an easy matter to compass his intent. Hereupon, the better to colour his present return to Athens, he seemed to be surprised with a sudden extreme sickness, in regard whereof by the Duke's free licence, and, leaving all his power to his cousin Emmanuel forthwith, he journeyed back to Athens. After some conference had with his sister, concerning her dishonourable wrongs endured at his hands only by the lady, he solemnly protested that if she were so pleased, he would aid her powerfully in the matter, by taking her from the place where she was, and never more afterward to be seen in that country any more. The Duchess being faithfully persuaded that he would do this only for her sake, and not in any affection he bare to the lady, made answer that it highly pleased her, always provided that it might be performed in such sort as the Duke her husband should never understand, that ever she gave any consent thereto, which Constantine sware unto her by many deep oaths, whereby she referred all to his own disposition. Constantine hereupon secretly prepared in readiness a subtle bark, sending it in an evening near to the garden where the lady resorted, having first informed the people which were in it fully in the business that was to be done. Afterward, accompanied with some other of his attendants, he went to the palace to the lady, where he was gladly entertained, not only by such as waited on her, but also by the lady herself. Leading her along by the arm towards the garden, attended on by 2 of her servants, and 2 of his own, seeming as if he was sent from the Duke to confer with her, they walked alone to a port opening on the sea, which standing ready open, upon a scene given by him to one of his complices, the bark was brought close to the shore, and the lady being suddenly seized on was immediately conveyed into it, and he returning back to her people with his sword drawn in his hand, said, "Let no man stir or speak a word, except he be willing to lose his life, for I intend not to rob the Duke of his fair friend, but to expel the shame and dishonour which he hath offered to my sister, no one being so hardy as to return him any answer." Aboard went Constantine with his consorts, and sitting near to the lady, who wrung her hands and wept bitterly, he commanded the mariners to launch forth, flying away on the wings of the wind, till about the break of day following, they arrived at Melasso. There they took landing, and reposed on shore for some few days, Constantine labouring to comfort the lady, even as if she had been his own sister, she having good cause to curse her infortunate beauty. Going aboard the bark again, within few days they came to Cettalia, and there fearing the reprehension of his father, and lest the lady should be taken from him, it pleased Constantine to make his stay, as in a place of no mean security. And as before, after much kind behaviour used towards the lady, without any means in herself to redress the least of all these great extremities, she became more milder and affable, for discontentment did not a jot quail her. While occurrences passed on in this manner, it fortuned that Ospech the king of Turkey, who was in continual war with the emperor, came by accident to Leazzo, and hearing there how lasciviously Constantine spent his time in Cettalia, with a lady which he had, Startling being but weak and slenderly guarded, in the night with certain well-provided ships, his men he entered the town, surprised many people in their beds, before they knew of their enemies' calming, killing such as stood upon their defence against them, among whom Constantine, and burning the whole town, brought their booty and prisoners aboard their ships, wherewith they returned back to Leazzo. Being thus come to Leazzo, Aspech, who was a brave and gallant young man, upon a review of the pillage, found the fair lady, whom he knew to be the beloved of Constantine, because she was found lying on his bed. Without any further delay, he made choice of her to be his wife, causing his nuptials to be honourably solemnized, and many months he lived there in great joy with her. But before occasions grew to this effect, the emperor made a confederacy with Bassano, king of Cappadocia, that he should descend with his forces, one way upon Aspech, and he would assault him with his power on the other. But he could not so conveniently bring this to pass, because the emperor would not yield to Bassano in any unreasonable matter he demanded. Nevertheless, when he understood what had happened to his son, for whom his grief was beyond all measure, he granted the king of Cappadocia's request, soliciting him with all instancy to be the more speedy in assailing Aspech. It was not long before he heard of this conjuration made against him, and therefore speedily mustered up all his forces, ere he would be encompassed by two such potent kings, and marched on to meet the king of Cappadocia, leaving his lady and wife, for her safety at Leazzo, in the custody of a true and loyal servant of his. Within a short while after, he drew near the camp belonging to the king of Cappadocia, where boldly he gave him battle, chancing therein to be slain, his army broken and discomfited, by means whereof the king of Cappadocia, remaining conqueror, marched on towards Leazzo, every one yielding him obeisance all the way as he went. In the mean space, the servant to Aspech, who was named Antiochus, and with whom the fair lady was left in guard, although he was aged, yet seeing she was so extraordinarily beautiful, he fell in love with her, forgetting the solemn vows he had made to his master. One happiness he had in this case to help him, namely that he understood and could speak her language, a matter of no mean comfort to her, who constrainedly had lived divers years together in the state of a deaf or dumb woman, because everywhere else they understood her not, nor she them, but by shows and signs. This benefit of familiar conference began to embolden his hopes, elevate his courage, and make him seem more youthful in his own opinion than any ability of body could speak unto him, or promise him in the possession of her, who was so far beyond him, and so unequal to be enjoyed by him. Yet to advance his hopes a great deal higher, news came that Aspech was vanquished and slain, and that Bassano made everywhere havoc of all, whereon they concluded together not to tarry there any longer, but storing themselves with the goods of Aspech, secretly they departed thence to Rhodes. Being seated there in some indifferent abiding, it came to pass that Antiochus fell into a deadly sickness, to whom came a Cyprian merchant, one much esteemed by him, as being an intimate friend and kind acquaintance, and in whom he reposed no small confidence. Feeling his sickness to increase more and more upon him daily, he determined, not only to leave such wealth as he had to this merchant, but the fair lady likewise, and calling them both to his bedside, he brake his mind unto them in this manner. Dear love, and my most worthily respected friend, I perceive plainly and infallibly that I am drawing near unto my end, which much discontenteth me, because my hope was to have lived longer in this world, for the enjoying of your kind and most esteemed company. Yet one thing maketh my death very pleasing and welcome to me, namely, that lying thus in my bed of latest comfort in this life, I shall expire and finish my course in the arms of those two persons, whom I most affected in all this world, as you my ever dearest friend, and you fair lady, whom since the very first sight of you I loved and honoured in my soul. Irksome and very grievous it is to me, that if I die I shall leave you here a stranger, without the counsel and help of any body. And yet much more offensive would it become, if I had not such a friend as you here present, who I am faithfully persuaded, will have the like care and respect of her even for my sake as of myself, if time had allotted my longer tarrying here. And therefore, worthy friend, most earnestly I desire you, that if I die, all mine affairs and she may remain to your trusty care, as being by myself absolutely commended to your providence, and so to dispose both of the one and other, as may best agree with the comfort of my soul. As for you, choice beauty, I humbly entreat, that after my death you would not forget me to the end, I may make my vaunt in another world that I was affected here, by the onely fairest lady that ever nature framed. If of these two things you will give me assurance, I shall depart from you with no mean comfort. The friendly merchant and likewise the lady, hearing these words, wept both bitterly, and after he had given over speaking, kindly they comforted him with promise and solemnly vows, that if he died, all should be performed which he had requested. Within a short while after, he departed out of this life, and they gave him very honourable burial, according to that country custom, which being done, the merchant dispatching all his affairs at Rhodes, was desirous to return home to Cyprus, in a carrack of the Catalans then there being, moving the lady in the matter to understand how she stood inclined, because urgent occasions called him thence to Cyprus. The lady made answer that she was willing to pass thither with him, hoping for the love he bare to deceased Antiochus, that he would respect her as his sister. The merchant was willing to give her any contentment, but yet resolved her, that under the title of being his sister, it would be no warrant of security to them both, wherefore he rather advised her to style him as her husband, and he would term her his wife, and so he should be sure to defend her from all injuries whatsoever. Being aboard the carrack, they had a cabin and small bed conveniently allowed them, where they slept together, that they might the better be reputed as man and wife, for to pass otherwise would have been very dangerous to them both, and questionless, their faithful promise made at Rhodes to Antiochus, sickness on the sea and mutual respect they had of each other's credit, was a constant restraint to all wanton desires, and a motive rather to incite chastity than otherwise, and so I hope you are persuaded of them. But howsoever the winds blew merrily, the carrack sailed lustily, and by this time they are arrived at Baffa where the Cyprian merchant dwelt, and where she continued a long while with him, no one knowing otherwise, but that she was his wife indeed. Now it fortuned that there arrived also at the same Baffa about some especial occasions of his a gentleman, whose name was Antigonus, well stepped into years, and better stored with wisdom than wealth, because by meddling in many matters, while he followed the service of the king of Cyprus, fortune had been very adverse to him. This ancient gentleman, passing on a day by the house where the lady lay, and the merchant being gone about his business into Armenia, he chanced to see the lady at a window of the house, and because she was very beautiful, he observed her the more advisedly, recollecting his senses together, that doubtless he had seen her before, but in what place he could not remember. The lady herself likewise, who had so long time been fortune's tennis ball, and the term of her many miseries drawing now near ending, began to conceive upon the very first sight of Antigonus that she had formerly seen him in Alexandria, serving her father in place of great degree. Hereupon a sudden hope persuaded her that by the advice and furtherance of this gentleman she should recover her wonted royal condition, and opportunity now aptly fitting her, by the absence of her pretended merchant husband, she sent for him, requesting to have a few words with him. When he was come into the house, she bashfully demanded of him if he was not named Antigonus of Famagosta, because she knew one like him so called. He answered that he was so named, saying moreover, Madame, methinks that I should know you, but I cannot remember where I have seen you, wherefore I would entreat if it might stand with your good liking that my memory might be quickened with better knowledge of you. The lady perceiving him to be the man indeed, weeping incessantly, she threw her arms about his neck, and soon after asked Antigonus, who stood as one confounded with Merville, if he had never seen her in Alexandria. Upon these words, Antigonus knew her immediately to be Alathiella, daughter to the great Soldan, who was supposed long since to be drowned in the sea, and offering to do her such reverence as became him, she would not permit him, but desired that he would be assistant to her, and willed him also to sit down a while by her. A goodly chair being brought him, in very humble manner he demanded of her what had become of her in so long a time, because it was verily believed throughout all Egypt that she was drowned in the sea. I would it had been so, answered the lady, rather than to lead such a life as I have done, and I think my father himself would wish it so, if ever he should come to the knowledge thereof. With these words the tears rained down her fair cheeks, wherefore Antigonus thus spake unto her, Madame, discomfort not yourself before you have occasion, but if you be so pleased relate your past accidents to me, and what the course of your life hath been. Perhaps I shall give you such friendly advice as may stand you in stead, and no way be injurious to you. Fetching a sigh, even as if her heart would have split in sunder, thus she replied, Ah, Antigonus, methinks when I look on thee, I seem to behold my royal father, and therefore moved with the like religious zeal and charitable love, as in duty I owe unto him, I will make known to thee what I rather ought to conceal and hide from any person living. I know thee to be honourable, discreet, and truly wise, though I am a frail, simple, and weak woman, therefore I dare discover to thee, rather than any other that I know, by what strange and unexpected misfortunes I have lived so long obscurely in the world. And if in thy great and grave judgment after the hearing of my many miseries thou canst any way restore me to my former estate, I pray thee do it. But if thou perceive it impossible to be done, as earnestly likewise I entreat thee, never to reveal to any living person that either thou hast seen me, or heard any speech of me, After these words, the tears still streaming from her fair eyes, she recounted the whole passage of her rare mishaps, even from her shipwreck in the Sea of Majorca, until that very instant hour, speaking them in such harsh manner as they happened, and not sparing any jot of them. Antigonus, being moved to much compassion, declared how he pitied her by his tears, and having been silent an indifferent while, as considering in this case what was best to be done, thus he began: Madam, seeing you have passed through such a multitude of misfortunes, yet undiscovered what and who you are, I will render you as blameless to your father, and estate you as fairly in his love as at the hour when you parted from him, and afterward make you wife to the king of Colchos. She demanding of him by what means possibly this could be accomplished. Briefly he made it known to her how, and in what manner he would perform it. To cut off further tedious circumstances, forthwith he returned to Famagosta, and going before the king of the country, thus he spake to him: Sir, you may, if so you will be pleased in an instant, do me an exceeding honour, who have been impoverished by your service, and also a deed of great renown to yourself, without any much matter of expense and cost. The king demanding how, Antigonus thus answered: The fair daughter of the Soldan, so generally reported to be drowned, is arrived at Baffa, and to preserve her honour from blemishing, hath suffered many crosses and calamities, being at this instant in very poor estate, yet desirous to revisit her father. If you please to send her home under my conduct, it will be great honour to you, and no mean benefit to me, which kindness will for ever be thankfully remembered by the Soldan. The king in royal magnificence replied sedanely that he was highly pleased with these good tidings. Having sent honourably for her from Baffa, with great pomp she was conducted to Famagosta, and there most graciously welcomed both by the king and queen, with solemnly triumphs, banquets, and revelling, performed in most majestic manner. Being questioned by the king and queen concerning so large a time of strange misfortunes, according as Antigonus had formerly instructed her, so did she shape the form of her answers, and satisfied with honour all their demands. So within few days after, upon her earnest instant request, with an honourable train of lords and ladies, she was sent thence, and conducted all the way by Antigonus, until she came unto the Soldan's court. After some few days of her reposing there, the Soldan was desirous to understand how she could possibly live so long in any kingdom or province whatsoever, and yet no knowledge to be taken of her. The lady, who perfectly retained by heart, and had all her lessons at her fingers' ends, by the wary instructions which Antigonus had given her, answered her father in this manner: Sir, about the 20th day after my departure from you, a very terrible and dreadful tempest overtook us, so that in dead time of the night, our ship being split in sunder upon the sands, near to a place called Varna, what became of all the men that were aboard I neither know or ever heard of. Only I remember then when death appeared, and I being recovered from death to life, certain peasants of the country, coming to get what they could find in the ship so wracked, I was first with 2 of my women brought and set safely on the shore. No sooner were we there, but certain rude shaggy-haired villains set upon us, carrying away from me both my women, then hailing me along by the hair of my head. Neither tears or intercessions could draw any pity from them. As thus they dragged me into a spacious wood, 4 horsemen on a sardine came riding by, who, seeing how dishonourably the villains used me, rescued me from them and forced them to flight. But the 4 horsemen, seeming in my judgment to be persons of power and authority, letting them go, came to me, urging sundry questions to me, which neither I understood or they mine answers. After many deliberations held among themselves, setting me upon one of their horses, they brought me to a monastery of religious women, according to the custom of their law. And there, whatsoever they did or said, I know not, but I was most benignly welcomed thither, and honoured of them extraordinarily, where with them in devotion I dedicated myself to the goddess of chastity, who is highly reverenced and regarded among the women of that country, and to her religious service they are wholly addicted. After I had continued some time among them, and learned a little of their language, they asked me of whence and what I was. Reason gave me so much understanding, to be fearful of telling them the truth, for fear of expulsion from among them, as an enemy to their law and religion. Wherefore I answered according as necessity urged that I was daughter to a gentleman of Cyprus, who sent me to be married in Candy. But our fortunes meaning such as had the charge of me fell out quite contrary to our expectation, by losses, shipwracky, and other mischances, adding many matters more beside, onely in regard of fear, yielding obediently to observe their customs. At length she that was in chiefest preeminence among these women, whom they termed by the name of their lady abbess, demanded of me, whether I was willing to abide in that condition of life, or to return home again into Cyprus. I answered that I desired nothing more, but she, being very careful of mine honour, would never repose confidence in any that came for Cyprus, till 2 honest gentlemen of France, who happened thither about 2 months since, accompanied with their wives, one of them being a near kinswoman to the Lady Abbess, and she well knowing that they travelled in pilgrimage to Jerusalem to visit the Holy Sepulchre, whereas they believed that he whom they held for their God was buried, after the Jews had put him to death, recommended me to their loving trust, with a special charge for delivering me to my father in Cyprus. What honourable love and respect I found in the company of those gentlemen and their wives, during our voyage back to Cyprus. The history would be over tedious in reporting, neither is it much material to our purpose, because your demand is to another end. Sailing on prosperously in our ship, it was not long before we arrived at Baffa, where being landed, and not knowing any person, neither what I should say to the gentlemen, who only were careful for delivering me to my father, according as they were charged by the Reverend Abbess, it was the will of heaven doubtless in pity and compassion of my past disasters that I was no sooner come on shore at Baffa, but I should there haply meet with Antigonus, whom I called unto in our country language, because I would not be understood by the gentlemen nor their wives, requesting him to acknowledge me as his daughter. Quickly he apprehended mine intention, accomplishing what I requested, and according to his poor power most bounteously feasted the gentlemen and their wives, conducting me to the quay of Cyprus, who received me royally, and sent me home to you with so much honour, as I am no way able to relate. What else remaineth to be said? Antigonus, who hath oft heard the whole story of my fortunes, at better leisure will report. Antigonus then turning to the Soldan said, My lord, as she hath often told me, and by relation both of the gentlemen and their wives, she hath delivered nothing but truth. Only she hath forgotten somewhat worth the speaking, as thinking it not fit for her to utter, because indeed it is not so convenient for her, namely, how much the gentlemen and their wives with whom she came commended the rare honesty and integrity of life, as also the unspotted virtue, wherein she lived, among those chaste religious women, as they constantly both with tears and solemnly protestations avouched to me, when kindly they resigned their charge to me. Of all which matters and many more beside, if I should make discourse to your excellency, this whole day, the night ensuing, and the next day's full extenure, are not sufficient to acquaint you withal. Let it suffice then, that I have said so much as both by the reports, and mine own understanding may give you faithful assurance, to make your royal vaunt, of having the fairest, most virtuous and honest lady to your daughter, of any king or prince whatsoever. The Soldan was joyful beyond all measure, welcoming both him and the rest in most stately manner, oftentimes entreating the gods very heartily, that he might live to requite them with equal recompense, who had so graciously honoured his daughter. But above all the rest the king of Cyprus, who sent her home so majestically, and having bestowed great gifts on Antigonus within a few days after, he gave him leave to return to Cyprus, with thankful favours to the king as well by letters, as also by ambassadors expressly sent, both from himself and his daughter. When as this business was fully finished, the Soldan, desiring to accomplish what formerly was intended and begun, namely, that she might be wife to the king of Colchos, he gave him intelligence of all that had happened, writing moreover to him, that if he were so pleased he would yet send her in royal manner to him. The king of Colchos was exceeding joyful of these glad tidings, and dispatching a worthy train to fetch her, she was conveyed thither very pompously, and she who had been embraced by so many was received by him as an honest virgin, living long time after with him in much joy and felicity. And therefore it hath been said as a common proverb, the mouth well kissed comes not short of good fortune, but is still renewed like the moon. The Count d'Angers, being falsely accused, was banished out of France, left his 2 children in England in divers places. Returning afterward unknown thorough Scotland, he found them advanced unto great dignity. Then, repairing in the habit of a servitor into the King of France his army, and his innocency made publicly known, he was reseated in his former honourable degree. The 8 novels, whereby all men may plainly understand, that loyalty faithfully kept to the prince what perils soever do ensue doth yet nevertheless renown a man, and bring him to far greater honour. The ladies sighed very often, hearing the variety of woeful miseries happening to Alathiella, but who knoweth what occasion moved them to those sighs? Perhaps there were some among them, who rather sighed they could not be so often married as she was, rather than for any other compassion they had of her disasters, but leaving that to their own construction, they smiled merrily at the last speeches of Pamphilus, and the queen perceiving the novel to be ended, She fixed her eye upon Madame Eliza, as signifying thereby that she was next to succeed in order, which she, joyfully embracing, spake as followeth: The field is very large and spacious, wherein all this day we have walked, and there is not any one here, so wearied with running the former races, but nimbly would adventure on as many more. So copious are the alterations of fortune, in sad repetition of her wonderful changes. And among the infinity of her various courses, I must make addition of another, which I trust will no way discontent you. When the Romain Empire was translated from the French to the Germans, mighty dissensions grew between both the nations, insomuch that it drew a dismal and a lingering war. In which respect, as well for the safety of his own kingdom, as to annoy and disturb his enemies, the King of France and one of his sons, having congregated the forces of their own dominions, as also of their friends and confederates, they resolved manfully to encounter their enemies. But before they would adventure on any rash proceeding, they held it as the chiefest part of policy and royal providence not to leave the state without a chief or governor, and having had good experience of Gualtier, Count d'Angers, to be a wise, worthy, and most trusty lord, singularly expert in military discipline, and faithful in all affairs of the kingdom, yet fitter for ease and pleasure than laborious toil and travail, he was elected lieutenant governor in their stead, over the whole kingdom of France, and then they went on in their enterprise. Now began the Count to execute the office committed to his trust, by orderly proceeding, and with great discretion, yet not entering into any business, without consent of the Queen and her fair daughter-in-law, who, although they were left under his care and custody, yet notwithstanding, he honoured them as his superiors, and as the dignity of their quality required. Here you are to observe, concerning Count Gualtier himself, that he was a most complete person, aged little above 40 years, as affable and singularly conditioned as any noble man possibly could be, nor did those times afford a gentleman that equalled him in all respects. It fortuned that the king and his son being busy in the aforenamed war, the wife and lady of Count Gualtier died in the meanwhile, leaving him only a son and a daughter, very young and of tender years, which made his own home the less welcome to him, having lost his dear love and second self. Hereupon he resorted to the court of the said ladies the more frequently, often conferring with them about the weighty affairs of the kingdom, in which time of so serious interparlance the king's son's wife threw many affectionate regards upon him, conveying such conspiring passions to her heart in regard of his person and virtues that her love exceeded all capacity of government, her desires outstepping all compass of modesty, or the dignity of her princely condition, throws off all regard of civil and sober thoughts, and guides her into a labyrinth of wanton imaginations, for she regards not now the eminency of his high authority, his gravity of years, and those parts that are the true conducts to honour, but looks upon her own loose and lascivious appetite, her young, gallant, and over-ready yielding nature, comparing them with his want of a wife, and likely hope thereby of her sooner prevailing, supposing that nothing could be her hindrance but only bashful shamefacedness, which she rather chose utterly to forsake and set aside, than to fail of her hot inflamed affection, and therefore she would needs be the discoverer of her own disgrace. Upon a day being alone by herself, and the time seeming suitable to her intention, she sent for the Count, under colour of some other important conference with him. The Count d'Angers, whose thoughts were quite contrary to hers, immediately went to her, where they both sitting down together on a bed's side in her chamber, according as formerly she had plotted her purpose, twice he demanded of her, upon what occasion she had thus sent for him, she sitting a long while silent, as if she had no answer to make him, pressed by the violence of her amorous passions, a vermilion tincture leaping up into her face, yet shame enforcing tears from her eyes, with words broken and half confused. At last she began to deliver her mind in this manner: Honourable Lord and my dearly respected friend, being so wise a man as you are, it is no difficult matter for you to know what a frail condition is imposed both on men and women, yet for divers occasions much more upon the one than the other. Wherefore desertfully in the censure of a just and upright judge, a fault of divers conditions in respect of the person ought not to be censured with one and the same punishment. Beside, who will not say that a man or woman of poor and mean estate, having no other help for maintenance, but laborious travail of their bodies, should worthily receive more sharp reprehension in yielding to amorous desires, or such passions as are incited by love, than a wealthy lady whose living relieth not on her pains or cares, neither wanteth anything that she can wish to have? I dare presume that you yourself will allow this to be equal and just, in which respect I am of the mind that the forenamed allegations ought to serve as a sufficient excuse, yea, and to the advantage of her who is so possessed, if the passions of love should overreach her. Always provided that she can plead in her own defence the choice of a wise and virtuous friend, answerable to her own condition and quality, and no way to be taxed with a servile or vile election. These two especial observations, allowable in my judgment, and living now in me, seizing on my youthful blood and years, have found no mean inducement to love, in regard of my husband's far distance from me, meddling in the rude uncivil actions of war, when he should rather be at home in more sweet employment. You see, sir, that these orators advance themselves here in your presence, to acquaint you with the extremity of my overcommanding agony, and if the same power hath dominion in you, which your discretion questionless cannot be void of, then let me entreat such advice from you as may rather help, than hinder my hopes. Believe it then for truth, sir, that the long absence of my husband from me, the solitary condition wherein I am left, ill agreeing with the hot blood running in my veins, the temper of my earnest desires, have so prevailed against my strongest resistances, that not only so weak a woman as I am, but any man of much more potent might living in ease and idleness as I do cannot withstand such continual assaults, having no other help than flesh and blood. Nor am I so ignorant but public knowledge of such an error in me would be reputed a shrewd taxation of honesty, whereas on the other side secret carriage, and heedful managing such amorous affairs, may pass for current without any reproach. And let me tell you, noble Count, that I repute love highly favourable to me, by guiding my judgment with such moderation, to make election of a wise, worthy, and honourable friend, fit to enjoy the grace of a far greater lady than I am, and the first letter of his name is the Count d'Angers. For if error have not misled mine eye, as in love no lady can be easily deceived, for person, perfections, and all parts most to be commended in a man, the whole realmy of France containeth not your equal. Observe beside, how forward fortune showeth herself to us both in this case, you to be destitute of a wife as I am of an husband, for I count him as dead to me, when he denies me the duties belonging to a wife. Wherefore, in regard of the unfeigned affection I bear you, and compassion which you ought to have of royal princess, even almost sick to death for your sake, I earnestly entreat you not to deny me your loving society, but pitying my youth and fiery afflictions never to be quenched, but by your kindness I may enjoy my heart's desire. As she uttered these words, the tears streamed abundantly down her fair cheeks, preventing her of any further speech, so that, dejecting her head into her bosom, overcome with the predominance of her passions, she fell upon the Count's knee, whereas else she had foully upon the ground, when he, like a loyal and most honourable man, sharply reprehended her fond and idle love, and when she would have embraced him about the neck, he repulsed her roughly from him, protesting upon his honourable reputation, that rather than he would so wrong his lord and master, he would endure 1,000 deaths. The lady, seeing her desire disappointed, and her fond expectation utterly frustrated, grew instantly forgetful of her intemperate love, and falling into extremity of rage, converted her former gentle speeches into this harsh and ruder language. Villain, quoth she, shall the longing comforts of my life be abridged by thy base and scornful denial? Shall my destruction be wrought by thy currish unkindness, and all my hoped joys be defeated in a moment? No slave, that I did not so earnestly desire thy sweet embracements before, but now as deadly I hate and despise them, which either thy death or banishment shall dearly pay for. No sooner had she thus spoken, but tearing her hair, and renting her garments in pieces, she ran about like a distracted woman, crying out aloud, Help, help, the Count d'Angers will forcibly dishonour me, the lustful Count will violence mine honour. d'Angers, seeing this, and fearing more the malice of the overcredulous court, than either his own conscience, or any dishonourable act by him committed, believing likewise, that her slanderous accusation would be credited, above his true and spotless innocency, closely he conveyed himself out of the court, making what haste he could, home to his own house, which being too weak for warranting his safety upon such pursuit as would be used against him, without any further advice or counsel, he seated his 2 children on horsebacky, himself also being but meanly mounted, thus away thence he went to Calais. Upon the clamour and noise of the lady, the courtiers quickly flocked thither, and as lies soon win belief in hasty opinions, upon any silly or shallow surmise, so did her accusation pass for current, and the Count's advancement being envied by many, made his honest carriage in this case the more suspected. In haste and madding fury, they ran to the Count's houses, to arrest his person and carry him to prison, but when they could not find him, they raced his goodly buildings down to the ground, and used all shameful violence to them. Now as ill news seldom wants a speedy messenger, so in less space than you will imagine, the king and Dolphin heard thereof in the camp, and were therewith so highly offended, that the count had a sardine and severe condemnation, all his progeny being sentenced with perpetual exile, and promises of great and bountiful rewards, to such as could bring his body alive or dead. Thus the innocent count, by his over-hasty and sardine flight, made himself guilty of this foul imputation, and arriving at Calais with his children, their poor and homely habits, hid them from being known, and thence they crossed over into England, staying nowhere until he came to London. Before he would enter into the city, he gave divers good advertisements to his children, but especially 2 precepts above all the rest. First, with patient souls to support the poor condition, whereto fortune without any offence in him or them had thus dejected them. Next, that they should have most heedful care at no time to disclose from whence they came, or whose children they were, because it extended to the peril of their lives. His son being named Luz, and now about 9 years old, his daughter called Violenta and aged 7 years, did both observe their father's direction, as afterward it did sufficiently appear. And because they might live in the safer security, he thought it for the best to change their names, calling his son Parato and his daughter Janetta, for thus they might best escape unknown. Being entered into the city, and in the poor estate of beggars, they craved everybody's mercy and alms. It came to pass that standing one morning at the cathedral church door, a great lady of England, being then wife to the Lord High Marshal, coming forth of the church, espied the count and his children there begging. Of him she demanded what countryman he was, and whether those children were his own or no. The count replied that he was born in Picardy, and for an unhappy fact committed by his eldest son, a stripling of more hopeful expectation, then proved he was enforced, with those his 2 other children, to forsake his country. The lady, being by nature very pitiful, looking advisedly on the young girl, began to grow in good liking of her, because indeed she was amiable, gentle, and beautiful, whereupon she said, Honest man, thy daughter hath a pleasing countenance, and perhaps her inward disposition may prove answerable to her outward goods parts. If therefore thou canst be content to leave her with me, I will give her entertainment, and upon her dutiful carriage and behaviour, if she live to such years as may require it, I will have her honestly bestown in marriage. This motion was very pleasing to the count, who readily declared his willing consent thereto, and with the tears trickling down his cheeks, in thankful manner he delivered his pretty daughter to the lady. She being thus happily bestown, he minded to tarry no longer in London, but in his wonted begging manner, travailing through the country with his son Parato, at length he came into Wales, but not without much weary pain and travel, being never used before to journey so far on foot. There dwelt another lord, in office of marshalship to the King of England, whose power extended over those parts, a man of very great authority, keeping a most noble and bountiful house, which they termed the President of Wales his court, whereto the count and his son oftentimes resorted, as finding there good relief and comfort. On a day one of the President's sons, accompanied with divers other gentlemen's children, were performing certain youthful sports pastimes, as running, leaping, and such like, wherein Parato presumed to make one among them, excelling all the rest in such commendable manner as none of them came anything near him. Divers times the President had taken notice thereof, and was so well pleased with the lad's behaviour, that he inquired of whence he was. Answer was made that he was a poor man's son, that every day came for an alms to his gate. The President being desirous to make the boy his, the count, whose daily prayers were to the same purpose, frankly gave his son to the nobleman, albeit natural and fatherly affection urged some unwillingness to part so with him. Yet necessity and discretion found it to be for the benefit of them both. Being thus eased of care for his son and daughter, and they though in different places yet under good and worthy government, the count would continue no longer in England, but as best he could procure the means, passed over into Ireland, and being arrived at a place called Stamford, became servant to an earl of that country. A gentleman professing arms, on whom he attended as a serving man, lived a long while in that estate very painfully. His daughter Violenta, clouded under the borrowed name of Janetta, dwelling with the lady at London, grew so in years, beauty, comeliness of person, and was so graceful in the favour of her lord and lady, yea, of every one in the house beside, that it was wonderful to behold, such as but observed her usual carriage, and what modesty shined clearly in her eyes, reputed her well worthy of honourable preferment, in which regard the lady that had received her of her father, not knowing of whence or what she was, but as himself had made report, intended to match her in honourable marriage, according as her virtues worthily deserved. But God, the just rewarder of all good endeavours, knowing her to be noble by birth, and causeless to suffer for the sins of another, disposed otherwise of her, and that so worthy a virgin might be no mate for a man of ill conditions, no doubt ordained what was to be done, according to his own good pleasure. The noble lady with whom poor Janetta dwelt had but one only son by her husband, and he most dearly affected of them both, as well in regard he was to be their heir, as also for his virtues and commendable qualities, wherein he excelled many young gentlemen. Endued he was with heroical valour, complete in all perfections of person, and his mind every way answerable to his outward behaviour, exceeding Janetta about 6 years in age. He, perceiving her to be a fair and comely maiden, grew to affect her so entirely, that all things else he held contemptible, and nothing pleasing in his eye but she. Now in regard her parentage was reputed poor, he kept his love concealed from his parents, not daring to desire her in marriage, for loth he was to lose their favour by disclosing the vehemency of his afflictions, which proved a greater torment to him than if it had been openly known. It came to pass that love overawed him in such sort, as he fell into a violent sickness, and score of physicians were sent for, to save him from death, if possibly it might be. Their judgments observing the course of his sickness, yet not reaching to the cause of the disease, made a doubtful question of his recovery, which was so displeasing to his parents, that their grief and sorrow grew beyond measure. Many earnest entreaties they moved to him, to know the occasion of his sickness, whereto he returned no other answer but heart-breaking sighs and incessant tears, which drew him more and more into weakness of body. It chanced on a day, a physician was brought unto him, being young in years but well experienced in his practice, and as he made trial of his pulse, Janetta, who by his mother's command attended on him very diligently upon some especial occasion, entered into the chamber, which when the young gentleman perceived, and that she neither spake word, nor so much as looked towards him, his heart grew great in amorous desire, and his pulse did beat beyond the compass of ordinary custom, whereof the physician made good observation, to note how long that fit would continue. No sooner was Janetta gone forth of the chamber, but the pulse immediately gave over beating, which persuaded the physician that some part of the disease had now discovered itself apparently. Within a while after, pretending to have some speech with Janetta, and holding the gentleman still by the arm, the physician caused her to be sent for, and immediately she came. Upon her very entrance into the chamber, the pulse began to beat again extremely, and when she departed it presently ceased. Now was he thoroughly persuaded that he had found the true effect of his sickness, when taking the father and mother aside, thus he spake to them: If you be desirous of your son's health, it consisteth not either in physician or physic, but in the mercy of your fair maid Janetta. For manifest signs have made it known to me, and he loveth the damosel very dearly. Yet for aught I can perceive, the maid doth not know it now. If you have respect of his life, you know in this case what is to be done. The nobleman and his wife, hearing this, became somewhat satisfied, because there remained a remedy to preserve his life. But yet it was no mean grief to them, if it should so succeed, as they feared, namely, the marriage between their son and Janetta. The physician being gone, and they repairing to their sick son, the mother began with him in this manner: Son, I was always persuaded that thou wouldest not conceal any secret from me, or the least part of thy desires, especially when without enjoying them, thou must remain in the danger of death. Full well art thou assured, or in reason oughtest to be, that there is not anything for thy contentment, be it of what quality soever, but it should have been provided for thee, and in as ample manner as for mine own self. But though thou hast wandered so far from duty, and hazarded both thy life and ours, it cometh so to pass, that heaven hath been more merciful to thee than thou wouldest be to thyself or us. And to prevent thy dying of this disease, a dream this night hath acquainted me with the principal occasion of thy sickness, to wit, extraordinary affection to a young maiden, in some such place as thou hast seen her. I tell thee, son, it is a matter of no disgrace to love, and why shouldst thou shame to manifest as much, it being so apt and convenient for thy youth? For if I were persuaded that thou couldst not love, I should make the less esteem of thee. Therefore, dear son, be not dismayed, but freely discover thine affections. Expel those disastrous drooping thoughts that have endangered thy life by this long lingering sickness, and let thy soul be faithfully assured that thou canst not require anything to be done, remaining within the compass of my power, but I will perform it, for I love thee as dearly as mine own life. Set therefore aside this nice conceit of shame and fear, revealing the truth boldly to me if I may stead thee in thy love, resolving thyself unfeignedly, that if my care stretch not to compass thy content, account me for the most cruel mother living, and utterly unworthy of such a son. The young gentleman, having heard these protestations made by his mother, was not a little ashamed of his own folly, but recollecting his better thoughts together, and knowing in his soul that no one could better further his hopes than she, forgetting all his former fear, he returned her this answer: Madam, and my dearly affected mother, nothing hath more occasioned my love so strict concealment, but an especial error which I find by daily proof in many, who being grown to years of grave discretion, do never remember that they themselves have been young. But because herein I find you to be both discreet and wise, I will not only affirm what you have seen in me to be true, but also will confess to whom it is, upon condition that the effect of your promise may follow it, according to the power remaining in you, whereby you only may secure my life. His mother, desirous to be resolved whether his confession would agree with the physician's words or no, and reserving another intention to herself, bade him fear nothing, but freely discover his whole desire, and forthwith she doubted not to effect it. Then, madame, quoth he, the matchless beauty and commendable qualities of your maid Janetta, to whom as yet I have made no motion to commiserate this my languishing extremity, nor acquainted any living creature with my love, the concealing of these afflictions to myself hath brought me to this desperate condition, and if some mean be not wrought according to your constant promise, for the full enjoying of my longing desires, assure yourself, most noble mother, that the date of my life is very short. The lady, well knowing that the time now rather required kindest comfort than any severe or sharp reprehension, smiling on him, said, Alas, dear son, wast thou sick for this? Be of good cheer, and when thy strength is better restored, then refer the matter to me. The young gentleman, being put in good hope by his mother's promise, began in short time to show apparent signs of well-forwarded amendment, to the mother's great joy and comfort, disposing herself daily to prove how in honour she might keep promise with her son. Within a short while after, calling Janetta privately to her in gentle manner, and by the way of pleasant discourse she demanded of her whether she was provided of a lover or no. Janetta, being never acquainted with any such questions, a scarlet dye covering all her modest countenance, thus replied: Madam, I have no need of any lover, and very unseemly were it, for so poor a damosel as I am, to have so much as a thought of lovers, being banished from my friends and kinsfolk, and remaining in service as I do. If you have none, answered the lady, we will bestow one on you, which shall content your mind, and bring you to a more pleasing kind of life, because it is far unfit that so fair a maid as you are should remain destitute of a lover. Madam, said Janetta, considering with myself that since you received me of my poor father, you have used me rather like your daughter than a servant, it becometh me to do as pleaseth you. Notwithstanding, I trust in the regard of mine own good and honour never to use any complaint in such a case. But if you please to bestow a husband on me, I purpose to love and honour him onely, not any other. For, of all the inheritance left me by my progenitors, nothing remaineth to me but honourable honesty, and that shall be my legacy so long as I live. These words were of a quite contrary complexion to those which the lady expected from her, and for effecting the promise made unto her son. Howbeit, like a wise and noble lady, much she inwardly commended the maid's answers, and said unto her, But tell me, Janetta, what if my lord the king, who is a gallant youthful prince, and you so bright a beauty as you are, should take pleasure in your love, would ye deny him? Sedanely the maid returned this answer: Madam, the king perhaps might enforce me, but with my free consent he shall never have any thing of me that is not honest. Nor did the lady mislike her maid's courage and resolution, but breaking off all her further conference, intended shortly to put her project in proof, saying to her son that when he was fully recovered, he should have private access to Janetta, whom she doubted not but would be tractable enough to him. For she held it no mean blemish to her honour to move the maid any more in the matter, but let him compass it as he could. Far from the young gentleman's humour was this answer of his mother, because he aimed not at any dishonourable end. True, faithful, honest love was the sole scope of his intention, foul and loathsome lust he utterly defied. Whereupon he fell into sickness again, rather more violently than before, which the lady perceiving, revealed her whole intent to Janetta, and finding her constancy beyond common comparison, acquainted her lord with all she had done, and both consented, though much against their minds, to let him enjoy her in honourable marriage, accounting it better, for preservation of their only son's life, to match him far inferior to his degree, than by denying his desire to let him pine away, and die for her love. After great consultation with kindred and friends, the match was agreed upon, to the no little joy of Janetta, who devoutly returned infinite thanks to heaven, for so mercifully respecting her dejected poor estate, after the bitter passage of so many miseries, and never terming herself any otherwise but the daughter of a poor pickard. Soon was the young gentleman recovered and married, no man alive so well contented as he, and setting down an absolute determination to lead a loving life with his Janetta. Let us now convert our looks to Wales, to Parato, being left there with the other Lord Marshal, who was the president of that country. On he grew in years, choicely respected by his lord, because he was most comely of person, and addicted to all valiant attempts, so that in tourneys, justs, and other actions of arms, his like was not to be found in all the island, being named onely Parato the valiant pickard, and so was he famed, far and near. As God had not forgotten his sister, so in mercy he became as mindful of him, for a contagious mortality happening in the country, the greater part of the people perished thereby, the rest flying thence into other parts of the land, whereby the whole province became dispeopled and desolate. In the time of this plague and dreadful visitation, the Lord President, his lady, sons, daughters, brothers, nephews, and kindred died, none remaining alive, but one only daughter marriageable, a few of the household servants beside Parato, whom after the sickness was more mildly assuaged with counsel and consent of the country people. The young lady accepted to be her husband, because he was a man so worthy and valiant, and of all the inheritance left by her deceased father she made him lord and sole commander. Within no long while after, the King of England, understanding that his President of Wales was dead and fame liberally relating the virtues, valour, and good parts of Parato the pickard, he created him to be his president there, and to supply the place of his deceased lord. These fair fortunes, within the compass of so short a time, fell to the two innocent children of the Count d'Angiers, after they were left by him as lost and forlorn. 18 years were now fully overpast, since the Count d'Angiers fled from Paris, having suffered in miserable sort many hard and lamentable adversities, and seeing himself now to be grown aged, he was desirous to leave Ireland, and to know if he might what was become of both his children. Hereupon, perceiving his wonted form to be so altered, that such as formerly had conversed most with him, could now not take any knowledge of him, feeling his body through long labour and exercise endured in service more lusty, then in his idle youthful years, especially when he left the court of France, he purposed to proceed in his determination, being very poor and simple in apparel. He departed from the Irish Earl his master, with whom he had continued long in service, to no advantage or advancement, and crossing over into England, travailed to the place in Wales where he left Parato, and where he found him to be Lord Marshal and President of the country, lusty and in good health, a man of goodly feature, and most honourably respected and reverenced of the people. Well may you imagine that this was no small comfort to the poor aged Count's heart, yet would he not make himself known to him or any other about him, but referred his joy to a further enlarging or diminishing, by sight of the other limb of his life, his dearly affected daughter Janetta, denying rest to his body in any place, until such time as he came to London, making there secret enquiry concerning the lady with whom he had left his daughter. He understood that a young gentlewoman named Janetta was married to that lady's only son, which made a second addition of joy to his soul, accounting all his past adversities of no value, both his children being living, and in so high honour. Having found her dwelling, and like a kind father being earnestly desirous to see her, he daily resorted near to the house, where Sir Roger Mandeville, for so was Janetty's husband named, chancing to see him, being moved to compassion, because he was both poor and aged, commanded one of his men to take him into the house, and to give him some food for God's sake, which accordingly the servant performed. Janetta had divers children by her husband, the eldest of them being but 8 years oldie, yet all of them so fair and comely as could be. As the oldie Count sate eating his meat in the hall, the children came all about him, embracing, hugging, and making much of him, even as if nature had truly instructed them, that this was their aged though poor grandfather, and he as lovingly receiving these kind relations from them, wisely and silently kept all to himself, with sighs, tears, and joys intermixed together, so that the children would not part from him, though their tutor and maester called them often, which being told to their mother, she came forth of the near adjoining parlour, and threatened to beat them, if they would not do what their maester commanded them. Then the children began to cry, saying that they would tarry still by the good oldie man, because he loved them better than their maester did, whereat both the lady and the Count began to smile. The Count, like a poor beggar, and not as father to so great a lady, arose and did her humble reverence, because she was now a noble woman, conceiving wonderful joy in his soul, to see her so fair and goodly a creature. Yet could she take no knowledge of him, Age, want, and misery had so mightily altered him, his head all white, his beard without any comely form, his garments so poor, and his face so wrinkled, lean, and meagre, that he seemed rather some carter than a count. And Janetta, perceiving that when her children were fetched away, they returned again to the oldie man and would not leave him, desired their master to let them alone. While thus the children continued making much of the good oldie man, Lord Andrew Mandeville, father to Sir Roger, came into the hall, as being so willed to do by the children's schoolmeester. He being a hasty-minded man, and one that ever despised Janetta before, but much more since her marriage to his son, angrily said, "Let them alone with a mischief, and so befall them, their best company ought to be with beggars, for so are they bred and born by the mother's side. And therefore it is no merville if like will to like, a beggar's brats to keep company with beggars." The Count, hearing these contemptible words, was not a little grieved thereat, and although his courage was greater than his poor condition would permit him to express, yet, clouding all injuries with noble patience, hanging down his head, and shedding many a salt tear, endured this reproach, as he had done many, both before and after. But honourable Sir Roger, perceiving what delight his children took in the poor man's company, albeit he was offended at his father's harsh words, by holding his wife in such base respect, yet favoured the poor Count so much the more, and seeing him weep, did greatly compassionate his case, saying to the poor man that if he would accept of his service, he willingly would entertain him, whereto the Count replied that very gladly he would embrace his kind offer, but he was capable of no other service, save only to be an horsekeeper, wherein he had employed the most part of his time. Hereupon, more for pleasure and pity than any necessity of his service, he was appointed to the keeping of one horse, which was only for his daughter's saddle, and daily after he had done his diligence about the horse, he did nothing else but play with the children. While fortune pleased thus to dally with the poor Count d'Angiers, his children, it came to pass, that the King of France, after divers leagues of truces passed between him, the Germains died, and next after him, his son the Dauphin was crowned king, and it was his wife that wrongfully caused the Count's banishment. After expiration of the last league with the Germains, the wars began to grow much more fierce and sharp, and the King of England, upon request made to him by his new brother of France, sent him very honourable supplies of his people, under the conduct of Perato, his lately elected President of Wales, and Sir Roger Mandeville, son to his other Lord High Marshal, with whom also the poor Count went, and continued a long while in the camp as a common soldier, where yet like a valiant gentleman, as indeed he was no less both in advice and actions, he accomplished many more notable matters than was expected to come from him. It so fell out, that in the continuance of this war, the Queen of France fell into a grievous sickness, and perceiving herself to be at the point of death, she became very penitently sorrowful for all her sins, earnestly desiring that she might be confessed by the Archbishop of Rhone, who was reputed to be an holy and virtuous man. In the repetition of her other offences, she revealed what great wrong she had done to the Count d'Angiers, resting not so satisfied with disclosing the whole matter to him alone, but also confessed the same before many other worthy persons, and of great honour, entreating them to work so with the king, that if the Count were yet living, or any of his children, they might be restored to their former honour again. It was not long after, but the Queen left this life, and was most royally interred, when her confession being disclosed to the king, after much sorrow for so injuriously wronging a man of so great valour and honour, proclamation was made throughout the camp, and in many other parts of France beside, that whosoever could produce the Count d'Angiers or any of his children, should richly be rewarded for each one of them. In regard he was innocent of the foul imputation, by the Queen's own confession, and for his wrongful exile so long, he should be exalted to his former honour with far greater favours, which the king frankly would bestow upon him. When the Count, who walked up and down in the habit of a common servitor, heard this proclamation, forthwith he went to his master Sir Roger Mandeville, requesting his speedy repair to Lord Perato, that being both assembled together, he would acquaint them with a serious matter, concerning the late proclamation published by the king. Being by themselves alone in the tent, the Count spake in this manner to Perato: "Sir S. Roger Mandeville here, your equal competitor in this military service, is the husband to your natural sister, having as yet never received any dowry with her, but her inherent unblemishable virtue honour. Now, because she may not still remain destitute of a competent dowry, I desire that Sir Roger and none other may enjoy the royal reward promised by the king. You, Lord Perato, whose true name is Luz, manifest yourself to be nobly born, and son to the wrongful banished Count d'Angiers. Avouch moreover that Violenta, shadowed under the borrowed name of Janetta, is your own sister, and deliver me up as your father, the exiled Count d'Angers. Parato, hearing this, beheld him more advisedly and began to know him. Then, the tears flowing abundantly from his eyes, he fell at his feet and often embracing him said, My dear and noble father, 1,000 times more dearly welcome to your son Luz. Sir Roger Mandeville, hearing first what the Count had said, and seeing what Parato afterward performed, became surprised with such extraordinary joy and admiration that he knew not how to carry himself in this case, nevertheless giving credit to his words, and being somewhat ashamed that he had not used the Count in more respective manner, remembering beside the unkind language of his furious father to him. He kneeled down, humbly craving pardon both for his father's rudines and his own, which was courteously granted by the Count, embracing him lovingly in his arms. When they had a while discoursed their several fortunes, sometime in tears, and then again in joy, Parato and Sir Roger would have the Count to be garmented in better manner, but in no wise he would suffer it, for it was his only desire that Sir Roger should be assured of the promised reward, by presenting him in the King's presence, and in the homely habit which he did then wear, to touch him with the more sensible shame, for his rash belief and injurious proceeding. Then Sir Roger Mandeville, guiding the Count by the hand, and Parato following after, came before the King, offering to present the Count and his children, if the reward promised in the proclamation might be performed. The King immediately commanded that a reward of inestimable value should be produced, desiring Sir Roger upon the sight thereof to make good his offer, for forthwith presenting the Count and his children, which he made no longer delay of, but turning himself about, delivered the aged Count by the title of his servant, and presenting Parato next said, Sir, here I deliver you the father and his son. His daughter, who is my wife, cannot so conveniently be here now, but shortly by the permission of heaven your majesty shall have a sight of her. When the King heard this, steadfastly he looked on the Count, and notwithstanding his wonderful alteration, both from his wonted feature and form, yet after he had very seriously viewed him he knew him perfectly, and the tears trickling down his cheeks, partly with remorseful shame, and joy also for his so happy recovery, he took up the Count from kneeling, kissing and embracing him very kindly, welcoming Parato in the self-same manner. Immediately also he gave command that the Count should be restored to his honours, apparel, servants, horses, and furniture, answerable to his high estate and calling, which was as speedily performed. Moreover, the King greatly honoured Sir Roger Mandeville, desiring to be made acquainted with all their past fortunes. When Sir Roger had received the royal reward for thus surrendering the Count and his son, the Count, calling him to him, said, Take that princely remuneration of my sovereigny lord the King, and commending me to your unkind father, tell him that your children are no beggars' brats, neither basely born by their mother's side. Sir Roger, returning home with his bountiful reward, soon after brought his wife and mother to Paris, and so did Parato his wife, where in great joy and triumph they continued a long while with the noble Count, who had all his goods and honours restored to him, in far greater measure than ever they were before. His sons-in-law returning home with their wives into England, left the Count with the King at Paris, where he spent the rest of his days in great honour and felicity. Bernardo, a merchant of Genua, being deceived by another merchant, named Ambriginello, lost a great part of his goods, and commanding his innocent wife to be murdered, she escaped, and in the habit of a man became servant to the Soldan. The deceiver being found at last, she compassed such means that her husband Bernardo came into Alexandria, and there, after due punishment inflicted on the false deceiver, she resumed the garments again of a woman, and returned home with her husband to Genua. The 9th novel, wherein is declared that by over-liberal commending the chastity of women, it falleth out oftentimes to be very dangerous, especially by the means of treacherers, who yet in the end are justly punished for their treachery. Madam Eliza having ended her compassionate discourse, which indeed had moved all the rest to sighing, the Queen, who was fair, comely of stature, and carrying a very majestical countenance, smiling more familiarly than the other, spake to them thus, It is very necessary that the promise made to Dionysius should carefully be kept, and because now there remaineth none to report any more novels, but only he and myself, I must first deliver mine, and he who takes it for an honour to be the last in relating his own, last let him be for his own deliverance. Then pausing a little while, thus she began again, Many times among vulgar people it hath passed as a common proverb, that the deceiver is often trampled on by such as he hath deceived, and this cannot show itself by any reason to be true, except such accidents as await on treachery, do really make a just discovery thereof. And therefore according to the course of this day observed, I am the woman that must make good what I have said for the approbation of that proverb. No way, I hope, distasteful to you in the hearing, but advantageable to preserve you from any such beguiling. There was a fair and good inn in Paris, much frequented by many great Italian merchants, according to such variety of occasions and business, as urged their often resorting thither. One night among many other, having had a merry supper together, they began to discourse on divers matters, and falling from one relation to another, they communed in very friendly manner concerning their wives, left at home in their houses. Quoth the first, I cannot well imagine what my wife is now doing, but I am able to say for myself, that if a pretty female should fall into my company, I could easily forget my love to my wife, and make use of such an advantage offered. A second replied, and trust me I should do no less, because I am persuaded that if my wife be willing to wander, the law is in her own hand, and I am far enough from home. Dumb walls blab no tales, offences unknown are seldom or never called in question. A third man jumped in censure with his former fellows of the jury, and it plainly appeared that all the rest were of the same opinion, condemning their wives over rashly, and alleging that when husbands strayed so far from home, their wives had wit enough to make use of their time. Only one man among them all, named Bernardo Lomolino, dwelling in Genoa, maintained the contrary, boldly avouching that by the especial favour of fortune, he had a wife so perfectly complete in all graces and virtues, as any lady in the world possibly could be, and that Italy scarcely contained her equal, for she was goodly of person, and yet very young, quick, quaint, milder, and courteous, and not anything appertaining to the office of a wife, either for domestic affairs or any other employment whatsoever, but in womanhood she went beyond all other. No lord, knight, esquire, or gentleman could be better served at his table than himself daily was, with more wisdom, modesty, and discretion. After all this, he praised her for riding, hawking, hunting, fishing, fowling, reading, writing, enditing, and most absolute keeping his books of accounts, that neither himself or any other merchant could therein excel her. After infinite other commendations, he came to the former point of their argument, concerning the easy falling of women into wantonness, maintaining with a solemnly oath that no woman possibly could be more chaste and honest than she. In which respect he was verily persuaded, that if he stayed from her 10 years' space, yea, all his lifetime out of his house, yet never would she falsify her faith to him, or be lewdly allured by any other man. Among these merchants thus communing together, there was a young proper man named Ambriginello of Placentia, who began to laugh at the last praises, which Bernardo had used of his wife, and seeming to make a mockery thereat, demanded, if the emperor had given him this privilege above all other married men. Bernardo, being somewhat offended, answered, No emperor hath done it but the especial blessing of heaven, exceeding all the emperors on the earth in grace, and thereby have received this favour. Whereto Ambriginello presently thus replied, Bernardo, without all question to the contrary, I believe that what thou hast said is true, but, for aught I can perceive, thou hast slender judgment in the nature of things, because, if thou didst observe them well, thou couldst not be of so gross understanding. For by comprehending matters in their true kind and nature, thou wouldst speak of them more correctly than thou doest, and to the end, thou mayest not imagine that we who have spoken of our wives, do think any otherwise of them, then as well and honestly as thou canst of thine, nor that anything else did urge these speeches of them, or falling into this kind of discourse, but only by a natural instinct and admonition. I will proceed familiarly a little further with thee, upon the matter already propounded. I have evermore understood that man was the most noble creature, formed by God to live in this world, and woman in the next degree to him. But man, as generally is believed, and as is discerned by apparent effects, is the most perfect of both. Having then the most perfection in him, without all doubt, he must be so much the more firm and constant. So in like manner it hath been, and is universally granted, that woman is more various and mutable, and the reason thereof may be approved by many natural circumstances, which were needless now to make any mention of. If a man then be possessed of the greater stability, and yet cannot contain himself from condescending, I say not to one that entreats him, but to desire any other that may please him, and beside, to covet the enjoying of his own pleasing contentment, a thing not chancing to him once in a moneth, but infinite times in a day's space. What can you then conceive of a frail woman, subject by nature to entreaties, flatteries, gifts, persuasions, and 1,000 other enticing means, which a man that is affected to her can use? Doest thou think then that she hath any power to contain? Assuredly, though thou shouldst rest so resolved, yet cannot I be of the same opinion, for I am sure thou believest and must needs confess it, that thy wife is a woman made of flesh and blood as other women are. If it be so, she cannot be without the same desires, and the weakness or strength as other women have, to resist such natural appetites as her own are. In regard whereof it is merely impossible, although she be most honest, but she must needs do that which other women do. For there is nothing else possible, either to be denied or affirmed to the contrary, as thou most unadvisedly hast done. Bernardo answered in this manner, I am a merchant and no philosopher, and like a merchant I mean to answer thee. I am not to learn that these accidents by thee related may happen to fools who are void of understanding or shame, but such as are wise and endued with virtue, have always such a precious esteem of their honour that they will contain those principles of constancy, which men are merely careless of, and I justify my wife to be one of them. Believe me, Bernardo, replied Ambrogino, if so often as thy wife's mind is addicted to wanton folly, a badge of scorn should arise on thy forehead, to render testimony of her female frailty. I believe the number of them would be more, than willingly you would wish them to be, and among all married men in every degree, the notes are so secret of their wives' imperfections, that the sharpest sight is not able to discern them, and the wiser sort of men are willing not to know them, because shame and loss of honour is never imposed, but in cases evident and apparent. Persuade thyself then, Bernardo, that what women may accomplish in secret they will rarely fail to do, or if they abstain, it is through fear and folly. Wherefore hold it for a certain rule that that woman is onely chaste that never was solicited personally, or if she endured any such suit, either she answered yea or no. And albeit I know this to be true by many infallible and natural reasons, yet could I not speak so exactly as I do, if I had not tried experimentally the humours and affections of divers women. Yea, and let me tell thee more, Bernardo, were I in private company with thy wife, howsoever pure and precise thou presumest her to be, I should account it a matter of no impossibility to find in her the self-same frailty. Bernardo's blood began now to boil, and patience being a little put down by choler, thus he replied, A combat of words requires over-long continuance, for I maintain the matter which thou deniest, and all this sorts to nothing in the end. But seeing thou presumest that all women are so apt and tractable, and thyself so confident of thine own power, I willingly yield for the better assurance of my wife's constant loyalty to have my head smitten off, if thou canst win her to any such dishonest act, by any means whatsoever thou canst use unto her, which if thou canst not do, thou shalt only lose 1,000 ducats of gold. Now began Ambrogino to be heated with these words, answering thus, Bernardo, if I had won the wager, I know not what I should do with thy head. But if thou be willing to stand upon the proof, pawn down 5,000 ducats of gold, a matter of much less value than thy head against 1,000 ducats of mine, granting me a lawful limited time, which I require to be no more than the space of 3 months, after the day of my departing hence, I will stand bound to go for Genway, and there win such kind consent of thy wife, as shall be to mine own consent, in witness whereof I will bring back ye with me such private and especial tokens, as thou thyself shalt confess that I have not failed, provided that thou do first promise upon thy faith to absent thyself thence during my limited time, and be no hindrance to me by thy letters, concerning the attempt by me undertaken. Bernardo said, Be it a bargain, I am the man that will make good my 5,000 ducats. And albeit the other merchants then present earnestly laboured to break the wager, knowing great harm must needs ensue thereon, yet both the parties were so hot and fiery as all the other men spake to no effect, but writings were made, sealed, and delivered under either of their hands, Bernardo remaining at Paris and Ambrogino departing for Genway. There he remained some few days to learn the street's name where Bernardo dwelt, as also the conditions and qualities of his wife, which scarcely pleased him when he heard them, because they were far beyond her husband's relation, and she reputed to be the only wonder of women, whereby he plainly perceived that he had undertaken a very idle enterprise, yet would he not give it over so, but proceeded therein a little further. He wrought such means that he came acquainted with a poor woman who often frequented Bernardo's house, and was greatly in favour with his wife, upon whose poverty he so prevailed by earnest persuasions, but much more by large gifts of money, that he won her to further him in this manner following. A fair and artificial chest he caused to be purposely made, wherein himself might be aptly contained, and so conveyed into the house of Bernardo's wife, under colour of a formal excuse, that the poor woman should be absent from the city 2 or 3 days, and she must keep it safe till he return, the gentlewoman suspecting no guile, but that the chest was the receptacle of all the woman's wealth, would trust it in no other room than her own bedchamber, which was the place where Ambrogino most desired to be. Being thus conveyed into the chamber, the night going on apace and the gentlewoman fast asleep in her bed, a lighted taper stood burning on the table by her, as in her husband's absence she ever used to have. Ambrogino softly opened the chest, according as cunningly he had contrived it, and stepping forth in his sarks made of cloth, observed the situation of the chamber, the paintings, pictures, and beautiful hangings, with all things else that were remarkable which perfectly he committed to his memory. Going near to the bed, he saw her lie there sweetly sleeping, and her young daughter in like manner by her, she seeming then as complete and pleasing a creature, as when she was attired in her best bravery. No especial note or mark could he descry, whereof he might make credible report, but only a small wart upon her left pap, with some few hairs growing thereon, appearing to be as yellow as gold. Sufficient had he seen, and durst presume no further, but taking one of her rings which lay upon the table, a purse of hers, hanging by on the wall, a light wearing robe of silk, and her girdle, all which he put into the chest, and being in himself closed it fast as it was before, so continuing there in the chamber 2 several nights, the gentlewoman neither mistrusting or missing anything. The 3rd day being come, the poor woman, according as formerly was concluded, came to have home her chest again, and brought it safely into her own house, where Ambrogino coming forth of it, satisfied the poor woman to her own liking, returning with all the forenamed things so fast as conveniently he could to Paris. Being arrived there long before his limited time, he called the merchants together, who were present at the past words and wager, avouching before Bernardo that he had won his 5,000 ducats, and performed the task he undertook. To make good his protestation, first he described the form of the chamber, the curious pictures hanging about it, in what manner the bed stood, and every circumstance else beside. Next he showed the several things, which he brought away thence with him, affirming that he had received them of herself. Bernardo confessed that his description of the chamber was true, and acknowledged moreover that these other things did belong to his wife, but quoth he this may be gotten by corrupting some servant of mine, both for intelligence of the chamber, as also of the ring, purse, and what else is beside, all which suffice not to win the wager without some other more apparent and pregnant token. In troth, answered Ambrogino, methinks these should serve for sufficient proofs, but seeing thou art so desirous to know more, I plainly tell thee that fair Ginevra thy wife hath a small round wart upon her left pap, and some few little golden hairs growing thereon. When Bernardo heard these words, they were as so many stabs to his heart, yea, beyond all compass of patient sufferance, and by the changing of his colour it was noted manifestly, being unable to utter one word, that Ambrogino had spoken nothing but the truth. Within a while after he said, Gentlemen, that which Ambrogino hath said is very true, wherefore let him come when he will, and he shall be paid. Which accordingly he performed on the very next day, even to the utmost penny, departing then from Paris towards Genua with a most malicious intention to his wife. Being come near to the city, he would not enter it, but rode to a country house of his, standing about 10 miles distant thence. Being there arrived, he called a servant in whom he reposed especial trust, sending him to Genua with 2 horses, writing to his wife that he was returned, and she should come thither to see him. But secretly he charged his servant that so soon as he had brought her to a convenient place, he should there kill her without any pity or compassion, and then return to him again. When the servant was come to Genua, and had delivered his letter and message, Ginevra gave him most joyful welcome, and on the morrow morning mounting on horseback with the servant, rode merrily towards the country house. Divers things she discoursed on by the way, till they descended into a deep solitary valley, very thickly beset with high and huge spreading trees, which the servant supposed to be a meet place, for the execution of his master's command. Suddenly drawing forth his sword, and holding Ginevra fast by the arm, he said, Mistress, quickly commend your soul to God, for you must die before you pass any further. Ginevra, seeing the naked sword, and hearing the words so peremptorily delivered, fearfully answered, Alas, dear friend, mercy for God's sake, and before thou kill me, tell me wherein I have offended thee, and why thou must kill me. Alas, good mistress, replied the servant, you have not any way offended me, but in what occasion you have displeased your husband, it is utterly unknown to me. For he hath strictly commanded me, without respect of pity or compassion, to kill you by the way as I bring you, and if I do it not, he hath sworn to hang me by the neck. You know, good mistress, how much I stand obliged to him, and how impossible it is for me to contradict anything that he commandeth. God is my witness that I am truly compassionate of you, and yet by no means may I let you live. Ginevra, kneeling before him weeping, wringing her hands, thus replied, Wilt thou turn monster, and be a murderer of her that never wronged thee, to please another man, and on a bare command? God, who truly knoweth all things, is my faithful witness, that I never committed any offence, whereby to deserve the dislike of my husband, much less so harsh a recompense as this is, but flying from mine own justification, and appealing to thy manly mercy, thou mayest, wert thou but so well pleased, in a moment satisfy both thy master and me, in such manner as I will make plain and apparent to thee. Take thou my garments, spare me only thy doublet, and such a bonnet as is fitting for a man, so return with my habit to thy master, assuring him that the deed is done. And here I swear to thee, by that life which I enjoy but by thy mercy, I will so strangely disguise myself, and wander so far off from these countries, as neither he or thou, nor any person belonging to these parts, shall ever hear any tidings of me. The servant, who had no great good will to kill her, very easily grew pitiful, took off her upper garments, and gave her a poor ragged doublet, a silly chaperone, and such small store of money as he had, desiring her to forsake that country, and so left her to walk on foot out of the valley. When he came to his master and had delivered him her garments, he assured him that he had not only accomplished his command, but also was most secure from any discovery, because he had no sooner done the deed, but 4 or 5 very ravenous wolves came presently running to the dead body and gave it burial in their bellies. Bernardo, soon after returning to Genua, was much blamed for such unkind cruelty to his wife, but his constant avouching of her treason to him, according then to the country's custom, did clear him from all pursuit of law. Poor Ginevra was left thus alone and disconsolate, and night stealing fast upon her, she went to a silly village near adjoining, where by the means of a good oldie woman she got such provision as the place afforded, making the doublet fit to her body, and converting her petticoat to a pair of breeches, according to the mariner's fashion. Then cutting her hair and quaintly disguised like to a sailor, she went to the sea coast. By good fortune she met there with a gentleman of Cathalogna, whose name was Signor Encharacho, who came on land from his ship, which lay hulling there about Albagia, to refresh himself at a pleasant spring, Encharacho taking her to be a man, as she appeared no otherwise by her habit. Upon some conference passing between them, she was entertained into his service, and being brought aboard the ship, she went under the name of Sicurano de Finale. There she had better apparel bestowed on her by the gentleman, and her service proved so pleasing and acceptable to him, that he liked her care and diligence beyond all comparison. It came to pass within a short while after, that this gentleman of Cathalogna sailed with some charge of his into Alexandria, carrying thither certain peregrine falcons, which he presented to the Soldan, who oftentimes welcomed this gentleman to his table, where he observed the behaviour of Sicurano, attending on his master's trencher, and therewith was so highly pleased, that he requested to have him from the gentleman, who for his more advancement willingly parted with his so lately entertained servant. Sicurano was so ready and discreet in his daily services, that he grew in as great grace with the Soldan as before he had done with Encharacho. At a certain season in the year, as customary order there observed had formerly been, in the city of Acres, which was under the Soldan's subjection, there yearly met a great assembly of merchants, as Christians, Moors, Jews, Saracens, and many other nations beside, as at a common mart or fair, and to the end that the merchants for the better sale of their goods might be there in the safer assurance, the Soldan used to send thither some of his ordinary officers, and a strong guard of soldiers beside, to defend them from all injuries and molestation, because he reaped thereby no mean benefit. And who should be now sent about this business but his new elected favourite Sicurano, because she was skilful and perfect in the languages. Sicurano being come to Acres, as lord and captain of the guard for the merchants, and for the safety of their merchandises, she discharged her office most commendably, walking with her train through every part of the fair, where she observed a worthy company of merchants, Sicilians, Pisans, Genoese, Venetians, and other Italians, whom the more willingly she noted, in remembrance of her native country, at one especial time among other, chancing into a shop or booth belonging to the Venetians, she espied hanging up with other costly wares a purse and a girdle, which suddenly she remembered to be sometime her own, whereat she was not a little abashed in her mind. But without making any such outward show, courteously she requested to know whose they were, and whether they should be sold or no. Ambrogino of Placentia was likewise come thither, and great store of merchandises he had brought with him, in a carrack appertaining to the Venetians, and he, hearing the captain of the guard demand whose they were, stepped forth before him, and smiling answered, that they were his but not to be sold, yet if he liked them gladly, he would bestow them on him. Sicurano seeing him smile suspected lest himself had by some unfitting behaviour been the occasion thereof, and therefore with a more settled countenance he said, Perhaps thou smilest, because I that am a man professing arms should question after such womanish toys. Ambriginello replied, My lord, pardon me, I smile not at you or your demande, but at the manner how I came by these things. Sicurano upon this answer was 10 times more desirous than before, and said, If fortune favoured thee in friendly manner by the obtaining of these things, if it may be spoken, tell me how thou hadst them. My lord, answered Ambriginello, these things with many more beside were given me by a gentlewoman of Genue, named Madame Ginevra, the wife to one Bernardo Lomellino, in recompense of one night's lodging with her, and she desired me to keep them for her sake. Now the main reason of my smiling was the remembrance of her husband's folly, in waging 5,000 ducats of gold against 1,000 of mine, that I should not obtain my will of his wife, which I did, and thereby won the wager. But he, who better deserved to be punished for his folly than she, who was but sick of all women's disease, returning from Paris to Genue, caused her to be slain, as afterward it was reported by himself. When Sicurano heard this horrible lie, immediately she conceived that this was the occasion of her husband's hatred to her, and all the hard haps which she had since suffered. Whereupon she reputed it for more than a mortal sin, if such a villain should pass without due punishment. Sicurano seemed to like well this report, and grew into such familiarity with Ambriginello, that by her persuasions when the fair was ended, she took him higher with her into Alexandria, and all his wares along with him, furnishing him with a fit and convenient shop, where he made great benefit of his merchandises, trusting all his moneys in the captain's custody, because it was the safest course for him, and so he continued there with no mean contentment. Much did she pity her husband's perplexity, devising by what good and warrantable means she might make known her innocency to him, wherein her place and authority did greatly stead her, and she wrought with divers gallant merchants of Genue, that then remained in Alexandria, and by virtue of the Soldan's friendly letters, beside to bring him thither upon an especial occasion. Come he did, albeit in poor and mean order, which soon was better altered by her appointment, and he very honourably though in private entertained by divers of her worthy friends, till time did favour what she further intended. In the expectation of Bernardo's arrival, she had so prevailed with Ambriginello that the same tale which he formerly told to her, he delivered again in presence of the Soldan, who seemed to be well pleased with it. But after she had once seen her husband, she thought upon her more serious business, providing herself of an apt opportunity, when she entreated such favour of the Soldan, that both the men might be brought before him, where if Ambriginello would not confess without constraint that which he had made his vaunt of concerning Bernardo's wife, he might be compelled thereto perforce. Sicurano's word was a law with the Soldan, so that Ambriginello and Bernardo being brought face to face, the Soldan, with a stern and angry countenance, in the presence of a most princely assembly, commanded Ambriginello to declare the truth, yea, upon peril of his life, by what means he won the wager of the 5,000 golden ducats he received of Bernardo. Ambriginello, seeing Sicurano there present, upon whose favour he wholly relied, yet perceiving her looks likewise to be as dreadful as the Soldan's, and hearing her threaten him with most grievous torments, except he revealed the truth indeed, you may easily guess fair company in what condition he stood at that instant. Frowns and fury he beheld on either side, and Bernardo standing before him with a world of famous witnesses, to hear his lie confounded by his own confession, and his tongue to deny what it had before so constantly avouched, yet dreaming on no other pain or penalty, but restoring Bacchae the 5,000 ducats of gold, and the other things by him purloined. Truly he revealed the whole form of his falsehood. Then Sicurano, according as the Soldan had formerly commanded him, turning to Bernardo, said, And thou, upon the suggestion of this foul lie, what didst thou to thy wife? Being, quoth Bernardo, overcome with rage, for the loss of my money, and the dishonour I suppose to receive by my wife, I caused a servant of mine to kill her, and as he credibly avouched, her body was devoured by ravenous wolves in a moment after. These things being thus spoken and heard in the presence of the Soldan, and no reason as yet made known, why the case was so seriously urged, and to what end it would succeed, Sicurano spake in this manner to the Soldan, My gracious lord, you may plainly perceive in what degree that poor gentlewoman might make her vaunt, being so well provided, both of a loving friend and a husband. Such was the friend's love, that in an instant and by a wicked lie, he robbed her both of her renown and honour, and bereft her also of her husband, and her husband rather crediting another's falsehood, than the invincible truth whereof he had faithful knowledge by long and very honourable experience, caused her to be slain, and made food for devouring wolves. Beside all this, such was the good will and affection borne to that woman both by friend and husband, that the longest continuer of them in her company makes them alike in knowledge of her. But because your great wisdom knoweth perfectly what each of them have worthily deserved, if you please in your ever-known gracious benignity to permit the punishment of the deceiver, and pardon the party so deceived, I will procure such means, that she shall appear here in your presence and theirs. The Soldan, being desirous to give Sicurano all manner of satisfaction, having followed the course so industriously, bade him to produce the woman, and he was well contented. Whereat Bernardo stood much amazed, because he verily believed that she was dead, and Ambrogino, foreseeing already a preparation for punishment, feared that the repayment of the money would not now serve his turn, not knowing also what he should further hope or suspect, if the woman herself did personally appear, which he imagined would be a miracle. Sicurano, having thus obtained the Soldan's permission, in tears, humbling herself at his feet, in a moment she lost her manly voice and demeanour, as knowing that she was now no longer to use them, but must truly witness what she was indeed, and therefore thus spake. Great Soldan, I am the miserable and unfortunate Ginevra, that for the space of 6 whole years have wandered through the world in the habit of a man, falsely and most maliciously slandered, by this villainous traitor Ambrogino, and by this unkind cruel husband, betrayed to his servant to be slain, and left to be devoured by savage beasts. Afterward, desiring such garments as better fitted for her, and showing her breasts, she made it apparent before the Soldan and his assistants that she was the very same woman indeed. Then turning herself to Ambrogino with more than manly courage, she demanded of him when and where it was that he lay with her, as villainously he was not ashamed to make his vaunt. But he, having already acknowledged the contrary, being stricken dumb with shameful disgrace, was not able to utter one word. The Soldan, who had always reputed Sicurano to be a man, having heard and seen so admirable an accident, was so amazed in his mind that many times he was very doubtful whether this was a dream or an absolute relation of truth. But after he had more seriously considered thereon, and found it to be real and infallible, with extraordinary gracious praises, he commended the life, constancy, conditions and virtues of Ginevra, whom till that time he had always called Sicurano, so committing her to the company of honourable ladies, to be changed from her manly habit. He pardoned Bernardo her husband according to her request formerly made, although he had more justly deserved death, which likewise himself confessed, and falling at the feet of Ginevra, desired her in tears to forgive his rash transgression, which most lovingly she did, kissing and embracing him 1,000 times. Then the Soldan strictly commanded that on some high and eminent place of the city Ambrogino should be bound and impaled on a stake, having his naked body anointed all over with honey, and never to be taken off until of itself it fell in pieces, which, according to the sentence, was presently performed. Next he gave express charge that all his money and goods should be given to Ginevra, which valued above 10,000 double ducats. Forthwith a solemnly feast was prepared, wherein much honour was done to Bernardo, being the husband of Ginevra, and to her as to a most worthy woman and matchless wife, he gave in costly jewels, as also vessels of gold and silver plate, so much as amounted to above 10,000 double ducats more. When the feasting was finished, he caused a ship to be furnished for them, granting them license to depart for Genua when they pleased, whither they returned most rich and joyfully, being welcomed home with great honour, especially Madame Ginevra, whom every one supposed to be dead, and always after, so long as she lived, she was most famous for her manifold virtues. But as for Ambrogino, the very same day that he was impaled on the stake, anointed with honey and fixed in the place appointed to his no mean torment, he not only died, but likewise was devoured to the bare bones by flies, wasps, and hornets, whereof the country notoriously aboundeth, and his bones in full form and fashion remained strangely blacky for a long while after, knit together by the sinews, as a witness to many thousands of people, which afterward beheld his carcass of his wickedness against so good and virtuous a woman, that had not so much as a thought of any evil towards him. And thus was the proverb truly verified, that shame succeedeth after ugly sin, and the deceiver is trampled and trod by such as himself hath deceived. Pagamino de Monaco, a roving pirate on the seas, carried away the fair wife of Signia Ricciardo di Cinzica, who, understanding where she was, went thither, and falling into friendship with Pagamino, demanded his wife of him, whereto he yielded provided that she would willingly go away with him. She denied to part thence with her husband, and Signia Ricciardo dying, she became the wife of Pagamino. The 10th novel. wherein oldie men are wittily reprehended, that will match themselves with younger women, then is fit for their years and insufficiency, never considering what afterward may happen to them. Every one in this honest and gracious assembly most highly commended the novel recounted by the Queen, but especially Dionysius, who remained, to finish that day's pleasure with his own discourse, and after many praises of the former tale were past, thus he began: Fair ladies, part of the Queen's novel hath made an alteration of my mind, from that which I intended to proceed next withal, and therefore I will report another. I cannot forget the unmanly indiscretion of Bernardo, but much more the base arrogancy of Ambroginiello, how justly deserved shame fell upon him, as well it may happen to all other that are so vile in their own opinions as he apparently approved himself to be. For as men wander abroad in the world, according to their occasions in diversity of countries and observation of the people's behaviour, so are their humours as variously transported, and if they find women wantonly disposed abroad, the like judgment they give of their wives at home, as if they had never known their birth and breeding, or made proof of their loyal carriage towards them. Wherefore the tale that I purpose to relate will likewise condemn all the like kind of men, but more especially such as suppose themselves to be endued with more strength than nature ever meant to bestow upon them, foolishly believing that they can cover and satisfy their own defects by fabulous demonstrations, and thinking to fashion other of their own complexions that are merely strangers to such gross follies. Let me tell you then, that there lived in Pisa about some 100 years before Tuscany, Liguria came to embrace the Christian faith, a judge better stored with wisdom and ingenuity than corporal abilities of the body, he being named Signia Ricciardo di Cinzica, he being more than half persuaded that he could content a woman with such satisfaction as he daily bestowed on his studies, being a widower and extraordinarily wealthy, laboured with no mean pains, and endeavour to enjoy a fair and youthful wife in marriage, both which qualities he should much rather have avoided, if he could have ministered as good counsel to himself, as he did to others, resorting to him for advice. Upon this his amorous and diligent inquisition, it came so to pass that a worthy gentlewoman called Bertolomea, one of the very fairest and choicest young maids in Pisa, whose youth did hardly agree with his age, but much was the motive of this marriage, and no expectation of mutual contentment, the judge being married and the bride brought solemnly home to his house, we need make no question of brave cheer banqueting, well furnished by their friends on either side. Other matters were now hammering in the judge's head, for though he could please all his clients with counsel, yet now such a suit was commenced against himself, and in Beauty's court of continual requests, that the judge, failing in plea for his own defence, was often non-suited by lackey of answer. Yet he wanted neither good wines, drugges, and all restoratives to comfort the heart and increase good blood, but all availed not in this case. But welfare a good courage where performance faileth, he could liberally commend his past jovial days, and make a promise of as fair felicities yet to come, because his youth would renew itself like to the eagle, and his vigour in as full force as before. But beside all these idle allegations, he would needs instruct his wife in an almanac or calendar, which long before he had bought at Ravenna, and wherein he plainly showed her that there was not any one day in the year, but it was dedicated to some saint or other, in reverence of whom and for their sakes he approved by divers arguments reasons that a man his wife ought to abstain from bedding together. Hereto he added that those saints' days had their fasts, feasts beside the 4 seasons of the year, the vigils of the apostles, and 1,000 other holy days, with Fridays, Saturdays, Sundays, in honour of our Lord's rest and all the sacred time of Lent, as also certain observations of the moon, infinite other exceptions beside, thinking perhaps that it was as convenient for men to refrain from their wives' conversation, as he did oftentimes from sitting in the court. These were his daily documents to his young wife, wherewith poor soul she became so tired as nothing could be more irksome to her, and very careful he was, lest any other should teach her what belonged to working days, because he wold have her know none but holidays. Afterward it came to pass that the season waxing extremely hot, Signia Ricciardo would go recreate himself at his house in the country, near unto the Black Mountain, where for his fair wife's more contentment he continued divers days together. And for her further recreation he gave order to have a day of fishing, he going aboard a small pinnace among the fishers, and she was in another, consorted with divers other gentlewomen, in whose company she showed herself very well pleased. Delight made them launch further into the sea, then either the judge was willing they should have done, or agreed with respect of their own safety, for suddenly a galliot came upon them, wherein was one Pagamino, a pirate very famous in those days, who espying the two pinnaces made out presently to them, and seized on that wherein the women were. When he beheld there so fair a young woman, he coveted after no other purchase, but mounting her into his galliot in the sight of Signor Rixardo, who by this time was fearfully landed, he carried her away with him. When Signor Judge had seen this theft, he being so jealous of his wife, as scarcely he would let the air breathe on her, it were a needless demand, to know whether he was offended or no. He made complaint at Pisa, and in many other places beside, what injury he had sustained by those pirates, in carrying his wife thus away from him. But all was in vain, he neither as yet knew the man, nor whether he had conveyed her from him. Pagamino, perceiving what a beautiful woman she was, made the more precious esteem of his purchase, and being himself a barkeller, intended to keep her as his own, comforting her with kind and pleasing speeches, not using any harsh or uncivil demeanour to her, because she wept and lamented grievously. But when night came, her husband's calendar falling from her girdle, and all the fasts feasts quite out of her remembrance, she received such courteous consolations from Pagamino, that before they could arrive at Monaco, the judge his law cases were almost out of her memory, such was his affable behaviour to her, and she began to converse with him in more friendly manner, and he entreating her as honourably as if she had been his espoused wife. Within a short while after, report had acquainted Rixardo the judge, how his wife was kept from him, whereupon he determined not to send anyone but rather to go himself in person to redeem her from the pirate, with what sums of money he should demand. By sea he passed to Monaco, where he saw his wife, and she him, as soon after she made known to Pagamino. On the morrow following, Signor Rixardo meeting with Pagamino, made means to be acquainted with him. Within less than an hour's space, they grew into familiar private conference, Pagamino yet pretending not to know him, but expected what issue this talk would sort to. When time served, the judge discoursed the occasion of his coming thither, desiring him to demand what ransom he pleased, that he might have his wife home with him, whereto Pagamino thus answered: My lord judge, you are welcome hither, and to answer you briefly, very true it is, that I have a young gentlewoman in my house, whom I neither know to be your wife of any other man's else whatsoever. For I am ignorant both of you and her, albeit she hath remained a while here with me. If you be her husband, as you seem to avouch, I will bring her to you, for you appear to be a worthy gentleman, and questionals she cannot choose but know you perfectly. If she do confirm that which you have said, and be willing to depart hence with you, I shall rest well satisfied, and will have no other recompense for her ransom in regard of your grave and reverent years, but what yourself shall please to give me. But if it fall out otherwise, and prove not to be as you have affirmed, you shall offer me great wrong in seeking to get her from me, because I am a young man, and can as well maintain so fair a wife as you or any man else that I know. Believe it certainly, replied the judge, that she is my wife, and if you please to bring me where she is, you shall soon perceive it, for she will presently cast her arms about my neck, and I durst adventure the utter loss of her, if she deny to do it in your presence. Come on then, said Pagamino, and let us delay the time no longer. When they were entered into Pagamino's house and sate down in the hall, he caused her to be called, and she, being readily prepared for the purpose, came forth of her chamber before them both, where friendly they sate conversing together, never uttering any one word to Signor Rixardo, or knowing him from any other stranger, that Pagamino might bring into the house with him, which when my lord the judge beheld, who expected to find a far more gracious welcome, he stood as a man amazed, saying to himself, perhaps the extraordinary grief and melancholy suffered by me since the time of her loss hath so altered my wonted complexion that she is not able to take knowledge of me. Wherefore, going nearer to her, he said, Fair love, dearly have I bought your going on fishing, because never man felt the like afflictions as I have done since the day when I lost you. But by this your uncivil silence, you seem as if you did not know me. Why, dearest love, seest thou not that I am thy husband Rixardo, who am come to pay what ransom this gentleman shall demand, even in the house where now we are, so to convey thee home again upon his kind promise of thy deliverance, after the payment of thy ransom? Bartolomea turning towards him, and seeming as if she smiled to herself, thus answered, Sir, speak you to me. Advise yourself well, lest you mistake me for some other, because, concerning myself, I do not remember that ever I did see you till now. How now, quoth Rixardo, consider better what you say, look more circumspectly on me, and then you will remember that I am your loving husband, and my name is Rixardo di Cinzica. You must pardon me, sir, replied Bartolomea, I know it not so fitting for a modest woman, though you perhaps are so persuaded to stand gazing in the faces of men. And let me look upon you never so often, certain I am, that till this instant I have not seen you. My lord judge conceived in his mind that thus she denied all knowledge of him, as standing in fear of Pagamino, and would not confess him in his presence. Wherefore he entreated of Pagamino to afford him so much favour that he might speak alone with her in her chamber. Pagamino answered that he was well contented therewith, provided that he should not kiss her against her will. Then he requested Bartolomea to go with him alone into her chamber, there to hear what he could say, and to answer him as she found occasion. When they were come into the chamber, and none there present but he and she, Signior Rixardo began in this manner: Heart of my heart, life of my life, the sweetest hope that I have in this world, wilt thou not know thine own Rixardo, who loveth thee more than he doth himself? Why art thou so strange? Am I so disfigured that thou knowest me not? Behold me with a more pleasing eye, I pray thee. Bartolomea smiled to herself, and without suffering him to proceed any further in speech, returned him this answer: I would have you to understand, sir, that my memory is not so oblivious, but I know you to be Signior Rixardo di Cinzica, and my husband by name or title. But during the time that I was with you, it very ill appeared that you had any knowledge of me, for if you had been so wise and considerate, as in your own judgment the world reputed you to be, you could not be void of so much apprehension, but did apparently perceive that I was young, fresh, and cheerfully disposed, and so by consequent meet to know matters requisite for such young women, beside allowance of food, garments, though bashfulness modesty forbid to utter it. But if studying the laws were more welcome to you than a wife, you ought not to have married. You lose the worthy reputation of a judge, when you fall from that venerable profession, and make yourself a common proclaimer of feasts and fasting days, Lenten seasons, vigils, solemnities due to saints, which prohibite the household conversation of husbands and wives. Here am I now with a worthy gentleman that entertained me with very honourable respect, and here I live in this chamber, not so much as hearing of any feasts or fasting days, for neither Fridays, Saturdays, vigils of saints, or any lingering Lents enter at this door. But here is honest and civil conversation, better agreeing with a youthful disposition than those harsh documents wherewith you tutored me. Wherefore my purpose is to continue here with him, as being a place suitable to my mind youth, referring feasts, vigils, fasting days, to a more mature staid time of age, when the body is better able to endure them. The mind may be prepared for such ghostly meditations. Depart therefore at your own pleasure, and make much of your calendar without enjoying any company of mine, for you hear my resolved determination. The judge, hearing these words, was overcome with exceeding grief. When she was silent, thus he began: Alas, dear love, what an answer is this! Hast thou no regard of thine own honour, thy parents' friends? Canst thou rather affect to abide here, for the pleasures of this man, and so sin capitally, than to live at Pisa in the state of my wife? Consider, dear heart, when this man shall wax weary of thee, to thy shame, his own disgrace, he will reject thee. I must and shall love thee for ever, and when I die, I leave thee lady and commandress of all that is mine. Can an inordinate appetite cause thee to be careless of thine honour, and of him that loves thee as his own life? Alas, my fairest hope, say no more so, but return home with me, and now that I am acquainted with thy inclination, I will endeavour hereafter to give thee better contentment. Wherefore, dear heart, do not deny me, but change thy mind and go with me, for I never saw merry day since I lost thee. So quoth she, I desire no body to have care of mine honour, beside myself, because it cannot be here abused. And as for my parents, what respect had they of me when they made me your wife? If then they could be so careless of me, what reason have I to regard them now? And whereas you tax me that I cannot live here without capital sin, far is the thought thereof from me, for here I am regarded as the wife of Pagamino, but at Pisa you reputed me not worthy your society, because, by the point of the moon and the quadratures of geometry, the planets held conjunction between you and me, whereas here I am subject to no such constellations. You say beside, that hereafter you will strive to give me better contentment than you have done. Surely, in mine opinion, it is no way possible, because our complexions are so far different, as ice is from fire, or gold from dross. As for your allegation, of this gentleman's rejecting me when his humour is satisfied, should if it prove to be so, as it is the least part of my fear what fortune soever shall betide me, never will I make any means to you, what miseries or misadventures may happen to me. But the world will afford me one resting place or other, and more to my contentment than if I were with you. Therefore I tell you once again, to live secured from all offence to holy saints, and not to injury their feasts, fasts, vigils, and other ceremonious seasons. Here is my demerence, and from hence I purpose not to part. Our judge was now in a woeful perplexity, and confessing his folly in marrying a wife so young and far unfit for his age and ability, being half desperate, sad, and displeased, he came forth of the chamber, using divers speeches to Pagamino, whereof he made little or no account at all, and in the end, without any other success, left his wife there, returned home to Pisa. There further afflictions fell upon him, because the people began to scorn him, demanding daily of him what was become of his gallant young wife, making horns with ridiculous pointings at him, whereby his senses became distracted, so that he ran raving about the streets, and afterward died in very miserable manner, which news came no sooner to the ear of Pagamino, but in the honourable affection he bare to Bertolomea, he married her, with great solemnity, banishing all fasts, vigils, and lents from his house, and living with her in much felicity. Wherefore, fair ladies, I am of opinion that Bernardo of Genue in his disputation with Ambrogino might have shewn himself a great deal wiser, and spared his rash proceeding with his wife. This tale was so merrily entertained among the whole company, that each one smiling upon another, with one consent commended Dionysius, maintaining that he spake nothing but the truth, condemning Bernardo for his cruelty. Upon a general silence commanded, the queen perceiving that the time was now very far spent, and every one had delivered their several novels, which likewise gave a period to her royalty, she gave the crown to Madame Nephila, pleasantly speaking to her in this order: Hereafter the government of these few people is committed to your trust and care, for with the day concludeth my dominion. Madame Nephila, blushing at the honour done unto her, her cheeks appeared of a vermilion tincture, her eyes glittering with graceful desires, and sparkling like the morning star. And after the modest murmur of the assistants was ceased, and her courage in cheerful manner settled, seating herself higher than she did before, thus she spake: Seeing it is so that you have elected me your queen, to vary somewhat from the course observed by them that went before me, whose government you have all so much commended, by approbation of your counsel, I am desirous to speak my mind, concerning what I wold have to be next followed. It is not unknown to you all that tomorrow shall be Friday, and Saturday the next day following, which are days somewhat molestuous to the most part of men, for preparation of their weekly food sustenance. Moreover, Friday ought to be reverently respected in remembrance of him who died to give us life, and endured his bitter passion as on that day, which makes me to hold it fit and expedient that we should mind more weighty matters, and rather attend our prayers, devotions, than the repetition of tales or novels. Now concerning Saturday, it hath been a custom observed among women to bath wash themselves from such immendicities as the former week's toil hath imposed on them. Beside, it is a day of fasting, in honour of the ensuing Sabbath, whereon no labour may be done, but the observation of holy exercises. By that which hath been said, you may easily conceive that the course which we have hitherto continued cannot be prosecuted in one and the same manner. Wherefore I would advise and do hold it an action well performed by us, to cease for these few days from recounting any other novels, and because we have remained here 4 days already, except we would allow the enlarging of our company, with some other friends that may resort unto us, I think it necessary to remove from hence, take our pleasure in another place, which is already by me determined. When we shall be there assembled, and have slept on the discourses formerly delivered, let our next argument be still the mutabilities of fortune, but especially to concern such persons as by their wit and ingenuity industriously have attained to some matter, earnestly desired, or else recovered again after the loss. Herein let us severally study and premeditate, that the hearers may receive benefit thereby, with the comfortable maintenance of our harmless recreations, the privilege of Dionysius always reserved to himself. Every one commended the queen's deliberation, concluding that it should be accordingly prosecuted. And thereupon, the master of the household was called to give him order for that evening's table service, and what else concerned the time of the queen's royalty, wherein he was sufficiently instructed. Which being done, the company arose, licensing every one to do what they listed. The ladies and gentlemen walked to the garden, and having sported themselves there a while, when the hour of supper came, they sate down and fared very daintily. Being risen from the table, according to the queen's command, Madame Milia led the dance, and the ditty following was sung by Madame Pampinea, being answered by all the rest as a chorus. The song, and if not I, what lady else can sing, of those delights which kind contentment bring? Come, come, sweet love, the cause of my chief good, of all my hopes the firm and full effect. Sing we together, but in no sad mood, of sighs or tears which joy doth countercheck. Startling pleasures are delightful in the taste, but yet love's fire is oftentimes too fierce, consuming comfort with o'erspeedy haste, which into gentle hearts too far doth pierce. And if not I 100, the first day that I felt this fiery heat. So sweet a passion did possess my soul, that though I found the torment sharp and great, yet still methought 't was but a sweet control, nor could I count it rude or rigorous, taking my wound from such a piercing eye, as made the pain most pleasing, gracious, that I desire in such assaults to die. And if not I 100, grant then, great God of love, that I may still enjoy the benefit of my desire, and honour her with all my deepest skill, that first inflamed my heart with holy fire. To her my bondage is free liberty, my sickness health, my tortures sweet repose. Say she the word in full felicity, all my extremes join in an happy close. Then if not I, what lover else can sing of those delights which kind contentment bring? After this song was ended, they sung divers other beside, and having great variety of instruments, they played to them as many pleasing dances. But the queen, considering that the meet hour for rest was come, with their lighted torches before them, they all repaired to their chambers, sparing the other days next succeeding, for those reasons by the queen alleged, and spending the Sunday in solemnly devotion. The end of the second day. The third day. Upon which day, all matters to be discoursed on do pass under the regiment of Madame Nephila, concerning such persons as by their wit and industry have attained to their long-wished desires, or recovered something supposed to be lost. The induction to the ensuing discourses. The morning put on a vermilion countenance, and made the sun to rise blushing red, when the queen and all the fair company were come abroad forth of their chambers, the seneschal or great master of the household, having long before sent all things necessary to the place of their next intended meeting, and the people which prepared their every needful matter, suddenly when they saw the queen was setting forward, charged all the rest of their followers, as if it had been preparation for a camp, to make haste away with the carriages, the rest of the family remaining behind, to attend upon the ladies and gentlemen. With a milder, majestic, and gentle pace, the queen rode on, being followed by the other ladies, and the 3 young gentlemen, taking their way towards the west, conducted by the musical notes of sweet-singing nightingales, and infinite other pretty birds beside, riding in a tract not much frequented, but richly abounding with fair herbs and flowers, which by reason of the sun's high mounting, began to open their bosom, and fill the fresh air with their odoriferous perfumes. Before they had travelled 2 small miles distance, all of them pleasantly conversing together, they arrived at another goodly palace, which being somewhat mounted above the plain, was seated on the side of a little rising hill. When they were entered thereinto, and had seen the great hall, the parlours, and beautiful chambers, every one stupendiously furnished, with all convenient commodities to them belonging, and nothing wanting that could be desired, they highly commended it, reputing the lord thereof for a most worthy man, that had adorned it in such princely manner. Afterward, being descended lower, and noting the most spacious and pleasant court, the cellars stored with the choicest wines, and delicate springs of water everywhere running, their praises then exceeded more and more, and being weary with beholding such variety of pleasures, they sate down in a fair gallery which took the view of the whole court, it being round and girt with trees and flowers, whereof the season then yielded great plenty. And then came the discreet master of the household, with divers servants attending on him, presenting them with comforts and other banqueting, as also very singular wines, to serve instead of a breakfast. Having thus reposed themselves a while, a garden gate was set open to them, coasting on one side of the palace, and round enclosed with high mounted walls, whereinto when they were entered, they found it to be a most beautiful garden, stored with all varieties that possibly could be devised, and therefore they observed it the more respectively. The walks and alleys were long and spacious, yet directly straight as an arrow, environed with spreading vines, whereon the grapes hung in copious clusters, which being come to their full ripeness, gave so rare a smell throughout the garden, with other sweet savours intermixed among, that they supposed to feel the fresh spiceries of the East. It would require large length of time to describe all the rarities of this place, deserving much more to be commended than my best faculties will afford me. In the midst of the garden was a square plot, after the resemblance of a meadow, flourishing with high grass, herbs, and plants, beside 1,000 diversities of flowers, even as if by the art of painting they had been there deputed. Round was it circled with very verdant orange and cedar trees, their branches plenteously stored with fruit both old and new, as also the flowers growing freshly among them, yielding not only a rare aspect to the eye, but also a delicate savour to the smell. In the midst of this meadow stood a fountain of white marble, whereon was engraven most admirable workmanship, and within it I know not whether it were by a natural vein or artificial flowing from a figure, standing on a calumny in the midst of the fountain, such abundance of water, and so mounting up towards the skies, that it was a wonder to behold, for after the high ascent, it fell down again into the warm of the fountain, with such a noise and pleasing murmur, as the stream that glideth from a 1099, when the receptacle of the fountain did overflow the bounds, it streamed along the meadow by secret passages and channels, very fair and artificially made, returning again into every part of the meadow by the like ways of cunning conveyance, which allowed it full course into the garden, running swiftly thence down towards the plain. But before it came thither, the very swift current of the stream did drive 2 goodly mills, which brought in great benefit to the lord of the soil. The sight of this garden, the goodly grafts, plants, trees, herbs, fruitages, and flowers, the springs, fountains, and pretty rivulets streaming from it, so highly pleased the ladies and gentlemen, that among other infinite commendations, they spared not to say, if any paradise remained on the earth to be seen, it could not possibly be in any other place, but only was contained within the compass of this garden. With no mean pleasure and delight they walked round about it, making chaplets of flowers and other fair branches of the trees, continually hearing the birds in melodious notes, echoing and warbling one to another, even as if they envied each other's felicities. But yet another beauty which before had not presented itself unto them on a sardine they perceived, namely divers pretty creatures in many parts of the gardens, in one place canaries tripping about, in another place hares, in a third part goats browsing on the herbs, little young hinds feeding everywhere, yet without strife or warring together, but rather living in such a domestic and pleasing kind of company, even as if they were appointed to instruct the most noble of all creatures, to imitate their sociable conversation. When their senses had sufficiently banqueted on these several beauties, the tables were sedanely prepared about the fountain, where first they sung 6 canzonets, and having paced 2 or 3 dances, they sate down to dinner, according as the Queen ordained, being served in very sumptuous manner, with all kind of costly and delicate viands, yet not any babling noise among them. The tables being withdrawn, they played again upon their instruments, singing and dancing gracefully together, till in regard of the extreme heat, the Queen commanded to give over and permitted such as were so pleased to take their ease and rest. But some, as not satisfied with the place's pleasures, gave themselves to walking, others fell to reading the lives of the Romans, some to the chess, and the rest to other recreations. But after the day's warmth was more mildly qualified, and every one had made benefit of their best content, they went by order sent from the Queen into the meadow where the fountain stood, and being set about it, as they used to do in telling their tales, the argument appointed by the Queen being propounded the first that had the charge imposed, was Philostratus, who began in this manner. Masetto di Lamportio, by counterfeiting himself to be dumb, became a gardener in a monastery of nuns, where he had familiar conversation with them all. The first novel, wherein is declared that virginity is very hardly to be kept in all places. Most worthy ladies, there wants no store of men and women, that are so simple as to credit for a certainty, that so soon as a young virgin hath the veil put on her head after it is once shorn, and forlayed the blacky cowl given to cover her withal, she is no longer a woman, nor more sensible of feminine affections, than as if in turning nun she became converted to a stone, and if perchance they heard some matters, contrary to their former settled persuasion, then they grow so furiously offended, as if one had committed a most foul and enormous sin, directly against the course of nature, and the torrent of this opinion hurries them on so violently, that they will not admit the least leisure to consider how in such a full scope of liberty they have power to do what they list, yea beyond all means of sufficient satisfying, never remembering withal how potent the privilege of idleness is, especially when it is backed by solitude. In like manner there are other people now, who do verily believe that the spade and pickaxe, gross feeding and labour, do quench all sensual and fleshly concupiscences, yea, in such as till and husband the grounds, by making them dull, blockish, and almost senseless of understanding. But I will approve according as the Queen hath commanded me, and within the compass of her direction, and make it apparent to you all, by a short and pleasant tale, how greatly they are abused by error, that build upon so weak a foundation. Not far from Alexandria, there was and yet is a great goodly monastery, belonging to the lord of those parts, who is termed the Admiral, and therein, under the care and trust of one woman, divers virgins were kept as recluses or nuns, vowed to chastity of life, out of whose number the Soldan of Babylon, under whom they lived in subjection at every 3 years' end, had usually 3 of these virgins sent him. At the time whereof I am now to speak, there remained in the monastery no more but 8 religious sisters only, beside the governess or lady abbess, and an honest poor man who was a gardener, and kept the garden in commendable order. His wages being small, and he not well contented therewith, would serve there no longer, but making his accounts even with the factotum or bailiff belonging to the house, returned thence to the village of Lamportio, being a native of the place. Among many other that gave him welcome home was a young Hebrew peasant of the country, sturdy, strong, and yet comely of person, being named Masset. But because he was born not far off from Lamportio, and had there been brought up all his younger days, his name of Masset according to their vulgar speech was turned to Massetto, and therefore he was usually called and known by the name of Massetto of Lamportio. Massetto, falling in talk with the honest poor man, whose name was Lurco, demanded of him what services he had done in the monastery, having continued there so long a time. Quoth Lurco, I laboured in the garden, which is very fair and great. Then I went to the forest to fetch home wood, and cleft it for their chamber fuel, drawing up all their water beside, with many other toilsome services else. But the allowance of my wages was so little, as it would not pay for the shoes I wore. And that which was worst of all, they being all young women, I think the devil dwells among them, for a man cannot do anything to please them. When I have been busy at my work in the garden, one would come say, put this here, put that there. And others would take the dibble out of my hand, telling me that I did not perform anything well, making me so weary of their continual trifling, as I have left all business, gave over the garden, and what for one molestation as also many other, I intended to tarry no longer there, but came away as thou seest. And yet the factotum desired me at my departing, that if I knew any one who would undertake the aforesaid labours, I should send him thither, as indeed I promised to do. But let me fall sick and die, before I help to send them any. When Massetto had heard the words of Lurco, he was so desirous to dwell among the nuns, that nothing else now hammered in his head. For he meant more subtly than poor Lurco did, and made no doubt to please them sufficiently. Then considering with himself how best he might bring his intent to effect, which appeared not easily to be done, he could question no further therein with Lurco, but only demanded other matters of him, and among them said, In troth thou didst well, Lurco, to come away from so tedious a dwelling. Had he not need to be more than a man that is to live with such women? It were better for him to dwell among so many divils, because they understand not the 10th part that women's wily wits can dive into. After their conference was ended, Massetto began to beat his brains, how he might compass to dwell among them, knowing that he could well enough perform all the labours whereof Lurco had made mention. He cared not for any loss he should sustain thereby, but only stood in doubt of his entertainment, because he was too young and sprightly. Having pondered on many imaginations, he said to himself, The place is far enough distant hence, and none there can take knowledge of me. If I have wit sufficient, cleanly to make them believe that I am dumb, then questionless I shall be received. And resolving to prosecute this determination, he took a spade on his shoulder, and without revealing to any body whether he went, in the disguise of a poor labouring countryman, he travelled to the monastery. When he was there arrived, he found the great gate open, and entering in boldly, it was his good hap to espy the factotum in the court, according as Lurco had given description of him. Making signs before him as if he were both dumb and deaf, he manifested that he craved an alms for God's sake, making shows beside that if need required he could cleave wood, or do any reasonable kind of service. The factotum gladly gave him food, and afterward showed him divers knotty logs of wood, which the weak strength of Lurco had left uncloven. But this fellow being more active and lusty, quickly rent them all to pieces. Now it so fell out that the factotum must needs go to the forest, and took Massetto along with him thither, where causing him to fell divers trees, by signs he bade him to lade the 2 asses therewith, which commonly carried home all the wood, and so drive them to the monastery before him, which Massetto knew well enough how to do, and performed it very effectually. Many other servile offices were there to be done, which caused the factotum to make use of his pains divers other days beside. In which time the lady abbess, chancing to see him, demanded of the factotum what he was. Madam, quoth he, a poor labouring man, who is both deaf and dumb. Hither he came to crave an alms the other day, which in charity I could do no less but give him, for which he hath done many honest services about the house. It seems beside that he hath some pretty skill in gardening, so that if I can persuade him to continue here, I make no question of his able services. For the old silly man is gone, and we have need of such a stout fellow, to do the business belonging unto the monastery, and one fitter for the turn comes Sildome hither. Moreover, in regard of his double imperfections, the sisters can sustain no impeachment by him, whereto the abbess answered, saying, By the faith of my body you speak but the truth. Understand then if he have any knowledge in gardening, and whether he will dwell here or no, which compass so kindly as you can. Let him have a new pair of shoes, fill his belly daily full of meat, flatter and make much of him, for we shall find him work enough to do. All which the factotum promised to fulfill sufficiently. Macedo, who was not far off from them all this while, but seemed seriously busied about sweeping and making clean the court, heard all these speeches, and being not a little joyful of them, said to himself, If once I come to work in your garden, let the proof yield a praise of my skill and knowledge. When the factotum perceived that he knew perfectly how to undergo his business, and had questioned him by signs, concerning his willingness to serve there still, and received the like answer also of his dutiful readiness thereto, he gave him order to work in the garden, because the season did now require it, and to leave all other affairs for the monastery, attending now only the garden's preparation. As Maceto was thus about his garden employment, the nuns began to resort thither, and thinking the man to be dumb and deaf indeed, were the more lavish of their language, mocking and floating him very immodestly as being persuaded that he heard them not. And the lady abbess, thinking he might as well be an eunuch, as deprived both of hearing and speaking, stood the less in fear of the sisters' walks, but referred them to their own care and providence. On a day Maceto, having laboured somewhat extraordinarily, lay down to rest himself a while under the trees, and two delicate young nuns, walking there to take the air, drew near to the place where he dissembled sleeping, and both of them, observing his comeliness of person, began to pity the poverty of his condition, but much more the misery of his great defects. Then one of them, who had a little livelier spirit than the other, thinking Maceto to be fast asleep, began in this manner. Sister, quoth she, if I were faithfully assured of thy secrecy, I would tell thee a thing which I have often thought on, and it may perhaps redound to thy profit. Example, at least excuses formed to that intent prevaileth much with such kind of religious women. Sister, replied the other nun, speak your mind boldly, and believe it on my maidenhead that I will never reveal it to any creature living. Encouraged by this solemnly answer, the first nun thus prosecuted her former purpose, saying, I know not, sister, whether it hath entered into thine understanding or no, how strictly we are here kept and attended, never any man daring to adventure among us, except our good and honest factotum, who is very aged. And this dumb fellow, maimed and made imperfect by nature, and therefore not worthy the title of a man. Our sister, it hath oftentimes been told me, by gentlewomen coming hither to visit us, that all other sweets in the world are mere mockeries, to the incomparable pleasures of man and woman, of which we are barred by our unkind parents, binding us to perpetual chastity, which they were never able to observe themselves. A sister of this house once told me, that before her turn came to be sent to the Soldan, she fell in frailty, with a man that was both lame and blind, and discovering the same to her ghostly father in confession, he absolved her of that sin, affirming that she had not transgressed with a man, because he wanted his rational and understanding parts. Behold, sister, here lies a creature, almost formed in the selfisame mould, dumb and deaf, which are two the most rational and understanding parts that do belong to any man, and therefore no man wanting them. If folly frailty should be committed with him, as many times since he came hither it hath run in my mind he is by nature sworn to such secrecy, that he cannot if he would be a blab thereof. Beside, the laws and constitutions of our religion doth teach us, that a sin so assuredly concealed is more than half absolved. Ave Maria, sister, said the other nun, what kind of words are these you utter? Do not you know that we have promised our virginity to God? O sister, answered the other, how many things are promised to him every day, and not one of 1,000 kept or performed. If we have made him such a promise, and some of our weaker-witted sisters do perform it for us, no doubt but he will accept it in part of payment. Yea, but sister, replied the second nun again, there is another danger lying in our way. If we prove to be with child, how shall we do then? Sister, quoth our courageous wench, thou art afraid of a harm, before it happen, if it come so to pass, let us consider on it then. Thou art but a novice in matters of such moment, and we are provided of 1,000 means, whereby to prevent conception, or if they should fail, we are so surely fitted that the world shall never know it. Let it suffice, our lives must not be by any so much as suspected, our monastery questioned, or our religion rashly scandalized. Thus she schooled her younger sister in wit, albeit as forward as she in will, and longed as desirously to know what kind a creature a man was. After some other questions, how this intention of theirs might be safely brought to full effect, the sprightly nun that had wit at will thus answered, You see, sister, quoth she, it is now the hour of midday, when all the rest of our sisterhood are quiet in their chambers, because we are then allowed to sleep, for our earlier rising to morning matins. Here are none in the garden now but ourselves, and while I awake him, be you the watch, and afterward follow me in my fortune, for I will valiantly lead you the way. Massetto, imitating a dog's sleep, heard all this conspiracy intended against him, and longed as earnestly, till she came to awake him, which being done, he seeming very simply sottish, and she cheering him with flattering behaviour. Into the close arbour they went, which the sun's bright eye could not pierce into, and there I leave it to the nun's own approbation, whether Massetto was a man rational or, no, ill deeds require longer time to contrive than act, and both the nuns, having been with Massetto at this new form of confession, were enjoined by him such an easy and silent penance, as brought them the oftener to shrift, and made him to prove a perfect confessor. Desires obtained but not fully satisfied, do commonly urge more frequent excess, than wisdom thinks expedient, or can continue without discovery. Our two jovial nuns, not a little proud of their private stolny pleasures, so long resorted to the close arbour, till an other sister, who had often observed their haunt thither, by means of a little hole in her window, that she began to suspect them with Massetto, and imparted the same to two other sisters, all three concluding to accuse them before the lady abbess. But upon a further conference had with the offenders, they changed opinion, took the same oath as the forewoman had done, and because they would be free from any taxation at all, they revealed their adventures to the other three ignorants, and so fell all eight into one formal confederacy, but by good and wary observation, lest the abbess herself should descry them, finding poor Massetto such plenty of garden work, as made him very doubtful in pleasing them all. It came to pass in the end, that the lady abbess, who all this while imagined no such matter, walking all alone in the garden on a day, found Massetto sleeping under an almond tree, having then very little business to do, because he had wrought hard all the night before. She observed him to be an handsome man, young, lusty, well-limbed, and proportioned, having a merciful commiseration of his dumbness and deafness, being persuaded also in like manner, that if he were an eunuch too, he deserved 1,000 times the more to be pitied. The season was exceeding hot, and he lay down so carelessly to sleep, that something was noted, wherein she intended to be better resolved, almost falling sick of the other nun's disease. Having awaked him, she commanded him by signs that he should follow her to her chamber, where he was kept close so long, that the nuns grew offended, because the gardener came not to his daily labour. Well may you imagine that Massetto was no misproud man now, to be thus advanced from the garden to the chamber, and by no worse woman than the lady abbess herself. What signs, shows, or what language he speaks there, I am not able to express. Only it appeared that his behaviour pleased her so well, as it procured his daily repairing thither, and acquainted her with such familiar conversation, as she would have condemned in the nuns her daughters, but that they were wise enough to keep it from her. Now began Massetto to consider with himself that he had undertaken a task belonging to great Hercules, in giving contentment to so many, and by continuing dumb in this manner, it would redound to his no mean detriment. Whereupon, as he was one night sitting by the abbess, the string that restrained his tongue from speech brake on a sardine, and thus he spake. Madam, I have often heard it said, that one cock may do service to 10 several hens, but 10 men can very hardly, even with all their best endeavour, give full satisfaction every way to one woman, and yet I am tied to content 9, which is far beyond the compass of my power to do. Already have I performed so much garden and chamber work, that I confess myself stark tired, and can travail no further, and therefore let me entreat you to license my departure hence, or find some means for my better ease. The abbess, hearing him speak, who had so long served their dumb, being stricken into admiration, and accounting it almost a miracle, said, How cometh this to pass? I verily believed thee to be dumb. Madam, quoth Massetto, so I was indeed, but not by nature. Only I had a long lingering sickness, which bereft me of speech, and which I have not only recovered again this night, but shall ever remain thankful to you for it. The abbess verily credited his answer, demanding what he meant in saying that he did service to 9. Madam, quoth he, this were a dangerous question, and not easily answered before all the 8 sisters. Upon this reply the abbess plainly perceived that not only she had fallen into folly, but all the nuns likewise cried guilty too. Wherefore, being a woman of sound discretion, she would not grant that Massetto should depart, but to keep him still about the nuns' business, because the monastery should not be scandalized by him, And the factotum being dead a little before, his strange recovery of speech revealed, and some things else more nearly concerning them. By general consent, with the good liking of Macedo, he was created the factotum of the monastery. All the neighbouring people dwelling thereabout, who knew Macedo to be dumb, by fetching home wood daily from the forest, and divers employments in other places, were made to believe that by the nuns' devout prayers and discipline, as also the merits of the saint, in whose honour the monastery was built and erected, Macedo had his long-restrained speech restored, and was now become their sole factotum, having power now to employ others in drudgeries, and ease himself of all such labours. And albeit he make the nuns to be fruitful by increasing some store of younger sisters, yet all matters were so close cleanly carried as it was never talked of, till after the death of the lady abbess, when Macedo began to grow in good years, and desired to return home to his native abiding, which within a while after was granted him. Thus Macedo, being rich and old, returned home like a wealthy father, taking no care for the nursing of his children, but bequeathed them to the place where they were bred and born, having by his wit and ingenious apprehension made such a benefit of his youthful years, that now he merrily took ease in his age. A query of the stable belonging to Agilulfo, king of the Lombards, found the means of access to the queen's bed without any knowledge or consent in her, this being secretly discovered by the king, and the party known he gave him a mark by shearing the hair of his head. Whereupon he that was so shorn sheared likewise the heads of all his fellows in the lodging, and so escaped the punishment intended towards him. The second novel, wherein is signified the providence of a wise man when he shall have reason to use revenge, and the cunning craft of another when he compasseth means to defend himself from peril. When the novel of Philostratus was concluded, which made some of the ladies blush and the rest to smile, it pleased the queen that Madame Pampinea should follow next, to second the other gone before, when she, smiling on the whole assembly, began thus: There are some men so shallow of capacity, that they will nevertheless make show of knowing and understanding such things, as neither they are able to do nor appertain to them, whereby they will sometimes reprehend other men's errors, and such faults as they have unwillingly committed, thinking thereby to hide their own shame, when they make it much more apparent and manifest. For proof whereof, fair company, in a contrary kind I will show you the subtle cunning of one, who perhaps might be reputed of less reckoning than Macedo, and yet he went beyond a king that thought himself to be a much wiser man. Agilulfo, king of Lombardy, according as his predecessors had done before him, made the principal seat of his kingdom, in the city of Pavia, having embraced in marriage Tenderlinga, the late left widow of Vitario, who likewise had been king of the Lombards, a most beautiful, wise, and virtuous lady, but made unfortunate by a mischance, the occurrences and estate of the whole realmy being in an honourable, quiet, and well-settled condition, by the discreet care and providence of the king. A query appertaining to the queen's stable of horse, being a man but of mean and low quality, though comely of person and of equal stature to the king, became immeasurably amorous of the queen, and because his base and servile condition had endued him with so much understanding as to know infallibly that his affection was mounted beyond the compass of conveniency. Wisely he concealed it to himself, not acquainting anyone therewith, or daring so much as to discover it either by looks or any other affectionate behaviour. And although he lived utterly hopeless of ever attaining to his heart's desires, yet notwithstanding he proudly gloried that his love had soared so high a pitch as to be enamoured of a queen. And daily, as the fury of his flame increased, so his courage was far above his fellows and companions in the performing of all such serviceable duties as any way he imagined might content the queen, whereon ensued that whensoever she rode abroad to take the air, she used oftener to mount on the horse which this query brought when she made her choice, than any of the other that were led by his fellows. And this did he esteem as no mean happiness to him, to order the stirrup for her mounting, and therefore gave daily his due attendance, so that to touch the stirrup, but much more to put her foot into it, or touch any part of her garments, he thought it the onely heaven on earth. But as we see it oftentimes come to pass, that by how much the lower hope declineth, so much the higher love ascendeth, even so fell it out with this poor query, for most irksome was it to him to endure the heavy weight of his continual oppressions, not having any hope at all of the very least mitigation, and being utterly unable to relinquish his love divers times, he resolved on some desperate conclusion, which might yet give the world an evident testimony that he died for the love he bare to the queen, and upon this determination he grounded the success of his future fortune, to die encompassing some part of his desire without either speaking to the queen or sending any missive of his love. for to speak or write were merely in vain, and drew on a worser consequence than death, which he could bestow on himself more easily, and when he listed. No other course now beleaguers his brains, but onely for secret access to the queen's bed, and how he might get entrance into her chamber under colour of the king, who as he knew very well slept many nights together from the queen. Wherefore, to see in what manner what the usual habit was of the king, when he came to keep company with his queen, he hid himself divers nights in a gallery, which was between both their lodging chambers. At length he saw the king come forth of his chamber, himself all alone with a fair night-mantle wrapped about him, carrying a lighted taper in the one hand and a small white wand in the other. So went he on to the queen's lodging, and knocking at the door once or twice with the wand, and not using any word, the door opened, the light was left without, and he entered the chamber, where he stayed not long before his returning back again, which likewise very diligently he observed. So familiar was he in the wardrobe, by often fetching and returning the king and queen's furnitures, that the fellow to the same mantle which the king wore when he went to the queen, very secretly he conveyed away thence with him, being provided of a light, and the varai-like wand. Now bestows he costly bathings on his body, that the least scent of the stable might not be felt about him, and finding a time suitable to his desire, when he knew the king to be at rest in his own lodging, and all else sleeping in their beds, closely he steals into the gallery, where alighting his taper with tinder, purposely brought thither, the mantle folded about him, and the wand in his hand, valiantly he adventures upon his life's peril. Twice he knocked softly at the door, which a waiting woman immediately opened, and receiving the light went forth into the gallery, while the supposed king was conversing with the queen. Alas, good queen, here is sin committed without any guilty thought in thee, as within a while after it plainly appeared. For the query having compassed what he most coveted, and fearing to forfeit his life by delay, when his amorous desire was indifferently satisfied, returned back as he came, the sleepy waiting woman not so much as looking on him, but rather glad that she might get her to rest again. Scarcely was the query stepped into his bed, unheard or discerned by any of his fellows, divers of them lodging both in that and the next chamber. But it pleased the king to visite the queen, according to his wonted manner, to the no little marvel of the drowsy waiting woman, who was never twice troubled in a night before. The king being in bed, whereas always till then his resort to the queen, was altogether in sadness and melancholy, both calming and departing without speaking one word. Now his majesty was become more pleasantly disposed, whereat the queen began not a little to marvel. Now trust me, sir, quoth she, this hath been a long wished, and now most welcome alteration, vouchsafing twice in a night to visite me, and both within the compass of 1 hour. For it cannot be much more, since your being here and now calming again. The king, hearing these words, sedanely presumed that by some counterfeit person or other the queen had been this night beguiled, wherefore very advisedly he considered that in regard the party was unknown to her and all the women about her, to make no outward appearance of knowing it, but rather concealed it to himself, far from the indiscretion of some harebrained men, who presently would have answered and sworn, I came not hither this night till now, whereupon many dangers might ensue, to the dishonour and prejudice of the queen. Beside, here error being discovered to hear, might afterward be an occasion to urge a wandering in her appetite, and to covet after change again. But by this silence, no shame redounded to him or her, whereas prating must needs be the publisher of open infamy. Yet was he much vexed in his mind, which neither by looks or words he would discover, but pleasantly said to the queen, Why, madame, although I was once here before tonight, I hope you mislike not my second seeing you, nor if I should please to come again. No, truly, sir, quoth she, I only desire you to have care of your health. Well, said the king, I will follow your counsel, and now return to mine own lodging again, committing my queen to her good rest. His blood boiling with rage and distemper by such a monstrous injury offered him, he wrapped his night-mantle about him, and leaving his chamber, imagining that whatsoever he was, needs he must be one of his own house, he took a light in his hand, and conveyed it into a little lanthorn, purposing to be resolved in his suspicion. No guests or strangers were now in his court, but only such as belonged to his household, who lodged altogether about the escury and stables, being there appointed to divers beds. Now this was his conceit, that whosoever had been so lately familiar with the queen, his heart and pulse could as yet be hardly at rest, but rather would be troubled with apparent agitation, as discovering the guilt of so great an offender. Many chambers had he passed thorough, where all were soundly sleeping, and yet he felt both their breasts and pulses. At last he came to the lodging of the man indeed, that had so impudently usurped his place, who could not as yet sleep, for joy of his achieved adventure, when he espied the king come in, knowing well the occasion of his search, he began to wax very doubtful, so that his heart and pulse beating extremely, he felt a further addition of fear as being confidently persuaded that there was now no other way but death, especially if the king discovered his agony. And although many considerations were in his brain, yet because he saw that the king was unarmed, his best refuge was to make show of sleep, in expectation what the king intended to do. Among them all he had sought, yet could not find any likelihood whereby to gather a grounded probability, until he came to this query, whose heart and pulses laboured so sternly that he said to himself, "Yea, Mary, this is the man that did the deed." Nevertheless, purposing to make no appearance of his further intention, he did nothing else to him, but drawing forth a pair of shears, which purposely he brought thither with him, he clipped away a part of his locks, which in those times they used to wear very long, to the end that he might the better know him the next morning, and so returned baccy to his lodging again. The query, who partly saw, but felt what was done to him, perceived plainly being a subtle ingenious fellow for what intent he was thus marked, wherefore without any longer dallying up he rose, and taking a pair of shears wherewith they used to trim their horses, softly he went from bed to bed, where they all lay yet soundly sleeping, and clipped away each man's lock from his right ear, in the self-same manner as the king had done his, and being not perceived by any one of them, quietly he laid him down again. In the morning, when the king was risen, he gave command that before the palace gates were opened, all his whole family should come before him, as instantly his will was fulfilled. Standing all uncovered in his presence, he began to consider with himself which of them was the man that he had marked, and seeing the most part of them to have their locks cut, all after one and the self-same manner, marvelling greatly, he said to himself, "The man whom I seek for, though he be but of mean and base condition, yet it plainly appeareth that he is of no deject or common understanding." And seeing that without further clamour and noise he could not find out the party he looked for, he concluded not to win eternal shame by compassing a poor revenge, but rather by way of admonition to let the offender know in a word that he was both noted and observed. So turning to them all he said, "He that hath done it, let him be silent, and do so no more, and now depart about your business." Some other turbulent-spirited man, no imprisonments, tortures, examinations, and interrogatories could have served his turn, by which course of proceeding he makes the shame to be publicly known, which reason requireth to keep concealed. But admit that condign vengeance were taken, it diminisheth not one title of the shame, neither qualifieth the people's bad affections, who will lash out as liberally in scandal, and upon the very least babling rumour. Such therefore as heard the king's words, few though they were yet truly wise, marvelled much at them, and by long examinations among themselves questioned, but came far short of his meaning, the man only excepted, whom indeed they concerned, and by whom they were never discovered so long as the king lived, neither did he dare at any time after to hazard his life in the like action, under the frowns or favour of fortune. Under colour of confession, and of a most pure conscience, a fair young gentlewoman, being amorously affected to an honest man, induced a devout and solemnly religious friar to advise her in the means without his suspicion or perceiving how to enjoy the benefit of her friend, and bring her desires to their full effect. The third novel, declaring that the lewd and naughty qualities of some persons do oftentimes misguide good people into very great and grievous errors. When Madame Pampinea sate silent, and the query's boldness equalled with his crafty cunning, and great wisdom in the king had passed among them with general applause, the queen, turning herself to Madame Philomena, appointed her to follow next in order, and to hold rank with her discourse, as the rest had done before her, whereupon Philomena graciously began in this manner: "It is my purpose to acquaint you with a notable mockery, which was performed not in jest but earnest by a fair gentlewoman, to a grave and devout religious friar, which will yield us so much the more pleasure and recreation to every secular understander, if but diligently he or she do observe, how commonly those religious persons, at least the most part of them like notorious fools, are the inventors of new courses and customs, as thinking themselves more wise and skilful in all things than any other, yet prove to be of no worth or validity, addicting the very best of all their devices to express their own vileness of mind, and fatten themselves in their sties, like to pampered swine. And assure yourselves, worthy ladies, that I do not tell this tale only to follow the order enjoined me, but also to inform you that such saint-like holy sirs, of whom we are too opinative and credulous, may be, yea, and are divers times cunningly met withal in their craftiness, not only by men, but likewise some of our own sex, as I shall make it apparent to you. In our own city more full of craft and deceit, than love or faithful dealing there lived not many years since a gentlewoman, of good spirit, highly minded, endued with beauty and all commendable qualities, as any other woman by nature could be. Her name or any others concerned in this novel, I mean not to make manifest, albeit I know them, because some are yet living, and thereby may be scandalized, and therefore it shall suffice to pass them over with a smile. This gentlewoman, seeing herself to be descended of very great parentage, and by chance married to an artisan, a clothier or drapier, that lived by the making and selling of cloth, she could not, because he was a tradesman, take down the height of her mind, conceiving that no man of mean condition, how rich soever, was worthy to enjoy a gentlewoman in marriage, observing moreover that with all his wealth and treasure he understood nothing better than to open skeins of yarn, fill shuttles, lay webs in looms, or dispute with his spinsters about their business. Being thus overswayed with her proud opinion, she would no longer be embraced or regarded by him in any manner, saving onely because she could not refuse him, but would find some other for her better satisfaction, who might seem more worthy of her respect than the drapier her husband 999. Hereupon she fell so deep in love with a very honest man of our city also, and of indifferent years, as what day she saw him not, she could take no rest the night ensuing. The man himself knew nothing hereof, and therefore was the more neglect and careless, and she being curious, nice, yet wisely considerate, durst not let him understand it, neither by any woman's close conveyed message, nor yet by letters, as fearing the perils which happen in such cases, but her eye observing his daily walks and resorts, gave her notice of his often conversing with a religious friar, who albeit he was a fat and corpulent man, yet notwithstanding, because he seemed to lead a sanctimonious life, and was reported to be a most honest man, she persuaded herself that he might be the best means between her and her friend. Having considered with herself what course was best to be observed in this case, upon a day apt and convenient, she went to the convent where he kept, and having caused him to be called, she told him that if his leisure so served, very gladly she would be confessed, and onely had made her choice of him. The holy man, seeing her and reputing her to be a gentlewoman, as indeed she was no less, willingly heard her, and when she had confessed what she could, she had yet another matter to acquaint him withal, and thereupon thus she began. Holy Father, it is no more than convenient that I should have recourse to you, to be assisted by your help and counsel, in a matter which I will impart unto you. I know that you are not ignorant of my parents and husband, of whom I am affected as dearly as his life, for proof whereof there is not anything that I can desire, but immediately I have it of him, he being a most rich man, and may very sufficiently afford it, in regard whereof I love him equally as myself, and, setting aside my best endeavours for him, I must tell you one thing, if I should do anything contrary to his liking and honour, no woman can more worthily deserve death than myself. Understand then, good father, that there is a man, whose name I know not, but he seemeth to be honest, and of good worth. Moreover, if I am not deceived, he resorteth oftentimes to you, being fair and comely of person, going always in blacky garments of good price and value. This man, imagining perhaps no such mind in me as truly there is, hath often attempted me, and never can I be at my door or window, but he is always present in my sight, which is not a little displeasing to me. He watcheth my walks, and much I marvel that he is not now here. Let me tell you, holy sir, that such behaviours, though many times lay bad imputations upon very honest women, yet without any offence in them, it hath often run in my mind to let him have knowledge thereof by my brethren, but afterward I considered that men many times deliver messages in such sort, as draw on very ungentle answers, whereon grow words, and words beget actions, in which respect, because no harm or scandal should ensue, I thought it best to be silent, determining to acquaint you rather therewith than any other, as well because you seem to be his friend, as also in regard of your office, which privilegeth you to correct such abuses not only in friends, but also in strangers. In no other women there are, more is the pity, who perhaps are better disposed to such sweets than I am, and can both like and allow of such courting, otherwise than I can do, as being willing to embrace such offers, and happily loath to yield denial. Wherefore most humbly I entreat you, good father, even for our blessed Lady's sake, that you would give him a friendly reprehension, and advise him to use such unmanly means no more hereafter. With which words she hung down her head in her bosom, cunningly dissembling as if she wept, wiping her eyes with her handkerchief, when not a tear fell from them, but indeed were dry enough. The holy religious man, so soon as he heard her description of the man, presently knew whom she meant, and highly commending the gentlewoman for her good and virtuous seeming disposition, believed faithfully all that she had said, promising her to order the matter so well and discreetly as she should not be any more offended, and knowing her to be a woman of great wealth after all their usual manner, when they cast forth their fishing nets for gain. Liberally he commended all misdeeds and daily works of charity, recounting to her beside his own particular necessities. Then, giving him 2 pieces of gold, she said, I pray you, good father, to be mindful of me, and if he chance to make any denial, tell him boldly that I spake it myself to you, and by the way of a sad complaint her confession being ended, and penance easy enough enjoined her, she promised to make her parents bountiful benefactors to the convent, and put more money into his hand, desiring him in his masses to remember the souls of her deceased friends, and so returned home to her house. Within a short while after her departure, the gentleman of whom she had made this counterfeit complaint came thither, as was his usual manner, and having done his duty to the Holy Father, they sate down together privately, falling out of one discourse into another. At the length the friar in very loving and friendly sort mildly reproved him for such amorous glances and other pursuits, which as he thought he daily used to the gentlewoman, according to her own speeches. The gentleman marvelled greatly thereat, as one that had never seen her, and very seldom passed by the way where she dwelt, which made him the bolder in his answers, wherein the confessor interrupting him said, Never make such admiration at the matter, neither waste more words in these stout denials, because they cannot serve thy turn. I tell thee plainly, I heard it not from any neighbours, but even of her own self in a very sorrowful and sad complaint, and though perhaps hereafter thou canst very hardly refrain such follies, yet let me tell thee so much of her, and under the seal of absolute assurance that she is the only woman of the world, who in my true judgment doth hate and abhor all such base behaviour. Wherefore, in regard of thine own honour, as also not to vex prejudice so virtuous a gentlewoman, I pray thee refrain such idleness henceforward, suffer here to live in peace. The gentleman, being a little wiser than his ghostly father, perceived immediately without any further meditating on the matter the notable policy of the woman, whereupon, making somewhat bashful appearance of any error already committed, he said he would afterward be better advised. So departing from the friar he went on directly to pass by the house where the gentlewoman dwelt, and she stood always ready on her watch at a little window to observe when he should walk that way. And seeing him calming, she showed herself so joyful and gracious to him as he easily understood whereto the substance of the Holy Father's chiding tended. And from that time forward he used daily, though in covert manner to the no little liking of the gentlewoman and himself, to make his passage through that street, under colour of some important occasions there, concerning him. Soon after, it being plainly discerned on either side, that the one was as well contented with these walks as the other could be, she desired to inflame him a little further by a more liberal illustration of her affection towards him, when time and place afforded convenient opportunity. To the Holy Father again she went, for she had been too long from shrift, and kneeling down at his feet, intended to begin her confession in tears, which the friar perceiving, sorrowfully demanded of her what new accident had happened. Holy Father, quoth she, no novel accident, but only your wicked and ungracious friend, by whom since I was here with you, yea, no longer ago than yesterday, I have been so wronged, as I verily believe that he was born to be my mortal enemy, and to make me doe something to my utter disgrace for ever, and whereby I shall not dare to be seen any more of you, my dear father. How is this? Answered the friar, hath he not refrained from afflicting you so abusively? Pausing a while, and breathing forth many a dissembled sigh, thus she replied, No, truly, Holy Father, there is no likelihood of his abstaining, for since I made my complaint to you, he belike taking it in evil part, to be contraried in his wanton humours, hath merely in despite walked 7 times in a day by my door, whereas formerly he never used it above once or twice. And well were it, good father, if he could be contented with those walks, and gazing glances which he darts at me. But grown he is so bold and shameless, that even yesterday, as I told you, he sent a woman to me, one of his Pandoras as it appeared, and as if I had wanted either purses or girdles, he sent me by her a purse and a girdle, whereat I grew so grievously offended, as had it not been for my due respect and fear of God, and next the sacred reverence I bear to you, my ghostly father, doubtless I had done some wicked deed. Nevertheless, happily I withstood it, and will neither say or do anything in this case, till first I have made it known to you. Then I called to mind, that having redelivered the purse and girdle to his she-messenger, which brought them with looks sufficient to declare my discontentment, I called her back again, fearing lest she would keep them to herself, and make him believe that I had received them as I have heard such kind of women used to do sometimes, and in anger I snatched them from her, and have brought them hither to you, to the end that you may give him them again. And tell him, I have no need of any such things, thanks be to heaven and my husband, as no woman can be better stored than I am. Wherefore, good father, purposely am I now come to you, and I beseech you accept my just excuse, that if he will not abstain from thus molesting me, I will disclose it to my husband, father, and brethren, whatsoever shall ensue thereon. For I had rather he should receive the injury if needs it must come, than I to be causelessly blamed for him, wherein good father tell me if I do not well. With many counterfeit sobs, sighs, and tears, these words were delivered, and drawing forth from under her gown a very fair and rich purse, as also a girdle of great worth, she threw them into the friar's lap. He verily believing all this false report, being troubled in his mind thereat beyond measure, took the gentlewoman by the hand, saying, Daughter, if thou be offended at these impudent follies, assuredly I cannot blame thee, not will any wise man reprove thee for it, and I commend thee for following my counsel, but let me alone for schooling of my gentleman. Ill hath he kept his promise made to me, wherefore in regard of his former offence, as also this other so lately committed, I hope to set him in such a heat, as shall make him leave off from further injurying thee, and in God's name, suffer not thyself to be conquered by choler, in disclosing this to thy kindred or husband, because too much harm may ensue thereon. But fear not any wrong to thyself, for both before God and men I am a true witness of thine honesty and virtue. Now began she to appear somewhat better comforted. Forbearing to play on this string any longer, as well knowing the covetousness of him and his equals, she said, Holy Father, some few nights past, methought in my sleep, that divers spirits of my kindred appeared to me in a vision, who methought were in very great pains, and desired nothing else but alms, especially my godmother, who seemed to be afflicted with such extreme poverty, that it was most pitiful to behold, and I am half persuaded that her torments are the greater, seeing me troubled with such an enemy to goodness. Wherefore, good Father, to deliver her soul and the others, out of those fearful flames, among your infinite other devout prayers, I would have you to say the 40 masses of S. Gregory, as a means for their happy deliverance, and so she put 10 ducats into his hand, which the holy man accepted thankfully, and with good words, as also many singular examples, confirmed her bountiful devotion, and when he had given her his benediction, home she departed. After that the gentlewoman was gone, he sent for his friend, whom she so much seemed to be troubled withal, and when he was come, he beholding his holy father to look discontentedly, thought that now he should hear some news from his mistress, and therefore expected what he would say. The friar, falling into the course of his former reprehensions, but yet in more rough and impatient manner, sharply checked him for his immodest behaviour towards the gentlewoman, in sending her the purse and girdle. The gentleman, who as yet could not guess whereto his speeches tended, somewhat coldly and temperately denied the sending of such tokens to her, to the end that he would not be utterly discredited with the good man, if so be the gentlewoman had shewn him any such things. But then the friar, waxing much more angry, sternly said, Bad man as thou art, how canst thou deny a manifest truth? See, sir, these are none of your amorous tokens. No, I am sure you do not know them, nor ever saw them till now. The gentleman, seeming as if he were much ashamed, said, Truly, Father, I do know them, and confess that I have done ill and very greatly offended. But now I will swear unto you, seeing I understand how firmly she is affected, that you shall never hear any more complaints of me. Such were his vows and protestations, as in the end the ghostly father gave him both the purse and girdle. Then after he had preached, severely conjured him never more to vex her with any gifts at all, and he binding himself thereto by a solemnly promise, he gave him license to depart. Now grew the gentleman very jocund, being so surely certified of his mistress's love, and by tokens of such worthy esteem. Wherefore no sooner was he gone from the friar, but he went into such a secret place, where he could let her behold at her window what precious tokens he had received from her, whereof she was extraordinarily joyful, because her devices grew still better and better. Nothing now wanting but her husband's absence upon some journey from the city, for the full effecting of her desire. Within a few days after, such an occasion happened, as her husband of necessity must journey to Genway, and no sooner was he mounted on horsebacky, taking leave of her and all his friends, but she, being sure he was gone, went in all haste to her ghostly father, and after a few feigned outward shows, thus she spake, I must now plainly tell you, holy father, that I can no longer endure this wicked friend of yours, but because I promised you the other day that I would not do anything before I had your counsel therein, I am now come to tell you the just reason of my anger and full purpose to avoid all further molestation. Your friend I cannot term him, but questionals a very divil of hell. This morning before the break of day, having heard but how, I know not that my husband was ridden to Genway, got over the wall into my garden, and climbing up a tree which standeth close before my chamber window, when I was fast asleep, opened the casement, and would have entered in at the window, but by great good fortune I awaked, and made show of an open outcry, but that he entreated me, both for God's sake and yours, to pardon him this error, and never after he would presume any more to offend me. When he saw that for your sake I was silent, he closed fast the window again, departed as he came, and since I never saw him or heard any tidings of him. Now judge you, Holy Father, whether these be honest courses or no, and to be endured by any civil gentlewoman. Neither would I so patiently have suffered this, but only in my dutiful reverence to you. The ghostly father hearing this became the sorrowfullest man in the world, not knowing how to make her any answer, but only demanded of her divers times, whether she knew him so perfectly, that she did not mistake him for some other. Quoth she, I would I did not know him from any other. Alas, dear daughter, replied the friar, what can more be said in this case, but that it was overmuch boldness, and very ill done. Thou shewedst thyself a worthy wise woman, in sending him away so mercifully as thou didst. Once more I would entreat thee, dear and virtuous daughter, seeing grace hath hitherto kept thee from dishonour, and twice already thou hast credited my counsel, let me now advise thee this last time, spare speech or complaining to any other of thy friends, and leave it to me, to try if I can overcome this unchained divil, whom I took to be a much more holy man. If I can recall him from this sensual appetite, I shall account my labour well employed. But if I cannot do it, henceforward with my blessed benediction, I give thee leave to do, even what thy heart will best tutor thee to. You see, sir, said she, what manner of man he is, yet would I not have you troubled or disobeyed, only I desire to live without disturbance, which work I beseech you as best you may. For I promise you, good father, never to solicite you more upon this occasion. And so, in a pretended rage, she returned baccy from the ghostly father. Scarcely was she gone forth of the church, but in cometh the man that had supposedly so much transgressed, and the friar, taking him aside, gave him the most injurious words that could be used to a man, calling him disloyal, perjured, and a traitor. He who had formerly twice perceived how high the holy man's anger mounted, did nothing but expect what he wold say, and like a man extremely perplexed, strove how to get it from him, saying, Holy Father, how come you to be so heinously offended? What have I done to incense you so strangely? Hear me, dishonest wretch, answered the friar, listen what I shall say unto thee. Thou answerest me as if it were a year or two past since so foul abuses were by thee committed, they almost quite out of thy remembrance. But tell me, wicked man, where wast thou this morning before break of the day? Wheresoever I was, replied the gentleman, methinks the tidings come very quickly to you. It is true, said the friar, they are speedily come to me indeed, and upon urgent necessity. After a little curbing in of his wrath, somewhat in a milder strain, thus he proceeded, because the gentlewoman's husband is journeyed to Genway, proves this a ladder to your hope, that to embrace her in your arms, you must climb over the garden wall, like a treacherous robber in the night season, mount up a tree before her chamber window, open the casement, as hoping to compass that by importunity, which her spotless chastity will never permit. There is nothing in the world that possibly she can hate more than you, and yet you will love her whether she will or no. Many demonstrations herself hath made to you, how retrograde you are to any good conceit of her. My loving admonishments might have had better success in you, than as yet they shew by outward appearance. But one thing I must tell you, her silent sufferance of your injuries all this while, hath not been in any respect of you, but at my earnest entreaties and for my sake. But now she will be patient no longer, and I have given her free license, if ever hereafter you offer to attempt her any more, to make her complaint before her brethren, which will redound to your no mean danger. The gentleman, having wisely collected his love lesson out of the Holy Father's angry words, pacified the good old man so well as he could with very solemnly promises and protestations, that he should hear no more any misbehaviour of his, and being gone from him, followed the instructions given in her complaint, by climbing over the garden wall, ascending the tree, and entering at the casement, standing ready open to welcome him. Thus the friar's simplicity, wrought on by her most ingenuous subtlety, made way to obtain both their longing desires. A young scholar named Felis instructed Puccio di Rineri how to become rich in a very short time. While Puccio made experience of the instructions taught him, Felis obtained the favour of his daughter. The fourth novel, wherein is declared what craft and subtlety some wily wits can devise to deceive the simple, and compass their own desires. After that Philomena had finished her tale, she sate still, and Dionysius with fair and pleasing language commended the gentlewoman's quaint cunning, but smiled at the confessor's witless simplicity. Then the queen, turning with cheerful looks towards Pamphilus, commanded him to continue on their delight, who gladly yielded and thus began. Madame, many men there are, who while they strive to climb from a good estate to a seeming better, do become in much worse condition than they were before, as happened to a neighbour of ours, and no long time since, as the accident will better acquaint you withal. According as I have heard it reported, near to St. Brancasio, there dwelt an honest man, and somewhat rich, who was called Puccio di Rineri, and who addicted all his pains and endeavours to alchemy. Wherefore he kept no other family but only a widowed daughter and a servant, and because he had no other art or exercise, he used often to frequent the marketplace, and in regard he was but a weak-witted man, and a gourmand or gross feeder. His language was the more harsh and rude, like to our common porters or loutish men, and his carriage also absurd, boor-like, and clownish. His daughter, being named Monna Isabetta, aged not above 28 or 30 years, was a fresh, indifferent, fair, plump, round woman, cherry-cheeked like a queen apple, and to please her father fed not so sparingly as otherwise she would have done. But when she communed or jested with any body, she would talk of nothing but only concerning the great virtue in alchemy, extolling it above all other arts. Much about this season of the year, there returned a young scholar from Paris, named Felis, fair of complexion, comely of person, ingeniously witted and skilfully learned, who soon after grew into familiarity with Puccio. Now because he could resolve him in many doubts, depending on his profession of alchemy, himself having only practice, but no great learning, he used many questions to him, showed him very especial matters of secrecy, entertaining him often to dinners and suppers, whensoever he pleased to come and converse with him. And his daughter likewise, perceiving with what favour her father respected him, became the more familiar with him, allowing him good regard and reverence. The young man continuing his resort to the house of Puccio, and observing the widow to be fair, fresh, and prettily formal, he began to consider with himself what those things might be, wherein she was most wanting, and if he could to save another's labour, supply them by his best endeavours, thus not always carrying his eyes before him, but using many backward and circumspect regards, he proceeded so far in his wily apprehensions, that by a few sparks close kept together he kindled part of the same fire in her, which began to flame apparently in him. And he very wittily observing the same, as occasion first smiled on him, and allowed him favourable opportunity, so did he impart his intention to her. Now albeit he found her pliant enough to gain physic for her own grief as soon as his, yet the means and manner were as yet quite out of all apprehension, for she in no other part of the world would trust herself in the young man's company, but only in her father's house. And that was a place out of all possibility, because Puccio by a long-continued custom used to watch well near all the night, as commonly he did, each night after other, never stirring forth of the rooms, which much abated the edge of the young man's appetite. After infinite intricate revolvings wheeling about his busied brain, he thought it not altogether an Herculean task to enjoy his happiness in the house, and without any suspicion, albeit Puccio kept still within doors, and watched as he was wont to do. Upon a day as he sate in familiar conference with Puccio, he began to speak unto him in this manner. I have many times noted, kind friend Puccio, that all thy desire and endeavour is, by what means thou mayest become very rich, wherein methinks thou takest too wide a course, when there is a much near and shorter way, which Miguel, Scotus, and other his associates very diligently observed and followed, yet were never willing to instruct other men therein, whereby the Mr. Rye might be drowned in oblivion, and prosecuted by none but only great lords that are able to undergo it. But because thou art mine especial friend, and I have received from the infinite kind favours, whereas I never intended that any man by me should be acquainted with so rare a secret, if thou wilt imitate the course as I shall show thee, I purpose to teach it thee in full perfection. Puccio being very earnestly desirous to understand the speediest way to so singular a mystery, first began to entreat him with no mean instance to acquaint him with the rules of so rich a science, and afterward swear unto him never to disclose it to any person except he gave his consent thereto, affirming beside that it was a rarity, not easy to be comprehended by very apprehensive judgments. Well, quoth Felis, seeing thou hast made me such a sound and solemnly promise, I will make it known unto thee. Know then, friend Puccio, the philosophers do hold that such as covet to become rich indeed must understand how to make the stone, as I will tell thee how, but mark the manner very heedfully. I do not say that after the stone is obtained thou shalt be even as rich as now thou art, but thou shalt plainly perceive that the very grossest substance which hitherto thou hast seen, all of them shall be made pure gold, and such as afterward thou makest shall be more certain than to go or come with aqua fortis, as now they do. Most expedient is it therefore that when a man will go diligently about this business, and purpose to prosecute such a singular labour, which will and must continue for the space of 40 nights, he must give very careful attendance, wholly abstaining from sleep, slumbering, or so much as nodding all that while. Moreover, in some apt and convenient place of thy house, there must be a forge or furnace erected, framed in decent and formal fashion, and near it a large table placed, ordered in such sort, as standing upright on thy feet, and leaning the reins of thy baccy against it. Thou must stand steadfastly in that manner every night, without the least motion or stirring, until the break of day appeareth, and thine eyes still up in the furnace fixed, to keep ever in memory the true order which I have prescribed. So soon as the morning is seen, thou mayst, if thou wilt, walk, or rest a little upon thy bed, and afterward go about thy business, if thou have any. Then go to dinner, attending readily till the evening's approach, preparing such things as I will readily set thee down in writing, without which there is not anything to be done. And then return to the same task again, not varying a jot from the course directed. Before the time be fully expired, thou shalt perceive many apparent signs that the stone is still in absolute forwardness, but it will be utterly lost if thou fail in the least of all the observances. And when the experience hath crowned thy labour, thou art sure to have the philosopher's stone, and thereby shalt be able to enrich all and work wonders beside. Puccio instantly replied, Now trust me, sir, there is no great difficulty in this labour, neither doth it require any extraordinary length of time, but it may very easily be followed and performed, and by your friendly favour, in helping to direct the furnace and table, according as you imagine most convenient on Sunday at night next, I will begin my task. The scholar being gone, he went to his daughter and told her all the matter, and what he had determined to do, which she immediately understood sufficiently, and what would ensue on his nightly watching in that manner, returning him answer, that whatsoever he liked and allowed of, it became not her any way to mislike. Thus they continued in this kind concordance till Sunday night came, when Puccio was to begin his experience, and Felis to set forward upon his adventure. Concluded it was that every night the scholar must come to supper, partly to be a witness of his constant performance, but more especially for his own advantage. The place which Puccio had chosen for his hopeful attaining to the philosopher's stone was close to the chamber where his daughter lay, having no other separation or division, but an old ruinous tottering wall, so that when the scholar was playing his prize, Puccio heard an unwonted noise in the house, which he had never observed before, neither knew the wall to have any such motion. Wherefore, not daring to stir her from his standing, lest all should be mad in the very beginning, he called to his daughter, demanding what busy labour she was about. The widow, being much addicted to frumping, according as questions were demanded of her, and perhaps forgetting who spake to her, pleasantly replied, Whoop, sir, where are we now? Are the spirits of alchemy walking in the house that we cannot lie quietly in our beds? Puccio, marvelling at this answer, knowing she never gave him the like before, demanded again what she did. The subtle wench, remembering that she had not answered as became her, said, Pardon me, father, my wits were not mine own when you demanded such a sardine question, and I have heard you say 100 times, that when folk go so pearls to bed, either they walk in their sleep or being awake, talk very idly, as no doubt you have discerned by me. Nay, daughter, quoth he, it may be that I was in a waking dream, and thought I heard the oldie wall totter, but I see I was deceived, for now it is quiet and still enough. Talk no more, good father, said she, lest you stir her from your place and hinder your labour. Take no care for me, I am able enough to have care of myself. To prevent any more of these nightly disturbances, they went to lodge in another part of the house, where they continued out the time of Puccio's pains, with equal contentment to them both, which made her divers times say to Felis, You teach my father the chief grounds of alchemy, while we help to waste away his treasure. Thus the scholar, being but poor, yet well forwarded in learning, made use of Puccio's folly and found benefit thereby, to keep him out of wants, which is the bane and overthrow of numberless good wits. And Puccio dying before the date of his limited time, because he failed of the philosopher's stone, Isabetta joined in marriage with Felis, to make him amends for instructing her father, by which means he came to be her husband. Ricciardo, surnamed the Magnifico, gave a horse to Signor Francesco Virgilici, upon condition that by his leave and license he might speak to his wife in his presence, which he did, and she not returning him any answer, made answer to himself on her behalf, and according to his answer, so the effect followed. The fifth novel, wherein is described the frailty of some women, and folly of such husbands, as leave them alone to their own disposition. Pamphilus having ended the novel of Puccio the alchemist, the queen fixing her eye on Madame Eliza, gave order that she should succeed with hers next, when she looking somewhat more austerely than any of the rest, not in any spleen, but as it was her usual manner, thus began: The world containeth some particular people who do believe because themselves know something that others are ignorant in all things, who for the most part, while they intend to make a scorn of other men, upon the proof, do find themselves to carry away the scorn, and therefore I account it no mean folly in them, who upon no occasion will tempt the power of another man's wit or experience. But because all men and women perhaps are not of mine opinion, I mean that you shall perceive it more apparently by an accident happening to a knight of Pistia, as you shall hear by me related. In the town of Pistia, bordering upon Florence, there lived not long since a knight named Signor Francesco, descended of the lineage or family of the Virgilici, a man very rich, wise, and in many things provident, but gripple, covetous, and too close-handed, without respect to his worth and reputation. He being called to the office of podesta in the city of Milan, furnished himself with all things in honourable manner beseeming such a charge, only a comely horse for his own saddle excepted, which he knew not by any means how to compass, so loath he was to lay out money, albeit his credit much depended thereon. At the same time there lived in Pistoia likewise a young man named Ricciardo, derived of mean birth, but very wealthy, quick-witted, and of commendable person, always going so neat, fine, and formal in his apparel, that he was generally termed the Magnifico, who had long time affected, yea, and closely courted, though without any advantage or success, the lady and wife of Signor Francesco, who was very beautiful, virtuous, and chaste. It so chanced that this Magnifico had the very choicest and goodliest ambling gelding in all Tuscany, which he loved dearly for his fair form and other good parts. Upon a flying rumour throughout Pistoia that he daily made love to the foresaid lady, some busybody put it into the head of Signor Francesco that if he pleased to request the gelding, the Magnifico would frankly give it him, in regard of the love he bare to his wife. The base-minded knight, coveting to have the horse, and yet not to part with any money, sent for the Magnifico, desiring to buy his fair gelding of him, because he hoped to have him of free gift. The Magnifico, hearing his request, was not a little joyful hereof, and thus answered: Sir, if you would give me all the wealth which you possess in this world, I will not sell you my horse, rather I will bestow him on you as a gentlemanly gift. But yet upon this condition, that before you have him delivered, I may with your license, and in your presence speak a few words to your virtuous lady, and so far off in distance from you, as I may not be heard by any but only herself. Signor Francesco, wholly conducted by his base avaricious desire, and meaning to make a scorn at the Magnifico, made answer, that he was well contented to let him speak with her when he would, and leaving him in the great hall of the house, he went to his wife's chamber and told her how easily he might enjoy the horse, commanding her forthwith to come and hear what he could say to her, only she should abstain, and not return him any answer. The lady with a modest blush much condemned this folly in him, that his covetousness should serve as a cloak, to cover any unfitting speeches, which her chaste ears could never endure to hear. Nevertheless, being to obey her husband's will, she promised to do it, and followed him down into the house to hear what the Magnifico would say. Again, he there confirmed the bargain made with her husband, and sitting down by her in a corner of the hall, far enough off from anyone's hearing, taking her courteously by the hand, thus he spake: Worthy lady, it appeareth to me for a certainty, that you are so truly wise, as you have no doubt a long while since perceived, what unfeigned affection your beauty far excelling all other women's that I know hath compelled me to bear you, setting aside those commendable qualities and singular virtues gloriously shining in you and powerful enough to make a conquest of the very stoutest courage. I held it utterly needless to let you understand by words how faithful the love is I bear you, were it not much more fervent and constant than ever any other man can express to a woman, in which condition it shall still continue, without the least blemish or impair, so long as I enjoy life or motion. Yea, and I dare assure you that if in the future world affection may contain the same powerful dominion as it doth in this, I am the man born to love you perpetually, whereby you may rest confidently persuaded that you enjoy not anything, how poor or precious soever it be, which you can so solemnly account to be your own, and in the truest title of right, as you may myself in all that I have, or for ever shall be mine. To confirm your opinion in this case by any argument of greater power, let me tell you that I should repute it as my fairest and most gracious fortune, if you would command me some such service, as consisteth in mine ability to perform, and in your courteous favour to accept, yea, if it were to travail thorough the whole world, right willing am I and obedient, in which regard, fair madame, if I be so much yours as you hear I am, I may boldly adventure and not without good reason to acquaint your chaste ears with my earnest desires, for on you only dependeth my happiness, life, and absolute comfort, and as your most humble servant, I beseech you, my dearest, good and sole hope of my soul, that rigour may dwell no longer in your gentle breast, but ladylike pity and compassion, whereby I shall say, that as your divine beauty enflamed mine affections, even so it extended such a merciful qualification, as exceeded all my hope, but not the half part of your pity. Admit, miracle of ladies, that I should die in this distress. Alas, my death would be but your dishonour. I cannot be termed mine own murderer, when the dart came from your eye that did it, and must remain a witness of your rigour. You cannot then choose but call to mind, and say within your own soul, Alas, what a sin have I committed, in being so unmerciful to my Magnifico. Repentance then serves to no purpose, but you must answer for such unkind cruelty. Wherefore, to prevent so blacky a scandal to your bright beauty, beside the ceaseless acclamations which will dog your walks in the daytime, and break your quiet sleeps in the night season, with fearful sights and ghastly apparitions, hovering and haunting about your bed, let all these move you to milder mercy, and spill not life when you may save it. So the Magnifico ceasing, with tears streaming from his eyes, and sighs breaking from his heart, he sate still in expectation of the lady's answer, who made neither long or short of the matter, neither tilts not tourneying, nor many lost mornings and evenings, nor infinite other such like offices, which the Magnifico for her sake from time to time had spent in vain, without the least show of acceptation, or any hope at all to win her love, moved now in this very hour by these solemnly protestations, or rather most prevailing asseverations, she began to find that in her, which before she never felt, namely love, and although to keep her promise made to her husband she spake not a word, yet her heart heaving, her soul throbbing, sighs intermixing and complexion altering, could not hide her intended answer to the Magnifico, if promise had been no hindrance to her will. All this while the Magnifico sate as mute as she, and seeing she would not give him any answer at all, he could not choose but wonder thereat, yet at length perceived that it was thus cunningly contrived by her husband, notwithstanding, observing well her countenance, that it was in a quite contrary temper, another kind of fire sparkling in her eye, other humours flowing, her pulses strongly beating, her stomach rising and sighs swelling. All these were arguments of a change and motives to advance his hope. Taking courage by this tickling persuasion, and instructing his mind with a new kind of counsel, he would needs answer himself on her behalf, and as if she had uttered the words, he spake in this manner. Magnifico and my friend, surely it is a long time since when I first noted thine affection towards me, to be very great and most perfect, but now I am much more certain thereof by thine own honest and gentle speeches, which content me as they ought to do. Nevertheless, if heretofore I have seemed cruel and unkind to thee, I would not have thee think that my heart was any way guilty of my outward severity, but did evermore love thee, and held thee dearer than any man living, but yet it became me to do so, as well in fear of others, as for the renown of mine own reputation. But now the time is at hand, to let thee know more clearly whether I do affect thee or no, as a just guerdon of thy constant love, which long thou hast and still doest bear to me. Wherefore comfort thyself and dwell upon this undoubted hope, because Signor Francesco my husband is to be absent hence for many days, being chosen podesta at Milan, as thou canst not choose but here, for it is common through the country. I know for my sake thou hast given him thy goodly ambling gelding, and so soon as he is gone, I promise thee upon my word, and by the faithful love I bear thee, that I will have further conference with thee, and let thee understand somewhat more of my mind, and because this is neither fitting time nor place, to discourse on matters of such serious moment, observe hereafter as a signal, when thou seest my crimson scarf hanging in the window of my chamber, which is upon the garden side. That evening so soon as it is night come to the garden gate with wary respect, that no eye do discover thee, and there thou shalt find me walking, and ready to acquaint thee with other matters, according as I shall find occasion. When the Magnifico in the person of the lady had spoken thus, then he returned her this answer. Most virtuous lady, my spirits are so transported with extraordinary joy, for this your gracious and welcome answer, that my senses so fail me, and all my faculties quite forsake me, as I cannot give you such thanks as I would, and if I could speak equally to my desire, Yet the season suits not therewith, neither were it convenient that I should be so troublesome to you. Let me therefore humbly beseech you, that the desire I have to accomplish your will which words avail not to express may remain in your kind consideration. And as you have commanded me, so will I not fail to perform it accordingly, and in more thankful manner than as yet I am able to let you know. Now there resteth nothing else to do, but under the protection of your gracious pardon, I to give over speech, and you to attend your worthy husband. Notwithstanding all that he had spoken, yet she replied not one word, wherefore the Magnifico arose and returned to the knight, who went to meet him, saying in a loud laughter, How now, man? Have I not kept my promise with thee? No, sir, answered the Magnifico, for you promised I should speak with your wife, and you have made me talk to a marble statue. This answer was greatly pleasing to the knight, who, although he had an undoubted opinion of his wife, yet this did much more strengthen his belief, and he said, Now thou confessest thy gelding to be mine. I do, replied the Magnifico, but if I had thought that no better success would have ensued on the bargain, without your motion for the horse I would have given him you, and I am sorry that I did not, because now you have bought my horse, and yet I have not sold him. The knight laughed heartily at this answer, and being thus provided of so fair a beast, he rode on his journey to Milan, and there entered into his authority of podesta. The lady remained now in liberty at home, considering on the Magnifico's words and likewise the gelding, which for her sake was given to her husband. Oftentimes she saw him pass to and fro before her window, still looking when the flag of defiance should be hanged forth, that he might fight valiantly under her colours. The story saith, that among many of her much better meditations, she was heard to talk thus idly to herself, What do I mean? Wherefore is my youth? The oldie miserable man is gone to Milan, and God knoweth when he comes back again ever or never. Is dignity preferred before wedlock's holy duty, and pleasures abroad more than comforts at home? Ill can age pay youth's arrearages when time is spent and no hope sparred. Actions omitted are often times repented, but done in due season they are seldom sorrowed for. Upon these unladylike private consultations, whether the window showed the signal or no, it is no matter belonging to my charge. I say, husbands are unwise to grant such ill advantages, and wives much worse if they take hold of them, onely judge you the best, and so the tale is ended. Ricciardo Manutolo fell in love with the wife of Filippello Figinolfi, and knowing her to be very jealous of her husband, gave her to understand that he was greatly enamoured of his wife, and had appointed to meet her privately in a bathing house on the next day following, where she, hoping to take him tardy with his close compacted mistress, found herself to be deceived by the said Ricciardo. The sixth novel, declaring how much perseverance and a courageous spirit is available in love. No more remained to be spoken by Madame Eliza, but the cunning of the Magnifico being much commended by all the company, the Queen commanded Madame Fiammetta to succeed next in order with one of her novels, who smilingly made answer that she would, and began thus. Gracious ladies, methinks we have spoken enough already, concerning our own city, which as it aboundeth copiously in all commodities, so is it an example also to every convenient purpose, and as Madame Eliza hath done, by recounting occasions happening in another world, so must we now leap a little further off, even so far as Naples, to see how one of those saint-like dames, that nicely seems to shun love's allurings, was guided by the good spirit to a friend of hers and tasted of the fruit before she knew the flowers. A sufficient warning for you to apprehend beforehand what may follow after, and to let you see beside that when an error is committed, how to be discreet in keeping it from public knowledge. In the city of Naples, it being of great antiquity, and perhaps as pleasantly situated as any other city in all Italy, there dwelt sometime a young gentleman of noble parentage, and well known to be wealthy, named Ricciardo Manutolo, who, although he had a gentlewoman of excellent beauty, and worthy the very kindest affecting to his wife, yet his gadding eye gazed elsewhere, and he became enamoured of another, which in general opinion surpassed all the Neapolitan women else in feature, favour, and the choicest perfections, she being named Madame Catala, wife to as gallant a young gentleman, called Filippello Figinolfi, who most dearly he loved beyond all other for her virtue and admired chastity. Ricciardo, loving this Madame Catala, and using all such means whereby the grace and liking of a lady might be obtained, found it yet a matter beyond possibility to compass the height of his desire, so that many desperate and dangerous resolutions beleaguered his brain, seeming so intricate and unlikely to afford any hopeful issue, as he wished for nothing more than death, and death as yet being deaf to all his earnest imprecations, delayed him on in lingering afflictions, and continuing still in such an extreme condition, he was advised by some of his best friends, utterly to abstain from this fond pursuit, because his hopes were merely in vain, and Madame Catala prized nothing more precious to her in the world than unstained loyalty to her husband, and yet she lived in such extreme jealousy of him, as fearing lest some bird flying in the air should snatch him from her. Rixardo, not unacquainted with this her jealous humour, as well by credible hearing thereof as also by daily observation, began to consider with himself that it were best for him to dissemble amorous affection in some other place, and henceforward to set aside all hope of ever enjoying the love of Madame Catala, because he was now become the servant to another gentlewoman, pretending in her honour to perform many worthy actions of arms, jousts, tournaments, and all such like noble exercises, as he was wont to do for Madame Catala, so that almost all the people of Naples, but especially Madame Catala, became verily persuaded that his former fruitless love to her was quite changed, and the new elected lady had all the glory of his best endeavours, persevering so long in this opinion, as now it passed absolutely for current. Thus seemed he now as a mere stranger to her, whose house before he familiarly frequented, yet as a neighbour gave her the day's salutations, according as he chanced to see her or meet her. It came to pass that it being now the delightful summer season, when all gentlemen and gentlewomen used to meet together, according to a custom long observed in that country, sporting along on the sea-coast, dining and supping there very often, Rixardo Manutolo happened to hear that Madame Catala with a company of her friends intended also to be present there among them, at which time, consorted with a seemly train of his confederates, he resorted thither, and was graciously welcomed by Madame Catala, where he pretended no willing long time of tarrying, but that Catala and the other ladies were fain to entreat him, discoursing of his love to his new elected mistress, which Manutolo graced with so solemnly a countenance, as it ministered much more matter of conference, all coveting to know what she was. So far they walked, and held on this kind of discoursing, as every lady and gentlewoman, waxing weary of too long a continued argument, began to separate herself with such an associate as she best liked, and as in such walking women are wont to do, so that Madame Catala, having few females left with her, stayed behind with Manutolo, who suddenly shot forth a word concerning her husband Filippello, of his loving another woman beside herself. She that was overmuch jealous before became so suddenly set on fire to know what she was of whom Manutolo spake, as she sate silent a long while, till being able to contain no longer, she entreated Rixardo, even for the lady's sake, whose love he had so devoutly embraced, to resolve her certainly in this strange alteration of her husband, whereunto thus he answered: Madam, you have so straitly conjured me, by urging the remembrance of her, for whose sake I am not able to deny anything you can demand, as I am ready therein to pleasure you. But first you must promise me, that neither you or any other person for you shall at any time disclose it to your husband, until you have seen by effect that which I have told you proveth to be true, and when you please I will instruct you how yourself shall see it. The lady was not a little joyful to be thus satisfied in her husband's folly, and constantly crediting his words to be true, she sware a solemnly oath that no one alive should ever know it. So stepping a little further aside, because no listening ear should hear him, thus he began: Lady, if I did love you now so effectually as heretofore I have done, I should be very circumspect in uttering anything which I imagined might distaste you. I know not whether your husband Filippello were at any time offended, because I affected you or believed that I received any kindness from you, but whether it were so or no, I could never discern it by any outward appearance, but now awaiting for the opportunity of time, which he conceived should afford me the least suspicion, he seeks to compass that, which I doubt he fears I would have done to him, in plain terms, madam, to have his pleasure of my wife. And as by some carriages I have observed within few days past, he hath solicited and pursued his purpose very secretly, by many ambassages, and other means, as indeed I have learned from herself, and always she hath returned in such answers, as she received by my direction, and no longer ago, madam, than this very morning before my coming hither, I found a woman messenger in my house, in very close conference with my wife, when growing doubtful of that which was true indeed, I called my wife, enquiring what the woman would have with her, and she told me it was another pursuit of Filippello Ficinalfi, who, quoth she, upon such answers as you have caused me to send him from time to time, perhaps doth gather some hope of prevailing in the end, which maketh him still to importune me as he doth, and now he adventureth so far as to understand my final intention, having thus ordered his complot, that when I please I must meet him secretly in an house of this city, where he hath prepared a bath ready for me, and hopeth to enjoy the end of his desire, as very earnestly he hath solicited me thereto. But if you had not commanded me to hold him in suspense with so many frivolous answers, I would long ere this have sent him such a message, as should have been little to his liking. With patience, madam, I endured all before, but now methinks he proceedeth too far, which is not any way to be suffered. And therefore I intended to let you know it, whereby you may perceive how well you are rewarded for the faithful and loyal love you bear him, and for which I was even at the door of death. Now because you may be the surer of my speeches, not to be any lies or fables, and that you may, if you be so pleased, approve the truth by your own experience, I caused my wife to send him word that she would meet him tomorrow at the bathing house appointed about the hour of noonaday, when people reposed themselves in regard of the heat's violence. With which answer the woman returned very jocundly, Let me now tell you, lady, I hope you have better opinion of my wit than any meaning in me to send my wife thither. I rather did it to this end, that having acquainted you with his treacherous intent, you should supply my wife's place by saving both his reputation and your own, and frustrating his unkind purpose to me. Moreover, upon the view of his own delusion, wrought by my wife in mere love to you, he shall see his foul shame and your most noble care to keep the rights of marriage between you still unstained. Madame Catala, having heard this long and unpleasing report, without any consideration either what he was that told the tale, or what a treason he intended against her, immediately, as jealous persons used to do, she gave faith to his forgery, and began to discourse many things to him, which imagination had often misguided her in, against her honest-minded husband, and inflamed with rage suddenly replied, that she would do according as he had advised her, as being a matter of no difficulty. But if he came, she would so shame and dishonour him, as no woman whatsoever should better school him. Rixardo, highly pleased herewith, being persuaded that his purpose would take the full effect, confirmed the lady in her determination with many words more, yet putting her in memory to keep her faithful promise made, without revealing the matter to any living person, as she had sworn upon her faith. On the morrow morning, Rixardo went to an ancient woman of his acquaintance, who was the mistress of a bathing house, and there where he had appointed Madame Catala that the bath should be prepared for her, giving her to understand the whole business, and desiring her to be favourable therein to him. The woman, who had been much beholding to him in other matters, promised very willingly to fulfil his request, concluding with him both what should be done and said. She had in her house a very dark chamber, without any window to afford it the least light, which chamber she had made ready according to Rixardo's direction, with a rich bed therein, so soft and delicate as possible could be, wherein he entered so soon as he had dined, to attend the arrival of Madame Catala. On the same day as she had heard the speeches of Rixardo, and gave more credit to them than became her, she returned home to her house in wonderful impatience, and Filippello her husband came home discontentedly too, whose head being busied about some worldly affairs, perhaps he looked not so pleasantly, neither used her so kindly as he was wont to do, which Catala perceiving, she was 10 times more suspicious than before, saying to herself, Now apparent truth doth disclose itself, my husband's head is troubled now with nothing else, but Rixardo's wife, with whom tomorrow he purposed his meeting, wherein he shall be disappointed if I live, taking no rest at all the whole night, for thinking how to handle her husband. What shall I say more? On the morrow at the hour of midday, accompanied only with her chambermaid, and without any other alteration in opinion, she went to the house where the bath was promised, and meeting there with the oldie woman, demanded of her if Filippello were come thither as yet or no. The woman, being well instructed by Rixardo, answered, Are you she that should meet him here? Yes, replied Catala. Go in then to him, quoth the woman, for he is not far off before you. Madame Catala, who went to seek that which she would not find, being brought veiled into the dark chamber where Rixardo was, entered into the bath, hoping to find none other there but her husband, and the custom of the country never disallowed such meetings of men with their wives, but held them to be good and commendable. In a counterfeit voice he bade her welcome, and she, not seeming to be any other than she was indeed, entertained his embracings in as loving manner, yet not daring to speak, lest he should know her, but suffered him to proceed in his own error. Let pass the wanton follies passing between them, and come to Madame Catala, who, finding it a fit and convenient time to vent forth the tempest of her spleen, began in this manner, Alas, how mighty are the misfortunes of women, and how ill requited is the loyal love of many wives to their husbands! I, a poor miserable lady, who for the space of 8 years now fully completed, have loved thee more dearly than mine own life, find now to my heart's endless grief how thou wastest and consumest thy desires, to delight them with a strange woman, like a most vile and wicked man as thou art. With whom doest thou now imagine thyself to be? Thou art with her, whom thou hast long time deluded by false blandishments, feigning to affect her, when thou dotest in thy desires elsewhere. I am thine own Catala, and not the wife of Rixardo, traitorous and unfaithful man as thou art. I am sure thou knowest my voice, and I think it 1,000 years, until we may see each other in the light, to do thee such dishonour as thou justly deserveth, dogged, disdainful, and villainous wretch. By conceiving to have another woman in thy wanton embraces, thou hast declared more jovial disposition, and demonstrations of far greater kindness than domestic familiarity. At home thou lookest sour, sullen, or surly, often froward and seldom well pleased. But the best is, whereas thou intendest this husbandry for another man's ground, thou hast against thy will bestowed it on thine own, and the water hath run a contrary course, quite from the current where thou mean'st it. What answer canst thou make Deville and no man? What have my words smitten thee dumb? Thou mayest with shame enough hold thy peace, for with the face of a man, and love of an husband to his wife, thou art not able to make any answer. Rixardo durst not speak one word, but still expressed his affable behaviour towards her, bestowing infinite embraces and kisses on her, which so much the more augmented her rage and anger, continuing on her chiding thus: If by these flatteries and idle follies thou hopest to comfort or pacify me, thou runnest quite bias from thy reckoning, for I shall never imagine myself half satisfied, until in the presence of my parents, friends, and neighbours, I have revealed thy base behaviour. Tell me, treacherous man, am not I as fair as the wife of Rixardo? Am I not as good a gentlewoman born as she is? What canst thou more respect in her than is in me? Villain monster, why doest thou not answer me? I will send to Rixardo, who loveth me beyond all other women in Naples, and yet could never vaunt that I gave him so much as a friendly look. He shall know what a dishonour thou hadst intended towards him, which both he and his friends will revenge soundly upon thee. The exclamations of the lady were so tedious and irksome that Rixardo, perceiving, if she continued longer in these complaints, worse would ensue thereon, than could be easily remedied, resolved to make himself known to her, to reclaim her out of this violent ecstasy, and holding her somewhat strictly, to prevent her escaping from him, he said, Madam, afflict yourself no further, for what I could not obtain by simply loving you, subtlety hath better taught me, and I am your Rixardo, which she hearing and perfectly knowing him by his voice, she would have leapt out of the bath, but she could not, and to avoid her crying out, he laid his hand on her mouth, saying, Lady, what is done cannot now be undone, albeit you cried out all your lifetime. If you exclaim, or make this known openly by any means, 2 unavoidable dangers must needs ensue thereon. The one which you ought more carefully to respect is the wounding of your good renown and honour, because when you shall say that by treachery I drew you hither, I will boldly maintain the contrary, avouching that having corrupted you with gold, and not giving you so much as covetously you desired, you grew offended, and thereon made the outcry, and you are not to learn that the world is more easily induced to believe the worst, than any goodness, be it never so manifest. Next unto this, mortal hatred must arise between your husband and me, and perhaps I shall as soon kill him as he me, whereby you can hardly live in any true contentment after. Wherefore, joy of my life, do not in one moment both shame yourself and cause such peril between your husband and me, for you are not the first, neither can be the last, that shall be deceived. I have not beguiled you to take any honour from you, but only declared the faithful affection I bear you, and so shall do for ever, as being your bounden and most obedient servant. And as it is a long time ago since I dedicated myself and all mine to your service, so henceforth must I remain for ever. You are wise enough, I know, in all other things, then show yourself not to be silly or simple in this. Rixardo uttered these words, tears streaming abundantly down his cheeks, and Madame Catala all the while likewise showed forth her sorrows equally to his. Now, although she was exceedingly troubled in mind, and saw what her own jealous folly had now brought her to, a shame beyond all other whatsoever, in the midst of her tormenting passions, she considered on the words of Rixardo, found good reason in them, in regard of the unavoidable evils, whereupon she thus spake: Rixardo, I know not how to bear the horrible injury, and notorious treason used by thee against me, grace and goodness having so forsaken me, to let me fall in so foul a manner, nor becometh it me to make any noise or outcry here, whereto simplicity or rather devilish jealousy did conduct me. But certain I am of one thing, that I shall never see any one joyful day, till by one means or other I be revenged on thee. Thou hast glutted thy desire with my disgrace, let me therefore go from thee, never more to look upon my wronged husband, or let any honest woman ever see my face. Rixardo, perceiving the extremity of her perplexed mind, used all manly and milder persuasions, which possibly he could devise to turn the torrent of this high tide to a calmer course. as by outward show she made appearance of, until in frightful fears shunning every one she met withal, as arguments of her guiltiness she recovered her own house, where remorse so tortured her distressed soul, that she fell into so fierce a melancholy, as never left her till she died. Upon the report whereof, Rixardo becoming likewise a widower, and grieving extraordinarily for his heinous transgression, penitently betook himself to live in a wilderness, where not long after he ended his days. The Baldo Elisei, having received an unkind repulse by his beloved, departed from Florence, and returning thither again a long while after in the habit of a pilgrim, he spake with her, and made his wrongs known unto her. He delivered her father from the danger of death, because it was proved that he had slain the Baldo. He made peace with his brethren, and in the end wisely enjoyed his heart's desire. The 7th novel, wherein is signified the power of love, and the diversity of dangers, whereinto men may daily fall. So ceased Fiametta her discourse, being generally commended, when the queen, to prevent the loss of time, commanded Milia to follow next, who thus began: It liketh me best, gracious ladies, to return home again to our own city, which it pleased the former two discoursers to part from. And there I will show you how a citizen of ours recovered the kindness of his love after he had lost it. Sometime there dwelt in Florence a young gentleman named the Baldo Elisei, descended of a noble house, who became earnestly enamoured of a widow, called Hermelina, the daughter to Aldobrandino Palermini, well deserving, for his virtues and commendable qualities, to enjoy of her whatsoever he could desire. Secretly they were espoused together, but fortune, the enemy to lovers' felicities, opposed her malice against them, in depriving the Baldo of those dear delights, which sometime he held in free possession, and making him as a stranger to her gracious favours. Now grew she contemptibly to despise him, not only denying to hear any message sent from him, but scorning also to vouchsafe so much as a sight of him, causing in him extreme grief and melancholy, yet concealing all her unkindness so wisely to himself, as no one could understand the reason of his sadness. After he had laboured by all hopeful courses, to obtain that favour of her, which he had formerly lost without any offence in him, as his innocent soul truly witnessed with him, and saw that all his further endeavours were fruitless and in vain, he concluded to retreat himself from the world, and not to be any longer irksome in her eye. That was the only occasion of his unhappiness. Hereupon, storing himself with such sums of money as suddenly he could collect together, secretly he departed from Florence, without speaking any word to his friends or kindred, except one kind companion of his, whom he acquainted with most of his secrets, and so travelled to Ancona, where he termed himself by the name of Sandolcio. Repairing to a wealthy merchant there, he placed himself as his servant, and went in a ship of his with him to Cyprus. His actions and behaviour proved so pleasing to the merchant, as not only he allowed him very sufficient wages, but also grew into such association with him, as he gave the most of his affairs into his hands, which he guided with such honest and discreet care, that he himself in few years compass proved to be a rich merchant, and of famous report. While matters went on in this successful manner, although he could not choose, but still he remembered his cruel mistress, and was very desperately transported for her love, as coveting above all things else to see her once more. Yet was he of such powerful constancy, as 7 whole years together, he vanquished all those fierce conflicts. But on a day it chanced he heard a song sung in Cyprus, which he himself had formerly made, in honour of the love he bare to his mistress, and what delight he conceived by being daily in her presence, whereby he gathered that it was impossible for him to forget her, and proceeded on so desirously as he could not live, except he had a sight of her once more, and therefore determined on his return to Florence. Having set all his affairs in due order, accompanied with a servant of his only, he passed to Ancona, where when he was arrived, he sent his merchandises to Florence, in name of the merchant of Ancona, who was his especial friend and partner, travelling himself alone with his servant, in the habit of a pilgrim, as if he had been newly returned from Jerusalem. Being come to Florence, he went to an inn kept by 2 brethren, near neighbours to the dwelling of his mistress, and the first thing he did was passing by her door to get a sight of her if he were so happy, but he found the windows, doors, and all parts of the house fast shut up, whereby he suspected her to be dead, or else to be changed from her dwelling. Wherefore, much perplexed in mind, he went on to the 2 brothers in Ni, finding 4 persons standing at the gate, attired in mourning, whereat he marvelled not a little, knowing himself to be so transfigured both in body and habit, far from the manner of common use at his parting thence, as it was a difficult matter to know him. He stepped boldly to a shoemaker's shop near adjoining, and demanded the reason of their wearing mourning. The shoemaker made answer thus: Sir, those men are clad in mourning because a brother of theirs, being named the Baldo, who hath been absent hence a long while, about some 15 days since, was slain, and they having heard, by proof made in the court of justice, that one Aldobrandino Palermini, who is kept close prisoner, was the murderer of him, as he came in a disguised habit to his daughter, of whom he was most affectionately enamoured, cannot choose but let the world know by their outward habits the inward affliction of their hearts, for a deed so dishonourably committed. The Baldo wondered greatly hereat, imagining that some man belike resembling him in shape might be slain in this manner, and by Aldobrandino, for whose misfortune he grieved marvellously. As concerning his mistress, he understood that she was living and in good health, and night drawing on apace, he went to his lodging with infinite molestations in his mind, where after supper he was lodged in a corner loft with his man. Now, by reason of many disturbing imaginations, which incessantly wheeled about his brain, his bed also being none of the best, and his supper perhaps somewhat of the coarsest, a great part of the night was spent, yet could he not close his eyes together, but lying still broad awake, about the dead time of night, he heard the treading of divers persons over his head, who descended down a pair of stairs by his chamber, into the lower parts of the house, carrying a light with them, which he discerned by the chinks and crannies in the wall. Stepping softly out of his bed, to see what the meaning hereof might be, he espied a fair young woman who carried the light in her hand, and 3 men in her company, descending down the stairs together, one of them speaking thus to the young woman: Now we may boldly warrant our safety, because we have heard it assuredly, that the death of the Baldo Elisi hath been sufficiently approved by the brethren against Aldobrandino Palermini, and he hath confessed the fact, whereupon the sentence is already set down in writing. But yet it behoveth us notwithstanding to conceal it very secretly, because if ever hereafter it should be known that we are they who murdered him, we shall be in the same danger as now Aldobrandino is. When the Baldo had heard these words, he began to consider with himself how many and great the dangers are, wherewith men's minds may daily be molested. First he thought on his own brethren in their sorrow, and buried a stranger instead of him, accusing afterward by false opinion, and upon the testimony of as false witnesses, a man most innocent, making him ready for the stroke of death. Next he made a strict observation in his soul, concerning the blinded severity of law, and the ministers thereto belonging, who pretending a diligent and careful inquisition for truth, do oftentimes by their tortures and torments hear lies avouched only for ease of pain in the place of a true confession, yet thinking themselves by doing so to be the ministers of God and justice, whereas indeed they are the devil's executioners of his wickedness. Lastly, converting his thoughts to Aldobrandino, the imagined murderer of a man yet living, infinite cares beleaguered his soul, in devising what might best be done for his deliverance. So soon as he was risen in the morning, leaving his servant behind him in his lodging, he went when he thought it fit time all alone toward the house of his mistress, where finding by good fortune the gate open, he entered into a small parlour beneath, and where he saw his mistress sitting on the ground, wringing her hands and wofully weeping, which in mere compassion moved him to weep likewise. And going somewhat near her, he said, Madam, torment yourself no more, for your peace is not far off from you. The gentlewoman, hearing him say so, lifted up her head, and in tears spake thus: Good man, thou seemest to me to be a pilgrim stranger. What doest thou know, either concerning my peace or mine affliction? Madam, replied the pilgrim, I am of Constantinople, and doubtless am conducted hither by the hand of heaven, to convert your tears into rejoicing, and to deliver your father from death. How is this? Answered she. If thou be of Constantinople, and art but now arrived here, doest thou know who we are, either I or my father? The pilgrim discoursed to her, even from one end to the other, the history of her husband's sad disasters, telling her how many years since she was espoused to him, and many other important matters, which well she knew, and was greatly amazed thereat, thinking him verily to be a prophet, and kneeling at his feet, entreated him very earnestly that if he were come to deliver her father Aldobrandino from death, to do it speedily, because the time was very short. The pilgrim, appearing to be a man of great holiness, said, Rise up, madam, refrain from weeping, and observe attentively what I shall say, yet with this caution, that you never reveal it to any person whatsoever. This tribulation whereinto you are foully, as by revelation I am faithfully informed, is for a grievous sin by you heretofore committed, whereof divine mercy is willing to purge you, and to make a perfect amends by a sensible feeling of this affliction, as seeking your sound and absolute recovery, lest you fall into far greater danger than before. Good man, quoth she, I am burthened with many sins, and do not know for which any amends should be made by me, any one sooner than another. Wherefore, if you have intelligence thereof, for charity's sake tell it me, and I will do so much as lieth in me, to make a full satisfaction for it. Madam, answered the pilgrim, I know well enough what it is, and will demand it no more of you, to win any further knowledge thereof, than I have already. But because in revealing it yourself, it may touch you with the more true compunction of soul, let us go to the point indeed, and tell me, do you remember, that at any time you were married to an husband, or no? At the hearing of these words, she breathed forth a very vehement sigh, and was stricken with admiration at this question, believing that not anyone had knowledge thereof. Howbeit, since the day of the supposed Thebaldo's burial, such a rumour ran abroad by means of some speeches, rashly dispersed by a friend of Thebaldo's, who indeed knew it, whereupon she returned him this answer: It appeareth to me, good man, that divine ordinativation hath revealed unto you all the secrets of men, and therefore I am determined not to conceal any of mine from you. True it is that in my younger years, being left a widow, I entirely affected an unfortunate young gentleman, who in secret was my husband, and whose death is imposed on my father. The death of him I have the more bemoaned, because in reason it did nearly concern me, by showing myself so savage and rigorous to him before his departure. Nevertheless, let me assure you, sir, that neither his parting, long absence from me, or his untimely death, never had the power to bereave my heart of his remembrance. Madame, said the pilgrim, the unfortunate young gentleman that is slain did never love you, but sure I am that the Thebaldo Elysei loved you dearly. But tell me, what was the occasion whereby you conceived such hatred against him? Did he at any time offend you? No, truly, sir, quoth she, but the reason of my anger towards him was by the words and threatenings of a religious father, to whom once I revealed under confession how faithfully I affected him, and what private familiarity had passed between us, when instantly he used such dreadful threatenings to me, and which even yet do afflict my soul, that if I did not abstain and utterly refuse him, the divell would fetch me quick to hell, and cast me into the bottom of his quenchless and everlasting fire. These menaces were so prevailing with me, as I refused all further conversation with the Thebaldo, in which regard I would receive neither letters or messages from him. Howbeit I am persuaded that if he had continued here still, and not departed hence in such desperate manner as he did, seeing him melt and consume daily away, even as snow by power of the sunbeams, my austere deliberation had been long ago quite altered, because not at any time since then life hath allowed me one merry day, neither did I, or ever can love any man like unto him. At these words the pilgrim sighed, and then proceeded on again thus: Surely, madam, this one only sin may justly torment you, because I know for a certainty that the Thebaldo never offered you any injury, since the day he first became enamoured of you, and what grace or favour you afforded him was your own voluntary gift, and as he took it no more than in modesty might well become you. For he loving you first, you had been most cruel and unkind, if you should not have requited him with the like affection. If then he continued so just and loyal to you, as of mine own knowledge I am able to say he did, what should move you to repulse him so rudely? Such matters ought well to be considered on beforehand, for if you did imagine that you should repent it as an action ill done, yet you could not do it, because as he became yours so were you likewise only his, and he being yours you might dispose of him at your pleasure, as being truly obliged to none but you. How could you then withdraw yourself from him, being only his, and not commit most manifest theft, a far unfitting thing for you to do, except you had gone with his consent? Now, madam, let me further give you to understand that I am a religious person and a pilgrim, and therefore am well acquainted with all the courses of their dealing. If therefore I speak somewhat more amply of them, and for your good, it cannot be so unseeming for me to do it, as it would appear ugly in another, in which respect I will speak the more freely to you to the end that you may take better knowledge of them, than as it seemeth hitherto you have done. In former past times such as professed religion were learned and most holy persons, but our religious professors nowadays, and such as covet to be so esteemed, have no matter at all of religion in them, but only the outward show habit, which yet is no true badge of religion neither, because it was ordained by religious institutions that their garments should be made of narrow, plain, and coarsest spun cloth, to make a public manifestation to the world, that in mere devotion and religious disposition by wrapping their bodies in such base clothing, they condemned and despised all temporal occasions, but nowadays they make them large, deep, glistering, and of the finest cloth or stuffs to be gotten, reducing those habits to so proud and pontifical a form, that they walk peacock-like rustling, and strouting with them in the churches, yea, and in open public places, as if they were ordinary secular persons, to have their pride more notoriously observed, and as the angler bestoweth his best cunning, with one line and bait to catch many fishes at one strike. Even so do these counterfeited habitmongers, by their dissembling and crafty dealing, beguile many credulous widows, simple women, yea, and men of weak capacity, to credit whatsoever they do or say, and herein they do most of all exercise themselves. And to the end that my speeches may not savour of any untruth against them, these men which I speak of have not any habit at all of religious men, but only the colour of their garments, and whereas they in times past desired nothing more than the salvation of men's souls, these fresher-witted fellows covet after women wealth, and employ all their pains by their whispering confessions, and figures of painted fearful examples, to affright and terrify unsettled and weak consciences, by horrible and blasphemous speeches, yet adding a persuasion withal that their sins may be purged by almsdeeds and masses, to the end that such as credit them in these their daily courses, being guided more by appearance of devotion than any true compunction of heart, to escape severe penances by them enjoined, may some of them bring bread, others wine, others coin, all of them matter of commodity and benefit, and simply say these gifts are for the souls of their good friends deceased. I make not any doubt, but almsdeeds and prayers are very mighty and prevailing means to appease heaven's anger for some sins committed. But if such as bestow them did either see or know to whom they give them, they would more warily keep them, or else cast them before swine, in regard they are altogether so unworthy of them. But come we now to the case of your ghostly father, crying out in your ear that secret marriage was a most grievous sin. Is not the breach thereof far greater? Familiar conversation between man and woman is a concession merely natural, but to rob, kill, or banish anyone proceedeth from the mind's malignity. That you did rob the baldo, yourself hath already sufficiently witnessed, by taking that from him, which with free consent in marriage you gave him. Next I must say that by all the power remaining in you, you killed him, because you would not permit him to remain with you, declaring yourself in the very height of cruelty, that he might destroy his life by his own hands, in which case the law requireth that whosoever is the occasion of an ill act committed, he or she is as deep in the fault as the party that did it. Now concerning his banishment and wandering 7 years in exile thorough the world, you cannot deny but that you were the only occasion thereof, in all which 3 several actions, far more capitally have you offended, than by contracting of marriage in such clandestine manner. But let us see whether the baldo deserved all these several castigations or not. In truth he did not. Yourself have confessed beside that which I know that he loved you more dearly than himself, and nothing could be more honoured, magnified, and exalted, than daily you were by him, above all other women whatsoever. When he came in any place where honestly and without suspicion he might speak to you, all his honour and all his liberty lay wholly committed into your power. Was he not a noble young gentleman? Was he among all those parts that most adorn a man, and appertain to the very choicest respect inferior to any one of best merit in your city? I know that you cannot make denial to any of these demands. How could you then by the persuasion of a beast, a fool, a villain, yea, a vagabond, envying both his happiness and yours, enter into so cruel a mind against him? I know not what error misguideth women, in scorning and despising their husbands, but if they entered into a better consideration, understanding truly what they are, and what nobility of nature God hath endued man withal, far above all other creatures, it would be their highest title of glory, when they are so preciously esteemed of them, so dearly affected by them, and so gladly embraced in all their best abilities. This is so great a sin, as the divine justice which in an equal balance bringeth all operations to their full effect did purpose not to leave unpunished. But as you enforced against all reason to take away the baldo from yourself, even so your father Aldobrandino, without any occasion given by the baldo, is in peril of his life, and you a partaker of his tribulation, out of which if you desire to be delivered, it is very convenient that you promise one thing which I shall tell you, and may much better be by you performed. Namely, that if the baldo do at any time return from his long banishment, you shall restore him to your love, grace, and good acceptation, accounting him in the self-same degree of favour and private entertainment, as he was at the first, before your wicked ghostly father so hellishly incensed you against him. When the pilgrim had finished his speeches, the gentlewoman, who had listened to them very attentively, because all the alleged reasons appeared to be plainly true, became verily persuaded that all these afflictions had foully on her and her father, for the ingrateful offence by her committed, and therefore thus replied: Worthy man and the friend to goodness, I know undoubtedly that the words which you have spoken are true, and also I understand by your demonstration what manner of people some of those religious persons are, whom heretofore I have reputed to be saints, but find them now to be far otherwise. And to speak truly, I perceive the fault to be great and grievous, wherein I have offended against the boldo, and would if I could willingly make amends, even in such manner as you have advised. But how is it possible to be done? The boldo being dead can be no more recalled to this life, and therefore I know not what promise I should make in a matter which is not to be performed. Whereto the pilgrim, without any longer pausing, thus answered: Madam, by such revelations as have been shewn to me, I know for a certainty that the boldo is not dead, but living in health and in good estate, if he had the fruition of your grace and favour. Take heed what you say, sir, quoth the gentlewoman, for I saw him lie slain before my door, his body having received many wounds, which I folded in mine arms, and washed his face with my brinish tears, whereby perhaps the scandal arose, that flew abroad to my disgrace. Believe me, madam, replied the pilgrim, say what you will, I dare assure you that the boldo is living, and if you dare make promise concerning what hath been formerly requested, and keep it inviolably, I make no doubt but you yourself shall shortly see him. I promise it, quoth she, and bind myself thereto by a sacred oath, to keep it faithfully, for never could anything happen to yield me the like contentment as to see my father free from danger and the boldo living. At this instant the boldo thought it to be a very apt and convenient time to disclose himself, and to comfort the lady with an assured signal of hope for the deliverance of her father, wherefore he said, Lady, to the end that I may comfort you infallibly in this dangerous peril of your father's life, I am to make known an especial secret to you, which you are to keep carefully as you tender your own life from ever being revealed to the world. They were then in a place of sufficient privacy, and alone by themselves, because she reposed great confidence in the pilgrim's sanctity of life, as thinking him none other than as he seemed to be. The boldo took out of his purse a ring, which she gave him the last night of their conversing together, and he had kept with no mean care, and showing it to her he said, Do you know this ring, madam? So soon as she saw it, immediately she knew it, and answered, Yes, sir, I know the ring, and confess that heretofore I gave it unto the boldo. Hereupon the pilgrim stood up, and suddenly putting off his poor linen frock, as also the hood from his head, using then his Florentine tongue, he said, Then tell me, madam, do you not know me? When she had advisedly beheld him, and knew him indeed to be the boldo, she was stricken into a wonderful astonishment, being as fearful of him as she was of the dead body, which she saw lying in the street. And I dare assure you that she durst not go near him to respect him, as the boldo so lately come from Cyprus, but in terror fled away from him, as if the boldo had been newly risen out of his grave, and came thither purposely to affright her. Wherefore he said, Be not afraid, madam, I am your the boldo in health alive, and never as yet died, neither have I received any wounds to kill me, as you and my brethren have formerly imagined. Some better assurance getting possession of her soul, as knowing him perfectly by his voice, and looking more steadfastly on his face, which constantly avouched him to be the boldo, the tears trickling down her fair cheeks, she ran to embrace him, casting her arms about his neck and kissing him 1,000 times, saying, The boldo, my true and faithful husband, nothing in the world can be so welcome to me. The boldo, having most kindly kissed and embraced her, said, Sweet wife, time will not now allow us those ceremonious courtesies, which indeed so long a separation do justly challenge, but I must about a more weighty business, to have your father safe and soundly delivered, which I hope to do before tomorrow at night, when you shall hear tidings to your better contentment. And questionless, if I speed no worse than my good hope persuadeth me, I will see you again tonight, and acquaint you at better leisure, in such things as I cannot do now at this present. So putting on his pilgrim's habit again, kissing her once more, and comforting her with future good success, he departed from her, going to the prison where Aldobrandino lay, whom he found more pensive as being in hourly expectation of death, than any hope he had to be freed from it, being brought nearer to him by the prisoner's favour, as seeming to be a man, come only to comfort him. Sitting down by him, thus he began, Aldobrandino, I am a friend of thine, whom heaven hath sent to do thee good, in mere pity and compassion of thine innocency, and therefore, if thou wilt grant me one small request, which I am earnestly to crave at thy hands, thou shalt hear without any failing before tomorrow at night, the sentence of thy free absolution, whereas now thou expectest nothing but death. Whereunto Aldobrandino thus answered, Friendly man, seeing thou art so careful of my safety, although I know thee not, neither do remember that ever I saw thee till now, thou must needs, as it appeareth, no less be some especial kind friend of mine. And to tell thee the truth, I never committed the sinful deed, for which I am condemned to death. Most true it is, I have other heinous and grievous sins, which undoubtedly have thrown this heavy judgment upon me, and therefore I am the more willing to undergo it. Nevertheless, let me thus far assure thee, that I would gladly not only promise something, which might to the glory of God, if he were pleased in this case to take mercy on me, but also would as willingly perform and accomplish it. Wherefore, demand whatsoever thou pleasest of me, for unfeignedly if I escape with life I will truly keep promise with thee. Sir, replied the pilgrim, I desire nor demand anything of you, but that you wold pardon the 4 brethren of the Boldo, who have brought you to this hard extremity, as thinking you to be guilty of their brother's death, and that you would also accept them as your brethren and friends, upon their craving pardon for what they have done. Sir, answered Aldobrandino, no man knoweth how sweet revenge is, nor with what heat it is to be desired, but only the man who hath been wronged. Notwithstanding, not to hinder my hope which only aimeth at heaven, I freely forgive them, and henceforth pardon them for ever, intending moreover that if mercy give me life and clear me from this bloody imputation, to love and respect them so long as I shall live. This answer was most pleasing to the pilgrim, and without any further multiplication of speeches, he entreated him to be of good comfort, for he feared not but before the time prefixed he should hear certain tidings of his deliverance. At his departing from him, he went directly to the signoria and prevailed so far that he spake privately with a knight, who was then one of the state's chiefest lords, to whom he said, Sir, a man ought to bestow his best pains and diligence that the truth of things should be apparently known, especially such men as hold the place and office as you do, to the end that those persons which have committed no foul offence should not be punished, but only the guilty and heinous transgressors. And because it will be no mean honour to you to lay the blame where it worthily deserveth, I am come hither purposely to inform you in a case of most weighty importance. It is not unknown to you with what rigour the state hath proceeded against Aldobrandino Palermini, and you think verily he is the man that hath slain the Boldo Elysei, whereupon your law hath condemned him to die. I dare assure you, sir, that a very unjust course hath been taken in this case, because Aldobrandino is falsely accused, as you yourself will confess before midnight, when they are delivered into your power, that were the murderers of the man. The honest knight, who was very sorrowful for Aldobrandino, gladly gave attention to the pilgrim, and having conferred on many matters appertaining to the fact committed, the 2 brethren who were the Boldo's hosts and their chambermaid upon good advice given, were apprehended in their first sleep, without any resistance made in their defence. But when the tortures were sent for to understand truly how the case went, they would not endure any pain at all, but each aside by himself, and then altogether confessed openly that they did the deed, yet not knowing him to be the Boldo Elysei. And when it was demanded of them, upon what occasion they did so foul an act, they answered that they were so hateful against the man's life, because he would luxuriously have abused one of their wives, when they both were absent from their own home. When the pilgrim had heard this their voluntary confession, he took his leave of the knight, returning secretly to the house of Madame Hermelina, and there, because all her people were in their beds, she careful awaited his return, to hear some glad tidings of her father, and to make a further reconciliation between her and the Boldo, when, sitting down by her, he said, Dear love, be of good cheer, for upon my word tomorrow you shall have your father home safe, well, and delivered from all further danger. And to confirm her the more confidently in his words, he declared at large the whole carriage of the business, Hermelina being wondrously joyful, for 2 such sudden and successful accidents to enjoy her husband alive and in health, and also to have her father freed from so great a danger, kissed and embraced him most affectionately, welcoming him lovingly into her bed, where to so long time he had been a stranger. No sooner did bright day appear, but the Boldo arose, having acquainted her with such matters as were to be done, and once more earnestly desiring her to conceal as yet these occurrences to herself. So in his pilgrim's habit he departed from her house to await convenient opportunity for attending on the business belonging to Aldobrandino. At the usual hour appointed, the lords were all set in the signoria, and had received full information concerning the offence imputed to Aldobrandino, setting him at liberty by public consent, and sentencing the other malefactors with death, who within a few days after were beheaded in the place where the murder was committed. Thus Aldobrandino being released to his exceeding comfort, and no small joy of his daughters, kindred and friends, all knowing perfectly that this had happened by the pilgrim's means, they conducted him home to Aldobrandino's house, where they desired him to continue so long as himself pleased, using him with most honourable and gracious respect, but especially Hermelina, who knew better than the rest on whom she bestowed her liberal favours, yet concealing all closely to herself. After 2 or 3 days were overpast, in these complemental intercoursings of kindness, the Boldo began to consider that it was high time for reconciliation to be solemnly passed between his brethren and Aldobrandino, for they were not a little amazed at his strange deliverance, and went likewise continually armed, as standing in fear of Aldobrandino and his friends, which made him the more earnest for accomplishment of the promise formerly made unto him. Aldobrandino lovingly replied that he was ready to make good his word, whereupon the pilgrim provided a goodly banquet, whereat he purposed to have present Aldobrandino, his daughter, kindred, and their wives, but first himself would go in person to invite them in peace to his banquet, to perform this desired pacification, and conferred with his brethren, using many pregnant and forcible arguments to them, such as are requisite in the like discordant cases. In the end his reasons were so wise, and prevailing with them, that they willingly condescended, and thought it no disparagement to them, for the recovery of Aldobrandino's kindness again, to crave pardon for their great error committed. On the morrow following, about the hour of dinner time, the 4 brethren of the Boldo, attired in their mourning garments with their wives and friends, came first to the house of Aldobrandino, who purposely attended for them, and having laid down their weapons on the ground, in the presence of all such as Aldobrandino had invited as his witnesses, they offered themselves to his mercy, and humbly required pardon of him for the matter wherein they had offended him. Aldobrandino, shedding tears, most lovingly embraced them, and to be brief pardon whatsoever injuries he had received. After this, the sisters and wives, all clad in mourning, courteously submitted themselves, and were graciously welcomed by Madame Hermelina, as also divers other gentlewomen there present with her, being all seated at the tables, which were furnished with such rarities as could be wished for. All things else deserved their due commendation, but onely sad silence, occasioned by the fresh remembrance of sorrow, appearing in the habits of the Boldo's friends and kindred, which the pilgrim himself plainly perceived to be the onely disgrace to him and his feast. Wherefore, as before he had resolved, when time served to purge away this melancholy, he arose from the table, when some as yet had scarce begun to eat, and thus spake: Gracious company, there is no defect in this banquet, or more debars it of the honour it might else have, but only the presence of the Boldo, who having been continually in your company, it seems you are not willing to take knowledge of him, and therefore I mean myself to show him. So, uncasing himself out of his pilgrim's clothes, and standing in his hose and doublet, to their no little admiration they all knew him, yet doubted a good while whether it were he or no, which he perceiving, he repeated his brethren's and absent kindred's names, and what occurrences had happened between them from time to time, beside the relation of his own past fortunes, inciting tears in the eyes of his brethren, and all else there present, every one hugging and embracing him, yea, many beside who were no kin at all to him, Hermelina only excepted, which when Aldobrandino saw, he said unto her, How now, Hermelina, why doest thou not welcome home the Boldo, so kindly as all here else have done? She, making a modest courtesy to her father, and answering so loud as every one might hear her, said, There is not any in this assembly that more willingly would give him all expression of a joyful welcome home, and thankful gratitude for such especial favours received, than in my heart I could afford to do, but only in regard of those infamous speeches noised out against me on the day when we wept for him, who was supposed to be the Boldo, which slander was to my great discredit. Go on boldly, replied Aldobrandino, doest thou think that I regard any such praters? In the procuring of my deliverance, he hath approved them to be manifest liars, albeit I myself did never credit them. Go then, I command thee, and let me see thee both kiss and embrace him. She who desired nothing more showed herself not slothful in obeying her father, to do but her duty to her husband, wherefore, being risen, as all the rest had done, but yet in far more effectual manner, she declared her unfeigned love to the Boldo. These bountiful favours of Aldobrandino were joyfully accepted by the Boldo's brethren, as also every one else there present in company, so that all former rancour and hatred which had caused heavy variances between them was now converted to mutual kindness and solemnly friendship on every side. When the feasting days were finished, the garments of sad mourning were quite laid aside, and those becoming so general a joy put on, to make their hearts and habits suitable. Now concerning the man slain and supposed to be the Boldo, he was one that in all parts of body and trueness of complexion so nearly resembled him, as the Boldo's own brethren could not distinguish the one from the other. But he was of Lunigiana, named Fatinello, and not the Boldo, whom the 2 brethren in Necipa's maliced, about some idle suspicion conceived, and having slain him, laid his body at the door of Aldobrandino, where, by the reason of the Boldo's absence, it was generally reputed to be he, and Aldobrandino charged to do the deed, by vehement persuasion of the brethren, knowing what love had passed between him and his daughter Hermelina. But happy was the pilgrim's return, first to hear those words in the inn, the means to bring the murder to light, and then the discreet carriage of the pilgrim until he plainly approved himself to be truly the Baldo. Ferrando, by drinking a certain kind of powder, was buried for dead, and by the abbot who was enamoured of his wife was taken out of his grave and put into a dark prison where they made him believe that he was in purgatory. Afterward, when time came that he should be raised to life again, he was made to keep a child, which the abbot had got by his wife. The 8 novels, wherein is displayed the apparent folly of jealousy, and the subtlety of some religious carnal-minded men to beguile silly and simple married men. When the long discourse of Madame Milia was ended, not displeasing to any in regard of the length but rather held too short, because no exceptions could be taken against it, comparing the rarity of the accidents and changes together, the Queen turned to Madame Lauretta, giving her such a manifest scene as she knew that it was her turn to follow next, and therefore she took occasion to begin thus: "Fair ladies, I intend to tell you a tale of truth, which perhaps in your opinions will seem to sound like a lie. And yet I heard by the very last relation that a dead man was wept and mourned for, instead of another being then alive, in which respect I am now to let you know, how a living man was buried for dead, and being raised again, yet not as living, himself and divers more beside, did believe that he came forth of his grave, and adored him as a saint, who was the occasion thereof, and who as a bad man deserved justly to be condemned. In Tuscany there was sometime an abbey, seated, as now we see commonly they are, in a place not much frequented with people, and thereof a monk was abbot, very holy and curious in all things else, save only a wanton appetite to women, which yet he kept so cleanly to himself, that though some did suspect it, yet it was known to very few. It came to pass that a rich country franklin named Ferrando dwelt as a near neighbour to the said abbey, he being a man material, of simple and gross understanding, yet he fell into great familiarity with the abbot, who made use of this friendly conversation to no other end, but for divers times of recreation, when he delighted to smile at his silly and sottish behaviour. Upon this his private frequentation with the abbot, at last he observed that Ferrando had a very beautiful woman to his wife, with whom he grew so deeply in love, as he had no other meditations either by day or night, but how to become acceptable in her favour. Nevertheless he concealed his amorous passions privately to himself, and could plainly perceive that although Ferrando in all things else was merely a simple fellow, and more like an idiot than of any sensible apprehension, yet was he wise enough in loving his wife, keeping her carefully out of all company, as one indeed very jealous lest any should kiss her, but only himself, which drove the abbot into despair, for ever attaining the issue of his desire. Yet being subtle, crafty, and cautelous, he wrought so on the flexible nature of Ferrando, that he brought his wife with him divers days to the monastery, where they walked in the goodly garden, discoursing on the beatitudes of eternal life, as also the most holy deeds of men and women, long since departed out of this life in marvellous civil and modest manner. Yet all these were but trains to a further intention, for the abbot must needs be her ghostly father, and she come to be confessed by him, which the fool Ferrando took as an especial favour, and therefore he gave his consent the sooner. At the appointed time, when the woman came to confession to the abbot, and was on her knees before him to his no small contentment before she would say anything else, thus she began: "Sacred Father, if God had not given me such an husband as I have, or else had bestowed on me none at all, I might have been so happy by the means of your holy doctrine, very easily to have entered into the way, whereof you spake the other day, which leadeth to eternal life. But when I consider with myself what manner of man Ferrando is, and think upon his folly withal, I may well term myself to be a widow, although I am a married wife, because while he liveth, I cannot have any other husband, and yet as sottish as you see him, he is without any occasion given him so extremely jealous of me, as I am not able to live with him, but only in continual tribulation heart's grief. In which respect, before I enter into confession, I most humbly beseech you, that you would vouchsafe in this distress to assist me with your fatherly advice and counsel, because, if thereby I cannot attain to a more pleasing kind of happiness, neither confession or anything else is able to do me any good at all." These words were not a little welcome to my lord abbot, because thereby he half assured himself that fortune had laid open the path to his hoped pleasures, whereupon he said, "Dear daughter, I make no question to the contrary, but it must needs be an exceeding infelicity, to so fair and goodly a young woman as you are, to be plagued with so sottish an husband, brainsick, and without the use of common understanding. but yet subject to a more hellish affliction than all these, namely jealousy, and therefore you being in this woeful manner tormented, your tribulations are not only so much the more credited, but also as amply grieved for pitied. In which heavy and irksome perturbations, I see not any means of remedy, but only one, being a kind of physic beyond all other to cure him of his foolish jealousy, which medicine is very familiar to me, because I know best how to compound it, always provided that you can be of so strong a capacity as to be secret in what I shall say unto you. Good father, answered the woman, never make you any doubt thereof, for I would rather endure death itself than disclose anything which you enjoin me to keep secret. Wherefore, I beseech you, sir, to tell me how, and by what means it may be done. If, quoth the abbot, you desire to have him perfectly cured of a disease so dangerous and offensive, of necessity he must be sent into purgatory. How may that be done, said the woman, he being alive? He must needs die, answered the abbot, for his more speedy passage thither. And when he hath endured so much punishment as may expiate the quality of his jealousy, we have certain devout and zealous prayers, whereby to bring him back again to life, in as able manner as ever he was. Why then, replied the woman, I must remain in the state of a widow. Very true, said the abbot, for a certain time, in all which space you may not by any means marry again, because the heavens will therewith be highly offended. But Ferrando being returned to life again, you must repossess him as your husband, but never to be jealous any more. Alas, sir, quoth the woman, so that he may be cured of his wicked jealousy, and I no longer live in such an hellish imprisonment, do as you please. Now was the abbot well near on the highest step of his hope, making her constant promise to accomplish it. But quoth he, what shall be my recompense when I have done it? Father, said she, whatsoever you please to ask, if it remain within the compass of my power. But you being such a virtuous and sanctified man, and I a woman of so mean worth or merit, what sufficient recompense can I be able to make you? Whereunto the abbot thus replied, Fair woman, you are able to do as much for me as I am for you, because as I do dispose myself to perform a matter for your comfort and consolation, even so ought you to be as mindful of me in any action concerning my life and welfare. In any such matter, sir, quoth she, depending on your benefit so strictly, you may safely presume to command me. You must then, said the abbot, grant me your love, and the kind embracing of your person, because so violent are mine affections, as I pine and consume away daily, till I enjoy the fruition of my desires, and none can help me therein but you. When the woman heard these words, as one confounded with much amazement, this she replied, Alas, holy father, what a strange motion have you made to me! I believed very faithfully that you were no less than a saint, and is it convenient that when silly women come to ask counsel of such sanctified men, they should return them such unfitting answers? Be not amazed, good woman, said the abbot, at the motion which I have made unto you, because holiness is not thereby impaired a jot in me. For it is the inhabitant of the soul, the other is an imperfection attending on the body. But be it whatsoever, your beauty hath so powerfully prevailed on me, that entire love hath compelled me to let you know it. And more may you boast of your beauty than any that ever I beheld before, considering it is so pleasing to a sanctified man, that it can draw him from divine contemplations to regard a matter of so humble an equality. Let me tell you moreover, worthy woman, that you see me reverenced here as Lord Abbot, yet am I but as other men are, and in regard I am neither aged nor misshapen. Methinks the motion I have made should be the less offensive to you, and therefore the sooner granted. For all the while as Ferrando remaineth in purgatory, do you but imagine him to be present with you, and your persuasion will the more absolutely be confirmed. No man can or shall be privy to our close meetings, for I carry the same holy opinion among all men, as you yourself conceived of me, and none dare be so saucy as to call in question whatsoever I do or say, because my words are oracles, and mine actions more than half miracles. Do you not then refuse so gracious an offer? Eno there are who would gladly enjoy that, which is frank and freely presented to you, and which if you be a wise woman is merely impossible for you to refuse. Richly am I possessed of gold and jewels, which shall be all yours, if you please in favour to be mine, wherein I will not be gainsaid, except yourself do deny me. The woman, having her eyes fixed on the ground, knew not well how she should deny him, and yet in plain words to say she consented, she held it to be over base and immodest, and ill agreeing with her former reputation, when the abbot had well noted this attention in her, and how silent she stood without returning any answer. He accounted the conquest to be more than half his own, so that continuing on his formal persuasions he never ceased, but allured her still to believe whatsoever he said, and she, much ashamed of his importunity, but more of her own flexible yielding weakness, made answer that she would willingly accomplish his request, which yet she did not absolutely grant, until Ferrando were first sent into purgatory. Until then, quoth the abbot, I will not urge any more, because I purpose his speedy sending thither. But yet so far lend me your assistance, that either tomorrow or else the next day, he may come hither once more to converse with me. So putting a fair gold ring on her finger, they parted till their next meeting. Not a little joyful was the woman of so rich a gift, hoping to enjoy a great many more of them, and returning home to her neighbours, acquainted them with wonderful matters, all concerning the sanctimonious life of the abbot, a mere miracle of men, and worthy to be truly termed a saint. Within 2 days after, Ferrando went to the Abbey again, and so soon as the abbot espied him, he presently prepared for his sending of him into purgatory. He never was without a certain kind of drug, which being beaten into powder, would work so powerfully upon the brain, and all the other vital senses, as to entrance them with a deadly sleep, and deprive them of all motion, either in the pulses or any other part else, even as if the body were dead indeed, in which operation it would so hold and continue, according to the quantity given and drunk, as it pleased the abbot to order the matter. This powder or drug was sent him by a great prince of the East, and therewith he wrought wonders upon his novices, sending them into purgatory when he pleased, and by such punishments as he inflicted on them there, made them like credulous asses believe whatsoever himself listed. So much of this powder had the abbot provided, as should suffice for 3 days' entrancing, and having compounded it with a very pleasant wine, calling Ferrando into his chamber, there gave it him to drink, and afterward walked with him about the cloister in very friendly conference together, the silly sot never dreaming on the treachery intended against him. Many monks beside were recreating themselves in the cloister, most of them delighting to behold the follies of Ferrando, on whom the potion began so to work, that he slept in walking, nodding and reeling as he went, till at the last he fell down, as if he had been dead. The abbot, pretending great admiration at this accident, called his monks about him, all labouring by rubbing his temples, throwing cold water and vinegar in his face, to revive him again, alleging that some fume or vapour in the stomachi had thus overawed his understanding faculties, and quite deprived him of life indeed. At length, when by tasting the pulse and all their best employed pains, they saw that their labour was spent in vain, the abbot used such persuasions to the monks that they all believed him to be dead, whereupon they sent for his wife and friends, who, crediting as much as the rest did, were very sad and sorrowful for him. The abbot clothed as he was laid him in a hollow vault under a tarn, such as there are used instead of graves. His wife returning home again to her house, with a young son which she had by her husband, protesting to keep still within her house, and never more to be seen in any company, but only to attend her young son, and be very careful of such wealth as her husband had left unto her. From the city of Bologna that very instant day, a well-stayed and governed monk there arrived, who was a near kinsman to the abbot, and one whom he might securely trust. In the dead time of the night, the abbot and this monk arose, and taking Ferrando out of the vault, carried him into a dark dungeon or prison, which he termed by the name of purgatory, and where he used to discipline his monks, when they had committed any notorious offence deserving to be punished in purgatory. There they took off his usual wearing garments, and clothed him in the habit of a monk, even as if he had been one of the house, and laying him on a bundle of straw, so left him until his senses should be restored again. On the day following, late in the evening, the abbot, accompanied with his trusty monk, by way of visitation went to see and comfort the supposed widow. Finding her attired in blacky, very sad and pensive, which by his wonted persuasions, indifferently he appeased, challenging the benefit of her promise, she being thus alone, not hindered by her husband's jealousy, and espying another goodly gold ring on his finger, how frailty and folly overruled her, I know not, she was a weak woman, he a devilish deluding man, and the strongest holds by over-long battery and besieging, must needs yield at the last, as I fear she did. For very often afterward the abbot used in this manner to visit her, and the simple ignorant country people, carrying no such ill opinion of the holy abbot, and having seen Ferrando lying for dead in the vault, and also in the habit of a monk, were verily persuaded that when they saw the abbot pass by to and fro, but most commonly in the night season, it was the ghost of Ferrando, who walked in this manner after his death, as a just penance for his jealousy. When Ferrando's senses were recovered again, and he found himself to be in such a darksome place, not knowing where he was, he began to cry and make a noise, when presently the monk of Bologna, according as the abbot had tutored him, stepped into the dungeon, carrying a little wax candle in the one hand, and a smarting whip in the other. Going to Ferrando, he stripped off his clothes and began to lash him very soundly. Ferrando, roaring and crying, could say nothing else but, "Where am I?" The monk with a dreadful voice replied, "Thou art in purgatory." "How?" said Ferrando. "What, am I dead?" "Thou art dead," quoth the monk, and began to lash him lustily again. Poor Ferrando, crying out for his wife and little son, demanded a number of idle questions, whereto the monk still fitted him with as fantastic answers. Within a while after, he set both food and wine before him, which when Ferrando saw, he said, "How is this? Do dead men eat and drink?" "Yes," replied the monk, "and this food which here thou seest, thy wife brought hither to their church this morning, to have masses devoutly sung for thy soul. And as to other, so must it be set before thee, for such is the command of the patron of this place." Ferrando, having lain entranced 3 days and 3 nights, felt his stomachy well prepared to eat, and feeding very heartily, still said, "O my good wife, O my loving wife, long mayest thou live for this extraordinary kindness. I promised thee, sweetheart, while I was alive, I cannot remember that ever any food and wine was half so pleasing to me. O my dear wife, O my honey wife, canst thou," quoth the monk, "praise and commend her now, using her so villainously in thy lifetime?" Then did he whip him more fiercely than before, when Ferrando, holding up his hands, as craving for mercy, demanded wherefore he was so severely punished. "I am so commanded," quoth the monk, "by supreme power, and twice every day must thou be thus disciplined." "Upon what occasion?" replied Ferrando. "Because," quoth the monk, "thou wast most notoriously jealous of thy wife, she being the very kindest woman to thee, as all the country containeth not her equal." "It is too true," answered Ferrando, "I was overmuch jealous of her indeed. But had I known that jealousy was such a hateful sin against heaven, I never would have offended therein." "Now," quoth the monk, "thou canst confess thine own wilful folly, but this should have been thought on before, and whilst thou wast living in the world. But if the fates vouchsafe to favour thee so much, as hereafter to send thee to the world once more, remember thy punishment here in purgatory, and sin no more in that foul sin of jealousy." "I pray you, sir, tell me," replied Ferrando, "after men are dead and put into purgatory, is there any hope of their ever visiting the world any more?" "Yes," said the monk, "if the fury of the fates be once appeased." "Oh, that I knew," quoth Ferrando, "by what means they would be appeased, and let me visite the world once again. I would be the best husband that ever lived, and never more be jealous, never wrong so good a wife, nor ever use one unkind word against her. In the meanwhile, until their anger may be qualified, when next my wife doth send me food, I pray you work so much that some candles may be sent me also, because I live here in uncomfortable darkness. And what should I do with food if I have no light?" "She sends lights eno," answered the monk, "but they are burnt out on the altar in Massa time, and thou canst have none other here but such as I must bring myself. Neither are they allowed, but only for the time of thy feeding and correcting." Ferrando, breathing forth a vehement sigh, desired to know what he was, being thus appointed to punish him in purgatory. "I am," quoth the monk, "a dead man, as thou art, born in Sardinia, where I served a very jealous master. And because I soothed him in his jealousy, I had this penance imposed on me, to serve thee here in purgatory with meat and drink, and twice every day to discipline thy body, until the fates have otherwise determined both for thee and me." "Why," said Ferrando, "are any other persons here beside you and I?" "Many thousands," replied the monk, "whom thou canst neither hear nor see, no more than they are able to do the like by us." "But how far," said Ferrando, "is purgatory distant from our native countries?" "About some 50,000 leagues," answered the monk, "but yet passable in a moment, whensoever the offended fates are pleased. And many masses are daily said for thy soul at the earnest entreaty of thy wife, in hope of thy conversion, and becoming a new man, hating to be jealous any more hereafter." In these and such like speeches, as thus they beguiled the time, so did they observe it for a daily course, sometime disciplining, other whiles eating and drinking, for the space of 10 whole months together. In the which time the abbot Sildome failed to visite Ferrando's wife, without the least suspicion in any of the neighbours, by reason of their settled opinion concerning the nightly walking of Ferrando's ghost. But as all pleasures cannot be exempted from some following pain or other, so it came to pass that Ferrando's wife proved to be conceived with child, and the time was drawing on for her deliverance. Now began the abbot to consider that Ferrando's folly was sufficiently chastised, and he had been long enough in purgatory. Wherefore, the better to countenance all past inconveniences, it was now thought high time that Ferrando should be sent to the world again, and set free from the pains of purgatory, as having paid for his jealousy dearly, to teach him better wisdom hereafter. Late in the dead time of the night, the abbot himself entered into the dark dungeon, and in an hollow counterfeited voice called to Ferrando, saying, "Comfort thyself, Ferrando, for the fates are now pleased that thou shalt be released out of purgatory, and sent to live in the world again. Thou didst leave thy wife newly conceived with child, and this very morning she is delivered of a goodly son, whom thou shalt cause to be named Bennet, because by the incessant prayers of the holy abbot thine own loving wife, and for sweet Saint Benet's sake, this grace and favour is afforded thee. Ferrando, hearing this, was exceeding joyful, and returned this answer: For ever honoured be the fates, the holy Lord Abbot, blessed Saint Bennet, and my most dearly beloved wife, whom I will faithfully love for ever, and never more offend her by any jealousy in me. When the next food was sent to Ferrando, so much of the powder was mingled with the wine, as would serve only for 4 hours entrancing, in which time they clothed him in his own wearing apparel again, the abbot himself in person, and his honest trusty monk of Bologna, conveying and laying him in the same vault under the tarn, where at the first they gave him burial. The next morning following, about the break of day, Ferrando recovered his senses, and thorough divers chinks and crannies of the tarn descried daylight which he had not seen in 10 months space before. Perceiving then plainly that he was alive, he cried out aloud, saying, Open, open, and let me forth of purgatory, for I have been here long enough in conscience, thrusting up his head against the cover of the tarn, which was not of any great strength, neither well closed together. He put it quite off the tarn, and so got forth upon his feet, at which instant time, the monks having ended their morning matins, and hearing the noise, ran in haste thither, and knowing the voice of Ferrando, saw that he was come forth of the monument. Some of them were ancient signors of the house, and yet but mere novices, as all the rest were in these cunning and politique stratagems of the Lord Abbot, when he intended to punish anyone in purgatory, and therefore, being affrighted and amazed at this rare accident, they fled away from him, running to the abbot, who, making a show to them as if he were but new come forth of his oratory in a kind of pacifying speeches, said, Peace, my dear sons, be not afraid, but fetch the cross and holy water hither. Then follow me, and I will show you what miracle the fates have pleased to show in our convent. Therefore be silent, and make no more noise. All which was performed according to his command. Ferrando, looking lean and pale as one that in so long time had not seen the light of heaven, and endured such strict discipline twice every day, stood in a ghastly amazement by the tomb's side, as not daring to adventure any further, or knowing perfectly whether he was as yet truly alive or no. But when he saw the monks and abbot calming with their lighted torches, and singing in a solemnly manner of procession, he humbled himself at the abbot's feet, saying, Holy Father, by your zealous prayers, as hath been miraculously revealed to me, and the prayers of blessed S. Bennet, as also of my honest, dear, and loving wife, I have been delivered from the pains of purgatory, and brought again to live in this world, for which unspeakable grace and favour, most humbly I thank the well-pleased fates, S. Bennet, your fatherhood, and my kind wife, and will remember all your loves to me for ever. Blessed be the fates, answered the abbot, for working so great a wonder here in our monastery. Go then, my good son, seeing the fates have been so gracious to thee. Go, I say, home to thine own house, and comfort thy kind wife, who ever since thy departure out of this life, hath lived in continual mourning, love, cherish, and make much of her, never afflicting her henceforth with causeless jealousy. No, I warrant you, good father, replied Ferrando, I have been well whipped in purgatory for such folly, and therefore I might be called a stark fool, if I should that way offend any more, either my loving wife or any other. The abbot, causing Miserere to be devoutly sung, sprinkling Ferrando well with holy water, and placing a lighted taper in his hand, sent him home so to his own dwelling village, where when the neighbours beheld him, as people half frighted out of their wits, they fled away from him, so scared and terrified, as if they had seen some dreadful sight or ghastly apparition. His wife being as fearful of him as any of the rest, he called to them kindly by their several names, telling them that he was newly risen out of his grave, and was a man as he had been before. Then they began to touch and feel him, growing into more certain assurance of him, perceiving him to be a living man indeed. Whereupon they demanded many questions of him, and he, as if he were become far wiser than before, told them tidings from their long-deceased kindred and friends, as if he had met with them all in purgatory, reporting 1,000 lies and fables to them, which nevertheless they believed. Then he told them what the miraculous voice had said unto him, concerning the birth of another young son, whom according as he was commanded he caused to be named Bennet Ferrando. Thus his return to life again, and the daily wonders reported by him, caused no mean admiration in the people, with much commendation of the abbot's holiness, and Ferrando's happy curing of his jealousy. Juliet of Narbona cured the king of France of a dangerous fistula, in recompense whereof she requested to enjoy as her husband in marriage Bertrand the Count of Rossillon. He having married her against his will, as utterly despising her, went to Florence, where he made love to a young gentlewoman. Juliet, by a quaint and cunning policy, compassed the means instead of his chosen new friend to lie with her own husband, by whom she conceived, and had 2 sons, which being afterward made known unto Count Bertrand, he accepted her into his favour again, and loved her as his loyal and honourable wife. The 9th novel, commending the good judgment and understanding in ladies or gentlewomen that are of a quick and apprehensive spirit. Now there remained no more to preserve the privilege granted to Dionysius uninfringed but the Queen only, to declare her novel. Wherefore, when the discourse of Madame Lauretta was ended, without attending any motion to be made for her next succeeding, with a gracious and pleasing disposition, thus she began to speak. Who shall tell any tale hereafter, to carry any hope or expectation of liking, having heard the rare and witty discourse of Madame Lauretta? Believe me, it was very advantageable to us all that she was not this day's first beginner, because few or none would have had any courage to follow after her, therefore the rest yet remaining are the more to be feared and suspected. Nevertheless, to avoid the breach of order, and to claim no privilege by my place, of not performing what I ought to do, prove as it may, a tale you must have, and thus I proceed. There lived sometime in the kingdom of France a gentleman named Isnard, being the Count of Roussillon, who, because he was continually weak, crazy, and sickly, kept a physician daily in his house, who was called Master Gerard of Narbona. Count Isnard had one only son, very young in years, yet of towardly hope, fair, comely, and of pleasing person, named Bertrand, with whom many other children of his age had their education, and among them a daughter of the forenamed physician called Juliet, who even in these tender years fixed her affection upon young Bertrand with such an earnest and intimate resolution as was most admirable in so young a maiden, and more than many times is noted in years of greater discretion. Old Count Isnard dying, young Bertrand fell as a ward to the king, and being sent to Paris, remained there under his royal custody and protection, to the no little discomfort of young Juliet, who became grievously afflicted in mind, because she had lost the company of Bertrand. Within some few years after, the physician her father also died, and then her desires grew wholly addicted to visit Paris herself in person, only because she would see the young count, awaiting but time opportunity to fit her stolny journey thither. But her kindred and friends, to whose care and trust she was committed in regard of her rich dowry and being left as a fatherless orphan, were so circumspect of her walks and daily behaviour as she could not compass any means of escaping. Her years made her now almost fit for marriage, which so much more increased her love to the count, making refusal of many worthy husbands, and laboured by the motions of her friends and kindred, yet all denied, they not knowing any reason for her refusals. By this time the count was become a gallant goodly gentleman, and able to make election of a wife, whereby her affections were the more violently inflamed, as fearing lest some other should be preferred before her, so her hopes be utterly disappointed. It was noised abroad by common report, that the King of France was in a very dangerous condition, by reason of a strange swelling on his stomachi, which failing of apt and convenient curing became a fistula, afflicting him daily with extraordinary pain and anguish, no chirurgeon or physician being found that could minister any hope of healing, but rather increased the grief, and drove it to more vehement extremity, compelling the king, as despairing utterly of all help, to give over any further counsel or advice. Hereof fair Juliet was wondrously joyful, as hoping that this accident would prove the means, not only of her journey to Paris, but if the disease were no more than she imagined, she could easily cure it and thereby compass Count Bertrand to be her husband. Hereupon, quickening up her wits, with remembrance of those rules of art, which by long practice and experience she had learned of her skilful father, she compounded certain herbs together, such as she knew fitting for that kind of infirmity, and having reduced her compound into a powder, away she rode forthwith to Paris. Being there arrived, all other serious matters set aside, first she must needs have a sight of Count Bertrand, as being the only saint that caused her pilgrimage. Next she made means for her access to the king, humbly entreating his majesty to vouchsafe her the sight of his fistula. When the king saw her, her modest looks did plainly deliver that she was a fair, comely, and discreet young gentlewoman, wherefore he would no longer hide it but laid it open to her view. When she had seen and felt it, presently she put the king in comfort, affirming that she knew herself able to cure his fistula, saying, "Sir, if your highness will refer the matter to me without any peril of life, or any the least pain to your person, I hope by the help of heaven to make you whole and sound within 8 days' space." The king, hearing her words, began merrily to smile at her, saying, How is it possible for thee, being a young maiden, to do that which the best physicians in Europe are not able to perform? I commend thy kindness, and will not remain unthankful for thy forward willingness, but I am fully determined to use no more counsel, or to make any further trial of physic or chirurgery. Whereto fair Juliet thus replied: Great king, let not my skill and experience be despised because I am young and a maiden, for my profession is not physic, neither do I undertake the ministering thereof as depending on mine own knowledge, but by the gracious assistance of heaven, some rules of skilful observation, which I learned of Reverend Gerard of Narbona, who was my worthy father, and a physician of no mean fame, all the while he lived. At the hearing of these words, the king began somewhat to admire at her gracious carriage, and said within himself, What know I whether this virgin is sent to me by the direction of heaven or no? Why should I disdain to make proof of her skill? Her promise is to cure me in a small time's compass, and without any pain or affliction to me. She shall not come so far to return again with the loss of her labour. I am resolved to try her cunning, and thereon said, Fair virgin, if you cause me to break my settled determination, and fail of curing me, what can you expect to follow thereon? Whatsoever great king quoth she shall please you, let me be strongly guarded, yet not hindered, when I am to prosecute the business. And then if I do not perfectly heal you within 8 days, let a good fire be made, and therein consume my bawdy unto ashes. But if I accomplish the cure, and set your highness free from all further grievance, what recompense then shall remain to me? Much did the king commend the confident persuasion which she had of her own power, and presently replied, Fair beauty, quoth he, in regard that thou art a maid and unmarried, if thou keep promise, and I find myself to be fully cured, I will match thee with some such gentleman in marriage, as shall be of honourable and worthy reputation, with a sufficient dowry beside. My gracious sovereignty, said she, willing am I, and most heartily thankful withal, that your highness shall bestow me in marriage. But I desire then to have such a husband, as I shall desire or demand by your gracious favour, without presuming to crave any of your sons, kindred, or alliance, or appertaining unto your royal blood. Whereto the king gladly granted. Young Juliet began to minister her physic, and within fewer days than her limited time, the king was sound and perfectly cured, which when he perceived, he said unto her, Trust me, virtuous maid, most worthily hast thou won a husband, name him, and thou shalt have him. Royal king, quoth she, then have I won the Count Bertrand of Rossillon, whom I have most entirely loved from mine infancy, and cannot in my soul affect any other. Very loath was the king to grant her the young count, but in regard of his solemnly past promise, and his royal word engaged, which he would not by any means break, he commanded that the count should be sent for, and spake thus to him. Noble count, it is not unknown to us that you are a gentleman of great honour, and it is our royal pleasure to discharge your wardship, that you may repair home to your own house, there to settle your affairs in such order, as you may be the readier to enjoy a wife, which we intend to bestow upon you. The count returned his highness most humble thanks, desiring to know of whence and what she was. It is this gentlewoman, answered the king, who by the help of heaven hath been the means to save my life. Well did the count know her, as having very often before seen her, and although she was very fair and amiable, yet in regard of her mean birth, which he held as a disparagement to his nobility in Bloud, he made a scorn of her, and spake thus to the king, Would your highness give me a quacksalver to my wife, one that deals in drugges and physicary? I hope I am able to bestow myself much better than so. Why, quoth the king, wouldst thou have us break our faith, which for the recovery of our health we have given to this virtuous virgin, and she will have no other reward, but only Count Bertrand to be her husband? Sir, replied the count, you may dispossess me of all that is mine, because I am your ward and subject, and anywhere else you may bestow me. But pardon me to tell you, that this marriage cannot be made with any liking or allowance of mine, neither will I ever give consent thereto. Sir, said the king, it is our will that it shall be so. Virtuous she is, fair and wise. She loveth thee most affectionately, and with her mayest thou lead a more noble life than with the greatest lady in our kingdom. Silent and discontented stood the count, but the king commanded preparation for the marriage, and when the appointed time was come, the count, albeit against his will, received his wife at the king's hand, she loving him dearly as her own life. When all was done, the count requested of the king that what else remained for further solemnization of the marriage, it might be performed in his own country, reserving to himself what else he intended. Being mounted on horseback, and humbly taking their leave of the king, the count would not ride home to his own dwelling, but into Tuscany, where he heard of a war between the Florentines and the Senesi, purposing to take part with the Florentines, to whom he was willingly and honourably welcomed, being created captain of a worthy company, and continuing there a long while in service. The poor forsaken new-married countess could scarcely be pleased with such dishonourable unkindness, yet governing her impatience with no mean discretion, and hoping by her virtuous carriage to compass the means of his recall. Home she rode to Rousillon, where all the people received her very lovingly. Now by reason of the Count's so long absence, all things were there far out of order. Mutinies, quarrels, and civil dissensions, having procured many dissolute eruptions, to the expense of much blood in many places. But she, like a jolly stirring lady, very wise and provident in such disturbances, reduced all occasions to such civility again, that the people admired her rare behaviour, and condemned the Count for his unkindness towards her. After that the whole country of Rousillon by the policy and wisdom of this worthy lady was fully re-established in their ancient liberties. She made choice of 2 discreet knights, whom she sent to the Count her husband, to let him understand, that if in displeasure to her he was thus become a stranger to his own country, upon the return of his answer to give him contentment, she would depart thence and by no means disturb him. Roughly and churlishly he replied, "Let her do as she list, for I have no determination to dwell with her, or near where she is. Tell her from me when she shall have this ring, which you behold here on my finger, and a son in her arms begotten by me. Then will I come live with her, and be her love." The ring he made most precious and dear account of, and never took it off from his finger, in regard of an especial virtue and property, which he well knew to be remaining in it. And these 2 knights, hearing the impossibility of these 2 strict conditions with no other favour else to be derived from him, sorrowfully returned baccy to their lady, and acquainted her with this unkind answer, as also his unalterable determination, which well you may conceive, must needs be very unwelcome to her. After she had an indifferent while considered with herself, her resolution became so undauntable, that she would adventure to practise such means, whereby to compass those 2 apparent impossibilities, and so to enjoy the love of her husband. Having absolutely concluded what was to be done, she assembled all the chiefest men of the country, revealing unto them in mournful manner what an attempt she had made already, in hope of recovering her husband's favour, and what a rude answer was thereon returned. In the end she told them that it did not suit with her unworthiness to make the Count live as an exile from his own inheritance, upon no other inducement, but only in regard of her. Wherefore she had determined between heaven and her soul to spend the remainder of her days in pilgrimages and prayers for preservation of the Count's soul and her own, earnestly desiring them to undertake the charge and government of the country, and signifying unto the Count how she had forsaken his house, and purposed to wander so far thence, that never would she visit Rousillon any more. In the delivery of these words, the lords and gentlemen wept and sighed extraordinarily, using many earnest imprecations to alter this resolve in her, but all was in vain. Having taken her sad and sorrowful farewell of them all, accompanied onely with her maid, and one of her kinsmen, away she went, attired in a pilgrim's habit, yet well furnished with money and precious jewels, to avoid all wants which might befall her in travail, not acquainting anyone whither she went. In no place stayed she until she was arrived at Florence, where happening into a poor widow's house like a poor pilgrim, she seemed well contented therewith. And desiring to hear some tidings of the Count, the next day she saw him pass by the house on horsebacky with his company. Now albeit she knew him well enough, yet she demanded of the good old widow what gentleman he was. She made answer that he was a stranger there, yet a nobleman called Count Bertrand of Rousillon, a very courteous knight, beloved and much respected in the city. Moreover, that he was far in love with a neighbour of hers, a young gentlewoman, but very poor and mean in substance, yet of honest life, virtuous, and never taxed with any evil report. Only her poverty was the main embarment of her marriage, dwelling in house with her mother, who was a wise, honest, and worthy lady. The Countess, having well observed her words, and considered thereon from point to point, debated soberly with her own thoughts, in such a doubtful case, what was best to be done. When she had understood which was the house, the ancient lady's name, and likewise her daughter's, to whom her husband was now so affectionately devoted, she made choice of a fit and convenient time, when in her pilgrim's habit, secretly she went to the house. There she found the mother and daughter in poor condition, and with as poor a family, whom after she had ceremoniously saluted, she told the old lady that she requested but a little conference with her. The lady arose, and giving her courteous entertainment, they went together into a withdrawing chamber, where being both set down, the Countess began in this manner. "Madame, in my poor opinion, you are not free from the frowns of fortune, no more than I myself am, but if you were so well pleased, there is no one that can comfort both our calamities in such manner as you are able to do. And believe me," answered the lady, there is nothing in the world that can be so welcome to me as honest comfort. The Countess, proceeding on in her former speeches, said, I have now need, good madame, both of your trust and fidelity, whereon if I should rely and you fail me, it will be your own undoing as well as mine. Speak then boldly, replied the oldie lady, and remain constantly assured that you shall no way be deceived by me. Hereupon the Countess declared the whole course of her love, from the veri original to the instant, revealing also what she was, and the occasion of her coming thither, relating everything so perfectly, that the lady verily believed her, by some reports which she had formerly heard, and which moved her the more to compassion. Now, when all circumstances were at full discovered, thus spake the Countess. Among my other miseries and misfortunes, which hath half broken my heart in the mere repetition, beside the sad and afflicting sufferance, 2 things there are which if I cannot compass to have, all hope is quite frustrate for ever, of gaining the grace of my Lord and husband. Yet those 2 things may I obtain by your help, if all be true which I have heard, and you can therein best resolve me. Since my coming to this city, it hath credibly been told me, that the Count my husband is deeply in love with your daughter. If the Count, quoth the lady, love my daughter, and have a wife of his own, he must think, and so shall surely find it, that his greatness is no privilege for him, whereby to work dishonour upon her poverty. But indeed some apparences there are, and such a matter as you speak of may be so presumed, yet so far from a very thought of entertaining in her or me, as whatsoever I am able to do, to yield you any comfort and content, you shall find me therein both willing and ready. For I prize my daughter's spottles poverty as at higher rate, as he can do the pride of his honour. Madam, quoth the Countess, most heartily I thank you, but before I presume any further on your kindness, let me first tell you, what faithfully I intend to do for you, if I can bring my purpose to effect. I see that your daughter is beautiful, and of sufficient years for marriage, and is debarred thereof as I have heard only by lack of a competent dowry. Wherefore, madame, in recompense of the favour I expect from you, I will enrich her with so much ready money as you shall think sufficient to match her in the degree of honour. Poverty made the poor lady very well to like of such a bountiful offer, and having a noble heart, she said, Great Countess, say, wherein am I able to do you any service as can deserve such a gracious offer? If the action be honest without blame or scandal to my poor, yet undejected reputation, gladly I will do it, and it being accomplished, let the requital rest in your own noble nature. Observe me then, madam, replied the Countess. It is most convenient for my purpose that by some trusty and faithful messenger you should advertise the Count my husband that your daughter is and shall be at his command, but because she may remain absolutely assured that his love is constant to her, and above all other, she must entreat him to send her as a testimony thereof the ring which he weareth upon his little finger, albeit she hath heard that he loveth it dearly. If he send the ring, you shall give it me, afterwards send him word that your daughter is ready to accomplish his pleasure. But for the more safety and secrecy, he must repair hither to your house, where I being in bed instead of your daughter, fair fortune may so favour me that, unknown to him, I may conceive with child. Upon which good success, when time shall serve, having the ring on my finger, and a child in my arms begotten by him, his love and liking may be recovered, and by your means I continue with my husband, as every virtuous wife ought to do. The good old lady imagined that this was a matter somewhat difficult, and might lay a blameful imputation on her daughter. Nevertheless, considering what an honest office it was in her to be the means, whereby so worthy a Countess should recover an unkind husband, led altogether by lust, and not a jot of cordial love, she knew the intent to be honest, the Countess virtuous, and her promise religious, and therefore undertook to effect it. Within few days after, very ingeniously, and according to the instructed order, the ring was obtained, albeit much against the Count's will, and the Countess, instead of the lady's virtuous daughter, was embraced by him in bed, the hour proving so auspicious, and Juno being lady of the ascendant, conjoined with the witty Mercury, she conceived of 2 goodly sons, and her deliverance agreed correspondently with the just time. Thus the old lady, not at this time only but at many other meetings beside, gave the Countess free possession of her husband's pleasures, yet always in such dark and concealed secrecy, as it was never suspected, nor known by any but themselves, the Count lying with his own wife, and disappointed of her whom he more dearly loved, always at his uprising in the mornings, which usually was before the break of day. For preventing the least scruple of suspicion, many familiar conferences passed between them, with the gifts of divers fair and costly jewels, all which the Countess carefully kept, and perceiving assuredly that she was conceived with child, she would no longer be troublesome to the good old lady, but calling her aside, spake thus to her: Madam, I must needs give thanks to heaven and you, because my desires are amply accomplished, and both time and your deserts do justly challenge, that I should accordingly quite you before my departure. It remaineth no in your own power, to make what demand you please of me, which yet I will not give you by way of reward, because that would seem to be base and mercenary. But onely whatsoever you shall receive of me is in honourable recompense of fair virtuous deservings, such as any honest and well-minded lady in the like distress may with good credit allow, and yet no prejudice to her reputation. Although poverty might well have tutored the lady's tongue to demand a liberal recompense for her pains, yet she requested but in £100 as a friendly help towards her daughter's marriage, and that with a bashful blushing was uttered too. Yet the Countess gave here £500, besides so many rich and costly jewels, as amounted to a far greater sum. So she returned to her wonted lodging at the aged widow's house, where first she was entertained at her coming to Florence, and the good old lady, to avoid the Count's repairing to her house any more, departed thence sedanely with her daughter, to divers friends of hers that dwelt in the country, whereat the Count was much discontented, albeit afterward he did never hear any more tidings of her or her daughter, who was worthily married, to her mother's great comfort. Not long after, Count Bertrand was recalled home by his people, and he, having heard of his wife's absence, went to Roussillon so much the more willingly, and the Countess, knowing her husband's departure from Florence, as also his safe arrival at his own dwelling, remained still in Florence, until the time of her deliverance, which was of two goodly sons, lively resembling the looks of their father, and all the perfect lineaments of his body. Persuade yourselves she was not a little careful of their nursing, and when she saw the time answerable to her determination, she took her journey unknown to any and arrived with them at Montpellier, where she rested herself for divers days, after so long and wearisome a journey. Upon the day of All Saints, the Count kept a solemnly festival, for the assembly of his lords, knights, ladies, and gentlewomen. Upon which jovial day of general rejoicing, the Countess, attired in her wonted pilgrim's weed, repaired thither, entering into the great hall, where the tables were readily covered for dinner. Passing through the throng of people with her 2 children in her arms, she presumed unto the place where the Count sate, falling on her knees before him, the tears trickling abundantly down her cheeks. Thus she spake: Worthy lord, I am thy poor, despised, and unfortunate wife, who, that thou mightst return home, and not be an exile from thine own abiding, have thus long gone begging through the world. Yet now at length I hope thou wilt be so honourable minded as to perform thine own 2 strict imposed conditions, made to the 2 knights which I sent unto thee, and which by thy command I was enjoined to do. Behold here in mine arms, not only one son by thee begotten, but 2 twins, and thy ring beside. High time is it now, if men of honour respect their promises, that after so long and tedious travel, I should at last be welcomed as thy true wife. The Count, hearing this, stood as confounded with admiration, for full well he knew the ring, and both the children were so perfectly like him, as he was confirmed to be their father by general judgment. Upon his urging by what possible means this could be brought to pass, the Countess, in presence of the whole assembly, and unto her eternal commendation, related the whole history, even in such manner as you have formerly heard it. Moreover, she reported the private speeches in bed, uttered between himself and her, being witnessed more apparently by the costly jewels there openly shewn. All which infallible proofs, proclaiming his shame and her most noble carriage to her husband, he confessed that she had told nothing but the truth in every point which she had reported. Commending her admirable constancy, excellency of wit, sprightly courage in making such a bold adventure, he kissed the 2 sweet boys, and to keep his promise whereto he was earnestly importuned by all his best esteemed friends there present, especially the honourable ladies who would have no denial but by forgetting his former harsh and uncivil carriage towards her, to accept her for ever as his lawful wife. Folding her in his arms, and sweetly kissing her divers times together, he bade her welcome to him, as his virtuous, loyal, most loving wife, and so for ever after he would acknowledge her. Well knew he that she had store of better beseeming garments in the house, and therefore requested the ladies to walk with her to her chamber, to uncase her of those pilgrim's weeds, and clothe her in her own more sumptuous garments, even those which she wore on her wedding day, because that was not the day of his contentment, but only this. For now he confessed her to be his wife indeed, and now he would give the king thanks for her, and now was Count Bertrand truly married to the fair Juliet of Narbona. The wonderful and chaste resolved continency of fair Serichtha, daughter to Siwalda King of Denmark, who being sought and sued unto by many worthy persons that did affect her dearly, would not look any man in the face, until such time as she was married. The 10th novel. A very singular and worthy precedent for all young ladies and gentlewomen, not rashly to bestow themselves in marriage without the knowledge and consent of their parents and friends. Dionysius, having diligently listened to the queen's singular discourse, so soon as she had concluded, and none now remaining but himself, to give a full period unto that day's pleasure, without longer trifling the time, or expecting any command from the queen, thus he began: Gracious ladies, I know that you do now expect from me some such quaint tale as shall be suitable to my merry disposition, rather savouring of wantonness than any discreet and sober wisdom, and such a purpose indeed I once had entertained, but having well observed all your several relations, grounded on grave worthy examples, especially the last, so notably delivered by the queen, I cannot but commend fair Juliet of Narbona, in performing two such strange impossibilities, and conquering the unkindness of so cruel a husband. If my tale come short of the precedent excellency, or give not such content as you perhaps expect, accept my good will, and let me stand engaged for a better hereafter. The annals of Denmark do make mention, that the king of the said country, who was first set down as prince, contrary to the ancient custom and laws observed among the Danes, namely Hunguinus, had a son called Siwalda, who succeeded him in the estates and kingdom belonging to his famous predecessors. That age and the court of that royal prince was very highly renowned by the honour of fair Serictha, daughter to the sage Siwalda, who beside her general repute of being a miracle of nature in perfection of beauty, and most complete in all that the heart of man could desire to note, in a body full of grace, gentleness, and whatsoever else, to attract the eyes of everyone to behold her, was also so chaste, modest, and bashful as it was merely impossible to prevail so far with her that any man should come to speak with her. For in those days marriages were pursued and sought by valour, and by the onely opinion which stout warriors conceived of the virtuous qualities of a lady. Notwithstanding, never could any man make his vaunt that she had given him so much as a look, or ever anyone attained to the favour to whisper a word in her ear, because both the custom and will of parents then very respectively kept in those northern parts of the world of hearing such speak, as desired their daughters in marriage, grew from offering them some worthy services, and thereby compassed means to yield their contentation by some gracious and kind answers. But she, who was far off from the desire of any such follies, referring herself wholly to the will and disposition of the king her lord and father, was so contrary to give any living man an answer, that her eye never looked on anyone speaking to her, appearing as sparing in vouchsafing a glance, as her heart was free from a thought of affection, for she had no other imagination, but that maids, both in their choice will, ought to have any other disposition, but such as should be pleasing to their parents, either to grant or deny, according as they were guided by their grave judgment. In like manner, so well had she bridled her sensual appetites with the curb of reason, wisdom, and providence, setting such a severe and constant restraint on the twinkling or motions of her eyes in absolute obedience to her father, as never was she seen to turn her head aside, to lend one look on any man of her age. A worthy sight it was to behold knights errant, passing, repassing to Denmark, and baccy again, labouring to conquer those settled eyes, to win the least scene of grace and favour from her whom they so douciously pursued, to steal but a silly glimpse or glance, and would have thought it a kind of honourable theft. But this immovable rock of beauty, although she knew the disdains of them which thus frequented the court of the king her father, and could not pretend ignorance of their endeavour, aiming only at obtaining her in marriage, yet did she not lend any look of her eye, yielding the least signal of the heart's motion, in effecting anything whatsoever, but what it pleased her father she should do. Serictha living in this strange and unusual manner, it moved many princes and great lords to come and court her, contending both by signs and words to change her from this severe constancy, and make known if possible it might be whether a woman would or could be so resolute as to use no respect at all towards them, coming from so many strange countries, to honour her in the courts of the king her father. But in these days of ours, if such a number of gallant spirits should come to ask but one look of some of our beauties, I am half afraid that they should find the eyes of many of our dainty darlings not so sparing of their glances as those of Serictha were, considering that our courtiers of these times are this way emulous one of another, and women are so forward in offering themselves that they perform the office of suitors, as fearing lest they should not be solicited, yea, though it be in honest manner. The king, who knew well enough that a daughter was a treasure of some danger to keep, and growing doubtful withal least in the end this so obstinate severity would be shaken, if once it came to pass, that his daughter should feel the piercing apprehensions of love, whereof as yet she never had any experience. He determined to use some remedy for this great concourse of lovers, and strange kind of carriage in the princess his daughter, for he apparently perceived that such excelling beauty as was in Cerictha, with those good and commendable customs and other ornaments of his daughter's mind, could never attain to such an height of perfection. But yet there would be found some men, so wittily acute and ingenious, as to convert and humour a maid according to their will, and make a mockery of them, who were before of most high esteem. Beside, among so great a troop of lords, as daily made tender of their amorous service, some one or other would prove so happy, as at the last she should be his mistress, and therefore forbearing what otherwise he had intended, as a final conclusion of all such follies, calling his daughter alone to himself in his chamber, and standing clear from all other attention, he used to her this, or the like language: I know not, fair daughter, what reason may move you to show yourself so disdainful towards so many noble and worthy men, as come to visit you, and honour my court with their presence, offering me their love and loyal service, under this onely pretence as I perceive of obtaining you, and compassing the happiness as it appeareth in plain strife among them one day to win the prize, you being the main issue of all their hope. If it be bashful modesty, which indeed ought to attend on all virgins of your years, and so veils your eyes as with honour you cannot look on anything but what is your own or may not justly vouchsafe to see, I commend your maidenly continency, which yet nevertheless I would not have to be so severe, as, at length your youth falling into mislike thereof, it may be the occasion of some great misfortune, either to you or me, or else to us both together. Considering what rapes are ordinarily committed in these quarters, and of ladies equal every way to yourself, which happening would presently be the cause of my death. If it be in regard of some vow which you have consecrated to virginity, and to some one of our gods, I seek not therein to hinder your disdains, neither will bereave the celestial powers, of whatsoever appertaineth to them, albeit I could wish that it should be kept in a place more straitened, and separate from the resort of men, to the end that so bright a beauty as yours is should cause no discords among amorous suitors, neither my court prove a camp destinied unto the conclusion of such quarrels, or you be the occasion of ruining so many, whose service would beseem a much more needful place, than to die here by fond and foolish opinion of enjoying a vain pleasure, yet remaining in the power of another bawdy to grant. If therefore I shall perceive that these behaviours in you do proceed from pride or contempt of them, who endeavour to do you both honour and service, and instead of granting them a gracious look in arrogancy you keep from them, making them enemies to your folly and my sufferance, I swear to you by our greatest God, that I will take such due order, as shall make you feel the hand of an offended father, and teach you henceforth to be much more affable. Wherefore, dear daughter, you shall do me a singular pleasure, freely to acquaint me with your mind, and the reasons of your so strict severity, promising you, upon the word and faith of a king, nay more of a loving and kind father, that if I find the cause to be just and reasonable, I will desist so far from hindering your intent, as you shall rather perceive my fatherly furtherance, and rest truly resolved of my help and favour. Wherefore, fair daughter, neither blush or dismay, or fear to let me understand your will. For evidently I see, that mere virgin shame hath made a rapture of your soul, being nothing else but those true splendours of virtue derived from your ancestors, and shining in you most gloriously, gracing you with a much richer embellishing than those beauties bestowed on you by nature. Speak therefore boldly to your father, because there is no law to prohibit your speech to him, for when he commandeth he ought to be obeyed, promising upon mine oath once again, that if your reasons are such as they ought to be, I will not fail to accommodate your fancy. The wise and virtuous princess, hearing the king to allege such gracious reasons, and to lay so kind a command on her, making him most low and humble reverence in scene of dutiful accepting such favour, thus she answered: Royal lord and father, seeing that in your princely court I have gathered whatsoever may be termed virtuous in me, you being the principal instructor of my life, from whom I have learned those lessons, how maids of my age ought to govern and maintain themselves, you shall apparently perceive that neither gazing looks which I ought not to yield without your consent, nor pride or arrogancy, never taught me by you, or the queen my most honourable lady and mother, are any occasion of my carriage towards them, which come to make ostentation of their folly in your court, as if a mere look of Cerictha were sufficient to yield assurance effectually of their desires' victory. Nothing, my most royal lord and father, induceth me to this kind of behaviour, but only due respect of your honour mine own, and to the end it may not be thought that I belie myself in not eyeing the affectionate offers of amorous pursuers, or have any other private reserved meaning than what may best please King Siwalda my father, Let it suffice, sir, that it remaineth in your power onely to make an apt election and choice for me. For I neither ought nor will allow the acceptance of any suitor's kindness, so much as by a look, much less than by words, until your highness shall nominate the man to be a meet husband for Cerictha. It is only you then, my lord, that bears the true lifeblood of our ancestors. It is the untainted life of the queen my mother, that sets a chaste and strict restraint on mine eyes, from estranging my heart to the idle amorous enticements of young giddy-headed gentlemen, and have sealed up my soul with an absolute determination, rather to make choice of death, than any way to alter this my warrantable severity. You being a wise king, and the worthy father of Cerictha, it is in you to mediate, counsel, and effect what best shall beseem the disdains of your daughter, because it is the virtue of children, yea, and their eternal glory and renown, to illustrate the lives and memories of their parents. It consisteth in you, either to grant honest license to such lords as desire me, or to oppose them with such discreet conditions, as both yourself may sit free from any further afflicting, and they rest defeated of dangerous dissensions, according as you foresee what may ensue, which yet nevertheless I hold as a matter impossible, if their discord should be grounded on the sole apprehension of their souls, and the only prevention thereof is not to yield any seen, glance of the eye, or so much as a word more to one man than another. For such is the settled disposition of your daughter's soul, and which she humbly entreateth may so be still suffered. Many means there are whereby to win the grace of the greatest king, by employing their pains in worthy occasions, answerable unto their years and virtue, if any such sparks of honour do shine in their souls, rather than by gaining here any matter of so mean moment, by endeavouring to shake the simplicity of a bashful maid. Let them clear the king's highways of thieves, who make the passages difficult, or let them expel pirates from off the seas, which make our Danish coasts every way inaccessible. These are such noble means to merit, as may throw deserved recompense upon them, and much more worthily than making idols of ladies' looks, or gazing for babies in their wanton eyes. So may you bestow on them what is your own, granting Cerictha to behold none, but him who you shall please to give her. For otherwise you know her absolute resolve, never to look any living man in the face, but only you, my gracious lord and father. The king, hearing this wise and modest answer of his daughter, could not choose but commend her in his heart, and smiling at the counsel which she gave him, returned her this answer: Understand me well, fair daughter, neither am I minded to break your determination wholly, nor yet to govern myself according to your fancy. I stand indifferently contented that until I have otherwise purposed, you shall continue the nature of your ancient custom, yet conditionally, that when I command an alteration of your carriage, you fail not therein to declare your obedience. What else remaineth beside, for so silly a thing as a woman is, and for the private pleasing of so many great princes and lords, I will not endanger any of their lives, because their parents and friends, being sensible of such losses, may seek revenge, perhaps to their own ruin, and some following scourge to my indiscretion. For I consider, daughter, that I have neighbours who scarcely love me, and of whom in time I may right myself, having received by their means great wrongs injuries. Also I make no doubt, but to manage your love-suit with discretion, and set such a pleasing proceeding between them, as neither shall beget any hatred in them towards me, nor yet offend them in their affections' pursuit, till fortune may smile so favourably upon some one man, to reach the height of both our wished desires. Siwalda was thus determinately resolved to let his daughter live at her own discretion, without any alteration of her continued severity, perceiving day by day that many came still to request her in marriage. He could not give her to them all, nor make his choice of any one, lest all the rest should become his enemies, and fall in quarrel one with another. Only this therefore was his ordination, that among such a number of amorous suitors, he only should wear the laurel wreath of victory, who could obtain such favour of Cerictha, as but to look him in the face. This condition seemed to be of no mean difficulty, yea, and so impossible, that many gave over their amorous enterprise, whereof Cerictha was wondrously joyful, seeing herself eased of such tedious importunity, dulling her ears with their proffered services, and foppish allegations of fantastic servitude, such as idle-headed lovers do use to protest before their mistresses, wherein they may believe them if they list. Among all them that were thus forward in their heat of affection, there was a young Danish lord named Archerus, the son of a pirate called Hebonius, the same man, who having Stalni the sister unto King Hunguinus, and sister to Siwalda, affiancing himself to her, was slain by King Haljun, and by thus killing him enjoyed both the lady and the kingdom of the Goths also as her inheritance. This Archerus, relying much on his comeliness of person, wealth, power, and valour, but above all the rest on his excellent and eloquent speaking, bestowed his best endeavour to obtain Seriktha, notwithstanding the contemptible carriage of the rest towards him, whereupon prevailing for his access to the princess, and admitted to speak as all the other did, he reasoned with her in this manner. Whence may it proceed, madam, that you being the fairest and wisest princess living at this day in all the northern parts, should make so small account of yourself, as to deny that, which with honour you may yield to them, as seek to do you most humble service, and forgetting the rank you hold, do refuse to deny them recompense in any manner whatsoever, seeking only to enjoy you in honourable marriage? Perhaps you are of opinion, that the gods should become slaves to your beauty, in which respect, men are utterly unworthy to crave any such acquaintance of you. If it be so, I confess myself conquered. But if the gods seek no such association with women, and since they forsook the world, they left this legacy to us men, I think you covet after none, but such as are extracted of their blood, or may make vaunt of their near kindred and alliance to them. I know that many have wished and do desire you. I know also that as many have requested you of the king your father, but the choice remaineth in your power, and you being ordained the judge, to distinguish the merit of all your suitors. Methinks you do wrong to the office of a judge, in not regarding the parties which are in suit, to sentence the desert of the best and bravest, and so to delay them with no more lingering. I cannot think, madam, that you are so far out of yourself, and so chill cold in your affection, but desire of occasions, equal to your virtue and singular beauty, do sometime touch you feelingly, and make you to wish for such a man, answerable to the greatness of your excellency. And if it should be otherwise, as I imagine it to be impossible, yet you ought to break such an obstinate design, only to satisfy the king your father, who can desire nothing more than to have a son-in-law, to revenge him on the tyrant of Swesha, who, as you well know, was sometime the murderer of your grandfather Hunguinus, and also of his father. If you please to vouchsafe me so much grace and favour, as to make me the man whom your heart hath chosen to be your husband, I swear unto you by the honour of a soldier, that I will undergo such service, as the king shall be revenged, you royally satisfied, and myself advanced to no mean happiness by being the only fortunate man of the world. Gentle princess, the most beautiful daughter to a king, open that indurate heart and so soften it, that the sweet impressions of love may be engraven therein. See there the loyal pursuit of your archeress, who, to save his life, cannot so much as win one look from his divine mistress. This niceness is almost merely barbarous, that I, wishing to adventure my life prodigally in your service, you are so cruel, as not to deign recompense to this duty of mine, with the least scene of kindness that can be imagined. Fair Seriktha, if you desire the death of your friendly servant Archerus, there are many other means whereby to perform it, without consuming him in so small a fire, and suffering him there to languish without any answer. If you will not look upon me, if my face be so unworthy that one beam of your bright suns may not shine upon it, if a word of your mouth be too precious for me, make a scene with your hand, either of my happiness or disaster. If your hand be envious of mine ease, let one of your women be she, to pronounce the sentence of life or death. Because, if my life be hateful to you, this hand of mine may satisfy your will, and sacrifice it to the rigour of your disdain. But if, as I am rather persuaded, the ruin of your servants be against your more merciful wishes, deal so that I may perceive it, and express what compassion you have of your archeress, who coveteth nothing more than your daily heart's ease and contentment, with a privilege of honour above other ladies. All this discourse was heard by Seriktha, but so little was she moved therewith, as she was far enough off from returning him any answer, neither did any of the gentlewomen attending on her ever hear her use the very least word to any of her amorous solicitors, nor did she know any one of them, but by speech only, which drove them all into an utter despair, perceiving no possible means whereby to conquer her. The histories of the northern countries do declare that in those times the rapes of women were not much respected, and such as pursued any lady or gentlewoman with love were verily persuaded that they never made sufficient proof of their amorous passions, if they undertook not all cunning stratagems, with adventure of their lives to all perils whatsoever, for the rape or stealth of them, whom they purpose to enjoy in marriage, as we read in the Goth's history of Gramo, son to the king of Denmark, who being impatiently amorous of the daughter to the king of the Goths, and winning the love of the lady, stole her away, before her parents or friends had any notice thereof, by means of which rape there followed a most bloody war between the Goths and the Danes, in recompense of which injury Sibdegirus, king of Norway, being chosen chief commander of the Swessians Goths, entered powerfully into Denmark, where first he violated the sister to King Gramo, and led away her daughter, whom in the like manner he made his spouse, as the Dane had done the daughter of Sigtrude, prince of the Goths. I induce these brief narrations only to show that while Arcturus made honest and affable means to win respect from Serichtha, and used all honourable services to her, as the daughter of so great a prince worthily deserved, some there were not half so conscientious as he, especially one of the amorous suitors, who being weary of the strange carriages of Serichtha, dissembling to prosecute his purpose no further, prevailed so far that he corrupted one of her governesses, for secretly training her to such a place, where the ravisher should lie in ambush to carry her away, so to enjoy her by policy, seeing all other means failed for to compass his desire. Behold to what a kind of foolish rage, which giddy-headed dullards do term a natural passion, they are led who, being guided more by sensuality than reason or discretion, follow the brainesic motions of their rash apprehensions. He which pursueth, and protesteth to love a lady for her gentility and virtue, knoweth not how to measure what love is, neither seeth or conceiveth how far the permission of his own endeavour extendeth. Moreover, you may observe that never any age was so gross or men so simple, but even almost from the beginning, avarice did hoodwink the hearts of men, and that with gold the very strongest fortification in the world hath been broken, yea, and the best barred gates laid wide open. Serichtha, who shunned the light of all men, and never distrusted them which kept about her, she who never knew except some natural spark gave light to her understanding what belonged to the embracements of men, must now without dreaming thereon fall as food to the insatiable appetite of a wretch, who compassed this surprisal of her, to glory in his own lewdness, and make a mock of the princess's settled constancy. She, good lady, following the counsel of her traitorous guide, went abroad on walking but weakly accompanied, as one that admitted no men to attend her, which she might have repented very dearly, if heaven had not succoured her innocency by the help of him, who wished her as well as the ravisher, though their desires were quite contrary. The one to enjoy her by violence, but the other affecting rather to die, than do the least act which might displease her. No sooner was Serichtha arrived at the destined place, where her false governess was to deliver her, but behold a second Paris came and seized on her, hurrying her in haste away, before any help could possibly rescue her, the place being far off from any dwelling. Now the ravisher durst not convey her to his own abiding, to enjoy the benefit of his purchase, but haled her into a small thicket of trees, where, although she knew the evident peril whereinto her severe continency had now thrown her, yet notwithstanding, she would not lift up her eyes, to see what he was that had thus stalny her, so firmly she dwelt upon grounded deliberation, and such was the vigour of her chaste resolve, and albeit she knew a wickedness worse than death preparing for her, who had no other glory than in her virtue and desire to live contentedly, yet was she no more astounded thereat, than if he had led her to the palace of the king her father, persuading herself that violence done to the body is no prejudice to honour, when the mind is free and clear from consent. As thus this robber of beauty was preparing to massacre the modesty of the fair princess, she resisted him with all her power, yea, and defended herself so worthily, that he could not get one look of her eye, one kiss of her cheek, nor any advantage whatsoever, crying out shrilly, and struggling against him strongly. Her outcries were heard by one, who little imagined that she was so near, whom he loved more dearly than his own life, namely Arcturus, who was walking accidentally alone in this wood, devising by what means he might win grace from his stern mistress. No sooner took he knowledge of her, and saw her in the arms of another to be ravished, but he cried out to the thief, saying, "Hand off, villain, let not such a slave as thou, proffing with an unreverend touch the sacred honour of so chaste princess who deserveth to be more royally respected, than thus rudely hurried. Hand off, I say, or else I swear by her divine perfections, whom I esteem above all creatures in this world, to make thee die more miserably than ever any man as yet 999, whosoever had seen a lion or an ounce rouse himself, chafing when any one adventureth to rob him of his prey, and then with fierce eyes, mounted creasts, writhed tails, and sharpened paws, make against him that durst to molest him. In the like manner did the ravisher show himself, and one while snarling, another while bristling the darted disdainful looks at Arcturus, and spake to him in this manner: "Vile and base sea-thief as thou art, welcome to thy deserved wages, and just repayment for thy proud presuming. It glads my heart not a little to meet thee here, where thou shalt soon perceive what good will I bear thee, and whether thou be worthy or no to enjoy the honour of this lady, now in mine own absolute possession. It will also increase her more ample persuasion of my worth, and plead my merit more effectually in her favour, when she shall see what a powerful arm I have, to punish this proud insolence of a pirate." This harsh language was so distasteful to Arcturus, that like a bull made angry by the teeth of some mastiff dog or pricked by the point of a weapon, he ran upon his enemy, and was so roughly welcomed by him, as it could not easily be judged which of them had the better advantage. But in the end fortune favoured most the honest man, and Archarus having overthrown the robber, he smote the head of him quite from his shoulders, which he presented to her, whom he had delivered out of so great a peril, and thus he spake: You may now behold, madam, whether Archarus be a true lover of Cericthes' virtues or no, and your knowledge fully resolved at what end his affection aimeth, as also how far his honest desert extendeth, for you both to love him, and to recompense the loyal respect he hath used towards you. Never look on the villain's face, who strove to shame the king your father's court by violation of thievery, the chastest princess on the earth. But regard Archarus, who is ready to sacrifice himself, if you take as much pleasure in his ruin as he thinketh he hath given you contentment, by delivering you from this traitor. Doth it not appear unto you, madam, that I have as yet done enough, whereby to be thought a worthy husband for the royal daughter of Denmark? Have I not satisfied the king's own ordinance, by delivering his daughter as already I have done? Will Cerictha be so constant in her cruelty, as not to turn her eye towards him, who exposed his life to no mean peril and danger, only in the defence of her chastity? Then I plainly perceive that the wages of my devoir is ranked amongst those precedent services, which I have performed for so hurtful a beauty. Yet, gentle princess, let me tell you my carriage hath been of more importance than all the others can be, and my merit no way to be compared with theirs. At least, if you please to make account of him, who is an unfeigned lover of your modesty, and devoutly honoureth your virtuous behaviour. And yet, madame, shall I have none other answer from you but your perpetual silence? Can you continue so obstinate in your opinion, in making yourself still as strange to your Archarus, as to the rest, who have no other affection but onely to the bare outside of beauty? Why then, royal lady, seeing at this instant time all my labour is but lost, and your heart seemeth much more hardened in acknowledging any of my honest services, at least yet let me be so happy as to conduct you back to the palace, and restore you to that sacred safety, which will be my soul's best comfort to behold. No outward scene of kind acceptation did any way express itself in her, but rather as fearing lest the commodiousness of the place should incite this young lord to forget all honest respect, and imitate the other in like baseness. But he, who rather wished 1,000 deaths than any way to displease his mistress, as if he were half doubtful of her suspicion, made offer of guiding her back to the place, from whence she had before been Stalny, where she found her company still staying, as not daring to stir thence, to let the king know his daughter's ill fortune. But when they saw her return, and in the company of so worthy a knight, they grew resolved that no violence had been done unto her. The princess, sharply rebuking her women for leaving her so basely as they had done, gave charge to one of them, because she would not seem altogether negligent discourteous, that she being gone thence, she should not fail to thank Archarus for the honest and faithful service he had done unto her, which she would continually remember and recompense as it lay in her power. Nevertheless she advised him withal not to hope of any more advantage thereby than reason should require, for if it were the will of the gods that she should be his wife, neither she or any other could let or hinder it. But if her destiny reserved her for another, all his services would avail to no purpose, but rather to make her the more rigorous towards him. This gracious answer, thus given him by her gentlewoman, although it gave some small contentment to the poor languishing lover, yet he saw no assured scene whereon to settle his resolve, but his hopes vanished away in smoke, as fast as opinion bred them in his brain, and gladly he would have given over all further amorous solicitings, but by some private persuasions of her message sent him, which in time might so advance his services done for her sake, as would derive far greater favours from her. Whereupon he omitted no time or place, but as occasion gave him any gracious permission, still plied her memory with his manly rescuing her from the ravisher, sufficient to plead his merit to her father, and that in equity she ought to be his wife by right both of honour and arms, no man being able to deserve her as he had done. So long he pursued her in this manner that his speeches seemed hateful to her, and devising how to be free from his daily importunities, at length in the habit of a poor chambermaid, she secretly departed out of the court, wandering into the solitary parts of the country, where she entered into service and had the charge of keeping sheep. It may seem strange that a king's only daughter should stray in such sort, and despising courtly life, betake herself to pains and servility. But such was her resolution, and women delighting altogether in extremes, spare no attempts to compass their own wills. All the court was in an uproar for the lady's loss, the father in no mean affliction, the lovers wellner beside their wits, and every one else most grievously tormented, that a lady of such worth should so suddenly be gone, and all pursuit made after her, gain no knowledge of her. In this high tide of sorrow and disaster, what shall we say of the gentle Lord Archerus? What judgment can sound the depth of his woeful extremity, fearing lest some other thief had now made a second stealth of his divine goddess? He must needs follow her again, seeking quite throughout the world, never more returning baccy to the court, nor to the place of his own abiding, until he heard tidings of his mistress, or ended his days in the search of her. No village, town, cottage, castle, or any place else of note or name did he leave unsought, but diligently he searched for Cerictha, striving to get knowledge under what habit she lived thus concealed, but all his labour was to no effect, which made him leave the places so much frequented, and visit the solitary desert shades, entering into all caves and rustic habitations, whereon he could fasten his eye to seek for the lost treasure of his soul. On a day, as he wandered along in a spacious valley, seated between two pleasant hills, taking delight to hear the gentle murmur of the rivers, running by the sides of two neighbouring rocks, planted with all kind of trees, and very thickly spread with moss, he espied a flock of sheep feeding on the grass, and not far off from them sate a maid spinning on her distaff, who having got a sight of him presently, covered her face with a veil. Love, who sate as sentinel both in the heart and eye of the gentle Norwegian lord, as quickly discovered the subtlety of the fair shepherdess, instructing the soul of Archerus that thus she hid her face as coveting not to be known, whereupon he gathered that doubtless this was she, for whom he had sought with such tedious travail, and therefore going directly unto her, thus he spake. Gentle princess, wherefore do you thus hide yourself from me? Why do you haunt these retreats and desolate abodes, having power to command over infinite men that cannot live but by your presence? What hath moved you, madame, to fly from company, to dwell among desert rocks and serve as a slave to such as are no way worthy of your service? Why do you forsake a potent king, whose only daughter and hope you are, leaving your country and royal train of ladies, and so far abasing yourself, to live in the dejected state of a servant, and to some rustic clown or peasant? What reason have you to despise so many worthy lords that dearly love and honour you, but above them all your poor slave Archerus, who hath made no spare of his own life, for the safety of yours, and also for the defence of your honour? Royal maid, I am the same man that delivered you from the villain, who would have violated your fair chastity, and since then have not spared any pain or travel in your search, for whose loss King Siwalder is in extreme anguish, the Danes in mourning habits, and Archerus even at the door of death, being no way able to endure your absence. Are you of the mind, worthy madame, that I have not hitherto deserved so much as one good look or glance of your eye, in recompense of so many good loyal services? If, alas, I am neither ravisher, nor demander of any unjust requests, or else incivil in my motions, I may merit one regard of my mistress. I require only so silly a favour, that her eyes may pay me the wages for all which I have hitherto done in her service. What would you do, madam, if I were an importunate solicitor, and requested far greater matters of you, in just recompense of my labours? I do not desire that you should embrace me. I am not so bold as to request a kiss of Cericthes, more than immortal lips, nor do I covet that she should any otherwise entreat me, than with such severity as beseemeth so great a princess. I ask no more, but only to elevate your chaste eyes, and grace me with one little look, as being the man who for his virtue and loyal affection hath deserved more than that favour, yea, a much greater and excellent recompense. Can you then be so cruel as to deny me so small a thing, without regard of the main debt, wherein you stand engaged to your Archerus? The princess, perceiving that it availed nothing to conceal herself, being by him so apparently discovered, began now to speak which she had never done before, either to him, or any other of her amorous suitors, answering him in this manner. Lord Archerus, it might suffice you that your importunity made me forsake my father's court, and causeth me to live in this abased condition, which I purpose to prosecute all my lifetime, or so long at the least as you, and such as you are, pursue me so fondly as you have presumed to do, for I am resolved never to favour you any otherwise than hitherto I have done, desiring you therefore that Cerictha, wanting an interpreter to tell you her will, you would now receive it from her own mouth, determining sooner to die than alter a jot of her intended purpose. Archerus, hearing this unwelcome answer, was even upon the point to have slain himself, but yet not to lose the name of a valiant man, or to be thought of an effeminate or cowardly spirit, that a woman should force him to an acty, so far unfitting for a man of his rank. He took his leave of her, solemnly promising not to forget her further pursuit, but at all times to obey her so long as he lived, although her command was very hard for him to endure. So he departed thence not unto the court, she being not there that had the power to enjoin his presence, but home to his own house, where he was no sooner arrived, but he began to wax weary of his former folly, accusing himself of great indiscretion for spending so much time in vain and in her service, who utterly despised him and all his endeavours which he undertook. He began to accuse her of great ingratitude, laying overmuch respect upon her virtue, to have no feeling at all of his loyal sufferings, but merely made a mockery of his martyrdom. Hereupon he concluded to give over all further affection, to languish no longer for her sake, that hated him and all his actions. While he continued in these melancholy passions, the princess, who all this while had persisted in such strict severity, as astonished the courages of her stoutest servants, considering more deliberately on the sincere affection of Archarus, and that virtue only made him the friend to her modesty, and not wanton or lascivious appetite, she felt a willing readiness in her soul to gratify him in some worthy manner, and to recompense some part of his travails, which to effect, she resolved to follow him in some counterfeit habit even to the place of his own abiding, to try, if easily he could take knowledge of her, whom so lately he saw in the garments of a shepherdess. Being thus minded, she went to her mistress whom she served, and who had likewise seen Lord Archarus, of whom she had perfect knowledge when he conferred with the shepherdess, and inquiring the cause, why he resorted in that manner to her. Seriktha returned her this answer: Mistress, I make no doubt, but you will be somewhat amazed, and perhaps can hardly credit when you hear, that she who now serveth you in the poor degree of shepherdess, is the only daughter to Siwald, a king of the Danes, for whose love so many great lords have continually laboured, and that I only attracted hither Archarus, the noble son of valiant Hebonius, to wander in these solitary deserts, to find out her that fled from him, and held him in as high disdain, as I did all the rest of his fellow rivals. But if my words may not herein sufficiently assure you, I would advise you to send where Archarus dwelleth, there make further enquiry of him, to the end that you may not imagine me a liar, if my speeches do otherwise prevail with you, and you remain assured that I am she, whom your noble neighbour so dearly affecteth, albeit I never made any account at all of him. Then I do earnestly entreat you, so much to stand my friend as to provide some convenient means for me, whereby I may pass unknown to the castle of Archarus, to revenge myself on his civil honesty, smile at him hereafter if he prove not so clearly sighted, as to know her being near him, whom he vaunteth to love above all women else. The good countrywoman, hearing these words, and perceiving that she had the princess in her house, of whose speeches she made not any doubt, in regard of her stout countenance, gravity, and fair demeanour, began to relish something in her mind, far differing from matter of common understanding, and therefore roundly replied in this kind of language: Madam, for servant I may no longer call you, I make no question to the contrary, but that you are derived of high birth, having observed your behaviour and womanly carriage, and so much the more I remain assured thereof, having seen such great honour done unto you by the noble lord and worthy warrior Archarus, wherefore it lieth not in my power to impeach your disdains, much less to talk of your longer service, because you are the Princess Seriktha, whom I am to perform all humble duty unto, as being one of your meanest subjects, and although you were not she, yet would I not presume any way to offend you, in regard of the true and virtuous love, which that good knight Archarus seemeth to bear you. If my company be needful for you, I beseech you to accept it. If not, take whatsoever is mine which may any way stead you. For to make you pass unknown, I can and will provide sufficiently, even to your own contentment, and in such strange manner as Archarus, where he never so clearly sighted, shall be deceived, you being attired in those fashion garments, which here in these parts are usually worn. Seriktha, being wondrously joyful at her answer, suffered here to paint, or rather soil her fair face, with the juice of divers herbs and roots, and clothed her in such an habit as those women use to wear that live in the mountains of Norway, upon the sea-coast fronting Great Britain. Being thus disguised, confidently she went, to beguile the eye of her dearest friend, and so to return back again from him, having afforded him such a secret favour in requital of his honourable services, delivering her out of so great a danger, and calming to visit her in so solitary a life. Nor would she have the woman's company any further, then till she came within the sight of Archarus his castle, where when she was arrived, he being then absent, the mother unto the noble gentleman gave her courteous welcome, and notwithstanding her gross homely outward appearance, yet she collected by her countenance that there was a matter of much more worth in her than to be a woman of base breeding. When Archarus was returned home, he received advertisement by his mother concerning the arrival of this stranger, when as suddenly his soul half persuaded him, of some kind courtesy to proceed from his sweet rebel, pretending now some feigned excuse in recompense of all his travails, and past honest offices, observing all her actions and gestures, her wonted rigour never bending one jot, or gave way to her eye to look upon any man, he grew the better assured that she was the daughter to King Siwalda. Yet feigning to take no knowledge thereof, he bethought himself of a quaint policy, whereby to make trial, whether secret kindness had conducted this lady thither or no, to conclude his torments, and give a final end to his grievous afflictions. Upon a watchword given to his mother, he pretended, and so caused it to be noised through the house, that he was to marry a very honourable lady, which the constant and chaste maid verily believed, and therefore gave the more diligent attendance as a newcome servant to see all things in due decency, as no one could express herself more ready, because she esteemed him above all other men. Yet such was the obstinate opinion she concerned of her own preciseness, as she would rather suffer all the flames of love, than express the least show of desire to any man living. Nevertheless, she was inwardly offended that any other should have the honour to make her vaunt of enjoying Archelaus, whom indeed she coveted and thought him only worthy in her heart to be son-in-law to the King of Denmark. Now, as the mother was very seriously busied in preparing the castle for receiving the pretended bride, she employed her new maid Seriktha, as busily as any of the rest. In the meanwhile, Archelaus was laid upon a bed, well noting all her carriage and behaviour, she having a lighted candle in her hand, without any candlestick to hold it in. As all the servants, both men and maids, were running hastily from place to place, to carry such occasions as they were commanded, the candle was consumed so near to Seriktha's fingers, that it burned her hand. She, not to fail a jote in her height of mind, and to declare that her courage was invincible, was so far off from casting away the small snuff which offended her, that she rather grasped it the more strongly, even to the enflaming of her own flesh, which gave light to the rest about their business, a matter almost as marvellous as the acti of the noble Roman, who gave his hand to be burned in presence of the Tuscan king that had besieged Rome. Thus this lady would needs make it apparently known by this generous acti of hers, that her heart could not be inflamed or conquered by all the fires of concupiscence, in suffering so stoutly and courageously the burning of this material fire. Archelaus, who as we have already said observed everything that Seriktha did, perceiving that she spake not one word, albeit her hand burned in such fierce manner, was much astonished at her sprightly mind. And as he was about to advise her to hurl away the fire so much offending her, curiosity merely natural unto women made the lady lift up her eyes, to see by stealth whether her friend had noted her invincible constancy, or no. Hereby Archelaus won the honour of his long-expected victory, and leaping from off the bed, he ran to embrace her, not with any such fear as he had formerly used in not daring so much as to touch her, but boldly now clasping his arms about her, he said, "At this instant, madam, the king your father's decree is fully accomplished, for I am the first man that ever you looked in the face. You are onely mine, without making any longer resistance. You are the princely lady and wife by me so constantly loved and desired, whom I have followed with such painful travels, exposing my life to infinite perils in your service. You have seen and looked on him, who never craved anything of you but only this favour, whereof you cannot bereave me again, because the gods themselves, at such time as I least expected it, have bestowed it on me as my deserved recompense and worthy reward." In the delivery of these words, he kissed and embraced her 1,000 times, she not using any great resistance against him, but only as somewhat offended with herself, either for being so rash in looking on him, or else for delaying his due merit so long, or rather because with her good will she had foully into the transgression. She declared no violent or contending motion, as loath to continue so long in his arms, but rather evident signs of hearty contentment, yet in very bashful and modest manner, willing enough to accept his loving kindness, yet not wandering from her wonted chaste carriage, he being favourably excused for the outward expression of his amorous behaviour to her, and certified withal that since the time of freeing her from the wretch who sought the violating of her chastity, she had entirely respected him, albeit to shun suspicion of lightness, and to win more assurance of what she credited sufficiently already, she continued her stiff opinion against him, yet always this resolution was set down in her soul, never with her will to have any other husband but Archelaus, who above all other had best deserved her, by his generosity, virtue, manly courage, and valiancy, whereof he might the better assure himself, because of her own voluntary disposition she followed to find him out, not for any other occasion, but to revenge herself by this honest office for all that he had done or undertaken, to win the grace and love of the King of Denmark's daughter, to whom he presented such dutiful service. Archarus, who would not lose this happiness, to be made king of all the northern islands with more than a thankful heart, accepted all her gracious excuses, and being desirous to waste no longer time in vain, lest fortune should raise some new stratagem against him, to dispossess him of so fair a felicity, left off his counterfeit intended marriage, and effected this in good earnest, and was wedded to his most esteemed Seriktha. Not long had these lovers lived in the lawful and sacred rites of marriage, but King Siwalda was advertised that his daughter had given her consent to Archarus, and received him as her noble husband. The party was not a jot displeasing to him. He thought him to be a worthy son-in-law, and the condition did sufficiently excuse the match. Only herein lay the error and offence, that the marriage was solemnized without his knowledge and consent, he being not called thereto, or so much as acquainting him therewith, which made him condemn the Archarus of over-bold arrogancy, he being such a great and powerful king, to be so lightly respected by his subject, and especially in the marriage of his daughter. But Seriktha, who was now metamorphosed from a maid to a wife, and had lien a few nights by the side of a soldier, was become much more valiant and adventurous than she was before. She took the matter in hand, went to her father, who welcomed her most lovingly, and so pleasing were her speeches, carried with such wit and womanly discretion, that nothing wanted to approve what she had done. Matters which he had never known or so much as heard of, were now openly revealed, how Archarus had delivered her from the ravisher, what worthy respect he then used towards her, and what honour he extended to her in the deserts, where she tended her flock as a shepherdess, with many other honourable actions beside. That the king's anger became mildly qualified, and so far he entered into affection, that he would not do anything thenceforward without the counsel and advise of his son-in-law, whom so highly he esteemed, and liked so respectively of him, and his race, that his queen dying he married with the sister to Archarus, going hand in band with the gentle and modest Princess Seriktha. This novel of Dionysius was commended by all the company, and so much the rather, because it was free from all folly and obsceneness, and the queen perceiving, that as the tale was ended so her dignity must now be expired, she took the crown of laurel from off her head, graciously placed it on the head of Philostratus, saying, "The worthy discourse of Dionysius being out of his wonted wanton element, causeth me at the resignation of mine authority to make choice of him as our next commander, who is best able to order and instruct us all. And so I yield both my place and honour to Philostratus, I hope with the good liking of all our assistants, as plainly appeareth by their instant carriage towards him, with all their heartiest love and suffrages." Whereupon Philostratus, beginning to consider on the charge committed to his care, called the maester of the household, to know in what estate all matters were, because where any defect appeared, everything might be the sooner remedied, for the better satisfaction of the company during the time of his authority. Then returning back to the assembly, thus he began, "Lovely ladies, I would have you to know, that since the time of ability in me to distinguish between good and evil, I have always been subject perhaps by the means of some beauty here among us to the proud and imperious dominion of love, with expression of all duty, humility, and most intimate desire to please. Yet all hath proved to no purpose, but still I have been rejected for some other, whereby my condition hath found me from ill to worse, and so still it is likely, even to the hour of my death. In which respect it best pleaseth me that our conferences tomorrow shall extend to no other argument, but only such cases as are most conformable to my calamity, namely of such, whose love hath had unhappy ending, because I await no other issue of mine. Nor willingly would I be called by any other name, but onely the miserable and unfortunate lover." Having thus spoken, he arose again, granting leave to the rest to recreate themselves till supper time. The garden was very fair and spacious, affording large limits for their several walks, the sun being already so low descended, that it could not be offensive to anyone, the carnies, kids, and young hinds skipping everywhere about them, to their no mean pleasure and contentment. Dionysius Fiametta sate singing together of Messer Guglielmo and the Lady of Virtue, Philomena and Pamphilus playing at the chess, all sporting themselves as best they pleased. But the hour of supper being come, and the tables covered about the fair fountain, they sate down and supped in most loving manner. Then Philostratus, not to swerve from the course which had been observed by the queens before him, so soon as the tables were taken away, gave command that Madame Lauretta should begin the dance, and likewise to sing a song. "My gracious lord," quoth she, "I can skill of no other songs, but only a piece of mine own which I have already learned by heart, may well beseem this fair assembly. If you please to allow of that, I am ready to perform it with all obedience." Lady, replied the king, yourself being so fair and lovely, so needs must be whatsoever cometh from you, therefore let us hear such as you have. Madame Lauretta, giving instruction to the chorus, prepared, and began in this manner. The song, no soul so comfortless, hath more cause to express, like woe and heaviness, as I poor amorous maid. He that did form the heavens and every star, made me as best him pleased, lovely and gracious, no element at jar, or else in gentle breasts to move stern war, but to have strifes appeased, where beauty's eye should make the deepest scar. And yet when all things are confessed, never was any soul distressed, like mine poor amorous maid. No soul so comfortless. 100. There was a time when once I was held a dear. Blessed were those happy days. Numberless love suits whispered in mine ear, all of fair hope but none of desperate fear, and all sung beauty's praise. Why should blacky clouds obscure so bright a clear? And why should others swim in joy, and no heart drowned in annoy, like mine poor amorous maid? No soul so comfortless. 100. Well may I curse that sad and dismal day, when in unkind exchange, another beauty did my hopes betray, and stole my dearest love from me away, which I thought very strange, considering vows were past, and what else may assure a loyal maiden's trust. Never was lover so unjust, like mine poor amorous maid. No soul so comfortless. 100. Come then, kind death, and finish all my woes. Thy help is now the best. Come, lovely nymphs, lend hands mine eyes to close, and let him wander wheresoe'er he goes, vaunting of mine unrest, beguiling others by his treacherous shows. Grave on my monument, no true love was worse spent than mine poor amorous maid. No soul so comfortless. 100. So did Madame Lauretta finish her song, which being well observed of them all, was understood by some in divers kinds, some alluding it one way, others according to their own apprehensions, but all consenting that both it was an excellent ditty, well devised and most sweetly sung. Afterward, lighted torches being brought, because the stars had already richly spangled all the heavens, and the fit hour of rest approaching, the king commanded them all to their chambers, where we mean to leave them until the next morning. The end of the 3rd day. The 4th day, wherein all the several discourses are under the government of honourable Philostratus, and concerning such persons whose loves have had successorless ending.